Oh, please don't shoot it into my mouth. It's so smelly and fishy, oh no. A sharp female cry woke Li Ming, who was dozing on a bench. Li Ming struggled to open his weary eyes. Squeak, squeak. A chubby little brat about 7 years old was holding a water gun aiming at Li Ming's face and spraying. Li Ming instinctively licked his lips. Water. How sweet this water is. Not fishy, not smelly at all. The brat stared in amazement as Li Ming kept scooping the water from his face into his mouth and drinking it. Mom, this big brother is crazy. He swallowed the water I shot out. The woman who had just screamed quickly pulled the chubby brat away. Oh dear, I told you not to spray everywhere. What if you hit a lunatic? With that, she cast a disdainful glance at Li Ming and hurried away, dragging the child. Now fully awake, Li Ming observed his surroundings. A summer dusk, white clouds drifting across the sky, the setting sun casting dappled light upon the earth. People were strolling leisurely in the park, coming and going, yet the scene was serene and peaceful. Smiles of happiness adorned every face. Blue sky, white clouds, sunset, passers-by. Li Ming took out his phone and checked. It was July 8th, 2034. Ha ha ha. There were exactly 10 days left until that terrifying rain of blood. Li Ming clutched his forehead and laughed wildly, utterly indifferent to the disgusted looks from passing pedestrians. I've been reborn right before the apocalypse. Haha, I've come back from an ice-cold world full of zombies. Ding! A playful voice echoed in Li Ming's mind. System hehe host. I'm back again. Congratulations host for successfully rebinding the Create Doomsday Lady Legion Infinite Material Doubling System. Doomsday Lady Legion Doubling System invite beautiful women who meet the system's requirements to voluntarily join the Legion. For each additional member, the host's physical attributes, double space, and materials double, and a random reward is granted. Beauty rating criteria include age, appearance, figure, and combat power. Host's initial portable space 1,000 cubic meters. Time within the space is frozen and no living organisms can be stored. Host's initial attributes. Constitution 5, Strength 8, Speed 7, Agility 6, Spirit 6. Oh, how did this useless system follow me in rebirth? In his past life, Li Ming had struggled bitterly in the apocalypse for a month before finally awakening this worthless system. But what good was it? Top-tier beauties. In the apocalypse, you want me to find top-tier beauties that meet the system's requirements? Are you kidding me? When that rain of blood fell, it not only contaminated all water sources on Earth, but also turned over 50 of humanity into zombies overnight. When it rains, it pours. While zombies besieged the city, the temperature across the entire planet plummeted from over 30 degrees Celsius to minus 50 degrees Celsius. A drop of 80 degrees in a single night. Under this double blow, within just 1 month, less than 10 of Earth's population survived, perhaps even fewer. Under these circumstances, where was I supposed to find top-tier beauties with a comprehensive score above 80? Even if they existed without resources and power, why would any beautiful woman follow me? But now that this system has come with me in rebirth, things are different. I have ample time to stockpile supplies before the apocalypse arrives. Hehe. When the apocalypse comes, top-tier beauties will be easy pickings. In the apocalypse, a bottle of water or a pack of instant noodles can buy a life. A mere top-tier beauty. Easily handled. Ding. Detected that the host once recruited a member voluntarily in the past. Target Luo Zijuan. Age currently 24. Appearance 80 points. Figure 80 points. Combat power 5. Comprehensive score 80 points. System assessment barely meets the standard. Host's physical attributes, double space capacity, and materials double. No random reward provided due to marginal pass. Current host's physical attributes have doubled space capacity, has doubled space materials have doubled. Host's portable space, 2,000 cubic meters. Original space had no materials, space materials 0. Constitution 10, Strength 16, Speed 14, Agility 12, Spirit 12. Here it comes. In his past life, it was because the system detected that he had once taken in his ex-girlfriend Luo Zijuan that he received the attribute doubling. With his attributes doubled, Li Ming's speed and strength far surpassed ordinary people. That was how he managed to survive the zombie world and even earn some fame. Unfortunately, in the end, his ex-girlfriend Luo Zijuan tricked him into coming to her place and fed him a sleeping potion. He ultimately died at the hands of Luo Zijuan and her boyfriend Guanfeng. They ate his flesh and drank his blood. Thinking of this, Li Ming gritted his teeth. That filthy couple, I will make you pay dearly. The most urgent thing now was to stockpile supplies as quickly as possible. Ding, the system. No. The phone in Li Ming's pocket rang. Shangfa Bank. Dear Mr. Li Ming, your credit card ending in XXXX has been overdue for 12 months. Please repay the principal of 100,000 yuan as soon as possible, along with interest of 268747. 26 yuan and late fees of 1225420 yuan. This is a final reminder: if you continue to default, the relevant creditor will upload your overdue information to the credit bureau and file a lawsuit against you. For inquiries, please call XXXXXX. Hist. Li Ming took a deep breath. Damn it, 12 months overdue, and the late fees and interest already exceed the principal. Screw you. Ding, Jingfa Bank. Ding Huagua Bank. Ding. Hundreds of missed calls. Li Ming didn't need to look. He knew they were all those damn collection calls. Yes, Li Ming was a debtor whose credit record was blacker than black, someone who would never get back on his feet in this lifetime. After being cheated out of 10,000 yuan by a shady debt collection law firm, Li Ming's WeChat balance function was still retained and usable. Looking at these debt reminders, he opened WeChat balance 0. 32 yuan. Hissed. Li Ming closed his eyes, took another deep breath, tilted his head up, and said helplessly, indeed this world deserves to be destroyed. Huafian. The phone rang. Li Ming's other phone was ringing. To avoid disturbing his work, he had deliberately registered this number under a friend's name. Hello, are you the courier from Nadutong Express? A pleasant female voice asked on the other end. Only then did Li Ming remember his other identity, a courier at Nadutong Express. To make ends meet in these difficult times, he had to take on one of the 3 grueling jobs delivering packages. Yes, I am. What can I help you with? I have a package at your company. Could you deliver it to me now? I have some urgent business and need to leave Tianhai City today. Please help me. Li Ming recalled that he had received this very call in his past life. The memories of his past life gradually surfaced in his mind. On that day, his unscrupulous manager had again deducted his wages on various baseless grounds. This had enraged Li Ming so much that he stormed out and came to this park to sit and calm down. When he received that call in his past life, Li Ming was still seething with anger. He had snapped at the customer, "I'll deliver it to your mother." Naturally, the customer complained to the company, giving his manager even more reason to withhold all of Li Ming's wages. Because of that incident, Li Ming got into a fight with his manager Wang Tao and lost his courier job. By the time the apocalypse arrived, he was already penniless with no food or supplies stockpiled in his rented room. Having endured the ravages of the apocalyptic world, Li Ming now felt little anger. But he was determined to get back every cent of his wages. A mosquito's leg is still meat. Why not take it? Besides, in peacetime without money, you can't even take a step. Li Ming replied on the phone, "Please hold on. I'll deliver it to you right away." Li Ming returned to the Nadutong warehouse and found the package destined for a resident of Binjiangyihao. Good heavens, a huge box weighing a full 50 jin. For the Li Ming of before, this would have been an exhausting task. But after his physical attributes had doubled, Li Ming easily lifted the 50 jin box with one hand. The other couriers at Nadutong, seeing such a vigorous Li Ming, couldn't help exclaiming, "Li Ming, did you take some kind of pill today? Even if you took pills, take it easy. Don't go limp when it's time for business tonight." Limp. I could go 3 days and 3 nights without a break. With that, Li Ming hoisted the enormous box and set off toward Binjiangyihao. He arrived at room 2202, building 7, as written on the delivery slip. Li Ming rang the doorbell. Soon a beautiful woman in a home camisole dress opened the door. Seeing her, Li Ming was stunned. His blood rushed and he nearly had a nosebleed. An angelic face, fair and rosy skin, a tall and slender figure perfectly accentuated by the soft camisole dress. Wavy long hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding an exquisite and captivating charm. Suddenly, a blue system interface appeared above Huafian's head. Name Huafian. Occupation flight attendant. Appearance 95 points. Age 24. Figure 95 points. Combat power 6. Overall rating 95 points. Wow, a 95 point super beauty. Li Ming couldn't help but stare a few more seconds. In his past life, 2 months after awakening his system, Li Ming had never encountered a single top-tier beauty. He never expected that right after rebirth he would find such a rare gem. But if he rashly went up and said, "Miss, would you like to be with me?" this beauty would probably slap him across the face and immediately call the police. A woman of her level still retaining her first blood at this age was truly rare. But Li Ming didn't dare think too much. A detritus courier like him would probably not even get a second glance from her. Still, it was pleasant to look at her. The beauty was clearly on the phone. She opened the door and waved Li Ming inside, signaling him to help move the heavy box into the house. Li Ming understood immediately and carried the box inside. He placed the large box in the living room. A huge husky ran out of the room, staring at Li Ming with wide eyes. It lacked the majesty of a large pet, looking instead rather silly and cute, commonly known as derpy. Li Ming quickly took out the delivery slip for the beauty to sign. But the beauty was still on the phone. The seemingly very derpy husky followed closely behind Huafian. "Xiaomei, please help me out. Our Xiaoha is very well behaved. Just feed him on time every day. Oh, I really have no other choice. I really don't want to trouble you. The airline requires me to fly for 2 straight weeks. I probably won't be able to come home during that time. The auntie who usually takes care of Xiaoha has something urgent these days and can't help. Right, just half a month. Thank you so much, Xiaomei. I love you. Okay, I'll bring Xiaoha and his things to your place later. Half a month away from home. There were only 10 days left until the apocalypse. That meant this beauty would never return to this apartment. What a pity. Then would this house become ownerless? At this thought, Li Ming's eyes lit up and a plan formed in his mind. He looked around. The apartment was about 140 square meters with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The decoration was stylish and modern. Most importantly, all living facilities were complete, especially the fireplace against the wall, It seemed perfect for the coming cold. Although he didn't understand why in South China the coldest winter temperatures rarely dropped below -10 degrees Celsius. Why would this beauty install such a fireplace in her home? Maybe it was just for decoration. Binjiang Yihao was one of the few high-end residential compounds in Tianhai City. The apartments were mainly large flats of 140 to 300 square meters. Huafian's 140 square meter unit was the smallest in the complex. Because they were all large units, the population density was much lower than in budget housing complexes. Those who had survived the apocalypse knew that the lower the population density, the fewer zombies there were. And there was an even more important reason Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan currently lived in this compound. If he could live here, he could look after them in the future. The more Li Ming looked at this apartment, the more he liked it. He couldn't help but sigh, this is my dream home. It's empty anyway, so it might as well benefit me. The keys were lying on the pure white tempered glass coffee table. Huafian's Phoenix Power. While Huafian was engrossed in her phone conversation with her best friend Xiaomei, Li Ming pretended to fill out a delivery receipt on the coffee table. In an instant he stashed the keychain with a small plush toy into his own space. After Huafian hung up with Xiaomei, she turned her attention to Li Ming. Only then did she notice Li Ming's eyes wandering around the apartment with a hint of greed and furtiveness, immediately putting her on high alert. What are you looking at? Hearing Huafian's voice, Li Ming, lost in his daydreams, snapped back to reality and waved the receipt. Looking at what? Beautiful lady, I'm waiting for you to sign. Hurry up, don't waste my time. Huafian promptly took the receipt from Li Ming and signed her name. You can go now. Li Ming took back the receipt. Fine, who wants to stay here anyway? Just as Li Ming was about to turn and leave, Huafian scanned the coffee table. Wait, where are my keys? Li Ming feigned confusion. How would I know where you put your keys? Huafian pointed at the tempered glass coffee table. I clearly placed them right here when I came back. No one else has been here except you. I have every right to suspect you. Li Ming spread his arms and spun around in front of Huafian. It was the scorching heat of July and Li Ming was dressed lightly. A work t-shirt emblazoned with nadutong and a pair of black trousers. His entire person had only 2 pockets to hide anything. Li Ming grinned. Beautiful lady, I'm barely dressed. I don't mind if you want to search me, but only you, of course. Huafian's cheeks flushed crimson. She wanted to reach out and feel Li Ming's pockets. Just as she extended her hand, she suddenly felt it was inappropriate. Puffing her cheeks in anger, she pointed at Li Ming's pockets. I want to see your pockets. Li Ming teased, should I take them off for you to search? Huafian's face grew even redder at his roguish gesture, and she raised her voice. Don't take them off. Just turn them out for me to see. Li Ming complied, showing that his 2 pockets contained only 2 phones and the delivery slip. Afraid Huafian wouldn't believe him, he even shook his trouser legs and hopped up and down a few times. Huafian's keys were strung together. Any movement like Li Ming's would have made them jingle. Moreover, the keys had a small plush toy that couldn't possibly be concealed in Li Ming's pants. Huafian could only blush and say awkwardly, sorry, I must have misremembered. Li Ming left Binjiang no. 1 as dusk fell. Recalling that his WeChat balance was a pitiful 0.32 yuan, Li Ming drew a sharp breath. He had to go to that penny-pinching department manager to get his wages back. China's e-commerce industry was extremely developed, with daily parcel volumes nearly bursting. Although it was getting dark, the Nadutong delivery point where Li Ming worked was still bustling with staff coming and going, the pace of work extremely fast. Bang! Li Ming kicked open the door of his department manager Wang Tao's office. Wang Tao, who was fooling around with the finance officer Oh Hong inside, was startled and immediately hid under his desk, thinking Oh Hong's husband had come to catch them in the act. Li Ming shoved his hands in his pockets. Stop hiding, it's me. Look at you, so spineless and still daring to sneak around. Wang Tao cautiously poked his head out from under the desk, and only when he confirmed it was indeed Li Ming who had kicked the door open did he crawl out boldly. Oh Hong, equally pale with fright from Li Ming's entrance, quickly straightened her clothes, shot Wang Tao a glare, and walked out of the office. Wang Tao erupted in fury, slamming his hand on the desk. Damn it, you scared me. Li Ming, do you want to get fired? Wang Tao's voice was particularly loud, immediately drawing the attention of everyone at the delivery point. Most people stopped their work and gathered around the office door waiting for the drama. I just saw Oh Hong coming out of Wang Tao's office. Was she caught cheating? No way, if that were true it would be epic. That kid Li Ming must have lost his mind today, picking a fight with Manager Wang. I heard this morning that Manager Wang docked him 1 of his yuan in wages, and now he's here to settle the score. Young people are too impulsive. Isn't he just falling into Wang Tao's trap? How could he possibly outwit that old fox Wang Tao? I bet Li Ming is about to be screwed over by Wang Tao. Wang Tao smirked. Since you're walking into my trap today, Li Ming, I'll make an example of you. Let all those couriers outside see how miserable the consequences are for crossing me, Wang Tao. Wang Tao's 2 lackeys, Lai Fu and Wang Cai, heard his shout and quickly rushed into the office, flanking Li Ming. Lai Fu and Wang Cai were both big and burly with thick waists and broad backs, and no one usually dared to provoke them. Now, wrenches in hand, they stood on either side of Li Ming, their expressions menacing. Li Ming ignored them and plopped down in the chair opposite Wang Tao. I'm quitting, and you have to settle all my wages today. With Laifu and Wang Kai present, Wang Tao's expression grew arrogant. He lit a cigarette, took a leisurely puff, and glanced at the door Li Ming had kicked in. Do you think your measly wages are enough to pay for my door? Li Ming said calmly. I'm not here to negotiate, I'm here to inform you. Today the wages you owe me must be paid. Wang Tao exchanged glances with Laifu and Wang Kai as if they had just heard the biggest joke. Wang Tao blew a puff of smoke into Li Ming's face and pointed at him. Ha ha, did you hear that? Are you trying to kill me with laughter? You dare to come here and act tough. Laifu put a hand on Li Ming's shoulder. Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'd better. Before Laifu could finish, Li Ming suddenly rose and kicked him in the abdomen. With twice the strength of an ordinary man, even Laifu, who weighed nearly 200 jin, was sent flying nearly a meter. The intense pain made Laifu curl up on the ground, clutching his stomach, drooling and crying. Li Ming glared viciously at Laifu on the floor. Who do you think you are to touch my shoulder? Wang Tao, who never expected Li Ming to strike first, looked in panic at Wang Kai standing beside Li Ming, signaling him to subdue Li Ming immediately. Wang Kai immediately raised his wrench and swung it fiercely at Li Ming. Li Ming's reflexes were lightning fast. He sidestepped the attack, moved behind Wang Tsai, and kicked him in the backside. Wang Kai lost his balance and fell flat on his face. Suddenly knocked to the ground, Laifu and Wang Kai felt their pride wounded. They forced themselves up despite the pain, intending to charge at Li Ming with their massive frames. Li Ming quickly grabbed Wang Tsai, who was closest, by the right arm, and executed a perfect shoulder throw, sending the nearly 200 jin man flying. Wang Kai's bulky body landed squarely on Laifu, and both of them passed out completely. Having spent 3 months in the apocalypse in his past life killing zombies and eliminating people in fights over water and food, Li Ming had honed formidable combat skills. Coupled with his system-doubled physical prowess, dealing with Laifu and Wang Kai was no challenge. When a person's strength doubles, it's not as simple as 112, it's often 112. The employees gathered outside the door were stunned by the scene, yet inwardly, they felt an immense satisfaction. These two lackeys had long bullied them, relying on Wang Tao's favor. They did the least and easiest work while earning the most, and they loved to take advantage of others. Everyone had wanted to teach them a lesson, but lacked the strength. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Holy crap, is that really the Li Ming we know? Li Ming, have you been doing some hellish training? That was incredible. Wang Kai must weigh at least 190 jin, if not 200, oh, and you shoulder through him. How is that humanly possible?" The female employees squealed, "That was so cool. Too bad he's drowning in debt, ooh, otherwise, even if he were broke, I'd go for him. Who said you have to marry him? Can't you just be friends with benefits?" This remark seemed to strike a chord with most of the women and a few of the men. Right, being friends with benefits wasn't a bad idea. Wang Tao, still feigning composure, was actually panicking inside. Li Ming, assault is illegal. If you're dissatisfied, you can call the police or sue me in court. The couriers outside rolled their eyes at the shameless Wang Tao. Such a hypocrite. He had never hesitated to use Laifu and Wang Kai to rough up other couriers, but now that he was about to be beaten, he suddenly remembered that violence was against the law, and suing him in court was practically cost-free. If they won, Wang Tao would only have to pay the wages he already owed, suffering no loss. If they lost, Wang Tao could keep the couriers' hard-earned money for himself. It was a zero-cost, high-profit scheme. With this tactic, Wang Tao had swindled countless naive couriers. Li Ming ignored Wang Tao's words entirely and walked slowly toward him. As Li Ming drew closer, Wang Tao finally began to panic, but he had his pride to maintain and didn't want to back down in front of everyone. Wang Tao grabbed the ashtray from his desk and hurled it at Li Ming. But such a sluggish attack was easily dodged by Li Ming. Li Ming grabbed Wang Tao by the throat and slowly lifted him up. Wang Tao, at 165 centimeters, was hoisted off the ground by the 180 tall Li Ming with one hand, his feet dangling. Wang Tao clawed desperately at Li Ming's hand, trying to break free. However, against Li Ming's astonishing strength, all his efforts were futile. Li Ming gripped Wang Tao's neck with one hand and delivered a heavy slap across his face with the other. Slap. Is this illegal, eh? Before Wang Tao could answer, a second slap landed. Slap. Should I sue you? Slap. Is this illegal, eh? Slap. Should I sue you? Li Ming finally stopped after delivering 10 slaps to Wang Tao, letting him slump to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. With his face swollen, Wang Tao hurriedly covered his neck and coughed. He looked again at Li Ming's fierce and sharp eyes, like a ferocious beast watching its prey. Wang Tao was shocked. The Li Ming he knew was not such a fierce person. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to casually bully him. Given Li Ming's tendency to pick on the weak, he was an ideal target for Wang Tao. Li Ming was responsible and afraid of losing his job, only venting his emotions when bullied, never daring to truly resist. When it was said in the morning that Li Ming's salary would be deducted, he hadn't dared to utter a word. How could it be that just a few hours later Li Ming had become someone he barely recognized? The killing intent radiating from Li Ming's eyes made Wang Tao involuntarily feel fear, causing his whole body to tremble slightly. It seemed that Li Ming really would kill him. Having navigated through society for many years, Wang Tao could naturally discern such a murderous gaze. Li Ming himself was unaware of the killing intent he exuded. However, it was true that he had killed. In his past life, lacking food and water, he had no choice but to resort to extreme measures to survive for 3 months during the apocalypse. Once, for a bottle of mineral water and a packet of biscuits, he had brutally dismembered 2 men stronger than himself. In the apocalypse, without some capability, one truly could not survive. Li Ming said in a deep voice, "Now can I get my salary? Including the salary you deducted from me for various reasons in the past, it must be returned to me today." At that moment, Wang Tao was extremely frightened, trembling as he climbed up while covering his swollen face. Okay, I'll have Ohong calculate it for you right now and settle it." Li Ming sat back down in his chair, crossed his legs, and lit a cigarette from Wang Tao. Huff, he exhaled the smoke. "Hurry, don't make mistakes in the calculation of my salary must not be short. I don't want any extra either." Wang Tao repeatedly nodded. "I assure you there won't be any mistakes." Li Ming added, "Tell that woman not to call the police. I'm not afraid of anyone, and besides, even if I end up in jail with meals and lodging provided, it wouldn't be so bad." Wang Tao immediately understood Li Ming's meaning. Indeed, someone with nothing to lose was the most terrifying. Wang Tao quickly dialed Ohong's extension, quickly calculate Li Ming's salary, and pay him what he is owed. The female colleagues working outside were dumbfounded at that moment. Wow, when did Li Ming become so handsome? I really like him. Although he seems poor, he really has an aura of dominance. Poverty is not scary. I'm a rich second generation, and as long as he is willing, I can fully support him. At this moment, Li Ming's hearing was exceptionally acute, and he completely captured the words that sounded as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Hearing that someone could support him, he immediately turned to look at the girl who had just spoken. Ding, target does not meet the system's minimum requirements. The girl, who was 150 centimeters tall, had a waist of 150 centimeters, a weight of 150 kilograms, and a face full of acne marks, looked at Li Ming with eager eyes, starstruck. Li Ming promptly turned his head to avoid eye contact with the girl. Indeed, what comes easily is rarely good. Shortly after, Ohong entered holding a bundle of red bills. With trembling hands, she handed the stack of red bills to Li Ming. Li Ming counted, "It's 23500. I have already included the salary deducted by the manager in the past, and the 100 yuan deducted this morning is also compensated." Li Ming did not immediately take the cash from Ohong, instead glaring at her sideways. "Where's the payslip?" After being stared at by Li Ming, Ohong felt a chill run down her spine and nervously replied, "I have checked it 3 times. The money here will only be more, not less. We wouldn't dare cheat you." Smack! Smack! Li Ming swiftly slapped Ohong twice across the face. Ohong lost her balance and fell, her originally fair face swelling instantly, and the cash in her hands scattered across the ground. Li Ming squatted in front of her, grabbing her hair. "Do you still dare to say you want cheat me? If I just take the cash from here and you report that I robbed you, that's a minimum of 5 years. Ohong's face turned pale with fear. Having followed Wang Tao for so many years, she could naturally guess what Wang Tao was thinking, so she only handed Li Ming the cash. Li Ming glanced at Wang Tao, who was standing there not daring to speak. Wang Tao's heart trembled, and he quickly said, "It has nothing to do with me, it's all this woman's idea." Li Ming stood up and punched Wang Tao in the abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. "I haven't even said anything yet, and you are already eager to sell out. Coward." Ohong, covering her swollen face, was afraid that Li Ming would hit her again and hurriedly got up from the ground. "I will prepare the payslip for you right now, issuing the salary according to proper procedures, ensuring there will be no misunderstandings." Taking advantage of the time Ohong was preparing the payslip, Li Ming sent a video to Wang Tao's phone. In fact, Li Ming had long wanted to send this video to the company headquarters to bring Wang Tao down. However, he had hesitated, and during that time the blood-red storm had quietly arrived. No one would care about Wang Tao's trivial matters anymore. Bringing it up now was merely to prevent Wang Tao from going to the police. As for whether Wang Tao would be brought down or not, it was no longer related to him. The apocalypse was only 10 days away, and whether he could survive then was still uncertain. Although he was only reclaiming his own salary, the act of hitting someone was enough to warrant administrative detention for 15 days. He did not want to relive his life only to be locked up when the apocalypse arrived. Li Ming lightly kicked Wang Tao, who was curled up on the ground. "Open your phone and take a look. I guarantee you will be pleasantly surprised." Wang Tao did not dare to go against Li Ming's wishes, quickly picking up his phone to check. Upon opening the video, Li Ming sent his face turned pale with horror once more. Wasn't this the video of him having fun with Ohong at the hotel? How could Li Ming have this video? If it were to leak, it would likely ruin him for life. Wang Tao's expression changed rapidly as he began to flatter Li Ming. Brother Ming, this video. I beg you, spare us." Li Ming kicked away the disgustingly sycophantic Wang Tao. "I am not interested in your affairs, they have nothing to do with me. But if you ever provoke me again." Before Li Ming finished his sentence, Wang Tao hurriedly crawled to Li Ming, rolling and scrambling. "I wouldn't dare, absolutely wouldn't dare. Thank you, Brother Ming, for giving me this opportunity." Ding. WeChat payment received 23500 yuan. The money finally arrived. Although it wasn't much, it would cover his basic expenses for the next 10 days. Otherwise, even with great ability, without money one would struggle to move forward. Ohong quickly brought the payslip over, and along with Wang Tao they signed the payslip to confirm it. Li Ming looked at the payslip and finally revealed a faint smile, saying to Wang Tao, "I didn't expect you two, being of considerable age, still play so wildly." After speaking, Li Ming passed through the crowd and left the delivery point. After Li Ming departed, the people at the delivery point speculated about what Li Ming had sent to Wang Tao's phone. Even after Li Ming had long gone, the vengeful Wang Tao had yet to take any action. He even instructed everyone not to call the police. Whoever did would be fired. This further piqued everyone's curiosity. After discovering that his physical attributes had doubled, Li Ming found that his appetite had nearly doubled as well. He forcibly consumed 2 servings of pig's trotter rice before he felt slightly full. Looking at his account balance, which was a pitiful 23500, 32 yuan. No, now it was only 23460, 32 yuan. The 2 servings of pig's trotter rice cost him 40 yuan. He now had a space of 200 cubic meters, and such a small amount of money was simply insufficient. The only way out was to opt for a zero-cost purchase. After eating and drinking his fill, Li Ming returned to his dim, damp rental room, which measured only a little over 10 square meters in the urban village. He took out a pen and paper to plan his upcoming zero-cost acquisition scheme. In the apocalypse, the scarcest resource was clean water, even more so than food. After the apocalypse, almost all surface water on Earth had been contaminated by the zombie virus, making a bottle of purified water exorbitantly expensive. Some factions even engaged in violent conflicts over a small amount of water. A single cup of clean water could buy a beautiful woman's services for an entire night. A 500 milliliters bottle of purified water could trade for someone's life. Thus, water resources were extremely precious in the post-apocalyptic environment. Li Ming planned to reserve 800 cubic meters of his 2,000 cubic meter space for storing water. An average household consumed about 20 cubic meters of water per month. With 800 cubic meters for his sole use, it would last him nearly 40 years. If he acquired a top-tier beauty who met the system's requirements, the capacity would double, granting him 1,600 cubic meters of water. If he obtained another top-tier beauty, he would have 3,200 cubic meters of water. He was tempted to tell the nation's leaders, "Just give me 100 top-tier beauties, and I can save the earth." 2 to the power of 100. Everyone could do the math. It was incalculable, utterly incalculable. With 1,000 top-tier beauties, he could save the entire galaxy. Purchasing 800 cubic meters of water was clearly impossible. He didn't have that much money. He recalled that at the southernmost tip of Tianhai City, there was a natural reservoir called Farmer's Spring. Farmer's Spring, a little sweet. We never produce water, we're just nature's couriers. The reservoir of Farmer's Spring contained pure drinkable mountain spring water of the highest quality. He could simply go to the reservoir and absorb the water directly into his space. This reservoir boasted a storage capacity of over 10 billion cubic meters. 800 cubic meters didn't even register as a drop in the bucket. With such a vast reservoir, the loss of 800 cubic meters would go completely unnoticed. The reservoir was also part of a famous local natural scenic area, with tickets costing just 30 yuan per person. With the water issue settled, next came food and daily necessities. Since he already had the system and space, he didn't want to live as harshly in the apocalypse as he had in his previous life. For now, he only needed to stockpile the types of supplies which would inevitably increase as he collected more first blood. With his space supplies doubling, his resources would become increasingly abundant. A transient protagonist, but an eternal Walmart. When it came to the most comprehensive variety of goods, nothing beat Walmart's South China Regional Distribution Center. His years as a delivery driver had also introduced him to a few talented talkers. One of them, named Zhang Ergu, worked as a warehouse keeper at Walmart's South China Distribution Center. He could leverage this connection to enter the Walmart warehouse and execute his zero-cost acquisition plan. Next came meat, weapons, medicine, and energy, which would have to wait until later. Having made up his mind, Li Ming opened his phone and booked a ticket to the reservoir scenic area online. The next morning, he took a taxi to the reservoir. Since it was a weekday, not a weekend or holiday, very few people had come to visit the reservoir. Surrounded by green mountains and clear waters with birds singing and flowers fragrant, the scenery was delightful. Li Ming greedily took a stroll, savoring the view, knowing such landscapes would be impossible to see after the apocalypse. Instead, there would be scorched earth, zombies, icy wastelands, and corpses strewn everywhere. After a brief tour, Li Ming found a spot where the water looked clearest. He deliberately scooped up some water and took 2 sips. It was sweet and refreshing. In the apocalypse, a cup of such mineral water would be enough to make countless beauties offer themselves to you. Checking that no one was around, he placed both hands into the water. With a single thought, the reservoir's water surged endlessly into his space. The space's suction was incredibly powerful and swift. The 800 cubic meters of water filled up in less than a minute. To ensure the water was indeed stored, Li Ming extended his right hand and tested it several times. He confirmed that with just a thought the water would flow endlessly from the system space. Seeing this result, Li Ming revealed a satisfied smile. Finally, he no longer had to worry about water in the apocalypse. Next came food and essential supplies. After completing the water collection, Li Ming took a taxi back to the city center. To enter Walmart's distribution center, he had to win over Zhang Ergu, the warehouse keeper. Zhang Ergu was boastful, lecherous, and an extreme alcoholic. To get him to bring Li Ming into the Walmart warehouse, satisfying these vices would make things easy. Having worked in delivery for years, Li Ming knew exactly which liquor stores nearby sold fake alcohol and how good the quality was. He went to Xuanfa Cigarette and Liquor, where the counterfeit products were of the highest quality and reasonably priced. As soon as he entered, he called out to the female boss, "Boss, how much for your Moutai?" The female boss looked him up and down. Though he was fairly handsome, his clothes exuded an air of the lower social class. She didn't look down on such people, in fact she loved them. Most of them were obsessed with saving face, and after winning some money gambling they would recklessly squander it. Treating others to meals was routine. These people loved to show off and were easy to deceive. She had sold plenty of her fake liquor to them over the years. Plus they lacked life experience and couldn't tell real from fake. The boss lady grinned at Li Ming. "Won some money gambling, kid. Lucky hand, huh?" Li Ming smirked. "Mind your own business." "How much for the liquor?" The boss lady took a bottle of Moutai from the shelf, originally 3,000. "I'll sell it to you for 2,880. This is a fine 10-year-aged liquor." Li Ming took the bottle and knew immediately it was fake. Back when he was starting his business, he had bought plenty of Moutai to win over clients, and had frequented high-end venues. He had learned a few tricks from a client back then. With a simple glance, he could tell the authenticity. Li Ming didn't want to call her out in front of everyone, since he was just there to buy liquor, not to expose fakes. He put down the fake Moutai. "Good liquor, but too expensive." The boss lady flattered. "Oh, how is it expensive? At any other place you couldn't get it for under 3,500. Li Ming grinned mischievously. "It is indeed too expensive. I'm just looking for the Moutai. That's 3 bottles for 100. The boss lady was speechless. He knew the trade secret. Ordinary people wouldn't easily sell fake liquor unless they were regulars. So the boss lady would most likely refuse him. Li Ming continued. "I'm a colleague of Li Dasan. He said the boss lady here is beautiful and does business fairly, truly kind-hearted and beautiful. Brother Dasan specifically told me to buy from here." She naturally knew Li Dasan, a middle-aged man who often came to buy various fake liquors to fool others, pretending to be a big shot and bragging. But those flattering words were undoubtedly added by Li Ming himself. The boss lady, flattered by Li Ming's praise, beamed with joy. "Young man, you sure know how to talk. Since you're a friend of Dashuan, I can sell them to you. But the 3 for 100 stuff is really low grade. Anyone can see through it." Li Ming smirked. "No problem, as long as it won't kill anyone." The boss lady was speechless. Li Ming pointed at the cigarette counter. "Give me a carton of Huazi too." The boss lady shot him a displeased glance. "Fake Huazi isn't cheap either." Li Ming put on a money is no object face. "Who asked you to give me fakes? Give me real Huazi." The boss lady was speechless. The boss lady was at a loss for words. Li Ming walked out of Xuanfa Tobacco and Alcohol with a genuine pack of Huazi in one hand and 3 bottles of fake Moutai in the other. The Huazi cost 450, and together with the 3 bottles of Moutai, it set him back 550 yuan. Later he would have to treat Zhang Ergu to a big sword session, which would be another hefty expense. Li Ming understood the principle of giving before taking. To get Zhang Ergu to bring him into the Walmart warehouse, he had to first offer him enough benefits. It was already dusk. According to Li Ming's knowledge, Zhang Ergu's shift started at 10 p.m. and lasted until 9 a.m. the next day. So Li Ming pulled out his battered Fruit 18 phone and dialed Zhang Ergu's number. Although Zhang Ergu knew Li Ming, they weren't particularly close friends. Zhang Ergu felt a bit apprehensive about Li Ming's call, aware of Li Ming's mountain of debt. He was genuinely afraid Li Ming would ask to borrow money. He quickly decided that if Li Ming did ask, he would brush him off with some excuse. He answered the call. "Brother Ming, what made you think of me today?" Li Ming said insincerely, "It's just been a while since I saw you, brother. I missed you." Zhang Ergu sensed Li Ming's falseness and decided to strike first, preventing Li Ming from asking for a loan. "Brother, I've been having a tough time lately. I lose at cards every time and can barely afford to eat. How about you treat me to a meal?" Li Ming laughed heartily. "Just a meal. Today I'll treat you to something good. Let's go to the Jade Pool Club. They have a buffet there, and after eating we can get a big sword session. A 998 yuan package. Are you in?" Zhang Ergu exclaimed in surprise. "The Jade Pool Club's 998 package. Brother Ming, have you come into some money?" I did come into a little cash, and I was thinking of you. How about we have some fun together tonight?" Zhang Ergu thought for a moment, "Then he'll take the night off and join you for a wild night." Li Ming paused, cursing inwardly. "Take your damn leave. If you do, he'll take me into the Walmart warehouse." Li Ming said hypocritically, "Don't take leave. It's too short notice to find a replacement. Let's head out now and finish before 10 p.m. We can't let this affect your job." Zhang Ergu was deeply moved, feeling immense shame for having misjudged Li Ming earlier. "Brother Ming, you're so kind. He'll be there soon. Alright, I'll wait for you at the Jade Pool Club." Soon the two met at the club. After a quick wash in the club's bathhouse, they headed to the buffet area. Most high-end clubs in Tianhai City offered buffets with decent food quantity and quality. Before long, they were both stuffed. Zhang Ergu asked contentedly, Brother Ming, where did you strike it rich? Got any tips to share with me? Li Ming waved his hand. Oh, it's nothing. I just got back the wages that were mine. He told Zhang Ergu about how he had beaten up Wang Tao. Zhang Ergu said regretfully, only you, Brother Ming, would just take what's yours. If it were me, I'd make that dog of a manager pay triple. Time flew when having fun. After finishing, Li Ming and Zhang Ergu supported each other as they left the Jade Pool Club. Zhang Ergu reminisced, Brother Ming, that no. 88 Masuza's skills were no joke. Next time you come give her a try. One word, smooth. Li Ming said regretfully, next time for sure. It's just a shame our time together was too short, it wasn't satisfying. Zhang Ergu also lamented, no help for it. I can't take leave at this hour. In a few days when I get paid, I'll definitely treat you to another round, Brother Ming. Li Ming said, why wait a few days? I just got 3 bottles of Mao Tai from somewhere. Let's drink them all today. More Mao Tai. Zhang Ergu hesitated, but Li Ming put an arm around his neck. Don't hesitate. Well, drink at your workplace. Isn't your night shift pretty idle? Seeing Zhang Ergu still dithering, Li Ming decided to add fuel to the fire. He pretended to be angry. Ergu, can you stop being such a coward? Look at me. I slapped that bastard manager and he didn't dare say a word. You were just drinking a bit on the job. What's there to fear? If you're really scared, I'll find someone else. How disappointing. Li Ming knew Zhang Ergu valued face greatly. Stung by the taunt, Zhang Ergu raised his voice, scared. I, Zhang Ergu, have never been scared. Fine, well, drink to our heart's content at my workplace tonight. If I lose my job over it, so be it. Damn it, I've never even tasted Mao Tai before. Li Ming smirked slightly. The provocation had worked. Had taken the bait. Zhang Ergu led Li Ming to the largest Walmart distribution warehouse in South China. The warehouse stored supplies for hundreds of Walmart stores across the region with everything imaginable. It included food, rice and flour, seasonings, home textiles, appliances, tobacco and alcohol, tea and beverages, cleaning products, daily necessities, and more. The warehouse was enormous. Standing at the entrance, Li Ming couldn't see the end. Even after bringing Li Ming inside, Zhang Ergu still felt a twinge of fear. But thinking that Li Ming alone couldn't carry away much, no matter how much he moved, he relaxed a bit. In the changing room, Zhang Ergu handed Li Ming a uniform. Brother Ming, put this on. It'll make you less conspicuous. There are so many warehouse workers, no one will notice you. Li Ming took the uniform and changed into it. He looked just like a regular warehouse supervisor. At 1.8 meters tall and handsome, he even looked more like a proper employee than Zhang Ergu. After Zhang Ergu made a round of the warehouse and found nothing unusual, he brought Li Ming to the office and called over the 6 other colleagues on the night shift. Li Ming, well-versed in social graces, handed each of them a pack of huazi upon meeting. Initially, Zhang Ergu's colleagues were displeased that he had brought an outsider into the office. Their eyes were full of suspicion toward Li Ming. But once the packs of huazi were in hand, their attitude did a 180-degree turn, and they warmly welcomed Li Ming. Sometimes men's matters are as simple as a pack of huazi. If that's not enough, then 2 packs. The workers could occasionally afford the 45 yuan packs of huazi. Those with some experience could tell at a glance that Li Ming's cigarettes were genuine. With that trust, they naturally believed the Mao Tai Li Ming brought was also real. Even if they found it was fake, they'd assume Li Ming had been cheated by the seller. Zhang Ergu cheered, come on, this is the Feitian Mao Tai my brother Ming specially got for everyone. It's no cheap stuff. 1 bottle costs 3,500 yuan. Then Zhang Ergu opened a bottle of Feitian Mao Tai and brought it to his nose. So fragrant. Truly worthy of Feitian Mao Tai. Just smelling it makes my mouth water. The fake liquor from Xuanfa tobacco and alcohol was quite well made. The aroma alone was convincing. Zhang Ergu's colleagues craned their necks, watching him eagerly, as if they couldn't wait for a taste. They had only heard of Feitian Mao Tai. With their wages, a month's salary, couldn't even buy 2 bottles, so they could never afford to drink it. Li Ming quickly grabbed another bottle of Feitian Mao Tai and opened it without hesitation. Zhang Ergu tried to stop him, but it was too late. Oh brother, don't waste it. This is Mao Tai. It's expensive. Finish 1 bottle before opening another, or it'll go to waste. Li Ming thought, waste your mother's hammer. If you don't drink all 3 bottles of fake liquor, how can I get things done? Ignoring Zhang Ergu, Li Ming raised his bottle and said to the colleagues, we're all friends here. Don't be polite with me. If you don't finish these 3 bottles today, you're looking down on me, Li. Everyone was exhilarated and quickly extended their cups to receive the fake liquor that cost 100 yuan for 3. After 3 rounds of drinks, 3 bottles of Mao Tai liquor, each weighing half a kilo, had been consumed by the 7 people, including Li Ming. They were all in high spirits, and when the Mao Tai was finished, Zhang Ergu immediately brought out 3 cases of beer he had secretly stored in his office. Zhang Ergu and his colleagues worked in 2 shifts, day and night, alternating between them. The day shift was busier with supervisors present, so they worked diligently. The night shift was relatively relaxed. They only needed to patrol the warehouse, checking for fire alarms or other emergencies. During their free time, they stayed in the office playing games. Zhang Ergu usually kept some beer in the office fridge, enjoying a few drinks when idle. After 3 cases of beer, including Zhang Ergu, all 6 employees were dead drunk and drowsy. Li Ming had barely drunk anything. He only took a few small sips to have a faint smell of alcohol on him, secretly pouring the rest into his space. Around 2 in the morning, Zhang Ergus staggered to his feet, placing a hand on Li Ming's shoulder. Brother Ming, you keep drinking. It's time for my patrol. He'll have another round with you when I get back. Li Ming quickly stood up to support Zhang Ergu. You can't even stand steadily. How can you patrol? Zhang Ergus stumbled a few steps. No choice. If I don't patrol on time, they'll deduct my wages. I might even lose my job. Li Ming said, if you don't go on patrol, no one will know. What's there to fear? Zhang Ergus shook the badge on his chest. This lousy company has too many rules. I have to use this badge to clock in at every point in the warehouse, or the supervisor will find out tomorrow that I skipped patrol. Li Ming's eyes lit up with excitement as he stared at Zhang Ergus' badge. Look, our builds are pretty similar. I'm already wearing your work uniform. How about I put on a mask and go on patrol for you? I'm in better shape than you now, and I'd like to take a walk to sober up. Zhang Ergu hesitated, looking at Li Ming. Do you know where the checkpoints are? Just tell me. If I miss a spot or two, you can say you forgot to clock in. They probably won't say much about a couple of missed points, and you won't be punished badly. Zhang Ergu thought it over and found Li Ming's reasoning sound. Besides, he was truly drunk. Every few steps he wanted to vomit, feeling miserable. If he threw up during the patrol, the consequences would be even worse. He gently pushed Li Ming. Are you sure you can do it? You've drunk as much as I have. Li Ming spread his arms and spun around. How can you, a lightweight, compare to me? My tolerance is far better than yours. They call me the 1,000 Cups Undefeated. Zhang Ergu handed his badge to Li Ming. You're always bragging. 1,000 Cups Undefeated, huh? Come back, and we'll keep drinking. Excellent. Li Ming now had Zhang Ergus' badge. As far as Li Ming knew, Zhang Ergus' badge also worked as a key card, granting access to many restricted areas. Using it, Li Ming easily opened the warehouse door and entered Walmart's massive South China Regional Distribution Center. Inside, rows of shelves stood neatly arranged 5 tiers high and reaching about 5 meters in total. Each shelf was piled high with goods. The variety was dazzling, with everything imaginable. Li Ming felt like a mouse entering a granary, taking without hesitation. He first arrived at the grain and oil section. The main items here were rice flour, noodles, peanut oil, corn oil, and soybean oil. These would become premium staples after the apocalypse, unattainable even with money. Li Ming wasn't greedy. He took 2 tons each of premium rice and flour, each bag weighing 25 kilograms, totaling 80 bags for both. For items like noodles and peanut oil, he took 1 ton each. In this vast warehouse with hundreds of tons of rice and flour, losing 2 tons would go completely unnoticed. By the time they noticed, it would already be the apocalypse, so Li Ming wasn't worried. Next, he moved to the instant noodles section. Though bulkier than grain and oil, instant noodles were a hard currency in the apocalypse. Their individual packaging made them easy to measure and trade. In terms of consumption, instant noodles were easy to prepare and filling, and more importantly, the seasoning provided essential salt and oil. There was no need to seek other condiments. In water-scarce environments, they could even be eaten dry, though they were a bit hard to swallow. There were over 10 brands of instant noodles, each with more than 10 flavors. Li Ming only chose his favorite brand, taking 100 boxes of each flavor. In total, he collected 1,000 boxes, occupying nearly 100 cubic meters of space. After collecting the 1,000 boxes of instant noodles, Li Ming moved to the beverage section. What attracted him most were the bottled waters. In the apocalypse, these would be rarer than gold. In a world lacking water sources, every bottle of water would be consumed one by one, almost impossible to reproduce. A single bottle could trade for a human life. The clean water sources Li Ming had gathered outdoors were somewhat impure and inconvenient for trade. So Li Ming decided to set aside another 200 cubic meters of his space for bottled water. He took bottles of 300 milliliters, 500 milliliters, in 1. 5L, ignoring brands as long as they were drinkable. He also collected at least 1 ton each of various carbonated drinks, dairy products, and beer. By the time all this was stored in his space, the volume far exceeded the initial estimate of 200 cubic meters. Never mind, he thought, I'll free up space later by reducing the water when I get more supplies. Li Ming arrived at the snack section. Life in the apocalypse would be too monotonous and harsh. He needed some snacks to pass the time. There were chips, sunflower seeds, spicy strips, pastries, sour and spicy chicken feet, chicken wings, drumsticks, ice cream, and more. He allocated 10 cubic meters of space specifically for these snacks. The variety was so vast that Li Ming, who had trouble choosing, spent more time here than on grain, oil, and beverages. Eventually growing impatient, he took some of each type to ensure a diverse collection. Time was running out. Zhang Ergus' patrol lasted only about an hour. Li Ming quickened his pace. He took 5 cubic meters of various seasonings and sauces. Paper products were daily necessities, especially essential after acquiring stunning beauties later. Li Ming set aside 100 cubic meters for various paper products. He collected hundreds of items from the toiletries section, including shampoo, body wash, facial cleanser, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and towels. Finally, he reached the tobacco and alcohol section he had been longing for. Everything here was genuine, unlike the 3 bottles for $100 he got at Xuanfa Tobacco and Alcohol Store. Besides premium Fétien Maotai and Wuliangye, there were prestigious imported liquors like Martel XO Hennessy and Remy Martin. There were also countless wine brands he didn't recognize. When Li Ming saw one bottle priced at 29999 yuan, he suddenly felt that Fétien Maotai was low-end. Whether he understood them or not, he took 10 or 8 boxes of anything expensive. After the alcohol, he moved to cigarettes, a man's essential staple. He swept up 100 cartons of Huazi along with various other premium brands he usually couldn't bring himself to by taking 100 cartons of each into his space. Seeing over 3,000 cartons of premium tobacco in his space, Li Ming was ecstatic. After collecting the cigarettes and liquor, Li Ming proceeded to the clothing section. Following the blood-colored rainstorm, the temperature would plummet to minus 50 degrees Celsius. Cold weather clothing was indispensable. Though it was currently summer, he still found a batch of thermal underwear and polar cold weather suits stored in the Walmart warehouse. Without hesitation, he swept various styles and sizes of clothes into his spatial storage. Continuing through the warehouse, Li Ming collected electric heaters, electric blankets, fan heaters, coal, and more. Along the way, regardless of whether they would be useful, he indiscriminately absorbed a portion of every type of supply into his space. Li Ming didn't forget to clock in for Zhang Ergu along the way. Although helping him clock in had lost much of its significance once other Walmart staff discovered the massive loss of supplies in the warehouse, every day the police investigation could be delayed counted. As long as it was postponed until the apocalypse arrived, everything would be settled. By then, who would care how much was stolen here? When Li Ming reached the final checkpoint Zhang Ergu had instructed, he couldn't help but pause in surprise. Before him stood a massive cold storage facility. He didn't need to guess to know what was inside. Meat, imported meat. Only frozen meat required such an enormous cold storage. Li Ming took out Zhang Ergu's work card and swiped it at the access control. With a beep, the cold storage door rumbled open. As he entered, he deliberately checked for a switch to open the door from inside. If he went in to retrieve the meat and got locked inside the minus 20 degrees Celsius cold storage, he'd be truly screwed. Sure enough, he found a button on the right side of the door. With a simple press from inside, the door would automatically open. Once certain, Li Ming stepped in with confidence. The cold storage was set to minus 20 degrees Celsius specifically for freezing meat. The moment he entered, he shivered uncontrollably. Quickly, he retrieved a Canada Goose down jacket he had just collected from his space and put it on. The biting cold of the storage instantly reminded Li Ming of the apocalypse. He scanned the surroundings. Impressive. Premium steaks, marbled beef, and various beef products. Seafood was abundant too. Australian lobsters, salmon, whole bluefin tuna, abalone shark fin, and more. There were also butchered pork ribs, pork belly trotters, and the like. Poultry such as chicken, duck, and goose. Truly, Walmart lived up to its name, stocking such a variety of meats. Though all were imported frozen cuts, they cost nothing. It saved him the trouble of sourcing meat elsewhere. Li Ming collected a certain quantity of each meat type into his space, occupying nearly 200 cubic meters. Of the original 2,000 cubic meters, only 400 remained. Next came fruits, vegetables, and gasoline, items unlikely to be found in this Walmart warehouse. Shivering from the minus 20-degree cold, Li Ming quickly exited the cold storage after collecting the meat. With all supplies gathered, he returned to the office satisfied. By then, Zhang Ergu and his colleagues were fast asleep, unresponsive no matter how Li Ming called. It seemed the fake liquor 3 bottles for 100 yuan was indeed potent. He had originally intended to advise Zhang Ergu to take leave and return home in the coming days. Li Ming gazed coldly at the slumbering Zhang Ergu. He wouldn't breathe a word about the impending apocalypse. Having struggled through 3 months of the end times, his greatest lesson was never to warn foolish or overly compassionate people of disaster. For the foolish and the saintly were disasters in themselves. Zhang Ergu's future fate would depend solely on his own fortune. Placing the work card back in Zhang Ergu's hand, Li Ming turned toward the changing room. On the way, passing an empty room beside the office, Li Ming was pleasantly surprised to find a high-powered generator lying idle there. It was likely kept as a backup in case of a warehouse-wide power outage. Tianhai City's power grid had been stable for years with no outages. Thus, the generator had remained unused. A month into the apocalypse, Tianhai's entire power grid would collapse, cutting off electricity. Generators were among the essential items Li Ming had to stockpile. With a wave of his hand, he stored the SUV-sized generator into his space. Li Ming felt even more satisfied. Truly, free shopping was the best. After changing into his own clothes in the locker room, he left Walmart's Longnan transit warehouse. Back in his rented room, he was utterly exhausted. He had spent the morning at the Reservoir Scenic area, then the afternoon with Zhang Ergu at the Walmart warehouse. He had even indulged in a 998 yuan premium package at the Yaoqi Club, draining his energy completely. Too tired to shower, he collapsed onto the bed, drowsy. Yet the day's harvest was substantial. He had completed about 80 of his supply stockpiling. Water and food were secured, daily necessities were ready, meat was stored, and cigarettes and liquor were on hand. What remained were fresh fruits and vegetables, gasoline for the generator, and weapons to fend off enemies and zombies. Gasoline was unavoidable. He had to get it for free. Damn it, at nearly 9 dragon coins per liter, he couldn't afford to buy it. As Li Ming pondered, he drifted into sleep. When he woke the next day, it was already past 3 p.m. Damn, the fake liquor's after-effects were fierce. He had only taken a few sips, yet his head throbbed painfully upon waking. Habitually, Li Ming checked his phone. Dozens of messages flooded in. Most were bank reminders for overdue payments. He ignored them all and opened WeChat. Zhang Ergu 1032 Ming, were those Moutai bottles last night fake? We all woke up with terrible headaches. Zhang Ergu 1124 Ming, no offense, just worried someone scammed you. Zhang Ergu 1227 Ming, I had someone check the bottles from last night. They're all fakes. Where did you buy them? Let's go tear down their shop today. Damn them for scamming our Ming. Li Ming. Better not reply. Play dead. Exiting the chat with Zhang Ergu, he saw a message from Luo Zijuan. Luo Zijuan, Li Ming, I heard you hit your manager and quit the other day. You're still so impulsive, not mature after all these years. Now you're jobless again. What will you do, become a beggar? If you have any troubles, contact Guanfeng and me. We'll help you. Li Ming snorted coldly. Without his past life experience, he might have believed Luo Zijuan genuinely cared. Now he knew better. Her real aim was to see how low and miserable he had fallen. Then she would find ways to mock him, crushing his enthusiasm for life, ensuring he drifted through the next golden 20 years in a daze. They were certain that Li Ming, with his stubborn pride, would never accept help from Luo Zijuan or Guanfeng. Hence they hypocritically offered assistance. Li Ming smirked and replied, yeah, I'm pretty broke. Can you lend me 500 yuan for food? A ding sounded from Luo Zijuan's WeChat. She saw it was a reply from Li Ming. Upon reading that Li Ming wanted to borrow money from her, her face instantly turned green with anger. What a man you are, Li Ming, actually asking a girl for money to buy food. How shameful. Then her anger shifted to joy. Wasn't Li Ming's disgrace exactly what she wanted to see? Moreover, Li Ming had actually asked to borrow 500 yuan from her for a meal. Not 500 nor 500, just a mere 500 yuan. Didn't that perfectly prove how destitute and miserable Li Ming's current situation was? Thinking of this, Luo Zijuan burst into laughter. Guanfeng slowly approached Luo Zijuan and embraced her. Honey, what are you laughing at? So happy. Luo Zijuan handed her phone to Guanfeng. Li Ming actually asked me for money to buy food, and it's only a paltry 500 yuan. Guanfeng looked at the chat history between Luo Zijuan and Li Ming, unable to conceal the joy on his face. Guanfeng came from a very privileged family. Both his parents were high-ranking city officials. From childhood to adulthood, he had always been the most dazzling star in everyone's eyes, and he reveled in that adulation. It wasn't until university that he met Li Ming, who outshone him in appearance, sports, eloquence, and grades, leaving him in the shadows. No matter what he did, Li Ming always overshadowed him. The campus belle Luo Zijuan, whom he adored, also got together with Li Ming because of his brilliance, and even her first time was taken by Li Ming. For that he got dead drunk and vowed to take Luo Zijuan back from Li Ming even if she was secondhand. Guanfeng was a ruthless man. Throughout his 4 years of university, he never showed any jealousy toward Li Ming. Instead, he became Li Ming's best friend, always hovering around him. It wasn't until his previous life, when he fell into Guanfeng's clutches, that Li Ming realized Guanfeng had been lying low, waiting for an opportunity, a chance to ensure Li Ming would never rise again. All the brilliance and honors in school were no match for one ability in society: the power of money. After graduation, Li Ming's disadvantaged background became apparent. Meanwhile, Guanfeng used his wealth to indulge Luo Zijuan in a life of luxury and debauchery, revealing her true nature as a gold digger who craved vanity. Soon Luo Zijuan was with Guanfeng. At Guanfeng's suggestion, she pressured Li Ming into quitting his civil service job and starting a business by demanding a house, a car, a lavish wedding, and an exorbitant bride price. During that time, Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng conspired to frame Li Ming, leading to his bankruptcy and debt. After his business failed and he was burdened with debt, Li Ming's credit was ruined and no company dared to hire him. With no other choice, he became a delivery driver to make ends meet. In his previous life, Li Ming had always believed his business failure was his own fault, and that Luo Zijuan left him to avoid being a burden. So when he learned she was with Guanfeng, he genuinely wished them well. From then on, he granted every request Luo Zijuan made, feeling indebted to her. When the apocalypse arrived, Li Ming fought fiercely, killing zombies and competing for supplies with ruthless efficiency. His stockpile of resources grew steadily, and he quickly gained a reputation in the area. When Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan learned of Li Ming's resurgence, they were furious. Even in the apocalypse, they couldn't bear to see him live better or shine brighter than them. Jealousy had twisted them beyond recognition. Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng once again exploited Li Ming's trust, luring him to their place. When he let his guard down, they struck a fatal blow. As he lay dying, they revealed all their schemes and misdeeds over the years. Finally, knowing the truth, Li Ming could only feel regret and hatred as he watched Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan feast on his flesh and blood, dying in fury. Guanfeng was deeply envious and resentful of Li Ming, so the more destitute Li Ming's life became, the happier Guanfeng felt. After a breakup, a woman's greatest fear is that her ex will live better than her. Only by witnessing Li Ming's miserable, drifting existence could could Luo Zijuan prove that her decision to abandon him for Guanfeng was absolutely right. Luo Zijuan snuggled coyly in Guanfeng's arms and said, "Honey, should we lend him the 500 yuan? And then humiliate him again?" Guanfeng's smile faded. "Lend? Not even a hair. Who does he think he is?" He picked up Luo Zijuan's phone. "Luo Zijuan, Li Ming, it's not that I want lend you 500 yuan, but a grown man like you actually has to borrow money. Aren't you ashamed? Luo Zijuan, you haven't improved at all over the years. Sometimes you need to look at yourself. Have you worked hard? Has your salary increased? Have you really tried? Seeing you like this breaks my heart. Luo Zijuan, I won't lend you the money because I'm disappointed you won't improve. If you're really too poor to eat, Guanfeng can find you a job. His uncle is a leader in the city sanitation bureau, and there's a position cleaning septic tanks. If you sincerely beg Guanfeng, he'll help you. From now on, just focus on cleaning septic tanks and don't overthink things." After sending this barrage of messages, Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng burst into laughter. Guanfeng wiped away tears of laughter. He can't even deliver packages anymore. He'll have to come begging me to let him clean septic tanks. Luo Zijuan pinched Guanfeng. "You're so wicked. Making our former star Li Ming clean septic tanks. How did you come up with that? Haha, but I love it." Li Ming received the flurry of messages from Luo Zijuan, but didn't get angry. No one gets upset over the idle chatter of two people who are about to die. These messages only confirmed Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng's character. Time changes everything. You don't underestimate the young. And he wouldn't even have to wait 30 years, just 8 days until the apocalypse. This time Li Ming would make them pay for what they did. Li Ming replied to Luo Zijuan with a meaningful smiley face emoji and then ignored her. Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan were deeply irritated by his response. It was like punching cotton. They got no reaction at all. Guanfeng said with some anger, "What does Li Ming mean by just replying with an emoji?" Luo Zijuan smiled. After all, Li Ming was once a big shot. Asking him to clean septic tanks hurts his pride. In a few days, when he can't even afford food, he'll naturally come begging. Guanfeng thought for a moment, then picked up Luo Zijuan's phone again and sent a message to Li Ming. "Luo Zijuan, Li Ming, Guanfeng's uncle urgently needs people. Guanfeng begged him for a long time to give you 3 days to consider. This is a rare opportunity. I hope you'll seize it and stop wasting your life." After a simple wash, it was nearly 4 p.m. Too late to go to the fruit and vegetable wholesale market. Such markets usually open at 3 a.m. and close by noon, with everyone heading home to rest. Since that was the case today, he would have to take care of the weapon situation first and see if there was a chance to get some gas. During the 3 months of apocalyptic life in his previous incarnation, Li Ming gained experience through fierce struggles against zombies and enemies. Guns were effective against human foes, but against zombies, cold weapons proved superior. Zombies felt no pain, knew no fear, and possessed tenacious vitality. Even a bullet hole through the skull could not stop them. The only way to kill them was to completely sever their heads. For such a task, cold weapons were the most efficient. Li Ming had also collected numerous kitchen knives from the Walmart warehouse into his space. But those knives were too short and brittle, prone to snapping when used against zombies. In his past life, Li Ming had once swung a kitchen knife into a zombie's skull only to have the blade get stuck in the bone because the handle was too short. He couldn't pull it out. With a sudden forceful yank, the knife snapped clean in two. That battle nearly cost him his life at the hands of that zombie, and he never dared to use kitchen knives against them again. The best tools for beheading zombies were the sickles, hatchets, and axes used for farm work in rural villages. Such tools were not only sharp and sturdy, but also highly resilient, unlikely to break. When welded onto long handles, their lethality nearly doubled. They became divine weapons for slaying zombies. However, there were no such ironware shops selling farming tools in the Tianhai city center. Li Ming checked the map and found the nearest ironware shop was in the suburbs of Tianhai, nearly 20 kilometers from his rental apartment. To save time, he decided to call the shop, first to confirm if they were still open. If so, he would ask them to prepare the weapons in advance, avoiding a wasted round trip. He dialed the number from the map. "Hello, this is Xinguang Farm Tool Shop." Li Ming said immediately. "Hello, do you sell sickles, hatchets, and axes?" The owner replied, "Yes, we have them in stock. Sickles for 30, hatchets for 50, axes for 50. When do you need them?" "I need 10 sickles, 10 hatchets, and 10 axes. But I have a requirement. I don't want wooden handles. I want them welded with the heaviest steel pipes." In his past life, Li Ming had used hatchets with wooden handles which were lighter, but always at risk of coming loose. Only handles welded from steel pipes were truly practical. The steel pipes added significant weight to the weapons. Greater weight meant greater inertia, making it easier to cleave through zombies. The only drawback was the high energy consumption. An ordinary person might start gasping for air after just 10 swings. But Li Ming already possessed double the physical strength, and as his constitution continued to multiply, wielding such a weapon would feel as light as a toy. The voice on the other end sounded surprised. 30 tools, all with steel pipes welded on. What are you planning to do with them? Buying 30 tools at once, all with steel handles, made the owner suspect illegal intentions. After all, even a regular farmer rarely bought more than 3 to 5 tools at a time. Li Ming had a ready excuse. "Our family runs a forest farm. The tools there are badly worn out, and we plan to replace all the equipment. Hearing that Li Ming operated a forest farm, the owner believed him. There were indeed several large forest farms around Tianhai, and 30 tools wasn't excessive for their usage. The owner said, welding steel pipes will cost an extra 30 yuan per tool for materials and labor. When do you need them? As soon as possible, preferably today. If you want them today with the steel pipe welding, you'll need to charge a rush fee of 200 yuan. Li Ming calculated each tool would cost an extra 30 for materials and labor. That made the sickles 60 yuan each, 600 for 10. The hatchets and axes were 80 yuan each, 1600 for 10 of each. Plus the rush fee of 200 yuan, the total came to 2400 yuan. In the apocalypse, such a weapon would cost 10 bottles of mineral water, the equivalent of 10 human lives. What a bargain. Li Ming agreed immediately. The owner continued, since the tools are custom welded and can't be resold, you'll need a deposit of 1400 yuan. Li Ming quickly added the owner on WeChat and transferred the 1400 yuan deposit. After paying, he probed, boss, there have been a lot of wild boars in our forest farm lately. Do you sell crossbows or any other weapons? The owner paused. Come to the shop and we'll talk about it. Oh ho, talk in person. That meant there was hope. Crossbows were strictly regulated, and most owners were cautious, never discussing such business over the phone or WeChat. The ironware shop owner said, they'll have all the tools ready by 10 a.m. today. You can come pick them up around that time. If you arrive after 11, we'll be closed, and you'll have to wait until tomorrow. After hanging up, Li Ming checked his WeChat balance. Only 1900 yuan left. He still had to pay 1000 yuan in the final balance, leaving him with just 1800 yuan. Truly, money makes a man bold, but poverty makes him helpless. Fortunately, he had recovered 2350 yuan from Wang Tao, otherwise he would have been truly stuck. There were still 5 hours until 10 a.m. Li Ming didn't want to waste time as the day of the apocalypse drew ever closer. He had to complete all his stockpiling as quickly as possible to feel at ease. His next target was energy, gasoline. Whether diesel 92 octane, 95 octane, or 98 octane. He needed to stock up on every type, especially 92 octane gasoline. He had studied the generator in his space, and that was what it consumed. Getting gasoline from a refinery or gas station was impossible. They were covered with 360-degree surveillance cameras. The only way to obtain free gasoline was to intercept it during transport. From his 2 years of experience as a courier, Li Ming knew a place where he could definitely get fuel even if the quality was random. It was a restaurant called Lianyo near the Huanan refinery in the Tianhai suburbs. Rumor had it that this restaurant was run by the brother-in-law of a high-ranking official at the Huanan refinery. There was an unwritten rule at the refinery: every tanker truck driver transporting refined oil had to eat at that restaurant. The underhanded dealings were obvious. Li Ming's target was, of course, those gasoline-laden transport trucks. While the drivers were eating, they wouldn't keep an eye on their tankers. Who would ever think someone would dare to tamper with a tanker parked at the Lianyo restaurant's lot? Without further ado, Li Ming immediately hailed a taxi and headed to the refinery restaurant on the outskirts of Tianhai City. The refinery restaurant was located in the northern part of Tianhai City, approximately 20 kilometers from the urban village where Li Ming resided. Having set off right after his meal, Li Ming arrived at the refinery restaurant at 7:30. It was precisely the time when these oil tanker trucks had finished loading at the refinery, and the drivers came to the refinery restaurant for their meals. Usually after eating, these drivers would rest for a while in the restaurant playing cards. When the clock struck 10 in the evening and the city center of Tianhai lifted the truck curfew, they would then transport these refined oil products to various gas stations within the city to replenish their reserves. To facilitate parking for the drivers, the refinery restaurant had specially rented a large open space in front of its entrance. This open area was vast, capable of accommodating over 100 oil tanker trucks simultaneously. Despite the enormous parking lot, security was not particularly strict, with only a few security guards around 50 years of age. After all, the refinery restaurant was an open business accessible to all kinds of people. The security guards' duties were merely to coordinate parking and perform simple gatekeeping tasks. At this hour, it was also the most idle time for the parking lot guards, as most vehicles had already entered and parked. Moreover, it was far from departure time. Their busy period would not begin until after 9 o'clock, when people inside the restaurant started to leave one after another. They could only take a brief rest now. Li Ming approached a security guard about 50 years old with a genial face and pulled out 2 leftover Huazi cigarettes from the previous night. Brother, care for one. Li Ming offered one of the Huazi cigarettes to the guard. The guard glanced at Li Ming with suspicion, then at the cigarette in Li Ming's hand. Oh, Huazi. Not bad at all. The guard accepted the cigarette, and Li Ming, understanding the protocol, took out a lighter to light it for him, then lit his own. Soon the two began to smoke, exhaling clouds of white smoke. The bond between men was that simple. Li Ming's respectful gestures eased the guard's wariness considerably. After a few puffs, Li Ming spoke first. I came here to eat with friends, a social gathering. It's quite suffocating inside, so I thought I'd step out for a smoke and some fresh air. The guard nodded, understanding. The patrons of this restaurant were either train drivers or people from the Huanan refinery's social events. The guard knew their types well. Once Li Ming had voluntarily explained his presence, the guard no longer held any suspicion towards him and even felt a hint of goodwill. Sometimes all these lower-class individuals in society sought was simple respect. Seeing the guard's guard gradually lower, Li Ming asked again, "How long have you been working here, old brother?" The guard flicked the ash from his cigarette. 10 years. I've been a guard here since the restaurant opened. I'm old now and no one else would hire me. Li Ming feigned surprise. 10 years. Business must be good here to have lasted that long. The guard asserted confidently. How could it not be? Leaning on the Huanan refinery's deep pockets, if it were up to me, business would be even better. A certain great mind once said the less experienced a person is, the more dogmatic they become. Li Ming didn't care about that and continued, besides the oil truck drivers and the Huanan refinery's banquets, do many ordinary people come here to eat? The guard scoffed. Only a fool would eat here. The food costs more than double what you pay at other restaurants. The oil truck drivers have no choice. If they want to haul goods from the refinery, they have to grit their teeth and pay the high prices here, or else they won't get the loads. As for the refinery's leaders eating here, they don't pay out of their own pockets. The refinery foots the bill, a budget of millions a month. How could it be cheap? At this point the guard's eyes flickered, and he began to look nervous as if he felt he had said too much. Li Ming noticed the subtle change in his expression and said, "Don't worry, I'm not a journalist or an official, just chatting with someone after dinner." Upon hearing that Li Ming was neither a reporter nor from the disciplinary committee, the guard relaxed again. Li Ming smiled. That topic was a bit sensitive. Let's drop it. By the way, old brother, after working here for so many years, do you know what oil is in all these tanker trucks? The previous topic had indeed been sensitive, and the guard naturally didn't want trouble. Seeing Li Ming voluntarily change the subject, the guard spoke confidently again. What's there to it? Whenever those oil trucks pass by here, I can tell at a glance what product is in the tank. This was exactly what Li Ming was waiting for. With over 100 oil tanker trucks in the lot, he couldn't just collect them blindly, like opening a lucky box. If he had unlimited space, he wouldn't need all this trouble. But he only had about 300 cubic meters of space, enough to hold just 6 tanker trucks. When Li Ming first saw these security guards, his immediate thought was that they must know how to distinguish the oil products in the tankers. Seeing the doubt in Li Ming's eyes, the guard immediately pointed at the nearby tanker trucks and said, "That one holds 98-octane gasoline. This one is diesel. That's 92-octane gasoline. That's 92-octane gasoline." The guard pointed out 10 oil tankers in a row to demonstrate his expertise. Li Ming showed an admiring expression. "Brother, how do you tell? Teach me." He couldn't just pocket the 10 trucks the guard had just identified right under his nose. The guard chuckled slyly. Li Ming immediately caught on and pulled out another Huazi, lighting it for the guard himself. With a deep inhale and a puff of white smoke, the guard said smugly, "It's actually very simple. Once I tell you, anyone can easily tell the oil product in the tank." Li Ming chimed in, "That amazing." The guard pointed to another tanker truck and said, "See the discharge port at the bottom of the tank?" Li Ming nodded. The guard continued, "That discharge port is wrapped with a green tape. That means this truck is carrying diesel." Li Ming looked at the discharge port and sure enough saw a ring of green tape. To prevent gas station workers from mixing up the products, the refinery usually wraps the discharge port with a corresponding colored tape when loading to avoid confusion. Green stands for diesel, yellow for 92-octane gasoline, orange for 95-octane gasoline, and red for 98-octane gasoline. It's that simple. Li Ming looked at the 100-odd oil tankers in the parking lot and exclaimed joyfully, "So that's it." Just then a brand new Mercedes-Benz sedan pulled up in front of Li Ming and the guard. The car's window rolled down slowly, revealing a young man with a fat head and big ears. "Oh, isn't this our class monitor, Li Ming? Didn't Director Guan say you were going to go scoop manure? How come you have the leisure to chat with a security guard here? Oh, I get it. You're planning to apply for a security job here, aren't you?" Huh. Li Ming immediately recognized the man, his university classmate, and Guanfeng's top lackey Zhengyang. And the Director Guan he mentioned undoubtedly referred to Guanfeng. The security guard, upon seeing Zheng Yang's car pull up, spoke with a hostile tone, but quickly walked away at a leisurely pace to avoid trouble. Li Ming did not immediately respond to Zheng Yang's words. Instead, he took a meaningful drag from his cigarette, then exhaled the smoke. Li Ming's silence only fueled Zheng Yang's smugness, as he believed Li Ming was keeping quiet out of inferiority in the face of his success. Yang quickly rolled down the other windows of the Mercedes and, pointing at Li Ming, said to the flashily dressed women inside the car, "Let me introduce you all. This is our university's class monitor, the once renowned figure Li Ming. He's currently engaged in a rather impressive line of work. He's a sewage truck operator at the sanitation bureau." Ha! Those gaudy girls immediately covered their noses, casting disdainful glances at Li Ming. Li Ming swept his gaze over the 3 women in Zheng Yang's car. Ding. Target does not meet the minimum requirements. Reason unhealthy. Ding. Target does not meet the minimum requirements. Reason all artificial enhancements and cheap tricks. Ding. Target does not meet the minimum requirements. System note the Adam's apple. Li Ming suddenly understood. A product of Thailand's specialties. Li Ming raised his thumb mockingly and said to Zheng Yang, "Zheng Yang, you're something else. You've managed to gather all 3 of these treasures." Zheng Yang, completely missing the sarcasm, took it as Li Ming trying to curry favor with him for the security job. The 3 women. Well, 2 women and 1 man. Thinking Li Ming was coveting their beauty, rolled their eyes at him contemptuously. Zheng Yang said proudly, "Over the past few years, thanks to Boss Guan's father's connections, the fleet I run with Boss Guan has latched onto the giant tree that is South China Refinery. Look, this brand new Mercedes was just picked up yesterday. It cost over 500,000. Envious. Frustrating, huh? Ha." Li Ming paid no attention to the Mercedes before him. In a few days it would be nothing but scrap metal, not even worth a bottle of water. However, the word fleet caught his interest. "Your fleet with Guanfeng. Does Guanfeng have a stake in it too?" Zheng Yang said contemptuously, "Of course. This is all Boss Guan's business. I'm just lucky to get a sip of the soup." Li Ming feigned surprise and asked, "So how many vehicles does your fleet have?" Zheng Yang replied proudly, "Haha, I love seeing you look so ignorant and shocked." He pointed at a fuel tanker truck in the parking lot. "See those with the character Yang on them? Those are all my trucks. Dozens of them. Boss Guan's father is incredible. With just one word, he got me attached to the South China Refinery, that big tree. And you dare to challenge Boss Guan? You're not even fit to hold his shoes. Don't even think about becoming a security guard here. The manager here is my brother. You'd better go beg Boss Guan to keep that sewage job for you, or you'll starve." Li Ming said nothing, offering only an enigmatic smile. Of course, in Zheng Yang's eyes, this was the ingratiating smile of an inferior to a superior. The syphilis carrier in the passenger seat grew impatient. "Zheng Yang, let's go quickly. Boss Zhang is waiting for us to eat. Why waste time talking to this guy? He reeks of sewage." Zheng Yang rolled up the window and said, "Li Ming, you'd better watch yourself." With that, he started the car and drove into the parking lot. Li Ming smirked as he watched the departing Mercedes and muttered, "You're such a good man. Since this is Guanfeng's property, I won't hold back." He then walked into the parking lot. The entire parking lot was vast, and although there were a few surveillance cameras, there were also extensive blind spots. Li Ming deliberately selected several tanker trucks within the blind spots, each bearing a large Yang character. "Though the apocalypse is imminent, let me give you a little surprise in advance." With those words, he stored 8 tanker trucks filled with gasoline from the blind spots into his space. The remaining 400 cubic meters of space were almost entirely filled by these 8 tankers. Among them, 3 carried 92-octane gasoline, 2 carried diesel, 2 carried 95-octane gasoline, and 1 carried 98-octane gasoline. A fully loaded tanker truck carries 50 tons of refined oil. This meant he now had 150 tons of 92-octane gasoline, 100 tons of 95-octane gasoline, 100 tons of diesel, and 50 tons of 98-octane gasoline. What a thrill. Just as he was about to leave, Li Ming spotted Zheng Yang's brand new Mercedes E300 parked nearby. He glanced around. The Mercedes was conveniently located in a surveillance blind spot. A car picked up just yesterday. Cost over 500,000. Li Ming approached the Mercedes, and with a thought, the shiny new car vanished from its spot. Having done this, he put his hands in his pockets and walked out of the parking lot. The security guard from earlier shot him a contemptuous look and shouted, "A sewage worker acting all high and mighty. Look at yourself. What are you worth?" That's how people are. They kick those beneath them. This guard, rarely seeing someone worse off than himself, naturally had to take a few jabs. Li Ming didn't bother with him. He hailed a taxi and headed to the southern suburbs to pick up the weapons he had ordered. Zheng Yang was drinking heavily with the refinery executives. A driver burst in. "Boss Zheng, something terrible has happened." Zheng Yang, face flushed with alcohol, angrily snapped at the driver. "Can't you see him drinking with the executives? What major disaster could happen here?" The driver stammered, pointing at the parking lot. "It's like a ghost story. Our tanker trucks are gone, vanished." Zheng Yang slammed the table in shock and stood up. "Explain clearly. What do you mean gone and vanished?" The driver faltered. "They're just not there anymore." Zheng Yang's legs went weak. Their fleet had a contract with the refinery. If goods were lost after leaving the refinery, but before arriving at the gas station, they bore full responsibility. This refinery restaurant was clearly neither at the refinery nor at a gas station. The value of 8 tanker trucks of oil was nearly 5 million, not to mention the cost of the trucks themselves. He couldn't afford to pay for it, even if he sold himself. But how could such huge tanker trucks simply disappear into thin air? Especially 8 of them. There must be a ghost, definitely a ghost. Zheng Yang grabbed the driver by the collar. "Are you sure you've searched properly? Don't play games with me." The driver's lips trembled as he said, "We've searched the entire parking lot several times and found nothing. We've checked the surveillance footage repeatedly, and there's no video of the vehicles leaving." The driver paused and said nervously, "There's one more thing." Zheng Yang roared, "What is it? Spit it out. Your new Mercedes is also missing." At that, Zheng Yang's vision went black. This must all be a dream, definitely a dream. He had bought that Mercedes with 0 down payment and 60 installments. Worst of all, it was just picked up yesterday, and the insurance hadn't even taken effect yet. Zhengyang, what kind of joke are you playing on me? 8 fully loaded oil tankers vanish into thin air, and you tell me they're gone. Go find them immediately, or don't bother seeing me again. Upon learning of the loss of the oil tankers, Guanfeng roared in fury. The loss of 5 million worth of refined oil plus 8 tankers. Even someone like Guanfeng couldn't afford to compensate that much. At that moment, Zhengyang was lying on the sofa in the office of the refined oil restaurant. Upon discovering that his installment-purchased Mercedes had disappeared, he nearly fainted from a surge of anger several times. Having no other choice, the restaurant owner allowed him to rest in the office. Zhengyang glanced around to ensure no one else was present, then whispered cautiously, "Manager, Guan, do you think the owner of the refined oil restaurant is behind this? On his turf, how could such a massive oil tanker simply vanish without a trace?" Guanfeng said coldly, "Don't make baseless accusations like that. We can't afford to offend those connections. That restaurant makes millions in profit every month. They wouldn't stoop to something like this." Zhengyang pondered for a moment then. Could it be Li Ming? Guanfeng paused. What does Li Ming have to do with this? Zhengyang recounted how he had made an appointment with Li Ming in front of the restaurant. Guanfeng thought for a moment, then sneered. If Li Ming had that kind of capability, he wouldn't have ended up in his current situation. Stop overthinking, it's probably not him. Meanwhile, Li Ming had already arrived at the Xinguang farm tool shop located at the southern end of Tianhai City, nearly 40 kilometers from the refined oil restaurant. Standing in front of the shop, Li Ming saw neatly stacked sickles, hatchets, and axes with welded steel handles piled at the entrance. Li Ming entered the store and said to the owner, "Hello, boss. Those farm tools with welded steel handles outside. I ordered them." The shop owner looked Li Ming up and down. Although his build seemed decent and his muscles were solid, he showed no signs of being a forestry worker. The owner said cautiously, "Are you sure these tools are really for use in the forest? You're not planning any illegal activities, are you?" After all, if these tools were sold by him and something went wrong, he would bear some responsibility. Moreover, Li Ming had previously inquired about crossbows over the phone. This made the owner even more suspicious and cautious. Li Ming chuckled, "Boss, do you think I look too refined and gentle to be a forestry worker?" The owner pointed to a pine log at the door. "Chop that log with one swing, and it'll judge from your stance and strength whether you're a forestry worker." Li Ming glanced at the pine log, which was over 30 centimeters in diameter. It was clearly covered in various sized cuts left there for customers to test the tools. Li Ming carefully examined the old marks on the sturdy pine log. The deepest were only about 5 centimeters. This played right into Li Ming's hands. He wanted to test whether these weapons were as tough and sharp as he had imagined. Li Ming spat into his hands, rubbed them together, and picked up a hatchet with a welded steel handle. "Watch closely, boss." He raised the hatchet with both hands and swung it at a 45-degree angle into the thick pine log. Clang! The hatchet sank nearly 20 centimeters into the pine, while 20 centimeters along the diagonal surface, but it far surpassed the previous cuts on the log. In his past life, Li Ming had ample experience hacking zombies, and chopping wood was much the same. Striking at a 45-degree angle is the most efficient and deadly. The owner was stunned by Li Ming's swing. Even a seasoned laborer working daily could only cut 3 to 5 centimeters into that thick pine. But Li Ming's blow had penetrated nearly 20 centimeters. Moreover, judging by his posture and power, Li Ming was clearly an expert. The shop owner dismissed any suspicion that Li Ming might use the tools for illegal purposes. After all, with such experience and strength, even a simple kitchen knife would be far more effective in his hands. There was no need to go through all this trouble buying these farm tools. Li Ming also saw that after that swing, the owner's doubts about him had mostly dissipated. Li Ming seized the opportunity to ask, "Boss, earlier I mentioned the wild boar infestation in our forest. What about the hunting crossbow?" He gave the shop owner a knowing look. The owner immediately closed the shop door and asked Li Ming cautiously, "You're really using the crossbow for hunting wild boars?" Li Ming replied calmly, "Of course, what else would I use it for? Shooting people." The owner lowered his voice. "We do have crossbows, but in Huaxia hunting wild boars is also illegal. If you get caught, you must never say you got the crossbow from us. After all, selling crossbows in Huaxia is against the law." Li Ming pulled out 2 Huazi cigarettes and handed one to the owner. "Don't worry, I understand. We'll only hunt within the forest, and everyone there is on our side. No one will report us." The owner took the cigarette, and Li Ming politely lit it for him. The owner immediately fetched a rusty old crossbow from the back room, pointing at it and saying, "I bought this crossbow the day before yesterday. Don't let the rust fool you. It's fully functional and just as deadly as any new one. And the best part, this crossbow can fire 3 bolts in succession. Within 20 meters, its lethality is comparable to a bullet." Li Ming's eyes lit up as he took the crossbow from the owner. A 20-meter range with 3-shot capability. This would be enough to intimidate most enemies. This crossbow would be useless against zombies. Even if you fired 20 bolts, it wouldn't kill them or even hinder their movement. After all, zombies feel no pain or fear. But humans are different. The sight of a crossbow would likely terrify them. Li Ming asked excitedly, "Boss, how much?" The owner gave him a sly look. 10,000. Comes with 20 bolts. Li Ming sucked in a breath. It was good but damn expensive. The pile of tools outside cost only a little over 2,000. Li Ming carefully set the crossbow down. Too expensive. Over budget. The owner said cunningly. If it's too expensive, make a counteroffer. Or maybe for the sake of your huazi, you'll sell it. Li Ming hesitated. A great sage once said when bargaining, cut the price in half. Don't be shy. So Li Ming gritted his teeth. 5,000. Deal. The owner replied cheerfully, deal. Li Ming. Damn, he felt cheated. Still too expensive. So he shamelessly gritted his teeth again and said, I mean including the balance for those tools, 5,000 in total. The owner, deal. Li Ming. The crossbow was bought by the boss from a farmer for 200 yuan. In this transaction, the boss made a tearful profit of 380 yuan from Li Ming. Having already scouted the area, there was a large agricultural produce market nearby. After picking up the weapon and grabbing a late-night snack, he took a taxi to the market, arriving just before 3 in the morning. Before reaching the market, Li Ming deliberately went to an abandoned grassland 3 kilometers away. There he retrieved the 8 oil tankers he had collected from the refinery restaurant and stored the gasoline loaded in them. As for the 8 tankers, he left them to be discarded in that desolate grassland. Most agricultural produce markets start trading around 3 in the morning. The purpose is to transport all kinds of fresh fruits and vegetables to various markets and supermarkets before dawn, ensuring citizens can enjoy the freshest produce. After being cheated by the farm tool shop owner, Li Ming had planned to make a profit through a zero-cost acquisition at the agricultural market to soothe his wounded soul. However, upon arriving at the market, he realized he couldn't bring himself to do it, truly couldn't. It wasn't because of strict security or difficulty in stealing. On the contrary, mountains of fruits and vegetables were piled up like they cost nothing, with some vehicles left unattended. The reason he couldn't bring himself to do it was simply because the prices were too low. He genuinely couldn't bring himself to take what peasants had worked so hard to grow. Potatoes 5 jiao per jean. 1,000 jean would cost only 500 yuan. Carrots 3 jiao per jean. 1,000 jean would cost only 300 yuan. Cabbage 4 jiao per jean. 1,000 jean would cost only 400 yuan. Kirin watermelon 8 jiao per jean. 1,000 jean would cost only 800 yuan. Peaches 8 jiao per jean. 1,000 jean would cost only 800 yuan. With prices like these, how could Li Ming bring himself to steal? If he did, it would feel utterly inhuman. Arriving here, he had no choice but to buy, as if they were free. Potatoes, carrots, and cabbage, each 1,000 jean. 500 jean of each other fresh vegetables. 500 jean of each fruit: watermelon, peach, pear, apple, lychee, longan, plum, grape, and red grape. Those selling imported fruits like durian and cherries were not ordinary peasants, but tycoons among tycoons. At an imported fruit specialty store, Li Ming quietly stashed several boxes of durian, cherries, mangosteen, and other imported fruits into his space. He felt no psychological burden about stealing from the wealthy. He wandered the market from 3 in the morning until 5 in the morning. He bought over 10,000 jean of fruits and vegetables, spending only 10,000 yuan in total. So cheap, incredibly cheap. The current housing price in Tianhai City, even around the agricultural market, had reached 30,000 yuan per square meter. Li Ming found it ironic 10,000 jean of food essential for human survival couldn't even buy a square meter of a concrete box. Peasants worked the land all their lives, feeding so many people, yet they couldn't afford an apartment in the city. In 7 days, this twisted value system would be completely shattered. After the apocalypse, houses and cars would become worthless. At that time, even a house might not be enough to trade for a potato. After storing the market supplies into his space, the sky began to lighten. Li Ming's plan to stockpile supplies was 99 complete. His WeChat balance was only 4,000 yuan left. A loud knocking sound woke Li Ming, who had just returned to his rented room at dawn and fallen asleep. Who is it? So early in the morning? He yelled at the door, then dragged his weary body to open it. Standing outside were 2 police officers, a man and a woman, both in uniform. Li Ming gasped sharply, his first thought being whether his deeds had been exposed. After all, his conscience was guilty. He quickly put on a harmless smile. Uncle and Aunt, have you got the wrong place? Li Ming glanced at their badges. The man was named Zhang Vida, the woman Nangong Ling. A notification chimed. A blue system interface appeared above Nangong Ling's head. Name: Nangong Ling. Occupation: police officer. Appearance: 90 points. Age: 22. Figure: 90 points. Combat power: 10. Overall rating: 90 points. At the system prompt, Li Ming stared at Nangong Ling in surprise. A woman with a combat power of 10 was rare. Luo Zijuan only had 5. He had been too nervous seeing the police to notice earlier, but Nangong Ling was indeed a rare beauty. Her delicate face, coiled hair, and form-fitting uniform that accentuated her curves created a unique allure of seduction in uniform. Feeling Li Ming's intense gaze, Nangong Ling said with disgust, "Uncle, do I look like an uncle to you?" Li Ming chuckled, "Just a general greeting. What can I do for you two?" They didn't answer immediately, but entered his rented room and looked around. Li Ming's rented room was only about 10 square meters with everything in plain sight. A simple wooden bed, a desk with several books on it, and a fabric wardrobe. The place was almost bare. Though small, the room was quite tidy. Nangong Ling pointed at the closed fabric wardrobe. What's in there? Some personal clothes. Open it. Huh. Nangong Ling raised her voice an octave. I said open it. As the wardrobe zipper was pulled open, a pile of underwear flew onto Nangong Ling's face. Li Ming quickly bent down to pick them up. Sorry, I haven't had time to tidy up. What exactly is this about? The male officer was about to speak, but Nangong Ling cut in. Were you at the Walmart Longnan area warehouse the night before last? Li Ming's heart skipped a beat. Exposed so soon. No, if they really had evidence, more than 2 cops would have come. He replied, yes. What were you doing? Drinking. With whom? My friend Zhang Ergu and his colleagues. Drinking isn't against the law, is it? Nangong Ling glared at him. Answer what I ask, no nonsense. Besides drinking, what else did you do? Li Ming thought for a moment. I peed. She pushed him against the wall, pressing a hand on his chest. Answer my questions properly. Li Ming raised his hands innocently. Just drinking and peeing. Zhang Vida asked, and last night? Where did you go? The refinery restaurant and Tianhai agricultural market. Those 2 places are nearly 40 kilometers apart. What were you doing there? Looking for a job. What kind of job? Security guard. Nangong Ling released her hand from his chest and said sternly, you were at the Walmart the night before last. It lost things. Last night you were at the refinery restaurant. It also lost things. I have reason to suspect you're connected to both cases. Li Ming laughed. What kind of reasoning was that? He roughly understood their intention. They weren't even detectives from this district. They might be just trainee officers. Trainees often get overly enthusiastic about cases as if they were all Sherlock Holmes. After finding evidence that Li Ming was present at both the Walmart warehouse and the refinery restaurant, combined with their subjective judgment, they concluded he was the culprit. In other words, they had no solid evidence. If they had more than just these 2 would have come. Li Ming said calmly, what does their loss have to do with me? Nangong Ling replied, you were at both crime scenes. How can you prove you had nothing to do with them? Li Ming crossed his arms. Evidence. Don't you know the principle of who asserts, must prove? Provoked by Li Ming's retort, Nangong Ling's face flushed with fury. She swiftly produced a silver handcuff from behind her back. Evidence. You'll come back with me for investigation. Whether you did it or not will be clear once we check. Li Ming replied, Officer, if you can provide a search warrant or an arrest warrant, I'll naturally return with you for investigation. Nangong Ling puffed out her cheeks and said, once it's clarified and you're cleared, I'll apologize. But today you must come back with me. Li Ming was taken aback. He hadn't expected this girl to be so reckless, completely disregarding regulations. At the police station, there were too many uncertainties. He might end up trapped there. Faced with Nangong Ling's rashness, Li Ming had already prepared to flee at any moment. His rented room was on the 2nd floor, and escaping from Nangong Ling and Zhang Vida wouldn't be too difficult. Just as Nangong Ling was about to make a move on Li Ming, Zhang Vida raised his hand to stop her and pulled her outside the door. Junior sister Nangong, we've already violated discipline by coming here without superior approval to interrogate him. If we take him back without evidence, I'm afraid the leadership will be furious. Nangong Ling glared at Zhang Vida. So what? Just a reprimand, right? What's there to fear? Zhang Vida said impatiently. You're the eldest daughter of the Nangong family, so you'll only get a reprimand. If I violate discipline, I'll get a demerit. If I get a demerit, I'll be a low-level patrol officer for the rest of my life. Rest assured I'll go back with you. We'll find enough evidence before coming to arrest him. Nangong Ling stamped her foot. By then he'll be long gone. Zhang Vida glanced at Li Ming. If he's truly the criminal, why worry about him fleeing? Our Huagua Sky Eye system isn't just for show. If not for the fact that Nangong Ling was the eldest daughter of the capital's Nangong family, and quite attractive, Zhang Vida would never have humored her reckless impulse to come to Li Ming's place based solely on her intuition. If they actually took the person back to the station, and it turned out to be a mistake, she would walk away unscathed, while he and nobody, without any backing, would be the one to suffer. The conversation between Nangong Ling and Zhang Vida was naturally overheard by Li Ming, whose hearing was frighteningly sharp. Indeed, it was just a minor exercise of power by an in turn a spoiled young lady. A false alarm. Nangong Ling put away the silver handcuffs and walked up to Li Ming again. You'd better not leave Tianhai City during this time. I'll come back to find you whenever I want. Li Ming threw her a flirtatious glance. I'd welcome you more if you came alone. Nangong Ling, you. Zhang Vida, afraid that Nangong Ling would do something extreme, quickly stopped her and said sternly to Li Ming, stop being cheeky. We're here to investigate a case. Just cooperate. With that, he pulled Nangong Ling away. Before leaving, Nangong Ling issued a final threat. Kid, don't let me find out that you're really the one. If it is, you'll be in for a world of pain. Li Ming closed the door to his rented room. Although the police currently had no direct evidence linking him to these incidents, if even a novice like Nangong Ling could suspect him, wouldn't more experienced detectives think the same? Perhaps they were avoiding alerting the enemy and were conducting a deeper investigation slowly. Fortunately, Nangong Ling, the eldest daughter of the Nangong family, who treated regulations as nothing, acted recklessly, providing a warning to Li Ming. Although stealing over 10 million worth of supplies from Walmart and 8 oil tankers fully loaded with fuel was highly illogical. His actions weren't absolutely meticulous or foolproof. He might have left traces in some incautious spot. With the detection technology of 2034, it was likely that the detectives would soon trace things back to him. This rented room was no longer safe. He needed to find a hideout that wouldn't be discovered quickly even if they confirmed he was the culprit. If he could just hold out for another 6 days, no one could touch him anymore. Li Ming thought of Huafian's house. Yes, he had never had any social connection with Huafian. No matter how clever they were, they would never guess that he had hidden in her home. He had already decided to wait for the apocalypse in Huafian's house. With a few days left before the end, he could renovate the apartment layout to make it more comfortable for himself. Besides, he still had 400 yuan left to spend. Though 400 wasn't much, it was his hard-earned money, and he was determined not to waste a single cent. He looked around the rented room he had lived in for 3 years. Bare walls and empty space. The only things worth taking were a few books. The urban village where his rented room was located was home to over 300 low-income people and recent college graduates. The urban village had a very high population density, and after the apocalypse, it would become a heavily infested zombie area. It was under such circumstances that Li Ming had struggled to break out of the encirclement in his past life. Recalling the hardships he had endured, he didn't want to go through that again. This time he had to live better than anyone else. The night market in the urban village was bustling with activity shops lined the streets, and colorful signs created a somewhat chaotic scene. The air was filled with the aroma of various street snacks and barbecue. Although Li Ming lived a frugal life, he rarely ate these street-side snacks. But after the apocalypse, whenever he thought of these street snacks, he couldn't help but drool. If he didn't buy them now, he would never taste them again. Li Ming walked along the street from end to end. His favorite Longjiang braised pork rice was a must. He ordered 20 portions to go. Changsha stinky tofu 10 portions. Mi Tandeg hand grab pancake 10 portions. Lemon boneless chicken feet 10 portions. Fried fresh milk 10 portions. Multi-grain egg-filled pancake 10 portions. Chongqing noodles 10 portions. Roasted pig trotters 10 portions. Various flavors of crayfish 10 jin each. Lamb skewers 100 sticks. Grilled oysters 10 dozen. Other assorted barbecue items, all 10 portions each. After this round, 200 yuan was gone. Don't underestimate 10 portions of each item, with the beautiful woman doubling effect. 10 portions could become 20, 40, 80. And then endless supplies. As for junk food, McDonald's and KFC were indispensable. A family bucket 10 buckets. A chicken wing bucket 10 buckets. Other combo meals of various flavors, also 10 each. Money flowed away like water. 4,000 yuan, just a quick spin around the urban village night market, and it was all gone. Not a cent left, not even enough for a cab ride. After stashing all the street snacks into his space, Li Ming had to walk all the way to Binjiang. One resident, Li Ming retrieved the key he had taken from Huafian. With the key, the gate outside the community and the front door of the house were rendered useless. Li Ming quickly arrived at Huafian's residence. Binjiang Yihao was a mid to high-end residential complex in Tianhai City, consisting of 15 buildings, each with 40 floors, 2 elevators, and 4 units per floor, all featuring large apartments. The 15 buildings housed over 2,300 units. The community of Binjiang Yihao was very mature, with an occupancy rate exceeding 90. Excluding those who were away from home, Li Ming estimated that when the apocalypse struck, the community would still have nearly 2,000 households. Li Ming considered this population density ideal. If it were an economy-class community, the number of units would be much higher than Binjiang Yihao. A higher population density meant a greater density of zombies after the apocalypse, significantly increasing the risk of encountering danger when going out. The population density in villa areas was much lower, so the number of zombies after the apocalypse would also be small. However, Li Ming's goal was to find top-tier beauties. A larger population meant a greater number of such women. Thus, the population situation of Binjiang Yihao perfectly matched Li Ming's criteria. Huafian's apartment was decorated in a light luxury cream style, appearing very feminine. Although it looked comfortable, Li Ming did not like this style. Considering that he would be living in this house for a long time to come, Li Ming decided to spend some time remodeling it. After all, he had tools and materials from the Walmart warehouse in his space. When he said remodeling, he simply meant changing the overall decor and purpose of the house according to his personal preferences. In particular, the decorative fireplace. Li Ming planned to transform it into a real, smokeless fireplace. Because after the apocalypse, the temperature would plummet to minus 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. Even with auxiliary heating set to maximum, ordinary air conditioners could barely maintain the indoor temperature around 0 degrees. At this temperature, even if people didn't freeze to death, they would suffer greatly, and frostbite on hands and feet would be common. With this fireplace, controlling the indoor temperature of the house at 30 degrees Celsius would be no problem. After a few days, Huafian's apartment had been completely transformed, losing all traces of its original cream style. The beige furniture in the living room had all been put away by Li Ming. The entire living room was converted into a competition hall and an audiovisual room. The bed sheets and bedding in the rooms which still carried Huafian's fragrance were replaced with dark-colored masculine-style linens. As for the bedside table, it still retained the beautiful photo of Huafian in her uniform. Every time Li Ming saw this photo of Huafian, he wondered if only this woman could return before the apocalypse arrived. After entering Huafian's apartment, Li Ming immediately cracked her Wi-Fi password. This was not a very difficult task. Anyone could do it with a simple Wi-Fi cracking app. After cracking the Wi-Fi password, Li Ming spent day and night downloading various audio and video files from various websites. These were spiritual sustenance to pass the time after the apocalypse. Especially the adult films from the island nation. If he didn't download them now, he would never find them again. Li Ming took out 10 3TB portable hard drives from his space and dedicated them to storing these movies. After completing all this, the time had come to July 16th, leaving only 2 days before the snowy rain and the Great Cambrian cold snap. Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng had been waiting for Li Ming to come, begging them for the job of pumping septic tanks. Especially Guanfeng, who had lost 8 oil tankers from his refinery, costing him millions of yuan directly. Although he had originally swindled that amount from Li Ming, he still felt a tightness in his chest. In the apartment at 3803, Building 7 of Binjiang, Yihao Guanfeng had been contemplating the 3 million yuan compensation. No matter what, he had to pin this debt on Li Ming. He was determined to find a way to squeeze it back from Li Ming. Guanfeng glanced at Luo Zijuan with displeasure. Has that brat Li Ming replied to you yet? Luo Zijuan carefully examined her freshly manicured nails. No, he hasn't contacted me recently. Probably looking for a job. I wonder if he's angry because I didn't lend him money last time, and even suggested he pump septic tanks. Guanfeng paced back and forth, even splitting the refinery loss with Zhengyang. I still have to pay nearly 3 million. I'm thinking if we can get some of it back from Li Ming. Luo Zijuan clicked her tongue. Li Ming can't even afford food now. How much money can you squeeze out of him? Guanfeng laughed sinisterly. I have a friend. I heard that introducing someone to work in Mianbei can earn a headhunting fee of 1 million yuan. Luo Zijuan looked at Guanfeng in shock. You're planning to sell Li Ming? Guanfeng said, of course. I lost nearly 3 million this time. I have to find a way to make it back from Li Ming. Besides, he can't even afford food. We're just offering him a high-income job. Luo Zijuan hesitated. Can you negotiate with them? 5 million. He was my first man, so the price should be higher. Maybe we'll never see him again after this. Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan immediately burst into knowing laughter. Luo Zijuan promptly picked up her phone and sent a message to Li Ming. Luo Zijuan, Li Ming, the septic tank job was inconsiderate of us. We apologize, but our intentions were for your own good. You must understand. Luo Zijuan, you are mine and Guanfeng's best friend. Seeing you unable to afford even food pains us deeply. Guanfeng and I have inquired about a job that can let you pay off your debts within a year. I hope you can seize this opportunity and stop sinking further. Li Ming, who was eating premium Australian imported steak and drinking 1982 Lafite, read Luo Zijuan's message. His debts were several million easily. Could he pay them off in a year? Fine, let's see what this pair of scumbags are up to. Li Ming, what job? Luo Zijuan, Guanfeng's friend, runs an information company in Mianbei and is recruiting talents like you from China to work as management there. Guanfeng went out on a limb to get this position for you. You must cherish it. Luo Zijuan, this is a company run by Guanfeng's friend, absolutely safe. You can rest assured. You know our character. We would never cheat you. Li Ming read the message and the corner of his mouth twitched. These two scumbags were truly ruthless. They had drained his blood dry and now wanted to sell his remaining body. Li Ming, do you really think I'm stupid? If it's such a good job, why don't you let Guanfeng go? Luo Zijuan, how can you say that? Haven't we worried enough for you over the years? Can't you show a little ambition? If you had, maybe our child would be old enough to buy soy sauce by now. Li Ming saw it. The same old trick. Whenever they wanted to convince him to do something he didn't want to, they would exploit his past guilt toward her. But now Li Ming would no longer spare her face. Li Ming, child. Which child? Wu Jing's Zhang Chongfeng's. Oh right, I forgot there's also that fat guy Zhengyan you had an affair with. Are you talking about his child? Li Ming, sorry, I forgot that Guanfeng has always believed he was your only man before me. He probably doesn't know about your nickname, Jade-Faced Public Bus, does he? Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan eagerly awaited Li Ming's reply. After reading it, Guanfeng's face turned as black as ink. Luo Zijuan, Li Ming, out of kindness, I'm helping you since you can't even afford food, and you dare to slander me like this. Li Ming, who told you I can't afford food? Image steak with red wine. Li Ming really wanted to see how red-faced Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan looked at that moment. Click click. The sound of the lock on the front door being turned reached Li Ming's ears. Huafian, dragging her suitcase and clad in her flight attendant uniform, spoke with a cheerful tone. Darling, a sudden Category 13 hurricane hit the United States, so the flight was cancelled. Our original work schedule has also changed, meaning we'll have a 5-day holiday. Yes, I can come over tomorrow to pick up Xiaoha. Thank you for these past few days. They'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. I'm at my doorstep now. He'll go home, take a shower, and get a good night's sleep. Please take care of Xiaoha for one more night tonight. Alright, bye. Huafian's mood was excellent because the originally scheduled 2-week flight plan was suddenly cancelled. She longed to get home and lie down on her soft, comfortable bed and just laze around for a whole day. Looking at the spare key in her hand, she remembered that last week, just as she was about to leave, she had realized her original key was missing. At that time, she was in a hurry and didn't do anything about it. She thought to herself that if she really couldn't find it, she would just have to change the lock. After all, as a woman living alone, she had to eliminate any possibility that could put her in danger. Click, click. The door was opened. Seeing the unfamiliar sight inside the house, Huafian quickly stepped back. She gave a slight bow and muttered, sorry, I must have the wrong door. My apologies. After retreating, she carefully surveyed the surroundings outside the door. It was very familiar. It was definitely her door. She checked the house number 72,202. It was indeed her house number, but the decorations inside, the gaming chair placed in the living room, the 100-inch giant LCD TV on the wall, and even all the furniture, were not her original ones. Huafian cautiously opened the door again and carefully poked her head in to scan the surroundings. Although the furniture and appliances had been replaced, the wall decorations were still hers. And the dining table, it was still the one she had carefully selected. But on that dining table lay a half-eaten steak and an open bottle of red wine. After confirming that this was indeed her house, Huafian instinctively took out a golf club from the entrance. She paused for a moment. Yes, this was indeed the golf club she had prepared to defend against any intruders. At this moment, Huafian was even more convinced that this was her house. Who had turned her house into this? A thief. But would a thief place a gaming chair worth over 100,000 yuan in her living room? And the 100-inch LCD TV on the wall was also worth tens of thousands. Then what? Suddenly, Huafian felt the cold touch of a metal object against the exposed skin at the back of her neck. Before she could turn around to see what it was, zzz. A powerful electric current surged from the metal object. Under the intense shock, Huafian's vision went dark and she instantly lost consciousness. Li Ming, holding a high-voltage stun gun, looked at the fallen Huafian with a delighted expression. Haha, she really did come back before the apocalypse. Don't blame me then. Li Ming quickly found a rope and tied Huafian up tightly. Robbery now was out of the question. According to the system's requirements, the person must willingly offer themselves to meet the conditions. After the apocalypse, there would be plenty of ways to make Huafian willingly offer herself. Moreover, in the end times, a beauty like Huafian would surely become prey for other men, even a slave to be traded. Falling into his hands might actually be the best outcome for her. Huafian gradually regained consciousness. She wanted to rub her eyes, but found her entire body tied up with a cloth stuffed in her mouth. She suddenly recalled the moment before she was electrocuted, and her body began to chill, her eyes filled with terror. She had been kidnapped. She had no idea whether the kidnapper wanted money or her body. Huafian looked up. On the 100-inch LCD TV, the zombie movie Train to Busan was playing. The horrifying scenes deepened her inner fear. On the sofa in front of the TV sat a man, clearly her kidnapper. Huafian's mouth was tightly gagged, and she could only make muffled sounds. Those sounds reached Li Ming's ears, and he immediately realized she had woken up. Li Ming immediately turned off the movie, stood up from the sofa, and walked slowly towards Huafian. Miss Huafian, you're finally awake. Watching Li Ming approach, Huafian immediately struggled in panic, her expression extremely agitated. Li Ming crouched in front of Huafian. Don't be so agitated. Calm down and listen to me. Huafian looked at him in terror, her mind completely dominated by fear, unable to hear his words. She kept making sounds, tears streaming down her face. Li Ming stood up helplessly. I can't talk to you like this. When you calm down, we can communicate properly. He stood up, sat back on the sofa, and opened a can of beer to drink. Wah wah wah. Although Huafian's mouth was gagged, Li Ming could still tell she was wailing loudly. But he wouldn't soften his heart. In the apocalypse, he had seen women crying even more miserably and despairingly than her. He had long become immune. After 3 minutes, Huafian, exhausted from struggling, finally calmed down weakly, though her body still sobbed involuntarily. Li Ming walked over to her again, crouched down, and removed the cloth from her mouth. Now can we talk properly? Huafian nodded weakly. Li Ming showed a harmless smile. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Li Ming, and soon I will become your man. I have 2 things to tell you. First, from now on, this house belongs to me. Second, from now on, I am your master. You must obey my orders unconditionally. Huafian gradually calmed down and looked at him with confusion, as if he were a mentally deranged madman. He wanted the house just by saying it. The house. Who robs a house like that? Didn't he know that a house needed to be transferred through legal procedures? And he demanded that she obey his orders from now on. Was he insane? She had never even obeyed her own parents' orders. Who did he think he was? Moreover, this man looked familiar. Where had she seen him before? The next second she remembered. You're the delivery man who delivered my package last week, right? I advise you to stop now. Since I know where you work, you can't escape. If you let me go now, I'll pretend nothing happened. I won't call the police or tell anyone. You're still young. Don't think about killing me. If I die, your crime will be severe. Turn back now. You still have a chance if you leave. Li Ming said calmly. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have captured you so easily. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. As long as you meet my requirements, I might even set you free. Huafian sobbed, tears falling continuously. In a choked voice, she said, please don't do this. I can give you money. There's over 100,000 in my card, and the password is 021021. Take all the money and I promise I won't call the police. My father is a shoe factory owner. If you need a job, I can ask him to arrange one for you. You don't seem like a bad person. I can give you anything except my body. Li Ming sounded a bit impatient. I've made myself clear. When you figure it out, he'll let you go. Besides, from a certain perspective, I'm also saving you. You'll thank me for what I've done today. After saying that, as Huafian struggled, Li Ming shoved the cloth back into her mouth. Reflecting on her past life, how many women, after enduring fear and despair in the apocalypse, willingly sold their bodies, or even actively used their bodies to seduce targets, brutally killing them and seizing their supplies. In extreme environments, women often prove to be more selfish and ruthless than men. Having seen all kinds of venomous women, Li Ming had long lost any notion of chivalry. To achieve his goal, he could be even more merciless. After Li Ming gagged Huafian again, she wept softly like a wronged little wife. Now that the apocalypse had not yet officially arrived, Huafian, who had not experienced the despair of the end times, would not easily let Li Ming achieve his goal. However, Li Ming was not in a hurry. Having lived through the apocalypse, he knew that almost no one could withstand the torment of hunger and thirst. Most people would succumb after enduring hunger for 3 to 5 days. In the early morning, Li Ming was awakened by a sharp ringtone. He opened his eyes and saw it was Zhang Ergu calling. Li Ming answered the phone lazily. Ergu, why are you calling me so early? Zhang Ergu asked seriously. Li Ming, tell me, is the theft of our Walmart warehouse related to you? Li Ming neither denied nor admitted, only replying, guess. Zhang Ergu cursed angrily, guess your ass. You're going to get me killed. The police have already found me today. Li Ming exclaimed in surprise, you got caught. Zhang Ergu said, I got wind of it early and left in advance. They're still looking for me now. Li Ming said, then listen to me. Forget everything. Hurry back to your hometown before 3 p.m. today. Maybe you'll survive. Zhang Ergu said, Li Ming, fuck you. It was you after all, wasn't it? I don't care. I can't clear my name now. I want half of what you stole. Li Ming said, hey, good luck. Before Zhang Ergu could say more, Li Ming hung up. No sooner had he hung up on Zhang Ergu than Luo Zijuan called. Answering the phone, Luo Zijuan cursed, Li Ming, Guanfeng, and I have been sincere to you, trying every way to help you out of the mire, but you actually harm us like this. Yesterday you slandered me on WeChat, and I didn't bother with you, but now you've even colluded with others to steal our oil tanker trucks. You'd better confess honestly, what did you do with those fuel trucks, and where did the money go? I'm telling you, don't harbor any illusions. The police are already looking for you today. I advise you to turn yourself in early and get a lighter sentence. Li Ming sneered, of course I know you're sincere to me. Not only sincere, you also want to take my kidneys, my liver, my eyes. Oil tanker trucks. Aren't you so awesome? Go find them yourself. Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng certainly knew Li Ming was alluding to the incident where they tricked him into going to northern Myanmar. Guanfeng angrily snatched the phone from Luo Zijuan. Li Ming, whether you go to northern Myanmar for work is entirely up to you. We never forced you. You'd better return all my oil tanker trucks and I won't pursue the matter. Don't think about running. The police have already gone to your rented apartment looking for you. They'll find you sooner or later. Li Ming laughed. I don't know what you're talking about, but as your good friend of many years, I advise you to stay home today and don't go anywhere. If they were still outside at 3 p.m. today when the blood rain fell, becoming zombies or zombie food, then his revenge plan would be ruined. If they died so easily, it would be too merciful for them. Li Ming hung up on Luo Zijuan, and then the phone rang again, still from Luo Zijuan. Li Ming simply turned off the phone. One reason was to avoid endless calls from Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan. The other was to evade police tracking, although he was currently in Huafian's house. However, the police could still locate his phone through technical means. To avoid trouble, he simply turned it off. Although the police already suspected him, Li Ming was not flustered at all. Suspicion aside, he was sure the police had no solid evidence. Otherwise, they would have listed him as a major fugitive and arrested him instead of just inquiring about his whereabouts. As long as he held out until 3 in the afternoon when the blood rain fell, no one would care about such trivial matters anymore. On July 28, 2034, at 3 p.m. in room 72202, Binjiang 1 residential area, Li Ming moved the tightly bound Huafian to the large floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the street below together with her. Drip drop. The blood-red rain arrived as scheduled, drop by drop, wetting the outer layer of the window glass. Li Ming removed the cloth from Huafian's mouth. Huafian said weakly to Li Ming, it's been almost 2 days. Can you give me some food and water? If I starve to death, you'll be a murderer. Li Ming lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said, look at the outside world. This world is about to end. Huafian had no idea what Li Ming was talking about. She only knew that Li Ming was a lunatic, a madman. Outside the residential area in the attached square, a large crowd was watching a young lady wildly twisting her body while filming a short video. The blood rain fell on her face. She instinctively wiped it and frowned, saying, "Oh, it's raining. No, why is the water red? Like blood." The cameraman also felt the rain on his face and wiped it as well. "Yeah, it really is red." The guy put the blood-red rain into his mouth and tasted it. "It's even a bit sweet." The girl said disdainfully, "Oh, why do you put everything in your mouth?" The guy grinned. "What's there to fear? The big germs eat the little ones. Yours is so stinky, and I still eat it." The girl laughed coyly. "You're so annoying." "Oh, the red rain is getting heavier. Let's take shelter in the mall first." Saying that, she quickly opened her umbrella to prevent the blood rain from falling on her. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pack the knives. We're going to take shelter." "Hey, are you listening? Why are you spacing out at a time like this? Luo Xiang, are you deaf? Did you hear what I said?" Seeing the guy standing there motionless, dazed, the girl angrily stepped forward and tugged at him. "Wow." The guy suddenly turned his face and let out a wild scream. At that moment, his face was covered with visible bloodshot lines. His eyeballs turned a pale gray and his teeth became extremely sharp and pointed, nothing like human teeth. "Ah, Luo Xiang, what are you doing? You scared me," the girl shouted in terror. Before she could react, Luo Xiang stiffly lunged and bit her on the neck. "No, it's me." The next second, bloodshot lines spread across the girl's face, which turned deathly pale. Her eyeballs gradually became the same gray murky color as Luo Xiang's. Bang! "Hey, can you even drive? Stopping in the middle of the road like that?" A rear-end collision occurred. The man from the rear car got out, slapped the hood of the front car, and cursed angrily. "There's a pregnant woman in our car. If your sudden stop hurts my wife and child, it'll kill you." The front car man said, "Are you blind? Don't you see the old lady lying on the ground? Should I just run her over instead of stopping?" The rear car man, "You hit her." The front car man, "Don't blame me. I have a dash cam. I was at least 3 meters away when she had already fallen." The pregnant woman from the rear car got out holding an umbrella. "Stop arguing. Go check on the elderly lady and see if she's hurt. Let's take her to the hospital quickly." The front car man snorted, "It's none of my business. Since I didn't hit her, why should I take her? Besides, you rear-end me, so you have to pay compensation." The pregnant woman said contemptuously, "What kind of person are you? Thinking about compensation before saving someone? You're insane, cold-blooded, completely heartless." The front car man cursed angrily, "If you want to save her, save her. I told you it's not my business. That old lady is probably a scammer." The rear car man also raised his voice, "Why are you shouting? If you scare my wife, can you afford to pay for that?" The pregnant woman tugged at her husband, "Don't waste time with this kind of person. I've never seen anyone like this. He won't save her, but we will. Go help the old lady up." "All right, we're going to the hospital for a prenatal checkup anyway, so we can take the old lady." "Ah!" The rear car man suddenly screamed in terror. His neck was viciously bitten by someone. The very old lady he was about to help up. At that moment, the old lady opened her murky gray eyes and bit down on his neck, refusing to let go. Bright red blood continuously flowed from the bite wound on his neck. "Ah, husband." The pregnant woman grabbed her handbag and slammed it against the old lad's head. "What are you doing? Let go of my husband." The front car man laughed mockingly, pretending to be a saint. "Now you got bitten back. Feels good, huh?" The next second, the old lady released the rear car man's neck, stood up abruptly, and lunged at the front car man. The front car man instinctively kicked the old lady, breaking her leg bone with one kick. However, the old lady's limbs bent at angles beyond human comprehension, and she continued to attack the front car man. The old woman managed to pounce on him, biting down on the carotid artery in his neck. "Up!" The front car man let out a scream. Seeing the old lady had released her husband, the woman rushed over to help him up. "Honey, are you okay? There are so many lunatics these days." After muttering a few complaints, she looked at her husband's face. It was ashen gray, devoid of any color, his eyes murky, his mouth wide open, revealing sharp, jagged teeth. He looked exactly like the zombies from the horror movies she used to watch. The woman clutched her belly, terror rising within her. "Honey, it's me and our baby." "Ah!" Her husband lunged at her like a mad dog, tore open her abdomen, and greedily devoured the tiny life inside. All of this was witnessed by Ming and Huafian, who stood on a high vantage point looking down. Huafian's mouth hung open in horror. She wanted to wipe her tears, but her hands and feet were still tightly bound by Ming. Ming sneered, "Kindness. Compassion. That's something only found in heaven. Sorry, but this place is about to become hell." On the street, the blood rain continued to fall, and more people were infected, turning into zombies who madly chased the uninfected. The uninfected could only flee in panic, with screams, cries for help, and wails of agony rising one after another. The crowd on the street was in complete chaos. The red on the ground could no longer be distinguished. Was it from the blood rain or the gushing blood of those being torn apart? Throughout Tianhai City, car accidents were everywhere. Traffic was completely paralyzed. People like ants were frantically fleeing in all directions. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood. Human society had completely descended into chaos and madness. Li Ming knew that after today, over 60 of the global population would be infected by the zombie virus and become zombies. And this was only the beginning. Starting at midnight tonight, the temperature across the entire blue star would plummet. The temperature in Tianhai City would drop to minus 40 degrees Celsius overnight. The current temperature was still around 30 degrees Celsius, meaning that in one night the temperature would drop sharply by 80 degrees. And this was in the southern region of Huaihua. It was said that in the northern regions the temperature had dropped to minus 80 degrees Celsius. A direct drop of over 100 degrees, truly terrifying. Without this great Cambrian freeze, the zombies might have quickly rotted under the scorching heat and lost their vitality. However, the Great Cambrian Freeze caused the temperature to remain below freezing year-round, stopping the zombies from rotting and allowing them to persist forever. This is similar to the zombie meat you could buy in peacetime. Perhaps the frozen meat you bought had been stored in a freezer for over 10 years. When it was served on your table, you could still taste how tender, delicious, and juicy it was. With the combined effects of zombies' extreme cold and the malice of certain individuals, it was estimated that less than 10 of people would survive after a month. After a month, official institutions would be largely paralyzed, and that 10 was just Li Ming's rough estimate. Huafian looked incredulously at the chaotic, bloody, and violent world outside, and said in terror, "What has happened to this world?" Li Ming took a drag on his cigarette. "This is just the beginning. There will be more surprises to come." Huafian looked at Li Ming with confusion, feeling as if he had known this would happen all along. Before Li Ming turned away from the floor-to-ceiling window, he had seen too much of the zombie world in his past life, so nothing that happened could surprise him anymore. He had more important things to do next. He reopened his phone and entered the group chat for Binjiang, one residential complex. During Huafian's unconsciousness, Li Ming had already used her phone to add himself into several owner groups of the complex. The owner groups were full of complaints with over 500 unread messages. Building 5, love your cloud. Oh my god. Are those monsters outside zombies? I saw them bite and kill many people. Building 8, Wuji, my dad has turned into a zombie too. What should I do? Can anyone save him? He's in the underground garage under our building. Dreaming back to youth. Everyone don't go to the underground garage. There are already over 20 zombies there. Lucky I ran fast, or I would have been done for. Building 7, poetry and distance, same here. Luckily I had good reflexes, ran fast, and had a nimble dodging style, or I would have been bitten too. The thought still gives me chills. Family harmony. Can anyone help me find my child? My child went downstairs to play and hasn't come back yet. What should I do? Driving LSB. What's going on with that blood-red rain outside? Is it a lab accident that turned these people into zombies? Health and happiness. Does anyone know what's happening at the financial center? My daughter's phone has been unreachable. Li Ming quickly swiped his finger and typed a message, all-inclusive, recruiting a women's army. Free meals, free water, free transportation. Those interested, please send a barefaced photo and DM me. Only 5 spots available. Free meals and lodging, recruitment open for 5 female companions. Full board, unlimited water, and round-trip transportation provided. Interested candidates must submit unretouched photos via private message. Why limit recruitment to only 5? Li Ming's first instinct was scarcity marketing. If positions appeared limitless, applicants would feel no urgency, but cap the quota and anxiety would compel swift action. Li Ming flooded every residential WeChat group with 10 identical messages in rapid succession. Instantly chaos erupted across the chats. Young man, have you lost your mind? Everyone's terrified by what's happening outside, yet you're advertising for companions. Wang, a fitness-obsessed senior from Building 12. What kind of pervert is this? He deserves physical castration. Bro, if you want to attract women, at least offer something substantial. Aliokani at Alio can drink. That's not an offer. It's the lament of a broke nobody flaunting his poverty. Bro, can this really be done? I'll pay double, and far more beyond that. If she's beautiful, contact me privately. Who is this person? What's his apartment number? While we're all trembling at the thought of zombies outside, he's stirring up trouble right here. Free meals and lodging. I suspect you pose a threat to community safety. Report immediately to our neighborhood office. Chung Guifang Community Office, Building 7. Li Ming paid no heed to the outcry. They hadn't yet grasped the truth. The world had irrevocably changed. Peace was gone forever. The golden window for recruiting exceptional women lasted only 1 month. With each passing day, the pool of candidates meeting the system's criteria would dwindle, approaching zero. Once people realized the catastrophe was permanent, law, morality, and order would collapse entirely. Most women would become prey to marauders, especially stunning beauties like Huafian, who possessed neither means nor strength to escape their clutches. Even those unwilling to trade their bodies would be seized by force. Few, very few, would remain unbroken. Thus Li Ming had to act swiftly, launching his campaign early to embed it deeply in public consciousness. When truly exceptional women finally chose to barter survival for safety, Li Ming would be their first and only thought. After posting in every group, he opened a short video app, and there it was, endless clips of zombies biting victims. Shocking. Over half of Metropolis population has transformed into zombies under unknown causes. The entire city has fallen. Flee immediately. Shenzhen is under massive zombie assault. Seek shelter in sealed secure locations. Capital city is overrun. Chaos reigns, corpses litter the streets. Evacuate to safe zones without delay. Texas, USA. Tokyo, Japan. Rome, Italy. Li Ming scrolled through global reports of zombie-infested cities, then drained a sip of vintage Mao Tai to steady his nerves. Moments later, an official emergency alert flashed on screen. Urgent notice. Authorities confirm that today's crimson rain across the planet contains high concentrations of the zombie virus. All surface rivers, lakes, and reservoirs have been contaminated. Water from these sources is strictly unsafe for consumption. Municipal water supply will cease immediately nationwide until a definitive method to eradicate the virus is developed. If you suspect someone nearby has ingested infected water, do not hesitate. For your own survival, eliminate them immediately. Such acts will not be prosecuted as homicide. Yet all citizens must still uphold the law. Do not harm the innocent under pretext of suspicion. In times of crisis, unity is our strength. Stand together shoulder to shoulder and overcome this trial. Official rescue operations are being mobilized urgently. Please remain in secure locations and await further instructions. Li Ming sneered. If killing zombies was now legal, what remained of law but hollow parchment? Who could truly verify infection? Who bore irrefutable proof? Suspicion alone became sufficient warrant for execution. At once, every residential group exploded with panic. Is it not just Tianhai City, but every corner of Earth? Heavens, is the apocalypse truly upon us? My life has barely begun. How long will this blood rain last? At this rate, the world is doomed. Zombies aside, the real danger lies in people. The notice permits killing anyone suspected of infection. But how do we judge? What if someone falsely accuses me? Can they simply execute me on whim? You're right. That means murder can now be committed with impunity. This terror eclipses zombies themselves. Let it all burn. Mortgages forgiven. Credit cards wiped clean. May every blood-sucking banker turn into a shambling corpse. Is this truly the end of the world? What do I do with all my unspent wealth? The cruelest irony, you're still alive, but your money has become worthless paper. Fortunately, I'm already underwater on debt. Li Ming found their panic absurd. They missed the true priority. Neither zombies nor opportunistic violence were within human control. The critical issue was the imminent cutoff of water. Even if authorities shut down water plants instantly, residual clean water would remain in municipal pipes and rooftop tanks, a volume substantial enough to stockpile effectively. In his past life, Li Ming had secured this last supply using every available container. His key to surviving the apocalypse's first crucible. Those with foresight and situational awareness were already hoarding water, not venting grievances online. Many urban households, especially in residential complexes, relied solely on installed water purifiers, rarely using bottled water anymore. Once tap water vanished, those purifiers would become ornamental relics. As for food, most families kept modest reserves, rice noodles staples, typically enough for at least half a month. But without water, even stored food turned inedible. Forcing it down would accelerate dehydration during digestion. Within 2 days, global societal collapse would ignite, not from hunger but thirst. Deception, violation, slaughter. The darkest facets of humanity would erupt unchecked. The world would descend into genuine hell on earth. Bound to a chair, Huafian wept before Li Ming. Please, let me call my parents. I'm terrified for them. I swear, I won't call the police. Li Ming withdrew a fruit knife and approached slowly. Huafian stared at the gleaming blade, shaking her head wildly in terror. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. SSSSH. With one precise cut, Li Ming severed her bonds. You're free. Call your parents. Report me. Flee, if you dare. All choices are yours. You're free. You can make a call, call the police, ask for help, or even run away. Do as you please. After hearing Li Ming's words, Huafian stared at his face in disbelief, afraid he would change his mind. Li Ming put away the fruit knife in his hand and sat back on the sofa. I said you're free. Not leaving. Huafian remained skeptical of Li Ming's words, cautiously reaching out her hand to try to pick up her phone from the table. Only when her hand actually touched the phone did she bravely take it and immediately dial her parents' number. Beep beep. After several attempts, still no one answered. Huafian was so anxious she cried, Dad, please pick up the phone. After trying a few more times with no answer, the frustration of not finding her family and the grievances she had endured over the past 2 days exploded all at once. Huafian squatted on the ground, burying her head in her arms and weeping in despair. This crying lasted for 10 minutes. Li Ming, who was reading, had enough of her sobbing and was about to take out his earphones to listen to music. Huafian, looking pitiful and weak, said to Li Ming, Could you give me something to eat? Li Ming immediately went to the kitchen and brought out a steak and freshly squeezed juice that had been prepared earlier. Want to eat? Want to drink? Huafian nodded eagerly at Li Ming like an obedient little dog. Li Ming smirked, You know my rules. As long as you agree, these are all yours. Huafian naturally knew that Li Ming was referring to her body. Although she desperately wanted the steak and juice in his hands, her sense of propriety and shame forbade her from doing so. Huafian pleaded, "Can I exchange something else with you? Money, jewelry, anything valuable." Li Ming walked to the window, opened it, and threw the steak juice along with the plate and cup down. Huafian tried to stop him, but was no match for Li Ming's speed. She could only press against the floor-to-ceiling window, staring wide-eyed as the steak fell to the ground. Crash! The sound of the breaking plate immediately caught the attention of the zombies. 3 zombies immediately gathered around. Seeing the zombies, Huafian immediately retreated in terror, as if afraid of being discovered by them. Li Ming sat back on the sofa, picked up his book, and said, "It seems you're not hungry enough yet. We'll talk again tomorrow." Huafian felt a surge of inexplicable anger at Li Ming's actions, so she gathered her courage and said, "This house is mine. You're taking refuge in my house. Shouldn't you at least pay me rent? What's the big deal about giving me some food?" Li Ming laughed. "I took this house by my own ability. Why should I pay you rent?" Huafian wanted to argue, but after thinking about it, it did make sense. So she changed her approach. "If you keep this up, they'll call the police." Li Ming said, "I already told you can call the police. I won't stop you." Huafian raised her phone, testing Li Ming's reaction while threatening, "I'm really going to call." Seeing that Li Ming made no move to stop her, Huafian immediately dialed the police. However, after more than 10 attempts, no one answered. Blushing, Huafian said to Li Ming, "You're sure that the police station is too busy to handle this, so you're so brazen." Li Ming looked at her with interest. "You're quite clever." Huafian stood up angrily. "You said I could move freely. I have hands and feet. I don't believe I can't find something to eat." Although most of the furniture in the living room and bedroom had been replaced by Li Ming, the kitchen was still arranged as Huafian had left it. She knew exactly where food was hidden. Huafian confidently searched the kitchen. My chips and instant noodles were hidden here. And my chocolate? All gone." Opening the fridge, it was completely empty. With her stomach growling, Huafian searched the house several times, but didn't find even a single grain of rice. "Despicable. You even hid the pack of cookies I had in my old clothes. I tell you, I won't let you get away with this." Li Ming's indulgence made Huafian more defiant in front of him. However, she still hadn't found a single grain of rice or a drop of water. After a futile search, tears in her eyes, Huafian weakly begged Li Ming, "Brother, have a heart. Give me some food. I'm really dying. If you're really that desperate, I have a girlfriend who loves handsome guys, especially the type like you. She can't resist. He'll introduce her to you, and you two can have fun, okay?" Li Ming closed his book. "Can she compare to you?" Huafian shook her head blankly. "It seems she lost it when she was 18. Li Ming said disdainfully, "Tch, no interest." Huafian thought of her friend. Yes, her friend lived in building 3 of this complex. She could definitely take refuge with her. It seemed that prolonged hunger really affected one's intelligence. Starving, Huafian suddenly stood up from the chair as if injected with adrenaline. "I can't find anything at home, but I don't believe there isn't a single person in this whole complex willing to give me a bite to eat." Li Ming was scrolling through short videos on his phone, not even looking up. "Go ahead." Huafian realized that Li Ming really had no intention of stopping her from leaving. So she quickly stepped forward and opened the door. As long as she could reach building 3, all her problems would be solved. However, the moment she opened the door, she regretted it. The once ordinary corridor now seemed extremely gloomy, as if all kinds of dangerous things lurked in the unseen dark corners. Roar, roar. The sound of zombies growling came from the stairwell. Terrified, Huafian immediately slammed the door shut. In this situation, forget about reaching building 3. She would probably be surrounded and bitten to death by countless zombies as soon as she stepped downstairs. Huafian slowly retreated back into the house, quickly closing and locking the door. Li Ming cast a contemptuous look. "Weren't you going to leave? Why are you back?" Huafian broke down again, plopping onto the floor and sobbing. After a while, weeping and biting her lower lip, she said, "Why are you treating me like this? I haven't offended you." Li Ming grinned. "I told you my terms from the very beginning. As long as you comply, you can have endless supplies." Huafian used her last bit of strength to dream on. That was something she had guarded for over 20 years. How many rich second-generation heirs, official second-generation heirs, and pilots had pursued her only to be rejected one by one? Today, how could she sell herself just for a bite to eat? Her values forbade her from doing so. Late at night, the blood rain outside gradually ceased. However, the calamity was far from over. The sky began to shower down densely packed pink snowflakes, and the snowfall grew heavier. These pink snowflakes still carried a massive amount of zombie virus. Within less than 10 minutes, the snowflakes had grown from the size of a fingernail to heavy goose-feather snow. Li Ming, who had been fast asleep, was awakened by the cold. Though he had long been mentally prepared, a trace of tension still gripped his heart as the cold wave arrived. He wondered if Huafian's house could withstand the coming drastic temperature drop. Li Ming got up to check the thermometer he had placed outside. The outdoor temperature had already plummeted to 0 degrees Celsius. In the afternoon, when the blood rain fell and the zombies emerged, the temperature had been nearly 40 degrees. In just half a day, the temperature had dropped over 40 degrees, plunging below 0. Li Ming knew this was only the beginning of the cold snap, by dawn the temperature would plummet to -40 to 50 degrees Celsius. That would be the true test. Li Ming quickly turned on the auxiliary heating function of all the indoor air conditioners and set the maximum temperature to 30 degrees. But that was far from enough. If the temperature truly dropped below -40 degrees, the heating from the air conditioners would be utterly insufficient to maintain a comfortable indoor temperature. After turning on the air conditioners, Li Ming immediately took out charcoal, placed it into his modified fireplace, and lit a fire. In this apocalyptic deep freeze, the most primitive heating method proved the most practical. With the dual heating of the air conditioners and the fireplace, the indoor temperature quickly rose to 30 degrees. It was genuinely hot. Li Ming promptly lowered the air conditioner temperature and reduced the charcoal in the fireplace. Soon the indoor temperature stabilized at a comfortable 24 degrees. In another room, Huafian, who had been enduring the pangs of hunger and thirst, was also awakened by the sudden cold. At that moment, she was truly suffering from both hunger and cold. When she came to the living room, she watched Li Ming's operations in confusion as the indoor temperature quickly became very comfortable. Fortunately, compared to the dual torment, at least she no longer had to endure the cold, but the hunger was still agonizing. She looked at the busy Li Ming and felt an unusual sensation in her heart. After finishing everything, Li Ming had completely lost his drowsiness. Moreover, he still needed to observe whether the house could withstand the coming low temperatures. If anything went wrong, he would have to flee immediately. Within less than an hour, the streets were covered with a thick layer of snow. The temperature had dropped from around 0 to -10 degrees Celsius. Li Ming added another log to the fireplace, and the indoor temperature quickly rose again. After a long wait, Li Ming decided to take out his phone and check the news. Major platforms were still flooded with information about the zombies and the extreme cold. What's going on? Why is it suddenly so cold? The zombies were already terrifying enough, and now this cold. How are we supposed to survive? The temperature keeps getting colder. This is not right. Just a moment ago, the air conditioner was still blowing warm air, but now the air coming out is cold. Does anyone have extra quilts? We just moved into this neighborhood and haven't brought our winter quilts yet. I can pay a high price. I've observed carefully. These snowflakes are pink. Could they contain the zombie virus like the red rain? My family is almost out of water. Does anyone have extra? They'll pay a high price, 200 yuan per bottle of mineral water. You think such low temperatures might freeze all the zombies outside? If so, that would be great. At least we wouldn't have to worry about being bitten. Only Li Ming knew that these zombies were extremely cold resistant and could not be frozen to death in low temperatures. These zombies, when they haven't detected prey, would lie motionless in every corner lurking. Once they spotted prey, they would twist their grotesque bodies, brandishing claws and teeth, and pounce toward it. The heavy snow greatly increased the danger of going outside because the snowdrifts would conceal the zombies' bodies beneath the snow. When a person walked on the snow, they might look around and stay alert, but they would never imagine that from under the snow suddenly 8 or 10 zombies would emerge, directly dragging them into the snow to be devoured. Li Ming's greatest worry was whether the huge floor-to-ceiling glass window in the living room could withstand the -40-degree temperature. 3 hours later, the outdoor temperature had dropped to -40 degrees. The huge floor-to-ceiling glass remained intact, and Li Ming's anxious heart finally settled. The indoor temperature was still maintained at 24 degrees, perfectly comfortable. Gradually, Li Ming also felt a strong drowsiness. He stretched and yawned, deciding to go back to his room for a good sleep. When he woke up the next day, it was already noon. Li Ming found that Huafian had made a bed on the floor right in front of the warm fireplace. Although the other parts of the house were not too cold, Huafian, who was naturally sensitive to cold, still preferred the warmest spot. Li Ming checked the outdoor thermometer. The temperature had now dropped to -50 degrees. Looking outside through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass, the streets were covered with a thick layer of snow, and the ground floors of the shops along the street were already 2/3 buried. If not for the extreme cold and the zombies, the snowy landscape outside would have been a beautiful sight. After a quick wash, Li Ming began his task for the day, spamming to recruit top-tier beauties. Food and drink provided, sheltering beauties, meals included, water, sufficient transportation provided. Those interested, please attach a Namacup full-body photo and private message me. Only 5 spots available. Li Ming then spammed 10 more messages across various groups. Today, the residents in the groups no longer had the aggressive tone of yesterday. By now, even a fool could see that this was truly a massive disaster. No one knew when it would end, but it certainly wouldn't be short. Some residents had already started to run out of water. As soon as Li Ming sent his advertisement, someone immediately him. Bro, have you stored a lot of water? Can you sell some to me? They'll pay a high price. Dude, I'm the manager of Maid Group. Can you sell me some water? 550 milliliters mineral water, 500 yuan per bottle. Is that okay? What's so great about being a manager of Maid Group? It's the apocalypse now, who cares about titles? Bro will pay 1,000 yuan per bottle of mineral water. They'll take all you have. How about that? It'll pay 2,000 per bottle. It'll take as many as you have. Hey, don't drive up the prices. It's still early. The days ahead are long. I have money. Who are you to control me? Neighbors, 550 milliliters, Zihaha mineral water, 3,000 per bottle. If interested, PM me. Limited stock left. Li Ming was amused. People were actually willing to sell their own mineral water, but in a few days they would regret it. In a few more days, even 100 wouldn't buy a bottle of water. No matter how much money, it would be nothing but waste paper. While Li Ming was earnestly waiting for beauties to private message him. Knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the door at 8 a.m. In the property management office of Building 7. The property manager Chun Jingye and security guard Zhang San were hiding in the office wrapped in curtains, shivering from the cold. Yesterday, during their shift, a horde of zombies suddenly broke into the residential area. Before the rest of the property staff and security could react, most were bitten or devoured by the zombies. Chun Jingye and Zhang San were ruthless. When the zombies hunted them, they not only avoided becoming food, but with calmness and ferocity, killed 2 zombies and fled into the property office. In the office, there were a few barrels of water, but the only food was a few packs of leftover biscuits from the female colleagues' desks. Since yesterday, Chun Jingye and Zhang San had only eaten a few biscuits. Now they were hungry and cold. Zhang San asked dejectedly, Manager Chun, what do we do now? The place is swarming with zombies. Soon we'll starve to death here. Chun Jingye showed a sinister smile. The killing of the zombies yesterday seemed to have ignited his lust for slaughter. Did you see the official announcement yesterday? Zhang San nodded. After they hid in the office, he had been nervously scrolling through his phone, trying to find out what had happened outside and why so many zombies had appeared. So Zhang San must have seen the official announcement. Chun Jingye said one thing in the announcement: killing those who drank the blood rain, or the zombies won't be treated as murder. Zhang San was puzzled. So what? Are you going out to kill zombies? What does that have to do with our food? Chun Jingye sneered. You fool. That means we can say anyone drank the blood rain and they're done for. We can kill whoever we want. There are so many residents in Building 7. Can't we find some food? Zhang San suddenly understood. Right, just kill them all, and there's no evidence. There are a few female residents I've had my eye on for a long time. They live alone. We can start with them. Chun Jingye took out a list from the files. You don't need to tell me. I've already planned it. Hua Fian in 2202, the flight attendant, and Long Koi in 2803, the big internet celebrity. Both are stunning beauties. We can subdue them first. I've been watching them for a long time. In the past, people like them wouldn't even glance at us. Now is the perfect time to act. If they resist, we'll have our fun and then kill them, saying they drank the blood rain. If they submit to us, that's great. Later, if we run into tough guys, we can trade them for more food. Zhang San wiped the drool from his lips. I know those 2 beauties. Every time they pass by me, I can barely hold back. Haha. But how do we get into Building 7 with all those zombies outside? Chun Jingye pointed to the wall behind him. This wall leads to Building 7. Zhang San was surprised. Huh? Break through the wall. Chun Jingye took 2 fire axes from the fire cabinet. Hollow bricks. Easy to break. Let's get moving. If we stay here, we'll freeze or starve. After much effort, they finally broke a hole in the back wall of the office big enough to crawl through and entered Building 7. Chun Jingye rested a moment. Let's go to 2202 first. Hua Fian's place. Knock knock knock. A knock broke the silence in 2202. Li Ming and Hua Fian both looked at the door. At this hour, who could be knocking? Knock knock knock. The knock came again. Hello, we're from property management. Considering this disaster, we've arranged some supplies for the residents. We hope you can get through this. Is anyone there? The supplies aren't much, but it's our gesture. Please open the door and accept them. Hearing that the property was delivering supplies, Hua Fian, who was almost delirious with hunger, perked up. She wanted to respond immediately, but was afraid of Li Ming. Hua Fian whispered pleadingly, it's the property people bringing me supplies. Can I open the door? These supplies are for me. I'll just take them and won't give you away. Li Ming said indifferently, if you think they're trustworthy, open the door. I won't stop you. Li Ming didn't believe anyone would be foolish enough to deliver supplies voluntarily at a time like this. In the group chat, a bottle of water was selling for 3,000 yuan. He would rather believe he was Jesus than believe that strangers would give away supplies. He would cut off his own head before believing those 2 outside had no ulterior motives. But in Li Ming's view, their arrival was just in time. It was time for Hua Fian to see the cruelty of human nature and completely shatter her psychological defenses. Seeing that Li Ming didn't object, Hua Fian hurried to the door. Though famished, she hadn't lost all sense, as she was cautious about the delivery. She peered through the peephole to observe the situation outside. Chun Jingye sensed someone was watching through the peephole and stepped back so Hua Fian could see his face clearly. Look, I'm Chun Jingye, the manager of Building 7, and he's Zhang San, the security guard. You've lived here a long time. You should recognize us. Through the peephole, Hua Fian indeed saw Chun Jingye, the manager she usually dealt with, and Zhang San, the security guard, had helped her carry things upstairs several times. She had a strong impression of him. In her mind, they were both good people, always ready to help. Seeing these familiar faces, her vigilance immediately dropped. With a click, the door opened. Chun Jingye and Zhang San exchanged sinister glances. She'd fallen for it. Thank you for the supplies. You're truly good people. Our property management is really great. I haven't paid those high fees in vain. Hua Fian exclaimed excitedly. The next second, Hua Fian's heart sank into an ice cave. A fire axe was pressed coldly against her neck. Beautiful Hua, if you're willing to cooperate with us, we won't hurt you. Huafian saw the greedy, lustful look in Chun Jingye's eyes and couldn't help trembling. This look was different from Li Ming's. She believed these two would actually assault her. Zhang San stepped into Huafian's apartment, his face showing excitement, and surprised manager Chen come in and see. Their place is so warm, not a hint of cold. Chun Jingye holding the fire axe against Huafian entered the apartment. A wave of warmth washed over them. So comfortable. Chun Jingye stared at Huafian with lustful eyes. Beautiful Hua, you really know how to enjoy life. You have a fireplace at home. Great, we won't feel cold while we do business here. Huafian asked in panic. Business? What business? Chun Jingye grabbed her neck. What do you think? Oh. Huafian screamed and tried to push away his hand. Slap. Chun Jingye slapped Huafian, who tried to resist, to the ground, and said viciously, I advise you to be sensible. Otherwise you'll be one of those who drank the blood rain, and we can kill you without breaking the law. Huafian, who had been slapped to the ground by Chun Jingye, immediately looked toward Li Ming's direction. Oh, where was Li Ming? He had been sitting right here reading a book just moments ago. No wonder. He must have seen the two men wielding fire axes and gotten scared, so he hid himself. Huafian also found herself ridiculous. At this very moment, she was still hoping that Li Ming would step in and save her from Chun Jingye. Chun Jingye gleefully grabbed Huafian by the hair and dragged her like a dead dog to the living room sofa. Zhang San, hurry up and close the door, then go check her kitchen for any food. It's so warm and comfortable here. Let's just take care of her right here. What a thrill, huh? Zhang San said with slight dissatisfaction. Steward Chen, you go first this time, but next time, when it comes to Long Kai from 2803, I have to go first. I don't want to always have the leftovers after you. Chun Jingye cursed angrily. Can't you have some ambition? From now on, we'll work together. There'll be plenty of whatever we want. Listen to me. First find all the food and water. After saying this, he pinned Huafian down and ripped open her coat. Huafian wept bitterly, clutching her clothes tightly, pleading, Steward Chen, please don't do this. Please let me go. Slap, slap, slap. Chun Jingye struck her 3 times across the face, his expression twisted with malice. If you resist again, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies. The steward Chun, who had always been kind, gentle, and courteous, now seemed more terrifying than a zombie. Starving and desperate, Huafian had already lost the strength to resist. Resigned to her fate, tears of despair streamed down her face. Haha, I never thought I'd actually get to have your body one day. I've been craving. Before Chun Jingye could finish, someone grabbed his hair from behind and yanked his head up from where it rested on Huafian's chest. Chun Jingye instinctively tried to turn around and see who it was. The next second, a cold blade pressed against his neck, and like a chicken being slaughtered, a gash was cut across his throat. Blood spurted out, splattering all over Huafian, her face stained with Chun Jingye's blood. Chun Jingye collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck in terror, staring at Li Ming, who held the dagger, writhing in despair. Just moments ago, he had appeared before Huafian as a predator, yet within 2 minutes, he had become the prey, slaughtered by another. Li Ming sat down beside Huafian and said calmly, You know, when a person's carotid artery is cut, they don't lose consciousness or die immediately. Instead, that's the moment they are most lucid and time feels the longest. They watch their own blood slowly drain away, powerless to stop it. They feel their body grow cold from blood loss, and eventually, they die slowly in fear, despair, and resentment. Huafian watched Chun Jingye writhing on the ground, blood gushing from the wound on his neck. As more and more blood flowed out, his body began to convulse, and his pupils gradually dilated, becoming vacant. This was the first time Huafian had witnessed a person's death. She was already trembling and cold with shock. Only after Chun Jingye had completely died did Li Ming stand up from the sofa and glance at her. What are you standing there for? Come help me throw their bodies out. Do you want to live with 2 corpses from now on? Li Ming wasn't saying he lacked the strength to dispose of the bodies alone. He wanted Huafian to help, so she would have a more tangible sense of participation, thereby further breaking down her psychological defenses. After what had just happened, Huafian seemed numbed, her mind blank. Like a zombie, she assisted Li Ming in lifting Chun Jingye's corpse and throwing it out the window. Bang! The body fell from the 22nd floor to the ground, making a loud noise. The sound and the smell of blood immediately attracted the nearby zombies. Within 2 minutes, Chun Jingye's corpse was gnawed down to white bones. Then the two went to the kitchen and threw Zhang San's body, also with his carotid artery slit by Li Ming, out the window. Again, within 2 minutes, Zhang San's corpse was reduced to bones. This scene, witnessed by Huafian, completely shattered her psychological defenses. After cleaning up the bodies, she curled up in a corner like a helpless child, sobbing loudly. For a moment, she had seriously considered jumping out the window to end her life. But seeing the zombies devouring Chun Jingye and Zhang San's corpses, she was terrified. She didn't even have the courage to die. Li Ming simply cleaned up the blood splattered around. He was used to such things and felt neither horror nor disgust. In his past life, Li Ming would have tried every means to collect that blood because it was a source of quality water and food. But in this life, he had no shortage of either. He decided to let it go. The things he once found delicious now only smelled and tasted nauseating. After cleaning up all the bloodstains, Li Ming felt hungry. He took out some beef lamb fresh vegetables from his spatial storage along with a packet of Haidaleo spicy hot pot seasoning. In this freezing weather, having a steaming spicy hot pot was simply heavenly. Huafian had no idea where Li Ming had hidden all these ingredients. She had searched the entire house at least 10 times, but hadn't found a single grain of rice. Yet Li Ming kept producing all kinds of food. Thinking back to the moment Li Ming had taken over her house, she realized he seemed to have anticipated this disaster. He had known the zombies would come, so he had seized her apartment. He had known the temperature would drop, so he had converted her decorative fireplace into a real heating device. He had even hidden large quantities of food and water in unknown places. Perhaps if she truly wanted to survive, she had to rely on Li Ming's protection. After what happened with Chunjingye, she no longer dared to trust anyone else. In this calamity, kindness, trust, and morality were all luxuries. Instead, human evil was fully displayed. Letting go of one thought brings freedom. Having come to this realization, Huafian suddenly felt enlightened. It was as if all the invisible shackles weighing on her had been lifted, and her heart became incredibly light. With a determined expression, she crawled weakly to Li Ming. Li Ming, I agree to your terms. I will willingly give you my body. Though she had made up her mind, saying those words aloud still brought a blush of allure to her cheeks. Li Ming gave a slight smile. Good. Since you've made up your mind, go take a bath first. Huafian stared at the hot pot on the table. Can I have something to eat first before I bathe? I haven't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days and nights. Li Ming's tone turned cold. I don't like having dinner with a disheveled woman. Huafian hid beneath the covers shyly like a bashful bride. So much had transpired in these past few days, and the most precious thing had been taken from her by Li Ming. Yet she felt no sorrow, instead a trace of excitement stirred within her. Li Ming half reclined on the bed, lighting a cigarette. He exhaled a puff of smoke, savoring the sensation that a man craved. Quickly he checked the system. Ding. System task completed, second doubling achieved. Spatial volume doubled 4,000 cubic meters. All stored materials doubled. After doubling physical attributes, constitution 20, strength 32, speed 28, agility 24, spirit 24. Special reward obtained, loyal servant pill X3. Li Ming immediately inspected the space with excitement. The original 2,000 cubic meters had now expanded to 4,000. All provisions stored within had also successfully doubled. The 800 cubic meters of water had become 1,600 cubic meters. 80 bags of rice had turned into 160. 1,000 boxes of instant noodles had become 2,000. The sides, axes, and hatchets, originally 10 each, were now 20 each. Even the half-eaten watermelon left by Li Ming had become a whole one. Li Ming checked and confirmed that all supplies had doubled. What intrigued him most was the special reward, the loyal servant pill. He asked the system, "What is this loyal servant pill?" The system replied, "As the name suggests, anyone who consumes the loyal servant pill will become your slave, utterly loyal to you for life, with no deceit, concealment, or betrayal. Those who take the pill will have their physical attributes increased tenfold." Li Ming gasped. A tenfold increase in physical attributes was nothing short of heaven-defying. His eyes shone with eagerness. This was a true treasure. In the apocalypse, loyalty and integrity had become worthless. A single pack of instant noodles or a bag of biscuits could buy a person's service. Likewise, those around him might betray him for profit, family threats, or myriad other reasons. No one could ever completely eliminate such a risk. Even Huafian, who now outwardly obeyed him out of survival instinct, might not resist a greater temptation. With the loyal servant pill in his possession, he could finally resolve this issue. At the very least, those who constantly surrounded him, especially a bedmate like Huafian, must be 100% loyal and obedient. With a mere thought, a pill resembling a chocolate malt ball appeared in Li Ming's hand. He handed it to Huafian. "Eat this." Her face flushed with a rosy hue, she asked shyly, "What is it?" Li Ming smiled. "It's a tonic good for you." Huafian, thinking Li Ming was being considerate, said sweetly, "I'm still young. I don't need such strong nourishment. You're the one who works hard. You should keep it for yourself." Li Ming sensed her misunderstanding, but didn't bother to explain. He ordered, "Just eat it. Don't talk so much." Huafian pouted, took the pill, and swallowed it. Li Ming asked eagerly, "How do you feel?" "It tastes good." "I wasn't asking about the taste. How does your body feel?" Huafian looked at herself in confusion. Suddenly, she felt a surge of energy throughout her body. Her back and legs no longer ached as she felt she could kill several tigers. "I feel full of strength and my mind is incredibly clear. I wanna..." She cast a shy, burning glance at Li Ming. "Li Ming, any other sensations?" Huafian stared at his face, her cheeks growing even redder. "I think you've become incredibly handsome. You perfectly match my aesthetic. I've never seen such a handsome man. And the aura emanating from your body drives me crazy. Every command you give feels completely right. Oh, I can't resist. Every word and action of yours is utterly captivating. I feel I could die for you at any moment." "Li Ming." He tried to push Huafian, who was leaning against his chest, but found himself unable to move her even a fraction. He smiled wryly. Couldn't she sense that her own strength had increased tenfold? With this round of attribute doubling his own physical stats were only 4 times the original. Huafian had just increased tenfold. Even if her base attributes were slightly inferior after a tenfold boost, she could effortlessly overpower him. Fortunately, she was now absolutely loyal to him. Otherwise she might have killed him today. Li Ming, his own attributes doubled, was also brimming with energy, needing an outlet. Huafian still gazed at him with lingering passion. Li Ming. The sky was gradually brightening, yet neither had slept. Huafian remained vibrant and spirited. Li Ming lit a cigarette to refresh himself, and took out his phone to check if anyone had replied. It was the 3rd day since the apocalypse began. Under normal circumstances, about 70% of people should now be facing water shortages. He believed some beautiful women unable to endure thirst and hunger would be begging for his help. He saw that over 10 people had requested to add him as a friend. Li Ming perked up instantly. If he could acquire another top-tier beauty, his spatial volume would reach 8,000 cubic meters, and all supplies would double again. The space would be filled to the brim. A man added him on WeChat saying, "Brother, which building and room are you in? You must have stockpiled a lot of food and water. I'm willing to pay, name your price." Paying with money. As if I believe that. Why would you need to know my room number just to buy something? His intentions were as clear as day. Besides, money was useless, just a string of numbers not even fit for wiping. Another message. Hello, in these apocalyptic times neighbors should help each other. Many elderly and children in our community are starving. I hope you won't be selfish and share your stockpile. Well, be grateful. Li Ming cursed, damn it. Even in the apocalypse they're trying to morally blackmail me. They must be out of their minds. As he always said, as long as he had no morals no one could morally blackmail him. They weren't his family. Why should he care? Young man, I am Chung Suing, the director of the neighborhood committee. I am now representing the government to requisition the supplies you have. Of course we will leave you enough for your personal necessities. I hope you will cooperate with our work, otherwise after the disaster the organization will settle accounts with you. This neighborhood director Chung Suing, known as Aunt Chung, left a deep impression on Li Ming. He never expected she would live here too. The area where Li Ming rented his room also fell under this committee's jurisdiction. When Li Ming had tried to get his residence permit, Aunt Chung had made things difficult for him every step of the way. A simple residence permit had taken Li Ming a full 10 trips to obtain. She was the epitome of a petty bureaucrat who seized every opportunity to wield her limited power and torment others. Even in the apocalypse, Aunt Chung was still brandishing her insignificant title to intimidate people. So very typical of her. Li Ming ignored her completely and moved on. He picked out all the friend requests from beautiful women seeking help and approved them all. Then he sent a unified message. If you want food and drink, first send your personal information and a bare-faced photo. Someone immediately replied, Chun Xiaoman, do you really have enough supplies? Do you have French Alpine spring water? I can't drink other mineral water, it makes me want to vomit. If you have this brand I might consider being with you, but you can only have me as your woman. Li Ming was stunned. In the apocalypse, there were still such exquisite little princesses. He replied directly, goodbye, no need to see me off. Chun Xiaoman, how can you talk to a lady like that? Do you have any manners? She tried to send more messages, but found she had been blocked by Li Ming. The little princess immediately cursed, how dare he block me? So many rich second-generation heirs wouldn't dare treat me like this. Who does he think he is? Then she posted in the group that collecting exquisite beauties is a liar, a pervert, a jerk. I hope all sisters won't be fooled. Ding. The second person replied. Su Mingxian, hello, my parents and my younger brother have discussed it. Only if you give our family 10 bags of rice and 100 bottles of mineral water will they agree to let me be with you. But after that you must provide each of them with 3 bottles of water and 2 caddies of rice every day. What do you think? Image ding. System detected does not meet minimum requirements. Su Mingxian had decent facial features, but her figure, alas, too unsightly. And she was a mommy's girl, and a brother can a type even harder to handle than the little princess. Li Ming replied, you don't meet my requirements. Su Mingxian immediately responded, my parents said they could give you a trial first. You can give us 1 bag of rice and 10 bottles of water for now. If you perform well they might relax the requirements. Huh, ridiculous. They still wanted to inspect him. Even in the apocalypse they were hung up on a hefty bride price, probably dreaming of selling their daughter. Li Ming couldn't be bothered to waste words and blocked her directly. A few more people in the group started cursing Li Ming, their words harsh and unpleasant. Li Ming checked the next one. Liang Yan, hello, before the disaster ends I agree to stay with you, but you must treat my son well and ensure he has enough to eat and drink every day. He is kind by nature, and I believe when he grows up he will treat you like a biological father. It's a good deal for you to get such a wonderful son. Image damn, do they not understand what exquisite means? Her son is already that old. Even without the system check it's clear she doesn't meet the requirements. A waste of time. Besides, even Duo Ergun couldn't handle that you're dumping it on me. What do you mean? He decisively blocked her. Li Ming moved on to the next. Longqi, hello, I'm Longqi. Can I buy food from you without that kind of transaction? Name your price. Image, wow. She was a real beauty and somehow familiar. Ding. Next to Long Qi's photo appeared a blue system interface. Name Long Qi. Occupation internet celebrity. Looks 90 points. Age 22. Figure 95 points. Combat power 6. Overall rating 90 points. She had indeed used beauty filters. Li Ming remembered that the system had rated Huafian 95 points overall, while Long Qi was only 90. Still, a 90-point beauty could surpass 99 of young women. An internet celebrity. Suddenly Li Ming remembered who she was. The super popular streamer with tens of millions of fans, the crying dragon baby. In his spare time, Li Ming used to watch her live streams. Though he never tipped, he always gave her likes, so he wasn't entirely a freeloader. Li Ming recalled that Chun Jingye and Zhang San had mentioned this Long Qi, as she seemed to live upstairs in 2803. Feasible. Head take her. Li Ming replied, not for sale, only for exchange. If you're willing, you can stay with me. No worries about food or drink. After a while, Long Qi replied, words are cheap. Why should I believe you? Meanwhile, Huafian had prepared a sumptuous seafood breakfast, a 10-catty lobster, a king crab salmon abalone, and more. Who else could afford to eat like this in the morning? Wasteful. Huafian's face brimmed with happiness as she smiled. Brother Ming, I worked hard to prepare this for you, to replenish your strength. Li Ming. Li Ming took several photos of the seafood feast and sent them to Long Qi. At that moment, curled up in bed wrapped in bread, cold and hungry, Long Qi saw the picture of the lobster and couldn't help but salivate. Long Qi swallowed and wiped her mouth. Though she craved the food, she remained rational. She knew that if she was deceived, she would lose not only her virginity, but possibly her life. The worst-case scenario, she might become a plaything for men. After all, now one could kill openly without facing any consequences. So she had to be extremely cautious. Long Qi, how do I know you didn't take these photos before or download them from the internet? If you can't prove these are your current supplies, I can't trust you. Li Ming thought Long Qi is really cautious. Any other woman would have lost control at the sight of such food. He replied, I want to explain one by one. Check the owner's group. Then he took a few pictures of Huafian gnawing on a 10-catty lobster and the rich seafood breakfast on the table and posted them in the group. Image. Full meal, full drink, all you can eat, all you can drink, free pickup and drop off, limited to beauties, private chat, only 5 spots. Full meal, full drink, 1 beauty, already taken. Only 4 spots left. Conditions apply. Interested beauties, hurry up. Limited spots, first come, first serve. When Li Ming posted these photos in the group, it immediately erupted in chaos. Damn, isn't that Huafian the flight attendant from our complex? Has she actually surrendered to this guy collecting gorgeous women? No, my goddess, you're not like this. I was planning to confess to you in a few days. How could you be someone who yields so easily? All you can eat, the enmity of a stolen wife. He'll never forgive you in this life. Wasn't someone just saying this guy was a scammer? Take a walk. What conditions does he have? We can't even afford a meal, and they're having seafood feast for breakfast. That's too extravagant. All you can eat, I beg you to take me in. He'll work like a horse and ox for you, just let me eat the shrimp shells. Neighborhood committee, Aunt Chung, all you can eat, how can you have no sense of community? In times of disaster, we should help each other. How can you be like this? Everyone is suffering, and you're still thinking about that kind of thing. Neighborhood committee, Aunt Chung, as the director of the neighborhood committee, I order you to immediately hand over your hoarded food to me for safekeeping. He'll distribute it according to everyone's needs, so we can all get through this disaster together. Li Ming smirked. I don't provoke you, yet you dare provoke me. Li Ming sent a message in the group neighborhood committee. Aunt Chung, you're absolutely right. Since it's for everyone, as the committee director, you should be the first to distribute your supplies. If you lead by example, I'll certainly follow suit and share my supplies too. Other residents also found this very reasonable and expressed their satisfaction. Exactly. You're the leader of the committee, so you should set an example and distribute your supplies first. He said if you do, he'll distribute his too. Aunt Chung, hurry up and distribute your supplies, so he'll distribute his. Don't delay our chance for a better life. I think this Aunt Chung just can't stand others doing well. She's using her position to embezzle his supplies, shamelessly saying she'll keep them safe and distribute fairly. She just wants to hog it all. Old hag, screw off. Seeing the group's fire focused on her, Aunt Chung chose to lie low, but she remembered Li Ming's public defiance. Long Qi didn't care about the group's aftermath. She was fixated on the picture of Huafian gnawing on a giant lobster. She too longed for a bite of that giant lobster. Should she trust this man? Long Qi's heart was now tangled in hesitation. She knew Huafian. The only one in Building 7 who outshone her in beauty was the flight attendant Huafian. She also knew Huafian came from an excellent family and was very proud. Even a proud woman like Huafian had yielded to that man. It probably wasn't a scam. But if she went to that man, wouldn't she be serving the same man as Huafian? That thought was hard for her to accept. Li Ming's announcement said there were only 5 spots and Huafian had already taken 1, leaving 4. If she didn't seize the opportunity and let other women beat her to it, she'd have no chance left. Long Qi took out her phone again and sent Li Ming a message. Don't you already have the beautiful Huafian? Will I have a place if I come? Receiving her message, Li Ming handed the phone to Huafian. Huafian chuckled. How could I mind? As long as you're happy, you'll find it worthwhile. Besides, someone as outstanding as you can't possibly have just one woman. I'd rather you have a harem of 3,000 to pass on your excellent genes. Li Ming laughed heartily. Since that's the case, you reply to her. One word from you is worth 100 from me. Huofian took Li Ming's phone and held down the voice message button. Hello, I'm Huofian. May I call you Key Little Sister? Li Ming is a wonderful and outstanding person. I sincerely hope you'll come and serve him alongside me. Trust me, it will be your greatest honor. I certainly won't mind. If you come, we'll be good sisters. I believe we'll get along well. Long Kli was stunned after hearing Huofian's voice message. Were people really this open-minded now? The voice was unmistakably Huofian's. But in her memory, Huofian was a proud, reserved, and precious goddess. She never expected such liberal thinking. Could Li Ming truly have extraordinary abilities? Though she knew the person with Li Ming was indeed Huofian and the credibility of Li Ming's abundant supplies was over 90, Long Kui still couldn't make up her mind, wavering in indecision. Bang! Firecrackers. No, it sounded more like gunfire. The streets were devoid of any people or vehicles, the world eerily silent. This gunshot shattered the tranquility of Riverside No. 1 complex and at the same time shattered most residents' hopes of being rescued. Everyone knew that true plunder and slaughter had officially begun with that gunshot. The sound echoed through the complex, making the weak tremble and the strong's hearts grow wild. Huofian frowned. Ming, was that gunfire? Li Ming smirked. What's meant to come will come. The era of great chaos has officially begun. Shivering in her blanket, hungry and cold, Long Kui also recognized the sound of gunfire. Terrified, she knew that with guns being fired, some capable villains had already started looting and killing. As a single woman with decent looks and figure living alone, she would undoubtedly be among the first targets for robbery. She couldn't fight back. Long Qui knew time was running out. Finally, she made up her mind and sent Li Ming a message. Long Qui, was that gunfire just now? The downstairs are full of zombies too. I'm so scared. Can you come get me? My apartment is 72,803. If she lived in another building, it would be troublesome. The underground garage and ground were now swarming with zombies. Reaching another building would mean a bloody battle. Though Li Ming had the experience and confidence to do it, he didn't like taking risks. Fortunately, the second gorgeous woman seeking refuge lived in the same building 7. Bonsai. The second stunning beauty was successfully secured. Li Ming was grateful for that gunshot. It saved him a lot of trouble. Just as Long Kui sent her message, someone in the building 7 owner group posted several gruesome pictures. Image. The first showed a tattooed gangster holding a pistol. On the ground lay 3 bloody corpses, clearly a family of 3. The second picture showed a group of 7 thugs armed with cleavers, fire axes, and steel pipes. These photos were clearly meant to intimidate everyone in Building 7. Hongxing Society, Brother Haonan, listen up, everyone in Building 7. Imjung Haonan. From now on, Building 7 is under my control. These people drank the blood rain despite the official warning, and we've executed them. Hongxing Society, Brother Haonan, for the safety of Building 7, I've decided to take charge of its security and centrally manage all supplies. Today my men will knock on every door. You must open up and hand over your supplies immediately, or you'll be considered as having drunk the blood rain. Hongxing Society, Brother Haonan, collecting gorgeous women, especially you. I know you have a lot of supplies and are in Building 7. I expect you to voluntarily hand them over. Don't force us to take action against you. In room 1503 of Building 7, Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng were curled up under the blanket in the cramped room, shivering. It wasn't because their apartment was small, but because the master bedroom had become completely uninhabitable. Due to its large area, even with the air conditioner set to 30 degrees Celsius, the indoor temperature remained below freezing. They could only retreat to this tiny room, cranking the air conditioner to its maximum just to get the temperature slightly above zero. The gunshots from the neighborhood earlier had terrified them into holding their breath, afraid of being discovered. They weren't foolish, they understood the situation outside. If they fell into the hands of Zheng Haonan and his crew, they would be reduced to mere playthings for those men. Moreover, they had gone without food or water for a full day and night. Luo Zijuan never cooked, relying entirely on takeaways or dining out. She never kept much food at home. Instant noodles and the like were in her eyes the lowest of foods, unworthy of her noble status. When she saw the seafood feast Li Ming had posted in the group chat, Luo Zijuan involuntarily swallowed, her throat dry and parched. She couldn't even produce saliva anymore. A seasoned gold digger, Luo Zijuan instantly recognized that Huofian and the others were eating top-grade Australian lobsters, and all the seafood on the table was premium. Staring at the picture of the seafood feast, she was consumed with jealousy. Knowing that Huofian lived in the same building made her even more resentful. Why was there such a vast difference between them, as if they existed in 2 different worlds when they all lived in the same neighborhood? By now she was truly starving. She quietly tapped on the profile of collecting beautiful women, intending to send her own risque photos to try her luck. Although her virginity had long been taken by Li Ming, she had been going for beauty treatments and working out every day. Perhaps that man might take a liking to her. If so, she could kick Guanfeng aside and go enjoy the seafood feast with that man. Luo Zijuan clicked into the profile of collecting beautiful women. They were already friends. The next second her eyes widened in pleasant surprise. She quickly shook Guanfeng beside her. What now? Guanfeng said impatiently. Stop moving. Save your energy, or you'll be even hungrier. Honey, look at this, Luo Zijuan said, excitedly handing him her phone. The person who's been posting in the group chat about providing food and shelter for beautiful women these past few days is actually Li Ming. Hearing this, Guanfeng snatched the phone from Luo Zijuan, a delighted grin spreading across his face. How it really is that bastard. He's been hoarding supplies without telling us a word. Luo Zijuan jumped up excitedly on the bed. Knowing Li Ming, if I ask him for it, he'll deliver it himself. We won't have to go get it. No more hunger, my seafood feast. Luo Zijuan couldn't wait to dial Li Ming's number. Li Ming saw the caller ID. It was Luo Zijuan. These two were so slow to catch on. To help them figure out who he was, Li Ming had deliberately kept his old WeChat profile picture. Anyone with a bit of attention should have guessed. This showed how much this couple had ignored him, not even saving his WeChat name or noticing his avatar. When Li Ming answered, Luo Zijuan's excited voice came through. Li Ming, the one who posted about providing food and shelter in the owners group, is you right? Li Ming replied curtly, so what if it is? Luo Zijuan was taken aback by his cold tone. Li Ming had never spoken to her like that before. Luo Zijuan continued, Li Ming, you told us to stay home and not go out that day. You knew the disaster was coming, didn't you? So you've stockpiled a lot of supplies, right? You're amazing. Her voice couldn't hide her excitement, or Li Ming could almost feel her joy. Li Ming smiled sarcastically. This manipulative woman was still using the same old tricks. Sweeten you up first, then take a big bite. Get to the point, or he'll hang up, Li Ming said lazily. Huafian had just washed a bunch of grapes and sat down gently beside Li Ming. She picked one and fed it to him. I'm so sweet. On the other end, Luo Zijuan was a bit annoyed by his cold tone, but quickly calmed down. Guanfeng and I have done so much for you over the years, you know that. We won't hold it against you that you conspired with others to steal Guanfeng's fuel truck a few days ago. Luo Zijuan continued, you're the most important and cherished person in my life. Now that disaster has struck, how about we split your supplies 3 ways? You get 1/3, which is already generous. If you agree, bring the supplies over now. I never got a chance to tell you before, but our room number is 71,503, right below Huafian's apartment. Li Ming was stunned. How thick-skinned could she be? Asking for 2/3 of everything, and even expecting him to deliver it himself. Did he hear that correctly? Still, he decided to give her a glimmer of hope. But there are 2 of us now, Li Ming replied. Luo Zijuan's tone turned disappointed. Li Ming, you're still so immature. That Huafian is clearly no good. Luo Zijuan said, before the disaster, she probably wouldn't have given you a second glance. The only reason she's with you is because of your supplies. Can't you see that? You should kick her out. What a cheap woman. Li Ming sneered. So you insist on having 2/3? Of course, Luo Zijuan replied. It would be best if you let us keep your share too, or some other woman will sweet-talk you and you'll fall for it again. Li Ming realized he had vastly underestimated Luo Zijuan's shamelessness. She wasn't even willing to let him keep the remaining 1/3, and her excuse was so high-sounding. He was almost amused by her audacity. Finally, Ming said, just wait. With that, he hung up. Although Li Ming knew Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng lived in Building 7, he didn't know their exact room number. Room 1503. And now he knew where they were hiding. Huafian snuggled against Li Ming's chest and popped another grape into his mouth. Who was that? Just 2 lunatics, Li Ming said, pulling her close. Luo Zijuan set down the phone and jumped up in excitement. Great, it's done. Li Ming agreed to bring the supplies himself. I told you when I ask, he never refuses. Guanfeng held her proudly. Honey, you're the best. That pathetic Li Ming, Luo Zijuan sneered. He knew the disaster was coming, but didn't warn us. If we'd known, we could have hoarded even more supplies with our abilities. Guanfeng added angrily, exactly. After the zombies appeared, he didn't come to us first. Instead, he used our supplies to find some beautiful woman. Guanfeng was furious. If those supplies had fallen into his hands, Huafian would be lying in his arms right now. He had been captivated by her beauty the first time he saw her in the Binjiang Yihao neighborhood. Guanfeng had tried repeatedly to strike up a conversation with Huafian, but the aloof woman never gave him a chance. He thought she was truly noble, only to find out that a single meal had lured her to Li Ming. Guanfeng was seething with hatred. He secretly vowed that after seizing Li Ming's supplies, he would have Huafian beneath him and humiliate her thoroughly. Guanfeng's words also made Luo Zijuan grind her teeth in fury. You're right, she raged. That poor bastard Li Ming actually used our supplies to support other women while we're here freezing and starving in fear. Once I get his supplies, he'll throw him out to feed the zombies. Help me please. I have only this little water and food left. Leave us some at least for the child, please. Child. Your child has already drunk the blood rain. According to official orders, we must execute him immediately. No, he hasn't. He absolutely hasn't. We haven't gone out these days. The water we drank was leftover mineral water, definitely not blood rain. I say he drank blood rain, so he did. Take the food and water, but please spare my child, I beg you. Woo, Dad, save me, Dad. You beasts. You won't even spare a 5-year-old. He'll fight you. Oh, 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 don't come near. Help. Someone save me. No. Oh, oh, oh. Those who understand understand. Haha, so satisfying. This is what happens to those who dare to resist. The speaker deliberately raised his voice to the highest, trying to make everyone in the entire building hear. Zheng Haonan and his gang had begun their rampage. Anyone who attempted to resist was killed by him one by one. The women they fancied suffered an even more miserable fate. In this silent neighborhood, any loud voice could be heard clearly. At this moment, the residents of Building 7 were hiding in their homes, trembling, afraid that Zheng Haonan and his men would violently break in. Long Qi, hiding in her room, clearly heard what was happening outside. Although she did not know which floor or room number Zheng Haonan and his men were on, judging by the sound, they were not far from her. She quickly sent a message to Li Ming. Big brother, have you arrived? Zheng Haonan's gang seems to be getting closer to me. If I'm caught, I'd rather die. Dong dong dong. The door of Long Qi's home was knocked. The sudden knocking made Long Qi tremble in terror. She couldn't hold her phone tightly, and it dropped heavily to the floor. She covered her mouth firmly, afraid that even a sound would be discovered by the person outside. Ding. Long Qi's phone received a message. Collecting ultimate beauty, it's me, open the door. Seeing the message, Long Qi's heart finally settled, but she still didn't dare to be careless. She quietly approached the door and looked through the peephole. She saw a handsome man in a long down jacket standing outside the door, and beside him was Huafian. At this moment, Huafian, in a red long down jacket, held a cleaver in each hand, giving off a heroic and dashing aura. Li Ming, seeing that no one had opened the door for so long, knocked urgently again and urged, if you don't open the door, we're leaving. Long Qi quickly said, no, don't go. He'll open the door now. Before opening, she specially tidied her appearance, since she hadn't washed her hair or face for 3 days. Afraid that Li Ming would see her disheveled state and turn away, she quickly unlocked the door with a click. Long Qi appeared before Li Ming. He looked up and down at this internet celebrity with millions of followers. Although her face was quite different from her live streaming appearance, her bare face now had a shy girl next door charm, and her features were delicate. Unlike Huafian's standard beauty face, Long Qi was more of a fresh, clean type. Although her hair was greasy and her face was dirty, she probably hadn't bathed once since the water cut. The system's judgment of her as a 90-point beauty was definitely correct. Li Ming said succinctly, let's go. Long Qi asked cautiously, where are we going? Huafian smiled and approached Long Qi. Sister Qi, don't worry. We're just going to my place temporarily. I live on the 22nd floor. Long Qi exclaimed in surprise. The 22nd floor. Zheng Haonan and his men are now rampaging, looting, and even killing. Is it really safe to stay on the 22nd floor? Huafian swung the cleaver in her hand twice and said confidently, we don't think much of Zheng Haonan and his crew. Just follow us without worry. Long Qi thought indeed Li Ming had stockpiled so many supplies, he must have stored plenty of weapons. Even their house was reinforced, just like in apocalypse novels. Thinking this, Long Qi felt relieved and was glad that her virginity had been preserved until now. Although she didn't know what peculiar obsession Li Ming had with top-tier beauties, it was better than falling into the hands of Zheng Haonan and his men. Seeing Li Ming already walking away, Huafian and Long Qi quickly followed. Zombies generally roamed on floors below the 3rd floor. It was rare for them to climb as high as the 20th floor. Throughout the journey to retrieve Long Qi, Li Ming encountered no zombies. Long Qi followed Li Ming and Huafian to the home at 2202. She was astonished by everything in the house. So comfortable, truly comfortable. I never thought there could be such a warm place in this world. The outside temperature had stabilized at -50°C. In Long Qi's own apartment, even with the air conditioner set to maximum, the temperature could barely stay above 0. Yet this house was maintained at a comfortable 24°C, which amazed Long Qi. Especially the fruits and snacks casually placed on the coffee table made Long Qi, who had been hungry and thirsty for days, swallow her saliva. This lifestyle was too comfortable, almost like before the disaster. Long Qi once again felt fortunate that she had chosen to trust Li Ming. Li Ming looked at Long Qi with disdain. Stop daydreaming. Go wash yourself. You stink. Long Qi's face flushed with embarrassment. Was Li Ming such a straight-talking man who didn't care about a bow tie's face? Couldn't he be a little gentler? Did he have to embarrass her? In the past, anyone who dared to speak to her like that would have been blacklisted. Wait, take a shower. Water was so precious now. In the group chat, mineral water was already priced at 100 yuan per bottle. And it was a seller's market. Even if someone offered 100, no one would sell their bottled water. At Li Ming's place, there was actually clean water for bathing. Long Qi shyly glanced at Li Ming, her eyes sparkling with excitement and joy. This time she had really bet correctly. Huafian walked over with a set of her pajamas. Sister Qi, your figure is similar to mine. We're mine for now. Long Qi took the pajamas, her face flushing. Ding. System task completed, achieving the 3rd doubling. After doubling space 800 cubic meters. All stored supplies in the space are doubled. Doubled body attributes. Constitution 40, Strength 64, Speed 56, Agility 48, Spirit 48, Added special reward for Legion members awakening spatial ability teleportation. Li Ming's mouth formed an O in shock. Compared to the space doubling and supply doubling, what made him ecstatic was the awakening of the spatial skill teleportation. Li Ming immediately checked the system's instructions for teleportation. System: by focusing the host's mind, one can instantly move forward to a location specified by the host. Currently, the host's maximum teleportation distance is 100 meters. It can be upgraded. Usage count depends on the host's physical condition. Instant teleportation of 100 meters. This skill was almost godlike. On the battlefield, it meant coming and going as he pleased. The distance between buildings in Binjiang No. One residential area was about 60 meters, which meant that from now on he could move back and forth between all the buildings in the entire compound without any worry of being surrounded by zombies. After learning about the awakened teleportation skill, Li Ming continued to check the space and supplies. At this moment, the water source in the space had doubled from 1600 cubic meters to 3200 cubic meters. The 160 bags of rice had also become 320 bags. The 2000 boxes of instant noodles had doubled to 4000 boxes. Li Ming did not check the other supplies one by one, as doubling was inevitable. What thrilled Li Ming the most was that the special reward from Huafian's system, the loyal servant pill, had also doubled. Previously, he had given 1 pill to Huafian, leaving 2 in the space, which had now doubled to 4. Li Ming had not expected that even the system's special rewards could double. This meant that as he continued to take in more exquisite beauties, he would have more loyal servant pills. He could completely build an army absolutely loyal to him. Moreover, those who took the loyal servant pill would have their physical attributes increased tenfold, making such an army invincible. Li Ming immediately took out 1 loyal servant pill from the space and handed it to the exhausted Long Kai. Eat this. At this moment, Long Kai was utterly drained, tired, painful. She now somewhat understood why Huafian was so eager to bring her in. It was all a trap, a huge pit. Weakly, Long Kai took the suspicious chocolate-like object from Li Ming's hand. She dared not defy Li Ming's words. Even if it were poison, she would have to swallow it. After taking the loyal servant pill, Long Kai suddenly found every smile and frown of Li Ming full of charm. She stared at him with a love-struck gaze, as if she had never seen such a handsome and heroic man. Li Ming was all too familiar with that look. Huafian had looked at him the same way after taking the loyal servant pill. Although both Huafian and Long Kai were stunning beauties scoring above 90, he was not a man who only thought with his lower half every day. He avoided Long Kai's burning gaze and called Huafian, who was waiting outside the room. Hearing Li Ming's summons, Huafian, clad in a lace-trimmed silk slip dress, immediately perked up and rushed into the room. Ming, good, do you want both Kai and me to serve you together? I'm ready. Long Kai was speechless. Li Ming was also speechless. Ahem. Li Ming cleared his throat. Don't just think about that all day. I'm not that kind of person. Can you feel that after taking the pill your bodies have become incredibly strong? To be honest, anyone who takes this pill gains a tenfold increase in physical attributes. That means your strength, speed, and agility are 10 times what they were. Huafian and Long Kai stared at Li Ming in shock. Both being young men and women, they often played games and understood the concept of a tenfold increase in physical attributes. What surprised them was that Li Ming had given them such a powerful pill. In their eyes, Li Ming's image grew even more radiant and magnificent. Long Kai even shed tears of gratitude, leaning against Li Ming's chest. Ming, you are truly the best to us. I apologize for ever doubting you. You can spank me, use your most powerful moves to spank me hard. Li Ming waved his hand and said, I'm glad you know I'm good to you, but that's not why I called you. The apocalypse has been here for 4 days, and the world will only get more chaotic. Zheng Haonan in our building has already started making moves against others. It's only a matter of time before they come for us. Even though you have tenfold attributes, you have 0 combat experience. When you encounter them, you might not win, especially since they have guns. So I've decided to give you special training. Huafian nodded sincerely and said seriously, indeed, if we don't get stronger, we can't protect you well, Ming. We are willing to undergo the training. Long Kai also nodded earnestly. Sister Fian is right. We won't let anyone harm Ming. Even if it's hellish training, we must accept it. The corner of Li Ming's mouth twitched. Was the loyal servant pill's effect that strong? Alright, no need to be so impassioned. Since it's late, and everyone else is asleep, we'll start tonight. Huafian and Long Kai immediately stood at attention, chests out. Obey Ming guest orders. At that moment, both were only wearing lace-trimmed silk slip dresses, a sight that was hard to bear. Forget it. Business first. There would be plenty of time later and more exquisite beauties, so he would take it easy for now. Li Ming took out 2 Arctic cold weather suits, 2 raincoats, hats, face masks, and goggles from the space. He dressed Huafian and Long Kai from head to toe. Huafian asked, Ming, where are we going? Li Ming calmly said, to kill zombies. Long Kai and Huafian exchanged glances, puzzled. Zombies were once humans similar in size, but they move slowly and have no intelligence. They are the best choice for you to practice combat and gain experience. Li Ming led the fully armed Huafian and Long Kui down the stairs until they found two zombies on the third-floor landing. Although Huafian and Long Kui had taken the loyal servant pill and were absolutely obedient to Li Ming, they were still ordinary girls at heart. Seeing the hideous, snarling, rotting zombies, they still felt fear. Seeing their terrified, trembling, Li Ming asked, "What's the matter? Are you afraid?" Huafian, trying hard to control her fear, said shakily, "No, not afraid." For Minggu were not afraid of anything. Long Qi also trembled with fear. Right. We can't be afraid. Li Ming brought out weapons and let them choose one that suited them. Huafian still chose two cleavers. Long Qi picked a long-handled axe. Both gripped their weapons tightly, trying to find a sense of security from them. Li Ming said seriously, "Remember, to completely stop a zombie, you must cut off its head. No matter how many times you slash its body, even if you chop off its limbs, it can still lunge at you. A zombie's most powerful attack is biting followed by clawing. When hunting them, you must avoid their attacks. To immobilize it, first cut off its legs. One last thing you must remember, their claws, teeth, and blood contain a lot of zombie virus. If you get infected, even I can't save you." Huafian and Long Kai were extremely frightened, but still forced themselves to say, "We understand, Minggu. We won't let you down." Li Ming had high hopes for Huafian and Long Kai because he had an ultimate goal. That was when there was trouble, they would handle it. When there was no trouble, he would handle them. He would just keep lying low. Wouldn't life be wonderful like that? "There are two zombies ahead," Li Ming said, pointing at the creatures on the stairway. "Each of you will take one down. The one who kills theirs first will receive a special reward from me." A special reward from Brother Ming. The temptation was irresistible. Huafian and Long Qi's eyes immediately lit up. Great rewards inspire bold actions. Suddenly the zombies before them didn't seem so terrifying. In fact, they appeared almost endearing. Huafian, wielding dual blades, charged at the zombie on the staircase first. Though she sprinted with incredible speed, the sound of her footsteps and the scent of human life quickly drew the attention of both zombies. Roar! The zombies, driven by instinct, lunged at Huafian. When the nearest zombie was less than a meter away, fear overwhelmed her, and she instinctively kicked out at it. With her physical attributes enhanced tenfold, Huafian's strength was immense. Her kick sent the zombie flying several meters, slamming into the wall before it stopped. Li Ming frowned deeply and shouted sternly, "Who the hell told you to kick? What are those weapons in your hands for?" Huafian stammered, "Sorry, Brother Ming. When it rushed at me, I got nervous and kicked without thinking. Next time I'll chop it down." Meanwhile, Long Kui gripped her long-handled axe tightly and charged at her target. Taking Huafian's mistake as a lesson, Long Kui swung her axe as the zombie lunged at her. "Oh, so disgusting." She squeezed her eyes shut and screamed. Her blow missed the zombie's neck entirely, cleaving open its chest instead. Blackish-brown blood splattered all over her. Li Ming cursed, "Idiot. Why did you close your eyes? Don't you know you must never take your eyes off the target in battle?" Thankfully, he yelled in time to snap her out of it. When she opened her eyes again, the zombie was already bearing down on her with its gaping maw. "Oh!" Long Qi kicked the zombie away in panic. Li Ming could only shake his head and cover his face. If not for their tenfold physical enhancements, making them far faster and stronger than these zombies, they would have long been devoured. Turning back to Huafian's fight, Sai was hard to watch. The scene had devolved into something resembling a brawl between street thugs. Huafian had abandoned her cleaver and was now charging at the zombie, grabbing it by the hair. Yes, literally grabbing its hair. With her immense strength, she swung the zombie back and forth by its hair. The scene was gory and brutal. For a moment, Li Ming almost felt sorry for the zombie. If that zombie had any thoughts, it would probably be cursing, "What did I ever do to you?" Li Ming wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he thought he sensed a flicker of anger from the creature. Turning back to Long Kui. "Sai, if it weren't a zombie, Long Kui would probably have bitten it herself." It was hard to tell who was the zombie anymore. The two girls' fighting styles were unmistakably feminine, grabbing, pinching, pulling clothes, and kicking below the belt. Li Ming called out helplessly, "Both of you come back here." Hearing his command, Huafian and Long Kui immediately shoved the zombies aside and hurried back to him. Huafian smiled awkwardly. "Brother Ming, give me a little more time. I almost had that zombie finished." Long Qi chimed in seriously, "That's right. That zombie won't last much longer. We can definitely kill it." Slap. Slap. Li Ming smacked both of them on the head. "Did I tell you to kill it, eh? I gave you weapons so you could chop it down, cut off its neck. Understand? Now what if you had to fight 2 or 3 zombies? Would you still grab their hair? Kick them in the groin?" Li Ming snatched a cleaver from Huafian. "He'll demonstrate once. Watch closely. If you do it wrong again, he'll become the man you'll never have in this lifetime." Huafian and Long Qi's faces immediately drained of color. This punishment was worse than death. Both cried out, "Brother Ming, please don't. We were wrong." "Well, watch carefully and learn well." The two zombies that had been knocked down by Huafian and Long Kui staggered back to their feet and lurched toward the trio. Li Ming's gaze turned cold and murderous as he fixed his eyes on the zombies. "Remember, when facing an enemy, you must plan before you act. Once you strike, it must be fast, ruthless, and precise." Tap, tap, tap. He sprinted toward the zombies. Just before reaching them, he executed a swift roll to appear behind one. His right hand, still holding the cleaver, swept across the zombie's neck. The zombie's head separated from its body in an instant. The next moment, Li Ming was already in front of the other zombie. He swung the blade swiftly. The second zombie's head was also severed. In less than 5 seconds, Li Ming had successfully dispatched both zombies. Not a single drop of their blackish-brown blood had splattered on him. With his physical attributes enhanced eightfold combined with the combat skills honed in his past life, hunting these two zombies was effortless. Watching from the side, Huafian and Long Kui stared at Li Ming with stars in their eyes, just like rabid fans of a celebrity before the apocalypse. They screamed out, "Huafian, ah, Brother Ming, you're so handsome." Wamwa kisses. Long Kui, ah, Brother Ming, you are forever my god, yyds. Li Ming handed the cleaver back to Huafian. Alright, enough with the drama. Now it's your turn. Tonight each of you must kill 5 zombies. Huafian and Long Kui nodded eagerly. With Li Ming's demonstration and the threat of losing him as their man, they became much more motivated in their actions. Though their movements were far from as smooth as they could now kill zombies with relative ease. In a room on the 7th floor, a woman lay on the bed, her eyes vacant and lifeless, her body covered in wounds. Zheng Haonan walked out of the room with a satisfied expression. Life is even better now than before the apocalypse, ha. Since a while ago, the zombies in the underground garage have been unusually agitated. Those screams are creepy. Any idea what's going on? A bald man approached Zheng Haonan obsequiously. Probably someone risking a zombie bite to scavenge supplies down there. After all, many people keep a case of water in their car trunks. That's a lot of supplies, but the garage is crawling with zombies. Few dare to go there. Zheng Haonan smirked. Do you know who it is? Once they bring the supplies back up, well, just take it from them. Much easier. The bald man immediately flattered. Great plan, Brother Haonan. Your brain is really sharp. They risk their lives for the supplies, but in the end, it'll all be a gift for you. In the freezing little hut, Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng ate another biscuit and took a small sip of water. Their remaining biscuits and water were already scarce. Now, they could only eat 1 biscuit per meal. They could only drink half a bottle of water a day, barely sustaining their lives. Guanfeng cursed weakly. That bastard Li Ming, why hasn't he brought us supplies yet? Does he want to die? At the mention of Li Ming, Luo Zijuan's listless eyes suddenly blazed with fury. From last night until now, Luo Zijuan had sent Li Ming hundreds of messages and called him over 100 times. He wouldn't answer the phone or reply to messages. This was something Luo Zijuan could not tolerate. In Luo Zijuan's mind, Li Ming was her dog. Whenever she called, Li Ming had to come wagging his tail immediately. Just like yesterday when she demanded 2/3 of his supplies, Li Ming didn't dare complain and even vowed to deliver them personally. They had waited all night in the cold, but still no sign of Li Ming, let alone the supplies. Luo Zijuan dialed Li Ming's number again, but no one answered. She threw down her phone in fury. It must be that bitch Huafian putting Li Ming up to not sending us supplies. Doesn't she know all these supplies are ours? When I catch that bitch, I'll tear her mouth apart for eating so much of our food. Li Ming is a spineless coward. A few whispers from that bitch in his ear, and he caves. He's not a man. Guanfeng's face turned sinister. Li Ming, if you show no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. Luo Zijuan looked at Guanfeng with confusion. What do you plan to do? Guanfeng snorted coldly. If others can rob, why can't we? If others can kill, why can't we? Besides, Li Ming embezzled our supplies, so we have no choice. It's not our fault. Luo Zijuan immediately understood Guanfeng's meaning and said excitedly, that's a great idea. Since we were planning to sell him to northern Myanmar anyway, we might as well do it ourselves. She thought for a moment and continued, but what if they resist? Li Ming is quite strong. I felt it myself. You might not be able to beat him. Guanfeng's face darkened. Did this bitch have to say that? He went to the kitchen and found 2 cleavers, then said viciously, you go trick him into opening the door. The moment he opens it, he'll strike with the cleaver, a surprise attack. With his trust in you, he won't be on guard. Luo Zijuan thought about how she would soon be feasting on hot pot and seafood, and her heart was filled with glee. Let's do it. We gave Li Ming a chance, but he didn't cherish it. It's not our fault. Ding, ding, ding. Both Luo Zijuan's and Guanfeng's phones rang simultaneously. Luo Zijuan quickly grabbed her phone. Could it be Li Ming replying? She looked at the message on the screen and her face immediately darkened as a murderous aura radiated from her. The message was 3 photos and a paragraph of text sent by Li Ming to the group. In the photos, Li Ming was embracing Huafian and Long Kui, with Huafian personally peeling a lobster and feeding it to him, while Long Kui held a beer ready to serve. The table was laden with all kinds of barbecue. Baochi Baoha, taking in beauties. Meals provided, water guaranteed, pickup and drop-off included. Those willing, please attach a makeup-free full-body photo and DM me. Only 5 spots available. Baochi Baoha, only 3 spots left. Ladies who meet the conditions should seize the opportunity quickly. Miss this chance, and you'll live in hell forever. The once quiet owners group exploded again. Damn, isn't that Long Kai the internet streamer with millions of followers from our neighborhood? She's jumped on that guy's boat too. What a lucky bastard. Getting to have both Huafian and Long Kui at the same time makes everyone else jealous. In this situation, you still have the nerve to eat crawfish and beer. Can't you spare a thought for your neighbors? Why does it have to be only top-tier beauties? This is clearly discrimination against us women. I'm going to report you. Baochi Baoha, please save my child. He hasn't had a drop of water in 3 days. You have so many supplies. Why won't you help us? Baochi Baoha, you're a selfish scumbag. You can't finish all that food. What's wrong with sharing a little? Didn't you get 9 years of compulsory education? Hongxing Society Haonan Gu, Baochi Baoha, kid, don't be too cocky. I know you're in Building 7. If you hand over your supplies to me, maybe I'll let you be my underling. Neighborhood Committee Director, Cheng Guiying, Baochi Baoha, you have no sense of community, no regard for the collective. One day the organization will settle accounts with you. Meanwhile, Li Ming received a flood of friend requests. Tianhai, third young master. Bro, I have a Lamborghini worth over 5 million just registered last month. They'll trade it for a case of mineral water and a case of instant noodles. Interested? Add me as a friend for details. Mingshang Jewelry. Hello, I know you're not interested in money. I have a lot of gold and silver jewelry. Can I buy some supplies from you? Also, I'm not a virgin beauty, but I have some charm. We can discuss further. Most people wanted to buy supplies from Li Ming, but he ignored them all. He only accepted WeChat friend requests from beauties. When the beauties saw that Li Ming had approved their requests, they eagerly sent him messages. At first they thought Li Ming was just a scumbag and a liar, so they ignored his messages. After yesterday, when Li Ming posted Huafian's photo, they believed he was telling the truth, but they had guarded their chastity for so many years. How could they just give it to anyone? But today, when only 3 of the 5 spots Li Ming mentioned remained, they finally panicked. They were truly afraid of living in hell forever, as Li Ming had said. This time the beauties who sent messages had a much better tone. They were like nervous young girls just entering the job market, careful and tense. Hello, I'm Chun Jiai from Building 9, 19 years old. Below are my makeup-free photos. Please review them carefully and notify me as soon as there's any news. Free photos. Ding, target does not meet minimum requirements. Alas, what a pity. Li Ming still replied to her, you don't meet the requirements. Upon receiving the message, Chun Jiai immediately burst into tears. Why? Why? Tell me clearly where I don't meet your requirements. I can change. Li Ming kept scrolling down, feeling nauseated. Although the women who sent photos were all virgins, most of them were ugly, hideous, and deformed. Out of dozens of people, he couldn't find a single one that caught his eye. He knew they wouldn't meet the requirements anyway and directly rejected them. Ding. A blue system interface appeared beside a photo. Name Chen Shanshan. Occupation car model. Appearance 90 points. Age 24. Figure 95 points. Combat power 7. Overall score 95 points. It was truly a silver lining. He had actually unearthed a pearl from the sea of people. Li Ming immediately began poring over Chen Shanshan's information and details. Hello, my name is Chen Shanshan. I know you're in Building 7, but I'm currently in Building 6. Can you really come and pick me up? You're taking in us top-tier beauties, aside from doing that. With you, is there anything else I need to do? If I feel it's not right, can I leave? At 172 centimeters, Chen Shanshan was exceptionally tall, with long legs, a sweet smile, and 2 dimples on her cheeks. Even in the world of car models, she was considered top-notch. Li Ming replied, leave your real room number, and I'll come get you. We'll discuss the rest in person. Upon receiving Li Ming's message, Chen Shanshan jumped up in excitement. Saishao, look, he replied to me. He said he'll come get me, which means I've been selected. Chen Shanshan's expression was even more exhilarated than when she had been admitted to her dream university in the college entrance exams. Getting into her ideal university had only fulfilled her academic aspirations and secured a promising future. But now receiving Li Ming's reply meant she could escape this sea of suffering and embark on a happy life. The value was self-evident. Chen Shanshan and her best friend Lin Saishao were both car models and had just moved into this residential complex. Little did they expect that less than a month after moving in, this catastrophe would strike. Initially, they had fantasized about official rescue. But after waiting anxiously for several days, their food and water were nearly exhausted. Still, there was no official rescue news whatsoever. Moreover, the complex grew increasingly unstable. Looting and vandalism had become the norm. Lin Saishao had complained more than once. Thus, she and Lin Saishao pinned all their hopes on the person in the group chat, who called himself Collecting Top-Tier Beauties. When Lin Saishao learned that Chen Shanshan had received a reply from Li Ming, while she had not, her expression turned extremely dejected. A flicker of envy, even hatred, flashed in her eyes. But Chen Shanshan, caught up in her excitement, completely failed to notice Lin Keixia's jealousy. Chen Shanshan sent a message to Li Ming. I'm at 61,303. Can I bring my best friend? She's also very beautiful and sent you a message too. Her name is Lin Saishia. Please take a look. Li Ming specifically searched for the woman named Lin Saishia. At first glance, she was indeed a great beauty, but with the system's detection, how could she deceive Li Ming? Ding. The target does not meet the system's requirements. Reason: all artificial enhancements and fillers. Li Ming replied, She doesn't meet my requirements. This is not a refugee shelter. I only take in those who meet my criteria. Upon seeing Li Ming's message, Lin Kexia's heart instantly turned cold. Chen Shanshan quickly tried to console her. Saixia, I won't abandon you. If that man doesn't take a liking to you, he'll find a way to get supplies from him for you. At that moment, the jealousy in Lin Kexia's eyes burned even brighter. Why? She believed that in terms of figure and looks, she surpassed Chen Shanshan in every way. Why should Chen Shanshan be chosen while she was not? Lin Saixia was unwilling and unconvinced. She immediately said to Chen Shanshan, Shanshan, I advise you not to trust this person either. I've always felt he has ulterior motives. Think about it. Could he really have stored that many supplies? And if he did, where would he keep them now? He would definitely need a large number of people to guard the supplies. With so many people watching over them, he would already be a major force in the complex. But so far we haven't heard any news about him from anyone else. I suspect it's a setup. That Huafian and Long Kai are both his people colluding to trick us. His goal is to make us willingly walk into his trap and become his slaves. With so many of them, one per day, could you even endure that? So I advise you not to go. Chen Shanshan frowned and said, but that's not what you said before. Earlier you were the one who told me to send the message. Lin Saixia defended herself. It's because I didn't think it through clearly before. Now that I've thought more, it feels more and more wrong. Frightened by Lin Kexia's words, Chen Shanshan hesitated again. I've already told him my room number. What if he comes? Lin Saixia said firmly, we simply refuse to go with him. Can he force us? After successfully deceiving Chen Shanshan, Lin Saixia eagerly sent Li Ming more than a dozen photos she had saved on her phone. Li Ming frowned at the sight of them. What a shameless woman. Then he picked up his phone and examined the photos from every angle over a dozen times. Lin Saixia attached a message. Brother, I've bared myself like this, and you still won't consider me. I'm both sensible and fun. I promise I won't disappoint you. After replying to Chen Shanshan's message, Li Ming continued to dig deeper. Ding. A blue system interface appeared beside a photo. Name Ji Yun. Occupation lawyer. Appearance 90 points. Age 30. Figure 90 points. Combat strength 6. Overall score 85 points. Oh ho. An older single woman already past 30. It was truly remarkable that a woman of her age could maintain such a figure and appearance. Li Ming quickly checked Ji Yun's information. Hello, my name is Ji Yun. As long as you can fulfill one request of mine, I can agree to be with you. Li Ming looked at her photos. Unlike Huafian and Long Kui, Ji Yun had shoulder-length hair that gave her a particularly crisp and efficient look. She exuded the aura of a mature woman with a sense of being a dominatrix. Li Ming thought to himself, what a character. Truly worthy of being a lawyer. She starts by setting conditions right away. Well, let's first ask what the condition is. Li Ming replied, tell me your request first. Ji Yun replied, I'm currently living with my family, my parents and a younger brother. I hope that after I'm with you, you can periodically provide them with enough supplies to ensure they survive this apocalypse. Li Ming read Ji Yun's message. Who doesn't have family members they can't abandon? He could understand. But enough supplies was a vague term. Li Ming replied, how do you define enough? 1 pack of instant noodles and a bottle of water a day can keep them alive. 3 seafood feasts a day with unlimited drinks. They wouldn't complain about too much either. Ji Yun's younger brother Ji Xiaoqiang snatched the phone from her and cursed, of course it's 3 seafood feasts a day? Who the hell eats instant noodles every meal? Just a few packs of noodles and some water to marry my sister. He's dreaming too big. Ji Yun's mother Chen Xiu bared her teeth and said, Xiaoqiang is right. You'll be living the good life over there, and you want your brother to gnaw on instant noodles every day? I won't allow it. Ji Yun crossed her arms and said coldly, even if he's willing to give, he has to have it. Don't you all understand the current situation? It's already good to have instant noodles. Anyway, I've already sent him a message as you requested, and he replied, you decide what conditions to set. I don't care. I suggest you ask for a large amount of supplies in one go. Otherwise, if I find out that man is a complete pervert, I might just bash my head against a wall and die. Over the years, she had grown tired of her family's endless exploitation. Despite how outstanding she was burdened by this mother and brother who endlessly sucked her blood. Her past boyfriends had all left her because they couldn't stand her leech-like mother and brother. That was why at 30 years old, she was still a virgin. She never expected that this body of hers would finally come in handy. Thank you to the top donor for the big plane. Long Kui, the crying dragon baby, will sing a special song for you here, wishing you endless prosperity. Long Kai had specially arranged an unknown live streaming session for Li Ming at her home. Despite enduring a night of zombie killing training, the two women were still brimming with energy, showing no signs of fatigue. Huafian, clad in a flight attendant uniform, approached Li Ming carrying a basin of water, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Dear customer, now being served by technician No. 88. Remember to give me a 5-star review. With that, she knelt before Li Ming and gently placed his feet into the warm water. Oh, what bliss. It really did feel somewhat like that. It was a pity that only Long Kai and Huafian were present. If only 2 more girls could come, one to massage each shoulder, that would be the ultimate pleasure in life. while other residents struggled even to eat and drink. His life was so comfortable. Wouldn't they feel unbalanced? No, I must hold a live stream before the power goes out. Not for anything else, just to ask them, am I annoying, am I a bother, do I deserve a beating? Chun Shanshan and Ji Yun must be brought over as soon as possible. Once I obtain them, my physical attributes could increase to 32 times their current level. With that strength, I could swagger through the neighborhood. A loud knock sounded at the door. Huafian and Long Kai immediately stopped what they were doing and looked at Li Ming. Who is it? Could it be Zheng Haonan and his crew? Li Ming popped a grape into his mouth. Would Zheng Haonan and his men knock so gently? Long Kai shook her head. Definitely not. So who is it? Li Ming already had a 90 guess. Fian, go check. Be careful of an ambush. Huafian stood up immediately and nodded, tucking 2 cleavers into her waistband. She was now quite adept at wielding those cleavers. She went to the door and peered cautiously through the peephole. Ming, good, there's only a woman outside. She looks disheveled. A woman? It must be Luo Zijuan. Since Luo Zijuan was here, Guanfeng was surely lurking nearby. Given the nature of that wretched pair, they were likely planning to kill him and take all the supplies. Li Ming smirked at Huafian and Long Kai. You killed so many zombies last night. Today let's practice on some people. Huafian and Long Kai perked up with interest. Kill them. Li Ming waved his hand. No, don't let them die too quickly. Let them slowly suffer in despair. This time I want you to learn to control your strength. I know you're powerful, but brute force isn't always the solution. Go on. Remember, don't kill them. Huafian and Long Kai exchanged glances, intensely curious about who could have earned their Ming guess such deep hatred. They smiled sweetly. Don't worry, Ming, go. We won't let them die. The gentle knocks had now turned into heavy pounding. Whoever was outside had clearly lost patience. Luo Zijuan's voice came from outside. Li Ming, I know you're in there. Don't play the coward. Open the door now. Hearing the woman outside call Li Ming a coward, Huafian and Long Kai's fury erupted. Such provocation was far worse than digging up their ancestors' graves. Huafian flung open the door. Slap. Slap. 2 resounding slaps landed on Luo Zijuan's face. You bitch. How dare you insult our Ming go. Try cursing again, and it'll tear your mouth apart. Huafian's blows were clearly uncontrolled, knocking out 2 of Luo Zijuan's false teeth. Stunned, Luo Zijuan never expected such a greeting at the door. With blood streaming from her mouth, Luo Zijuan pointed angrily at Huafian. You vixen. Slap. Another slap landed on her face. Huafian stared coldly. Watch your mouth. Everything happened so fast, Guanfeng, hiding nearby, hadn't even reacted before Luo Zijuan had taken 3 slaps from the stunning Huafian. Guanfeng hadn't expected Huafian to be so fierce, striking without a word. Luo Zijuan, on the verge of tears, glared venomously at Huafian. Guanfeng, what are you waiting for? Cut this vixen down. Guanfeng was also stunned. In his plan, Li Ming would be the one opening the door. Once he killed Li Ming, Huafian would naturally submit to him. With Huafian and Long Kai, he could easily discard the now tiresome Luo Zijuan. He hadn't anticipated Huafian answering the door, but supplies were paramount. He had no choice but to subdue Huafian first, then kill Li Ming. Guanfeng raised his cleaver and charged at Huafian. Just as his blade descended, Long Kai suddenly emerged from the doorway and grabbed his wrist. What do you think you're doing with that cleaver? Her voice was icy and her grip was ironclad, causing Guanfeng's wrist to crack under the pressure. A scream of agony escaped his lips as his hand went limp, the cleaver clattering to the ground. He struggled to break free, but it was as if his wrist was clamped in a steel vise, utterly immobile. Long Kai spun around, maneuvering behind Guanfeng while still holding his wrist. With a thud, she executed a shoulder throw. Guanfeng's scream was pitiful. It was unclear if his ribs were broken. Seeing even a strong man like Guanfeng easily subdued by Long Kai, Luo Zijuan's face turned ashen and she began to tremble. We're here to see Li Ming. We're his friends. Slap. Huafian struck her again. Though Luo Zijuan braced herself this time, Huafian's movement was too swift. The slap landed before she could react. Huafian sneered, friends. Do friends always visit each other carrying cleavers? Luo Zijuan, clutching her swollen cheek, sobbed, you're going too far. It was then that Li Ming finally emerged slowly from the room. Upon seeing Li Ming, Luo Zijuan could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her face. Though Li Ming knew Luo Zijuan was an excellent actress, these tears were genuine. After all, which woman wouldn't feel wronged having her face beaten into a pulp? Weeping and whining, Luo Zijuan said, Li Ming, you're finally here. Can't you control these 2 sluts? They attacked me the moment I arrived. Li Ming looked at Luo Zijuan, covered in filth with disheveled hair and a face swollen like a pig's from Huafian's beating, and couldn't help but laugh. Who's this beggar? Do I know you? Luo Zijuan, now calmed down, noticed the attire of Li Ming, Huafian, and Long Kai. It was far too revealing. Li Ming was only wearing a massage suit he had taken from the Yao Chi Club along with slippers. Huafian was similarly clad, only in a flight attendant uniform. Long Kai was even more so, with her thighs exposed. Their clothing was far too flimsy, given the -50 degrees Celsius outside. Even with the air conditioner on, the indoor temperature hovered around zero. Luo Zijin's gaze swept past Li Ming and Huafian looking into the house. Only then did she realize how comfortable the temperature was in Li Ming's house. Not only was it not cold at all, but it was even a bit warm. Looking in from outside, she could see the coffee table laden with all kinds of fresh fruits and snacks. Luo Zijin's eyes were full of surprise and envy. Wasn't this the idyllic life she longed for? She glanced at Huafian and Long Kai. She knew she couldn't beat them in a fight, so she could only reason with Li Ming. Besides, in her mind, controlling Li Ming was a piece of cake. Humph. Luo Zijun cleared her throat. Li Ming, we agreed that Guanfeng and I would take 2/3 of the supplies you hoarded. If you want to support these two foxes. She immediately caught Huafian's icy gaze, and fearing she would be slapped again for misspeaking, trailed off. She swallowed the word vixens that was on the tip of her tongue. If you want to keep women, that's your business. Guanfeng and I will only take what belongs to us. Luo Zijun raised her chin triumphantly in front of Huafian, confident that Li Ming would certainly agree to her demands. She even thought Li Ming might punish Huafian and Longcui for attacking her. Li Ming snorted coldly. It seems her mind is still muddled, talking nonsense. Fian, sober her up again. Upon receiving Li Ming's order, Huafian's face lit up with a gleeful smile. Slap, slap, slap. 3 slaps landed consecutively on Luo Zijin's face. Although Huafian, fearing she might kill someone and incur Li Ming's wrath, had tried to hold back her strength, the 3 slaps still left Luo Zijun dizzy and disoriented. Seeing Luo Zijun being beaten again, Guanfeng struggled to get up from the ground. He seemed to have figured out that the ones with the highest combat prowess here were Huafian and Longcui. If he could win them over to his side, dealing with Li Ming would be a piece of cake. Clutching his chest, he said to Huafian and Longcui, "Ladies, don't be fooled by that poor bastard Li Ming. He's just a delivery guy, no, even worse than a delivery guy. He's the one who pumped out the septic tank for my family. He's a liar. All the supplies in his hands are mine. Don't fall for his tricks. I swear if you help me get the supplies back from him, I will definitely treat you well. If you're willing, you can even stay by my side. To be honest, my father is a high-ranking official in Tianhai City. Government rescue will arrive sooner or later. As long as you follow me, I promise you'll live a life of luxury, much better than staying with this liar." When he mentioned his father being a high-ranking official, Guanfeng even showed a proud expression. He also believed that Huafian and Longcui would surely be sensible enough to choose him over Li Ming, just like Luo Zijun had done before. Indeed, before the apocalypse, if Guanfeng flaunted his father's name, who in Tianhai City wouldn't show him some respect? Guanfeng believed that the current disaster was only temporary, and once the Chinese government's rescue arrived, he could once again rely on his father's connections to become a man above others. Who? Longcui grabbed his arm and threw him over her shoulder again. Her voice was icy cold. "Who the hell are you calling a liar? If you dare insult our brother Ming again, even though he ordered us not to kill you, I guarantee your limbs will never be usable again." Huafian nodded in agreement. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Luo Zijun immediately raised her cries and tried to step forward to grab Li Ming's arm. But as soon as she took a step, Huafian blocked her. With a single glare from Huafian, Luo Zijun fearfully retreated 2 steps. Luo Zijun couldn't get close to Li Ming at all, so she had no choice but to perform from a distance. She covered her mouth and sobbed, tears streaming down like an abandoned little wife. "Li Ming, you said you would be good to me forever, that you would take responsibility for me for life. Wu, have you forgotten everything? All those beautiful times we had together? Have you forgotten that I was your first woman? I know you harbor some resentment that I went with Guanfeng, but setting aside the facts, don't you have any fault? If it weren't for your incompetence and weakness, how could we have ended up like this, eh? Now I'm just here to take back what belongs to me. Is that wrong? Please, I don't want all your supplies. Just half, really just half. Also, you know I'm afraid of the cold. I really can't stand it. Could you tell them to give me this house? You can let them stay in my house, oh, I don't mind." Li Ming was truly astonished. This was a first for him. How could he have been so obedient and devoted to such a shameless person in the past? Indeed, the onlookers seized the game best. Li Ming snapped back to reality and noticed that Huafian and Long Qi's eyes were blazing with fury. Had Luo Zijun touched their reverse scale somewhere? Huafian clenched her teeth and glared at Luo Zijun. "First woman. So you're the shameless woman who stole our brother Ming's first time?" Long Kai glared at Luo Zijun with the same intensity. Damn it, absolutely unforgivable. Luo Zijun looked in terror at the furious Huafian and Long Kui, utterly bewildered. How had she offended these 2 demons again? "Ow, ow, ow." A pig-like screech filled the scene. Huafian and Long Kui rained punches and kicks on Luo Zijun. Guanfeng, lying nearby, saw this and dared not move, pretending to be dead. He was afraid that Huafian and Long Kui might remember him during the beating and give him another thrashing. When Luo Zijun was barely breathing, Huafian grabbed her by the hair. "You should thank our brother Ming for his merciful heart, otherwise I would have thrown you down to feed the zombies long ago." Beaten black and blue, Luo Zijun lay weakly on the ground. "Li Ming, you can't treat me like this. I'm so thirsty and hungry." Please give me some food and water, I beg you. Li Ming smirked. See, if you had this attitude from the start, it would have been fine. It's not that I'm unwilling to give you. He pointed to the basin of water that Huafian had used to wash his feet. That's my golden foot washing soup. Today I'll let you have it. Wash water. Foot washing water. Luo Zijuan stared in horror at the basin in Huafian's hand. Splash. Huafian drenched them thoroughly, chilling them to the bone. Luo Zijuan and Guan Feng fled in panic under the onslaught of washing feet gold. At home, Li Ming was listening to music, enjoying the services of Huafian and Long Kai. As Huafian kneaded Li Ming's thigh, she said, Brother Ming, is it really okay to let those two go back? They're not much, but I'm worried they'll expose our location and bring others after us. Long Kai, who was massaging Li Ming's head, shared the same concern. We should have killed them on the spot. Li Ming kept his eyes closed, resting. What are you scared? Huafian and Long Kai answered in unison, not at all. Li Ming lazily opened his eyes and said, since you're not afraid, then why worry about a damn thing? But humans aren't zombies. In the apocalypse, humans are often more terrifying than zombies. Zombies feel no pain and have no fear, but they lack brains, acting only on instinct. Human malice is endless. Cunning, ruthless, brutal, and venomous are all common. Some are more scheming, catching you off guard. So when you face enemies, be even more cautious than with zombies. Huafian and Long Kai stood at attention and replied resolutely, got it, Brother Ming. If they ever encountered an unbeatable situation, Li Ming could still use teleportation to escape with them. But that would be too shameful. He had obtained a system. Was he supposed to be chased off? Li Ming couldn't let that happen. He had to become stronger as soon as possible. Lin Saixia paced back and forth angrily, her phone in hand, murderous intent burning in her eyes. She had swallowed her pride and sent Li Ming a private photo that even she blushed to look at. Li Ming merely replied, aren't you ashamed? A monumental humiliation. After all, she was one of the top car models with countless wealthy second-generation heirs and big stars vying for her favor. Today she offered herself and was rejected. How could this be tolerated? Lin Saixia now felt a fierce desire to kill Li Ming. That's right. Li Ming had a huge stockpile of supplies. She didn't have to beg him. From another angle, if she could kill him, his supplies would fall into her hands. With that thought, Lin Saixia suddenly felt enlightened. Considering she was just a weak woman who might be killed by Li Ming, instead she needed help. She had to find allies. She thought of the two muscular gym instructors who lived downstairs, Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue. Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue always leered at her, and Chun Shanshan, even flexing their proud muscles in front of them multiple times. It didn't matter who she gave herself to, and those two muscle-bound men seemed quite capable. In the apocalypse, having people like that around greatly increased her sense of security. Lin Saixia acted immediately, put on a thick down jacket, and headed to the muscle men's apartment. At that moment, Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue were at home dry eating protein powder to stave off hunger. Chun Hao forced down a few bites, but couldn't swallow anymore. It was too dry and choking. Brother Zhou, I really can't eat this anymore. I'm hungry, but eating it just makes me thirstier. If we keep this up, we'll die of dehydration before starvation. Zhou Dazue hugged a tub of protein powder and shook his head in pain. No water. We must find water. Chun Hao put down the protein powder, tilted his empty water bottle over his mouth, hoping for a single drop. The next second, he angrily crushed the plastic bottle into a ball and tossed it against the wall. Nothing. Brother Zhou, while we still have strength, let's go rob some water from other apartments. Otherwise we won't survive. Zhou Dazue put down his protein powder. I was thinking the same. If we don't rob, others already have. Chun Hao stood up excitedly. Since we're robbing anyway, let's take care of those sisters upstairs too. No one cares if someone dies now. What's the big deal about robbing them? Zhou Dazue hesitated for a moment, then his expression turned ruthless. Let's do it. Let's go to their place first. They might have water. Having made up their minds, the two immediately put on thick down jackets and grabbed some handy tools for knocking on doors. As they opened the door and stepped out, they ran straight into Lin Saixia, who was coming to find them. The three stared at each other in bewilderment. Lin Saixia noticed the tools in Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue's hands and asked cautiously, where are you two-headed big brothers? Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue exchanged glances, thinking she's coming to us. What luck? Chun Hao quickly pressed a knife to Lin Kaixia's neck, his dry, throat rasping. Nowhere special. We were just going to borrow some supplies from you and your sister, and maybe play some poker. Lin Saixia showed no panic. She had come prepared. She flashed a seductive smile at the two men, and spoke in a sweet, coquettish voice. Big brothers, we can talk things out. I never said no. Don't scare me with that knife. After speaking, she reached out, and gently pushed the knife away from her neck. Her reaction surprised Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue. In the past, she always put on a cold, disdainful face. Now she was actively flirting with them. It seemed the sisters' supplies had also run out, and she was coming to beg. Though Lin Saixia hadn't bathed in days, and her face looked slightly sallow from eating instant noodles, her tall figure and delicate surgically enhanced features still held great appeal for Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue. Zhou Dazue and Chun Hao quickly moved in, grabbing Lin Saixia and dragging her into their apartment. Oh, why are you so impatient? It's not like I can run away, she said. Lin Saixiao looked around. The room was piled with protein powder tubs and empty water bottles. Looks like your supplies have run dry too, big brothers. At this rate, we'll all starve. I have a great idea to get a lot of supplies, but I need your help. Hearing about a large amount of supplies, Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue stopped what they were doing. Zhou Dazue asked suspiciously, a lot of supplies. What do we have to do? Lin Saixiao straightened her clothes and lowered her voice. Do you know that guy in the group chat called collecting gorgeous women? Chun Hao's face twisted with anger. That bastard. Of course I know him. I asked him for supplies in the group, and he ignored me. If I find out which apartment he's in, I'll kill him. Lin Keixia's face lit up with a cunning expression. That collecting gorgeous women guy has his eye on my sister. He should be coming to pick her up today. We can ambush him. Once he enters my place, you two immediately subdue him. Then with a little torture we'll make him hand over all his supplies. Won't that work? After an intense game of Do Diju, Lin Saixiao brought Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue to her home. Chun Shanshan looked at Lin Keixia's disheveled hair in horror and said, Saixiao, did they bully you? She pulled Lin Saixiao behind her protectively and murmured, Saixiao, don't worry, I'm here. Get out of my house quickly, or I won't be polite to you. Chun Hao leered and said, not polite. Then shout loudly. The louder you scream, the more excited I become. In the next moment, Lin Saixiao suddenly bound Chun Shanshan tightly from behind. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and tie her up. Hearing Lin Keixia's call, Zhou Dazue and Chun Hao quickly stepped forward. It was then that Chun Shanshan realized Lin Saixiao was in cahoots with them. Terrified, Saixiao, what are you doing? Let me go. While shouting, she twisted her body and kicked her legs wildly, trying to break free from Lin Keixia's grip. Chun Shanshan's strength was not any less than Lin Keixia's, and a few times she nearly broke free. Zhou Dazue quickly stepped forward and yanked Chun Shanshan's hair, delivering a harsh slap to her face. Already weak and exhausted, Chun Shanshan was struck by Zhou Dazue's slap, making her see stars as she fell to the ground in a daze. Zhou Dazue snorted coldly. Is it really that troublesome to deal with her? Just a slap will do. Chun Hao quickly took out the rope he had prepared beforehand and tied Chun Shanshan up. Zhou, go be gentle, we haven't even had our fun yet, and you might break her. Chun Shanshan, now feeling cold all over, looked at Lin Saixiao in despair. Saixiao, what do you want? Why are you doing this to me? Lin Saixiao said bitterly. Shanshan, if you want to blame someone, blame that guy who says he collects exquisite beauties. What do I lack compared to you that he says I don't meet his standards? And he dares to say I'm dark. Chun Shanshan was puzzled. What did he say about you being dark? Did you darken him? Lin Keixia's face suddenly flushed. How could she utter such embarrassing words? Was she shameless? Does he really think there is only one man in this world? Zhou Gu and Xun Gu are both quite good. I've tried them, and they can definitely protect me in this apocalypse. We don't need pity from that guy who collects exquisite beauties. Once we capture him, all his supplies will eventually belong to us. After securely binding Chun Shanshan, Lin Saixiao said to Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue, that guy should be arriving soon. You two hide behind the sofa and in the kitchen respectively. When he comes in, I'll use my beauty to ensnare him. Although he doesn't find my picture appealing, I believe I am far more beautiful in person. I refuse to believe he won't be moved. When the time comes, you two suddenly jump out and make sure he has no chance to resist. Chun Hao nodded. Can you determine how many people will come? Do they have any weapons? Lin Saixiao shook her head. She only wanted to kill Li Ming quickly to vent her anger and obtain his supplies. She hadn't considered anything else. Zhou Dazue leered at the bound Chun Shanshan and said lewdly, I don't care how many come with this little scum, I can kill as many as they send. Don't forget, in the national Muay Thai runner-up, against ordinary people, I can fight 10 without breaking a sweat. Chun Hao flattered him. Zhou Gu is mighty, then let's quickly prepare and try to take them out with a single strike. Oh, so a Muay Thai champion taking on 10. That's even more impressive than Ip Man. A strange voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Li Ming had long anticipated that someone would use the news of exquisite beauties to lure him out and set up numerous ambushes. According to people's habitual thinking, they mostly believed that Li Ming would have to pass through the underground garage or the first floor garden when going from building 7 to building 6. At this time, the first floor garden was completely covered in snow, so the only path Li Ming could take was the underground garage. Although they didn't know how Li Ming could avoid the zombies in the garage, as long as he came, the numerous ambushers would subdue him and force him to hand over his supplies. Since they already knew how could Li Ming easily take the usual route. With his teleportation skill, a distance of less than 100 meters was nothing but a small ditch for him to cross easily. Most balconies in the Binjiang No. 1 community were enclosed like Huafian's home, which had large floor-to-ceiling glass windows. However, each unit had a living balcony outside the kitchen, which was mostly open. Li Ming observed briefly and found that Huafian's living balcony was directly opposite Chun Shanshan's living balcony. It was simple. With a teleport, Li Ming appeared on the living balcony of room 1303 in building 6. Due to the cold weather, the doors and windows of the living balcony were tightly closed. Fortunately, they were only shut and not locked. Even if it were locked, it wouldn't be a big deal. It was just a matter of a round of hammering. Li Ming easily entered Chun Shanshan's kitchen from the living balcony and then into the living room. At that moment Lin Saixia, Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue were busy tying up Qin Shanshan and didn't notice Li Ming coming out of the kitchen. Upon hearing that Lin Saixia planned to capture him alive and take his supplies, Li Ming couldn't help but laugh. Just with a black-heart bimbo and 2 weaklings they thought they could subdue him. How much did they underestimate him? Hearing this, Li Ming couldn't resist reminding them. Oh, so a Muay Thai champion taking on 10. That's even more impressive than Ip Man. The sudden voice made their hearts tremble, and they looked at Li Ming in terror. Lin Saixia exclaimed in shock, "Who are you? How did you get into my house? Haha, weren't you just discussing how to deal with me?" Li Ming scoffed. Zhou Dazue and Chun Hao's expressions darkened. They had just been strategizing on how to deal with him. Who knew he had already been waiting here? Chun Hao swung the large iron rod in his hand, pointing at Li Ming, and said, "You're the one who collects exquisite beauties. Don't I look like one?" Li Ming shrugged. Zhou Dazue and Chun Hao scrutinized Li Ming from head to toe and instantly felt reassured. Although Li Ming was of decent height and somewhat handsome, his weak-looking scholarly physique didn't seem like a match for them. They didn't know how Li Ming had suddenly appeared behind them. Perhaps Qin Shanshan had let him in earlier. Zhou Dazue contemptuously pointed at Li Ming and said, "Kid, are you daydreaming about beauties? You dare to come here alone." "So I came. What do you want? Are you planning to capture me as per your plan?" Li Ming smiled. "Since you heard what we said, if you are sensible, just surrender. Otherwise." Zhou Dazue's words had not yet finished. Zhou Dazue's hand along with the entire arm had already detached from his body. Blood sprayed everywhere. Before Zhou Dazue could even cry out in pain, the other arm was also severed from his body. The 2 arms that had detached from Zhou Dazue's body fell to the ground almost simultaneously. The intense pain made Zhou Dazue unable to help but scream like a slaughtered pig. Li Ming laughed. "Now you won't be able to practice Muay Thai anymore." Chun Hao and Lin Saixia had no idea what had just happened. One moment Zhou Dazue was still arrogantly pointing at Li Ming and muttering incantations. The next his arms were mysteriously severed from his body. Gushing blood splattered across their faces. Yet in their eyes Li Ming's position had not moved an inch. Was this something a human could accomplish? Sorcery? Could it be that he was using sorcery? Lin Saixia and Chun Hao stared at Li Ming in terror, as if witnessing the Grim Reaper, too frightened to utter a word. Li Ming looked at Chun Hao. "He practices Muay Thai? What about you? What's your strongest technique?" Chun Hao stammered, "3 practice Taekwondo. B black belt 10th Dan." With a swift slash, Chun Hao's legs were instantly severed. The room was instantly filled with the agonized howls of Zhou Dazue and Chun Hao. Li Ming said coldly, "Our Chinese martial arts are profound and vast, yet you choose to learn those flashy and weak foreign techniques." Lin Saixia was petrified with fear. Less than a minute had passed, and everything had turned upside down. A minute ago, she had been certain of victory, dreaming of a comfortable life once she obtained the supplies. In less than a minute, the powerful allies she had relied on, Zhou Dazue and Chun Hao, had been completely defeated. She quickly knelt before Li Ming, rubbing her surgically enhanced face against his leg, pleading, "It was all their doing. You know I've always wanted to be with you. You saw the photos I sent, didn't you?" Li Ming kicked Lin Saixia away. "Don't dirty my clothes. You're not only black-heart, but also disgusting." He then reached out with his cleaver and cut the rope binding Qin Shanshan. "You must be Qin Shanshan. Are you all right?" Qin Shanshan stared at Li Ming with unwavering eyes, her gaze filled with boundless admiration. Li Ming was all too familiar with that look, but he hadn't even used the loyalty pill on her yet. Indeed, she had already been conquered by his personal charisma. After a long moment, Qin Shanshan snapped out of her shock. "I am fine." "Good." Li Ming handed her the cleaver and pointed at Zhou Dazue, who had lost both arms. "That man on the ground is too noisy. Finish him off." Qin Shanshan's hands trembled as she took the cleaver. Recalling the humiliation she had suffered, she truly wanted to rush over and end Zhou Dazue. Yet she stood there gripping the cleaver tightly, unable to take a single step. All of them had grown up in a peaceful era, educated as good children through 9 years of compulsory schooling. Even seeing injuries, deaths, or bloody scenes would make them feel uneasy and fearful. To actually kill someone was unimaginable. Even if Zhou Dazue and Chun Hao had boasted endlessly about how tough and ruthless they were, when it came to the real thing, they might not have been able to bring themselves to kill. Now enveloped in the shadow of death, they forced themselves to endure the pain, not daring to make a sound. Chun Hao knelt in terror. "Brother, we know we were wrong. Spare us. It was all that bitch's idea. She seduced us and made us do it," he said, prostrating himself and weeping. Li Ming paid no attention to their pleas. He said earnestly to Qin Shanshan, "These are the people who betrayed you, sold you out, and even tried to defile you. If you finish them off, you'll be my woman. If you can't do it, then fend for yourself. I don't need someone who can't even bring herself to harm those who betrayed and sold her out." Qin Shanshan staggered to her feet. She had witnessed Li Ming's power and believed that only he could help her survive this apocalypse. She was tired of this life of hunger and cold, never knowing where her next meal would come from. She wanted to leave with Li Ming. She had to leave. Gritting her teeth, she raised the cleaver and brought it down. Zhou Dazue, armless and helpless, went silent, devoid of any life. Lin Saixia and Chunhao hadn't expected Chen Shanshan to actually go through with it. They trembled with fear. Chunhao desperately crawled toward the door hoping to escape and call for help. After killing Zhou Dazue, Chen Shanshan felt a great relief, her tension and guilt vanishing. She quickly caught up to Chunhao, who was still crawling, and brought the cleaver down on his neck, ending his life. Lin Saixia backed away in terror, urine streaming down her legs. Hadn't they complained about water shortage? How could she have so much urine that it soaked her entire pants? She knelt and wept, begging Chen Shanshan. Shanshan, please don't. Have you forgotten? We were best friends. Chen Shanshan said coldly, best friends? Is this how best friends treat each other? You were the one who told me to contact Li Ming, and you were the one who envied me when he accepted me. Don't think I didn't know. I thought it was just your frustration. I foolishly believed that even if I got the supplies, I would find a way to share them with you. I considered you someone important in my life. Lin Saixia crawled forward and grabbed Chen Shanshan's pant leg. Shanshan, I was wrong. Forgive me just this once. Let me go, and I promise I'll never appear before you again. Chen Shanshan slowly lowered the cleaver. Faced with her longtime friend, she hesitated and couldn't do it. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Saixia suddenly stood up, pulled a fruit knife from her thick down jacket, and pressed it against Chen Shanshan's neck. Chen Shanshan froze in shock, her eyes filled with disappointment. This friend had become a stranger. She no longer recognized her. Was this still the Lin Saixia she knew? Lin Saixia screamed hysterically at Li Ming. Li Ming, hand over the supplies now, or I'll kill her. Li Ming burst out laughing. Huh? You want to kill her? Why should I care? She's not indispensable to me. Lin Saixia sneered. Do you think I'm stupid? You've been searching the world for extremely beautiful women. If they weren't useful to you, would you go to such lengths to find them? I don't know what you plan to do with them, but they're definitely important to you. Li Ming pressed his forehead. Alas, what a pity. You're a clever person, but jealousy has clouded your mind. The next second, Li Ming vanished from Lin Keixia's sight. When she came to her senses, a large gash had appeared on her neck and blood spurted out. Lin Saixia collapsed in a pool of blood, staring resentfully at Chen Shanshan and Li Ming with unwilling eyes. Li Ming picked up Chen Shanshan and teleported back to Huafian's home in an instant. Chen Shanshan was astounded by Li Ming's mode of movement. Although she had already witnessed Li Ming's strength and knew that nothing happening to this man should surprise her, Huafian and Long Kai saw Li Ming returning with Chen Shanshan in his arms and immediately cheered. Brother Ming, you're back. You must be tired. Brother Ming, Technician 88 is ready and can be arranged at any time. Li Ming put Chen Shanshan down and said to Huafian, no need for 88 today. Take her to get cleaned up first. Huafian immediately pouted in disappointment, then turned to Chen Shanshan and said warmly, Sister Shanshan, let me take you to take a bath first. Brother Ming doesn't like to stay with people who are unkempt. Chen Shanshan was completely dumbfounded, very surprised by the attitude of Huafian and Long Kai. She had thought that upon her arrival these two would surely be jealous and exclude her. She never expected such warmth. What surprised her even more was that there was actually water here for bathing. At her and Lin Keixia's home, forget about bathing, even drinking water was limited to no more than 500 milliliters per day. Sometimes to reduce water loss, they wouldn't even bear to urinate, worried about waste. Was it really as Li Ming had said, that here food was unlimited and water was unlimited? Seeing Chen Shanshan's astonished expression, Long Kui also thought of when she first arrived here. She had the same look of a country bumpkin leaving the village. Under Huafian's guidance, Chen Shanshan comfortably soaked in a bathtub filled with warm water. She felt as if she had returned to the days before the apocalypse. Having experienced these few days of the post-apocalyptic world, she knew how hard-won all this was. She secretly vowed in her heart to serve Li Ming well. After bathing, Huafian had Chen Shanshan put on Li Ming's favorite attire. Chen Shanshan was a little taller than Huafian, and although her facial features were not as delicate as Huafian's, she had curves in all the right places without any excess fat. Li Ming stared in fascination. Another gem. Ding, system task completed, achieving the fourth doubling. Doubled space 16 cubic meters. All stored materials in the space doubled. Doubled body attributes, physique 80, strength 128, speed 112, agility 96, spirit 96. After completing the task, special system reward obtained, awakened a rank ability, thunderclap. Upgradable. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Random reward obtaining ability, fruit, phantom beast phoenix form. Cannot be doubled. Holy crap, awakening the thunderclap ability. This ability was a huge surprise for Li Ming. And this time he even triggered a random reward. Awesome. Li Ming immediately extended his right hand and concentrated his mind. Instantly, tiny threads of lightning appeared in his palm, like fine silk. Awesome. Previously, his space and teleportation abilities had no offensive power. This thunderclap ability perfectly compensated for Li Ming's major shortcoming in output capability. The thunderclap power combined with teleportation could definitely kill most enemies and zombies instantly. Currently, the ability level was a rank, and the system indicated it could be upgraded, meaning there were higher ranks above a rank. System ability ranks can be divided into D, C, B, A, S, and SS. Li Ming was very satisfied. According to this ability rank classification, the Thunderclap ability was already at the upper middle level. Moreover, it could be upgraded later to reach S rank or even S rank. But how to upgrade? System: the host's skill rank will increase as the host's own ability rank increases. The host's current ability rank is a rank. Only a rank now. It seemed he needed to find more exquisite beauties quickly to raise his ability rank to S rank, so he could ensure his own safety. Having experienced his past life, Li Ming knew that a very small number of people after being infected with the zombie virus would not turn into zombies, but would overcome the virus and awaken as powerful ability users. Among these powerful ability users, there were not a few with A rank or even S rank abilities. Although he knew that infection with the zombie virus could potentially awaken abilities, the probability was extremely low. Who would be willing to try? Now, with the ability fruit rewarded by the system, Li Ming could let those around him gain abilities with zero risk. Unfortunately, the system marked the ability fruit as non-duplicable, meaning it was unique. Otherwise, if placed in the space, he could soon have a phoenix army. But that was fine as long as he continued to find more exquisite beauties. Building an ability army was only a matter of time. Moreover, these ability users in the army would be 100 loyal to him. Li Ming then checked the random reward ability fruit Phantom Beast Phoenix form. Since it was a fruit, it could be given to anyone to consume. What about himself? Could he also absorb this phoenix form? System: of course. All rewards triggered by the system can be used by the host. Oh yeah, that meant he not only possessed the Thunderclap ability, but also obtained the Phoenix form. Simply invincible. Li Ming thought again. No, the Phoenix form didn't seem suitable for him. Although he really wanted the Phoenix power, wasn't it a bit too effeminate and not fitting his image? Him, such a handsome man, turning into a phoenix. What kind of nonsense was that? No, he absolutely could not use this ability himself. Phoenix form flight ability. Li Ming's eyes lit up. This ability was especially suitable for Huofian. She was originally a flight attendant. Would she be afraid of heights when flying? Li Ming casually checked other supplies. All were doubled, nothing special to see. After Long Kui took one loyalty pill, there were 3 left, now doubled to 6. The quantity was increasing. Water source had become 6,400 cubic meters. Instant noodles had gone from 4,000 boxes to 8,000 boxes. All other supplies were doubled. Couldn't use them all, simply couldn't. Li Ming was considering that in a few days he would use these supplies to recruit troops and establish his own force. In the future, when encountering trouble, they would all charge ahead. He would stay behind. This suited his cautious personality. Li Ming took out a loyalty pill from the space and handed it to Chen Shanshan to consume. The look in Chen Shanshan's eyes toward Li Ming instantly became even more fervent. This fervor even far exceeded that of Huofian and Long Kai. Chen Shanshan's own sense of identification with Li Ming was already very high. After taking the loyalty pill, she felt that Li Ming was her god, a god that no one could offend. Any word or command from Li Ming was like a divine decree in Chen Shanshan's eyes. It left Li Ming stunned, too enthusiastic. What kind of service was this? It couldn't be compared to ordinary clubs. It was like the legendary heaven on earth. Li Ming quickly called Huofian in. Huofian was still in her flight attendant uniform. As she entered, she performed a unique flight attendant etiquette. Hello, sir. Would you like Technician 88 to serve you? Li Ming. Li Ming took out the Phoenix form ability fruit from his spatial storage. Huofian and Chen Shanshan curiously stared at the orange-eared fruit in his hand, which resembled a dragon fruit. Li Ming handed the Phoenix fruit to Huofian. Fian, this is a reward for Technician No. 88. Eat it. Huofian held the orange-eared dragon fruit in both hands as if it were a treasure, her eyes brimming with excitement. A reward from Minggu was an affirmation of her service as Technician No. 88. Even if the reward were a piece of dung, she would cherish it deeply. Huofian stared at the fruit in her hand with curiosity and asked, Minggu, what kind of fruit is this? I've flown all over the world and never seen anything like it. Li Ming couldn't be bothered to explain and simply commanded, don't ask, just eat it quickly. Upon receiving Li Ming's order, Huofian dared not hesitate. Ignoring her image, she bit into the phoenix fruit and devoured it. After watching her finish the entire fruit, Li Ming asked eagerly, how do you feel? Any sensations? Huofian stuck out her tongue in disgust. Yuck. It tastes terrible. Li Ming replied coldly, I'm asking about your body. How do you feel after eating it? Huofian closed her eyes and sensed her body. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, orange-eared flames burst out from multiple places on Huofian's body. Startled by the flames, she exclaimed, Minggu, what's happening to me? Li Ming stared intently at the orange-eared flames on her body. Was this the phoenix flame? The orange-eared flames of the phoenix form were not high in temperature. In fact, they felt quite warm and comfortable to stand near. Li Ming stood up and slowly approached Huofian. Fian, I gave you an ability fruit. Mythical beast type. Phoenix form. Eating it grants you the phoenix ability. Huh. Huofian was stunned. So, that means I've already obtained the phoenix ability. She usually enjoyed reading comics and watching anime, so she had some understanding of abilities. Moreover, her childhood dream was to acquire the Phoenix ability, beautiful, gallant, and able to soar through the sky. This ability fruit must be extremely precious, and Ming Gu thought of giving it to her first. A blush crept onto Huafian's face, and her gaze toward Li Ming grew even more fervent. Thank you, Ming Gu Muak. Li Ming sensed the passionate, affectionate look in Huafian's eyes and felt something was off. Was this silly girl thinking about something unhealthy again? He urgently asked, can your phoenix flame only reach this temperature? Huafian extended her palm, and a burst of phoenix flame instantly rose from it. Of course not. I was just afraid of hurting you, Ming Gu, so I kept the temperature within a comfortable range. I can freely control its temperature. If I raise it to the maximum, I estimate it could even melt refined steel into molten metal in an instant. Long Kai and Chen Shanshan watched Huafian's form engulfed in orange flames, their eyes filled with envy. Long Kai said seductively, Ming Gu, the phoenix power is so cool and stunning. I want it too. Don't worry, as long as you perform well, I'll reward you with suitable ability fruits when I find them. Long Kai and Chen Shanshan simultaneously linked arms with Li Ming on both sides and exclaimed excitedly, Ming Gu, we will definitely perform well in the future and make you satisfied. Li Ming took Huafian's hand. Fian, let's go outside and try. You should be able to soar through the sky. They arrived at the open balcony. Li Ming said expectantly, Fian, try transforming into your complete phoenix form. Huafian nodded, and with a thought the orange flames on her body instantly blazed up. The orange flames gradually enveloped her entire body, forming feather-like patterns. Her hands began to transform, gradually turning into wings wrapped in fiery feathers. Her feet turned into sharp claws, and her eyes became large and bright, sharp and piercing like an eagle's. Her entire body grew larger, and the small balcony could no longer accommodate the phoenix's form. Huafian became immensely confident, as if she possessed an innate instinct for flight. She flapped her wings and soared into the sky. Huafian in her phoenix form flew through the sky as if a dazzling rift had been torn in space. The light was interwoven with multicolored halos like entwined rainbows. With each flap of her wings, countless particles of light scattered, leaving a long, brilliant trail in her flight path. Chong! Chong! Huafian let out two phoenix cries in the air, crisp and melodious, high and clear. In the night sky, the soaring phoenix was exceptionally dazzling and eye-catching. It even startled the entire residential complex, with residents rushing to their balconies to gaze upward and witness this miracle. The residents of the complex began commenting in the group chat. Everyone look. What is flying outside? It's so beautiful. It's a phoenix, a real phoenix. Everyone come look at the sky. The phoenix portends auspiciousness, peace, and tranquility. Has it come to save us? It's a god descending to earth. It has come to save us. Oh God, save us. Most of the surviving residents in the complex knelt on their balconies, praying to the phoenix soaring in the sky. After circling the sky a few times, Huafian felt extremely joyful. Ming Gu, thank you. This is truly amazing. Li Ming suddenly had a brilliant idea and shouted to Huafian, Fian, come closer to me. Upon receiving the command, Huafian immediately circled in the air and gradually approached Building 7 of the complex. When Huafian was less than 100 meters away, Li Ming teleported toward her direction. Whoosh! He stood on her back, which was enveloped by the phoenix flame. In her phoenix form, Huafian's wingspan reached 20 meters, and her back was quite spacious. It could easily accommodate 3 to 5 people standing together. Li Ming stood on the phoenix's back, surrounded by the blazing orange flames. The temperature at high altitude was much lower than on the ground, reaching minus 60 degrees Celsius, with howling winds, yet Li Ming felt no cold at all. Instead, he felt warmth and comfort, and even the fatigue of the entire day was completely dispelled by the phoenix flame. Ming Gu, my phoenix flame can not only relieve fatigue, but also has healing effects. Let me stay by your side, and I can heal your wounds anytime. Li Ming burst into laughter, clutching his head. So cool. This was exactly the mount he had dreamed of. I have a mount, as she is my mount by day, and also my mount by night. With Huafian as his flying mount, traveling outside would be much more convenient. He could completely ignore the zombies on the ground and go wherever he wanted. Li Ming laughed heartily. Fian, fly farther. Earlier in the room, he had been afraid of damaging the furniture, so he hadn't dared to properly test his thunderclap ability. Huafian instantly accelerated to maximum speed. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, they had left Binjiang Yihao residential complex by over a kilometer. Li Ming quickly pressed his palms together, then slowly opened them. Zzz! Bolts of lightning connected between his palms, emitting a dazzling blue-white light. Rumble! Rumble! Then deafening thunderclaps surged like a stampede of thousands of horses. Thunder greeting. With a low roar from Li Ming, brilliant blue-white electric bolts descended from the sky, with overwhelming force striking the ground. Crackle! Thick smoke billowed from the earth. Wherever the lightning struck, all zombies on the ground were reduced to ashes. Huafian exclaimed in shock. Ming Gu, what is this? That's so cool. Li Ming smiled with satisfaction. My new ability, Thunderclap. After a night of testing, Huafian's maximum flight speed reached a terrifying 500 km/h. However, if she maintained that speed for long, she would quickly run out of stamina, and her flight range would be greatly reduced. Thus, Huafian's usual flight speed was around 300 km/h, roughly the same as a high-speed train. Returning home, Luo Zijuan trembled all over wrapped in her bedding. She had already covered herself with 3 quilts, yet she still shivered unbearably from the cold. Moving around might have helped a little, but the more she moved, the faster her hunger grew. Their food supply was running low, and the water had long since dried up. She stealthily glanced at Guanfeng, who lay half dead on the bed, ensuring his gaze was not on her. Furtively, she pulled a solid piece of ice from her bosom and slipped it into her mouth. This was the foot-washing water that Li Ming had doused them with the day before right in front of his house. In the corridor at -50 degrees, the water splashed on the ground instantly froze into ice. Without anyone noticing, Luo Zijuan had quietly hidden several chunks of ice formed from that foot-washing water into her bosom. Though the taste was a bit strong, at least it was water-free from zombie virus. These ice cubes, if sold outside, would be worth at least tens of thousands. They were even in short supply. Moreover, the ice had a salty flavor which could replenish the salt her body lost. Highly nutritious. With the ice in her mouth, Luo Zijuan held her phone, praying for Li Ming to reply to her messages quickly. Since last night, she had sent him over 100 messages. Li Ming, I apologize for the times I hurt you. Believe me, I am sincere. Can you give me a chance to apologize to you in person? Ming, have you thought of me? I miss you. Let's make up. I know you still have feelings for me. I was forced to leave you and choose Guanfeng. He pressured me. I just didn't want you to worry, so I never explained. You know Guanfeng's parents are major officials in the city. If I didn't go along with him, he would have harmed my parents and my younger brother, who is still in school. When your startup failed, I didn't want to be a burden to you, so I left. I hope you can understand my good intentions. After going through hardships, I realized that you are the one who has always been best to me and the one I love most in my heart. You have changed. You weren't like this before. You said you would always forgive me no matter what I did wrong. Can't you forgive me this time? I truly know I was wrong. Please give me one more chance. Let's start over and let me stay with you. In this apocalypse, we should cling to each other in life and death, never abandoning one another. Li Ming had been immersed all night in the joy of acquiring the Thunder ability and Huafian's Phoenix form. He had no time to check his phone. Besides, Huafian Long Kai and the newcomer Chen Shanshan looked at him with increasingly fervent eyes. He was utterly exhausted. It was not until morning that Li Ming had a moment to take out his phone and saw Luo Zijuan's over 100 pleading messages. He couldn't help but shake his head. In his past life, he had given everything for a woman like this. Luo Zijuan was the kind of woman who only loved herself, she would stop at nothing to live comfortably. Before, when she had hitched her wagon to Guanfeng, she constantly showed off their love on social media, even subtly belittling Li Ming's shortcomings. Now, less than a week into the apocalypse, she had already abandoned Guanfeng and was eager to throw herself into Li Ming's arms. She could set aside her pride and arrogance only because he possessed the supplies that would allow her to live comfortably. Li Ming replied with a photo, a picture of 3 beautiful women attentively serving him. Do I need your company? You're nothing but cheap, yet you pretend to be noble. Do you think I don't know what's going on between you and Guanfeng? Luo Zijuan was stunned. How had it become 3 beautiful women? Were these women also high-level now? In just one night, another beauty had appeared, and Chen Shanshan's looks and figure were even better than hers. Luo Zijuan immediately sent a voice message accusingly. Forget about Huafian and Long Kai, but who is this vixen? One more person meant one more mouth to feed. Li Ming replied, none of your business. I prefer fertile land, not barren land. After reading Li Ming's message, Luo Zijuan angrily flung her phone away. It was he who had been the most eager to plow the fields in the beginning. Men are said to be heartless creatures. They forget everything once they've had their fill. Guanfeng, lying on the bed severely injured after being thrown by Long Kai, twice watched Luo Zijuan's rage and said discontentedly, what's wrong with you again? Can't you save your energy by moving less? Luo Zijuan grabbed a pillow and wildly beat Guanfeng with it. It's all your fault, you useless waste. You can't even beat 2 women. What else can I expect from you? Guanfeng, already badly wounded, groaned incessantly under the pillow attacks. Oh, gently, it hurts so much. I think that crazy woman broke my ribs. Can you find me a doctor? Luo Zijuan snorted coldly, a doctor? You still think about doctors? Even if you were cured, you'd still be a cripple, a waste. None of you men are any good. Since I can't count on any of you, don't blame me. Especially Li Ming. How dare he call me barren land? I will make him pay. Luo Zijuan grew more and more resentful, her eyes filled with malice and venom. Since I can't beat him or join him, I'll sell his information to someone who can. That Zheng Haonan has a gun. I don't believe those 2 crazy women at Li Ming's place can outdo a gun. So she picked up her phone from the floor, quickly found Zheng Haonan's WeChat. Brother Haonan, I want to sell you some information. Are you interested in all the intel on that guy who collects top beauties? Luo Zijuan soon received a reply from Zheng Haonan. Tell me, how do you want to sell it? Luo Zijuan, I'll tell you everything about him. After you seize his supplies, we split 5,050. I want 50. Zheng Haonan, you really have the nerve to ask for the lion's share. If I give you 50, can you handle it? Luo Zijuan pondered after reading the message. Indeed, even if she actually got 50 of Li Ming's supplies as a weak woman, she couldn't protect them. Those supplies would become a target for everyone, turning from assets into a hot potato. Guanfeng, sickly as he was certainly unreliable. She needed to find another strong thigh to protect her properly. Zheng Haonan, is that you in your WeChat moments? WeChat moments. Had Zheng Haonan seen her photos? Right? Zheng Haonan was a thick thigh. He had many followers and a gun. If she could win him over, not just 50 of the supplies, but everything would be hers. Handling men was her specialty. Luo Zijuan was confident that Zheng Haonan would soon fall at her feet. Of course, these photos are my barefaced self. Do you think I'm pretty? Little sister really admires capable men like you. Can we meet to talk? Luo Zijuan, having exhausted all her remaining resources to adorn herself, arrived alone at Zheng Haonan's residence. As she entered, she scanned the surroundings. Zheng Haonan sat on the sofa in the living room, surrounded by several burly men. In the corner of the dining area, a few young women in thin clothing huddled under quilts. Luo Zijuan recognized one as her neighbor from downstairs. It seemed that even if she hadn't come to find Zheng Haonan today, he would have sought her out at her home. Oh, oh, oh. The room echoed with a woman's piercing screams. Zheng Haonan cursed. Yellow hair, can't you take it easy in broad daylight? Is that 40-year-old woman really that fun? Brother Haonan, you don't understand the allure of a mature woman. I've been craving her for so long. A lecherous voice came from the room. Spotting the pile of mineral water bottles in the corner, Luo Zijuan unconsciously licked her parched lips. Zheng Haonan's bald underling, seeing Luo Zijuan arrive alone, jeered. Wow, Brother Haonan, this woman wasn't lying. She's truly a beauty. We've been stuck with women in their 30s and 40s for days and bored. And this woman has guts. Other women flee at the sight of us, but she dares to come knocking. With that, the bald man reached out to grab Luo Zijuan's clothes. Slap. Luo Zijuan struck the bald man across the face, speaking with pride and disdain. Do you think you have the right to touch me? She had studied the preferences of every type of man. With a gangster like Zheng Haonan, acting coy might only pique his fleeting interest. To truly control a man like him, she had to be fiercer and more formidable than him. This was why even underworld bosses feared their women. If she was going to do this, she would become that boss woman, not a toy to be used and discarded. Enraged by the slap, the bald man grabbed Luo Zijuan by the hair and raised his hand. Bitch, how dare you strike me? Bald head, stop. Zheng Haonan said slowly from the sofa. Boss, she hit me. The bald man protested defiantly. Get lost. Zheng Haonan barked. Deflated by the rebuke, the bald man stepped aside, rubbing his cheek. Zheng Haonan fixed a cold stare on Luo Zijuan, sizing her up. You come here and strike my man. Unless you give me an explanation, you won't leave here in one piece. Luo Zijuan swayed her hips as she approached Zheng Haonan, about to sit beside him. Zheng Haonan pulled out a gun and pointed it at her. Don't move. Take another step and he'll put a hole in your head. In this apocalypse, Zheng Haonan wasn't about to let anyone get close without caution. Especially after he had robbed and killed so many people in the past 2 days. He couldn't rule out someone seeking revenge by using such tactics to get near him. Take off all your clothes. As if anticipating this move, Luo Zijuan smoothly shed her 2 thick down jackets. Beneath the down jackets, she was completely naked. Although the system had rated Luo Zijuan an overall score of 80, she had spent years on beauty and fitness. Her figure and appearance were exceptionally well maintained. Her fiery physique even stirred Zheng Haonan. Seeing the flicker in Zheng Haonan's gaze, Luo Zijuan knew she had hooked him. Enduring the near-freezing temperature and the stares of the bald man and other underlings, she slowly sat beside Zheng Haonan, wrapped an arm around his neck, and whispered in his ear, Brother Haonan, how about we go to the room for a deeper discussion? Zheng Haonan burst into hearty laughter. You've got guts, but I like it. He scooped up the naked Luo Zijuan and carried her into the room before everyone's eyes. The bald man said enviously, Brother Haonan sure is lucky with the ladies. Among the women in Building 7, she's probably second only to Huofian and Long Kai. Yellow hair beside him swallowed hard. You think the boss will let us have a turn after he's done? The bald man rubbed his stinging face and shook his head. Don't even think about it. That woman is no ordinary. 5 minutes later, Zheng Haonan lit a post-coital cigarette. Is your intel accurate? Are they really just 4 people? No other weapons? He was genuinely tempted by Li Ming's supplies. Despite looting several homes these past days, the resources he had gathered were meager. He still had many underlings to feed, all-consuming supplies. Yet uncertain of Li Ming's true strength, he had hesitated to make a move. Luo Zijuan downed a bottle of mineral water and replenished her energy from Zheng Haonan. Her breathing steadied. She said firmly, I'm 100 sure. I know that bastard Li Ming. He used to be a deliverman, completely useless in a fight. But that Huofian and Long Kui are quite strong. Zheng Haonan laughed heartily. Strong? How strong can 2 women be? Besides, we have guns. I thought Li Ming hoarded all those supplies because he had plenty of men and weapons guarding them. That's why we dared not strike sooner. But since it's like this, we won't hold back. After we secure his supplies, he'll give you 20. Luo Zijuan lay coyly in Zheng Haonan's arms. Brother Haonan, as long as you kill Li Ming for me, I don't need any of the supplies. Zheng Haonan looked at her in surprise. Is the grudge between you two that deep, eh? Luo Zijuan recounted her grievance with Li Ming. Naturally, her version painted Li Ming as having schemed to steal her and Guanfeng's supplies. She claimed he had ignored their past ties and instigated Huofian and Longqi to assault them. In Luo Zijuan's words, Li Ming was nothing but a complete scoundrel and a jerk. Even Zheng Haonan felt indignant on her behalf. Zijuan, rest assured I will tear that bastard Li Ming apart for you. Listen to him. Already calling her Zijuan so familiarly. Men always fell for the hero-saving beauty, protecting Fuik routine. Whenever they heard about a woman with a gambling father, a sick mother, or a lazy brother, they couldn't help but shower her with more affection. Seeing Zheng Haonan completely hooked, Luo Zijuan revealed a satisfied smile. Offering me 20 to brush me off. Not just Li Ming's supplies, but everything you Zheng Haonan plunder from now on will be mine. Apart from Zheng Haonan, that bald man she had slapped earlier seemed quite capable too. Perhaps she could seduce him when the opportunity arose. In this apocalypse, having more men meant more paths to survival. She understood that well. Meanwhile, the entire neighborhood and surrounding areas erupted into chaos. The all-you-can-eat and drink live stream from Binjiang No. When it started, the show featured him devouring a whole suckling pig in one bite and downing a bottle of 1982 Lafite in one go. Before the apocalypse, most would have found it too greasy and unappealing. But this was the apocalypse. Countless people hadn't tasted meat in days. Forget red wine. They were rationing water by the drop, and even one extra drop felt like a luxury. In the video, Li Ming sat before a large dining table. Long Kai and Chen Shanshan stood on either side massaging him. Huofian, holding fresh ingredients, personally fed them to Li Ming. He chewed twice on a premium dried abalone. Spit. Too tough, not braised enough. Chen Shanshan quickly knelt. Sorry Ming Gu, I'll be more careful next time. He chewed twice on top-grade Japanese Wagyu. Spit. How dare you feed me food tainted by nuclear radiation from that island? Chen Shanshan apologized again. Ming Gu, I was wrong, I deserve to die. From now on, nothing from Japan will ever appear before you. As for the top-tier French foie gras, Li Ming didn't even bother to chew it. He simply took it to the window and threw it out. A country that can't even pull off an Olympic opening ceremony. What good food can it produce? They're a joke. Every time Li Ming spat out food, the livestream comments exploded. Damn ruthless. Wasn't it just Huofian and Longqi before? How did Chen Shanshan from Building 6 join them? You bastard, wasting food like that. You'll be cursed by heaven. Unless you let me have a bite. It must be fake, definitely fake. If it were real, I'd have swallowed it. It's probably wax food. Don't spit it out. If you want to eat it, let me. Please, I don't even mind if it's been in your mouth. Dad, you're my real dad. I'm your long-lost son. Come claim me. Big bro, do you need a pet? A 30-year-old old dog begging for adoption. He'll eat what you spit out. Huofi and Longqi let go of that boy and let me take over. A Jin fell in love with a Chong on a night with stars. Li Ming shamelessly belted out in the live stream. The moment his voice rang out, Huofian and the other two erupted into screeches of diehard fandom. Oh, Brother Ming, your singing is absolutely divine. My ears are pregnant with ecstasy. Brother Ming, we'll be together forever. YYDS. Mua mua. Who else? In this world, who can surpass our Brother Ming? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Zheng Haonan watched Li Ming's shameless display in the live stream, fury blazing within him. Damn it. This Li Ming is truly a thorough scumbag, a bastard. He instantly felt himself transformed into an agent of justice, determined to punish evil and uphold righteousness for Luo Zijuan. Having played the villain for decades, this was the first time he felt he was robbing someone for the sake of justice. Brothers, grab your weapons. Follow me to chop this beast to pieces. After 2 days of looting and plundering, Zheng Haonan's team had swelled to 12 men. And every one of them was a burly, ferocious, ruthless bastard. Zheng Haonan's recruitment standards were extremely strict. Not just anyone could join. Slackers who contributed nothing to the team could never become part of it. After all, in the apocalypse, food was limited. Every extra person meant another mouth to feed, another expense. Hearing that they were going to chop down Li Ming, who was live streaming, everyone grew excited. Everyone knew that the food that Kid Li Ming had hidden might be more than the entire neighborhood combined. And on top of that, he had 3 gorgeous women by his side. Just thinking about it made them drool. The bald man leered. Boss, after we chop this guy, can we spare one of those 3 beauties for the brothers to share? Otherwise morale is low. Zheng Haonan waved his hand magnanimously. I already have your big sister. Those 3 women are for all the brothers. Would these people follow him without benefits? Zheng Haonan knew better than anyone that empty promises couldn't motivate them. They needed to see tangible rewards. Just a few women. If necessary, even Luo Zijuan could be handed over for their enjoyment. Hearing that all 3 women by Li Ming's side belonged to the whole brotherhood, Zheng Haonan's underlings reached the peak of desire. Those three women they could only ogle from afar, not even daring to imagine in the past. Now they had a chance to experience them all. Impatience consumed them. Li Ming was passionately belting out songs. Ring ring ring. His phone suddenly rang. It was Guanfeng calling. What a rare sight. Guanfeng actually calling him. Li Ming stepped away from the live stream and answered, spit it out. Li Ming, I have an important piece of intelligence to sell you. Are you interested? Not interested. Li Ming hung up. The phone rang again, still Guanfeng. What intelligence could Guanfeng have? And he wanted to haggle. Li Ming decided to listen. He picked up again annoyed, one more chance. Get to the point. Guanfeng, afraid Li Ming would hang up again, whined. That bitch Luo Zijuan went to Zheng Haonan and abandoned me. Li Ming sneered, is that it? Isn't that her usual move? Guanfeng couldn't help crying. She left fine, but when I asked for a pack of noodles or a bottle of water she refused. Do you know how much effort and money I spent on her after I snatched her from you? And now she won't even give me a bottle of water, that bitch. Li Ming didn't want to hear his sob story. He brought it all on himself. If you keep this up, I'm hanging up. No. Guanfeng rushed. I'm telling you, Luo Zijuan has convinced Zheng Haonan. They're coming to your place today to break and steal your supplies and your women. Li Ming, oh I see. Guanfeng was stunned. Oh I see. What kind of response was that? This Li Ming wasn't playing by the script. Shouldn't you be panicking? Shouldn't you be frantically asking me what to do? Shouldn't you be inquiring about how many men and weapons Zheng Haonan has when they're leaving? Li Ming's calmness completely caught him off guard. All the lines he had prepared were useless. He had planned to use this information to extort Li Ming. Li Ming, anything else? If not, don't bother me. No. Guanfeng sobbed again. Li Ming, for the sake of telling you about Luo Zijuan, can you spare some medicine, food, and water? Your woman might have really broken my ribs. I'm in so much pain, I'm dying. Li Ming, no, you're asking for too much. Guanfeng felt a glimmer of hope. Too much meant he could ask for less, and Li Ming might still give. He hesitated, then just a little food and water. Li Ming, no, still too much. Guanfeng, then just a drop of water, okay? Li Ming, no, even a single drop of water is too much. Li Ming hung up. Guanfeng, if you think you can get supplies from me, dream on. It was pure delusion. But their dog-eat-dog fight was exactly what Li Ming enjoyed. Wasn't that just a petty Zheng Haonan? Why panic? They were at most walking experience packs easily handled. Their arrival would be perfect for Huafian and Longkoi to train in real combat experience. He only hoped Zheng Haonan's crew would be tough enough, not too pathetic. Chen Shanshan, forget it for now. She hadn't even undergone zombie-killing training. Despite her unwavering loyalty and admiration for Li Ming, she still carried her former timid nature that could be dealt with later. Just as Li Ming put down his phone, Huafian excitedly approached, holding out her phone. Brother Ming, look at this. Curiously, Ming took the phone. On the screen was a newly created group. Zheng Haonan versus Li Ming group. Oh, news of Zheng Haonan coming for him had spread so fast. And they'd even set up a dedicated group to discuss it. Were there professional paparazzi nearby? Apparently Huafian had been pulled into the group by the admin. No wonder. Though she was a resident, she rarely spoke in the group. Few knew that the nickname sheep-counting master belonged to Huafian herself. Intrigued, Li Ming tapped into the group. What he saw shocked him. These people had installed pinhole cameras all over the 22 floor corridor of Building 7, offering a 360-degree, high-definition, no-blind spot livestream. Even Li Ming had no idea when they installed them. Truly, the Chinese people were masters of everything, especially when it came to spectating and gossiping. No matter the danger or difficulty, nothing stopped them. Everyone, this live stream is pay-per-view. Not a box of water, not a bottle of water. Just 1 cup per person, and you can watch the clash of the strongest kings in Building 7 from the comfort of your home. Li Ming's lips twitched. This group admin was a fucking genius to come up with such a money-making scheme. Indeed, in the apocalypse, everyone had a way to survive. Li Ming was curious how he would collect a cup of water from each person. The residents began commenting. I wonder who will win. Personally, I favor Zheng Haonan. He's well-armed with guns. I also think Zheng Haonan has the edge. That Li Ming with all those supplies from the start, but he's complacent, doesn't recruit, only thinks about women. And only the finest, serves him right to fail. Doesn't he know that in the apocalypse you need people and weapons to live well? So stupid. Li Ming silently noted the names of those who doubted him. I disagree. Could Li Ming have hoarded all those supplies alone? He must have a hidden background. Maybe this time Zheng Haonan will hit a steel plate. I hope Li Ming really has the strength to take down Zheng Haonan. Sure, Li Ming is selfish and nasty, but he hasn't hurt anyone. Zheng Haonan has killed who knows how many in the last few days. Li Ming took out a pen and paper to jot down that person's name in case he forgot later. Someday he would personally ask that person, where am I selfish, where am I nasty? The way I see it, neither is a good man. Let them fight it out like dogs, both sides losing. Yes. If both sides are crippled, then Li Ming's stockpiled supplies will belong to all the residents. Li Ming sneered. Supplies belonging to all residents. These people were too naive. Didn't they understand that if Zheng Haonan fell, there would be thousands more like him? If you're not ruthless enough, not cruel enough, whether before the apocalypse or after, you'll always be just a little sheep. Here they come. Zheng Haonan and his crew have entered the camera zone. It's over for Li Ming now. Zheng Haonan's gang has grown stronger with 13 members, including himself, all of them burly and imposing. There's no suspense. The gap in strength is too vast, and Zheng Haonan even has a gun. How can they possibly fight back? Alas, what a pity for those two beauties, Huafian and Long Kai. They're about to become playthings for Zheng Haonan's lot. Are they still recruiting? I want to join their team, not for anything else, just to experience those two women. If you become a gigolo, maybe they'll consider you. Hey, isn't that Luo Zijuan? How did that woman end up with Zheng Haonan? I always knew she was no good. All that preening and flirting, a fickle woman indeed. Zheng Haonan led his brothers down the stairs to the 22nd floor. Luo Zijuan pointed triumphantly at the door of room 2202. Brother Haonan, it's here. Can you feel it? The air seeping through the door crack is warm. They opened the door before, and the temperature inside was so comfortable, at least 25 degrees. Upon hearing that Li Ming's place was a balmy 25 degrees, the group chat exploded. Did you all hear that? Li Ming's home is 25 degrees. The guy is incredibly extravagant. He lives in such comfort without a thought for us neighbors. No wonder Zheng Haonan has targeted him. Die, you bastard. Exactly. Forget the men, but at least think of us fair maidens. If he took care of us, being his girlfriend for a day or two wouldn't be out of the question. Zheng Haonan and his gang felt the warm air seeping from the door crack of room 2202 and grew excited. So they're in room 2202. Damn it, this bastard knows how to live. Even the corridor outside his door is more comfortable than our rooms. The bald man's eyes gleamed with greed, as if everything inside the room already belonged to them. Holy shit, starting today, we're moving in here. It's way too comfortable. Brothers, when we smash the door, be gentle. Don't break anything inside. The underlings raised their weapons, roaring with laughter. Brothers, smash it. Inside there's endless food, endless water, and 3 stunning beauties. I must have Huafian. Back when I rode the elevator with her, just catching her scent got me going. Long Kui is mine. You don't know how much I spend in her live stream, and I couldn't even get a word in. I heard that Chen Shanshan is a car model. What a dish. Li Ming is probably trembling inside right now, about to beg for mercy. Huh. Let's go. Give it all we've got. It's over, it's over. Zheng Haonan is really making a move. How long do you think Li Ming can hold out? I give them 10 minutes max. Their door lock looks decent, but against Zheng Haonan's brutes, it won't last 10 minutes. I have a Rolls-Royce Phantom brand new. I bet on Zheng Haonan. Anyone want to take me on? I have a Patek Philippe watch worth $1 million. Same bet on Zheng Haonan. Anyone game? I have a family heirloom antique valued over $100 million. Bet on Zheng Haonan. Who's in? I have 20 LV handbags. Bet on Zheng Haonan. The entire group chat was betting on Zheng Haonan. No one had faith in Li Ming. Li Ming smirked. Though these items held little value in the apocalypse, he wouldn't refuse a free gift. Sheep counting guru, I bet on Li Ming. He'll take all your stakes. Sheep counting guru, Rolls-Royce Phantom 3 cases of mineral water. Patek Philippe watch 1 case. Antique 1 bottle. 20 LV bags, 20 bottles. Dude, my Rolls-Royce Phantom cost over $8 million on the road, and you offer 3 cases of water. Are you robbing me? Damn, my heirloom antique is valued at over $100 million, and you give 1 bottle of water. That's insulting. My LV bags are all limited editions, barely used. 1 bottle per bag. Screw you. Sheep counting guru, your stuff is worth that much. Don't bet if you don't like it. He'll bet. Why not take free stuff? There's no way Li Ming can beat Zheng Haonan. Exactly, you're going to lose. I just doubt you have enough water to pay up. If you lose, the whole group will need at least 20 cases of water. Do you even have that much? Sheep counting guru, photo stacks of water cases, at least 50 in sight. Oh, you're a big shot. My apologies. Damn, another fat cat. Amid the cheers, 2 of Zheng Haonan's men raised sledgehammers, aiming at the door lock. Click. The lock clicked open. Silence fell instantly. What was happening? Were the people inside opening the door willingly? This had never happened in their 2 days of looting. Everyone else they'd targeted had cowered inside, trembling or begging for mercy. The door swung open, revealing Huafian with Long Kui right behind her. Huafian's serene, elegant face, her waist-length wavy hair, and her tall, captivating figure left everyone stunned. Even Zheng Haonan, who thought Luo Zijuan was pretty enough, was awestruck. But next to Huafian and Long Kui, Luo Zijuan looked like a bedraggled pheasant. He was already regretting his promise to share Li Ming's 3 women with his brothers. A beauty like this should be kept for himself. The group chat erupted. What are they doing? I thought they'd last at least 5 minutes, but they gave up instantly. They must be terrified seeing Zheng Haonan's burly, menacing crew. What a coward. Even the widow downstairs held out for half an hour. He's pathetic. Go dot. What a waste of Huafian and Long Kui. Stuck with a man like Li Ming who pushes them out at the first sign of danger. If I'd known Li Ming was such a pushover, I'd have brought some guys to scare him. Huafian and Long Kui would be mine by now. Sheep counting guru, haha, you sucker. Get ready to hand over that water. You thought one bottle would get my heirloom. Dream on. Sheep counting guru, thanks for the 3 cases of water, boss. The bald man leered at Huofian and Long Kai as they emerged. Haha, you two are smart. You knew Li Ming couldn't protect you, so you came out to surrender. Don't worry, we'll take good care of you. Much better than Li Ming ever could. Huofian's face hardened with murderous intent. You want to smash my door? Can you afford to pay for the damage? The bald man rubbed his hands, his grin growing sleazier. Hey, soon you'll be ours. How about I pay with my body? Huh? Huofian smirked. Are you sure you want to pay with your body? The bald man wiggled his fat frame, shoving his greasy face close to hers. Absolutely sure. My body is yours to command. Long Qi asked innocently. And what about the rest of you? Will you offer your bodies too? The dozen men outside cheered. I'm in. Take my body anytime. Whoa. I'd die happy. Can you handle all of us at once? Huh? Huofian and Long Qi's eyes turned icy. Then we won't hold back. Swish. Huofian whipped out a cleaver from her waist and swung it in one fluid motion. In the next instant, the bald man's head was severed from his body, his eyes still blinking in confusion. Hey, why isn't my body responding? Thud. The bald man's round head hit the ground. His eyes blinked in disbelief. Silence descended once more. Everyone stared in horror at the headless corpse, unable to process what they'd just seen. In their days of looting, some had resisted. But their resistance was limited to threats. Even with a kitchen knife, they'd never actually cut anyone. No one had ever struck to kill without hesitation like Huofian did. The sight of the bald man's head being lopped off sent everyone staggering back in fear. Even hardened thugs felt terror when faced with someone more ruthless. That was human nature. Snapping out of his shock, Zheng Haonan raised his gun at Huofian. You bitch. You killed my brother. Drop the knife now, or it'll blow your head off. Huofian flicked the blood off her blade. What? He said, head, give me his body. And go ahead, shoot. As if I'm scared of your gun. The sudden bloody scene caused the group chat to explode once more. Damn, what's going on? Is this really reality, not a movie? Huofian chopped off the bald guy's head with one stroke. Is this bald guy stupid? He just stuck his neck out to be cut. Is he mentally challenged? Huofian really can bring herself to do it. This isn't killing a chicken or a duck. This is murder. Sigh. Probably after being the first pushed out by Li Ming, she was disheartened, utterly despaired, and decided to go down with Zheng Haonan and his crew. It's all that jerk Li Ming's fault. Such a good woman followed him, and he couldn't even protect her properly, instead breaking her heart. Puffed scumbag trash, go die already. Bro Haonan, go get him. Zheng Haonan had seen plenty of big scenes, and faced with this, he quickly calmed down. He thought Huofian was just putting on a brave front, but inside she was panicking. In this world, he had never seen anyone unafraid of guns. The bald guy died because he was careless and she caught him off guard. Zheng Haonan's finger brushed the trigger of his pistol. If you move again, I'll shoot your head off, believe me. Why are you so long-winded? She said, if you want to shoot, just shoot. Li Ming slowly walked out of the house, speaking calmly. Chen Shanshan was carrying a huge boss chair behind him. As they reached the corridor, she hurried forward to place the chair on the ground and gently wiped the dust off it. Brother Ming, have a seat. Li Ming sat down on the boss chair like a king, crossing his legs. Chen Shanshan seemingly from nowhere produced a fruit platter, knelt on one knee to his left, and picked up a fresh lychee. Brother Ming, please eat. Huofian and Long Kui stood in front of Li Ming like left and right bodyguards ready to protect him from any sneak attack. Li Ming's entrance caused an uproar in the group chat, the members' anger reaching its peak. Who does Li Ming think he is? And he's having Chen Shanshan kneel to feed him fruit. Puffed, such a show-off, a gold digger. I've never seen anyone so pretentious. Even at death's door, he's still putting on airs. Would it kill him to tone it down? How can there be such a shameless person in this world hiding behind 3 women? Despicable. You're a disgrace to men. Is the soft rice tasty? Extra sweet. Hee lucky I'm smart enough to know that a scumbag looking for women in group chats is no good. I'm not falling for it. Please someone tear his face off. I can't stand it. How can there be such a punchable person in the world? Go Zheng Haonan. The whole neighborhood supports you. These people seem to have forgotten the evil deeds Zheng Haonan had done over the past 2 days, cheering him on wildly. Zheng Haonan and his men stared at Li Ming dumbfounded. What kind of imperial treatment was this? Even before the apocalypse, they had never enjoyed such service. How could the gap be so huge when they all lived in the same community, even the same building? This guy Li Ming was living even more lavishly than before the end of the world. Envy and hatred ran deep. Li Ming spat out a lychee pit, and Chen Shanshan quickly reached out to catch it. The audience is here. You can start your performance, Li Ming said expectantly. Zheng Haonan glared at him darkly. Li Ming, isn't this too arrogant? A performance? Treating us like monkeys. Li Ming smiled calmly. Haha, how can trash like you be compared to monkeys? Monkeys are so cute. You dare call me trash? Zheng Haonan said angrily. Li Ming laughed. No, don't misunderstand. I'm not saying you're trash. I'm saying all of you are trash. Oh, help. Someone drag this poser out and kill him. My God, I can't take it anymore. Don't let me see that face again, or I'll lose it and slap him to death. How has someone like this survived until today? It shouldn't be. Taunted by Li Ming, Zheng Haonan's face flushed red with anger, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Brothers, chop him up. They'll make him regret ever being born. The four burly men at the front immediately raised their fire axes and machetes, charging at Huafian and Long Kai. Huafian instantly drew the cleaver from her waist and executed a graceful spin. Swish, swish. With two swift slashes, the arms of the two nearest men holding weapons were severed. Swish, swish. With two more smooth cuts, their other arms were also lopped off. Ow! The two men let out agonized screams. Squelch. Their screams abruptly ceased as their heads were completely separated from their bodies, unable to make another sound. Huafian's movements were fluid and seamless like a dance. Li Ming knew that Huafian had applied the skills he taught her for killing zombies to enemies. The psychological pressure of killing zombies was completely different from killing humans. Killing zombies was like killing monsters with no guilt. But killing enemies was different. Both grew up in peacetime, many couldn't shake off the heavy guilt, and couldn't bring themselves to do it. Li Ming hadn't expected Huafian to adapt so quickly. It seemed she could soon become his top enforcer. At the same time, Long Kai raised her long-handled axe and charged forward. Her movements were wild and unrestrained, lacking Huafian's smoothness. Instead, she had a berserker's ferocity. Long Kai leaped and swung the axe down at the enemy in front of her. The giant man reacted quickly, recognizing the power of her strike. He immediately raised his iron fire axe horizontally above his head to block her fierce blow. Clang! The iron fire axe was actually snapped cleanly under Long Kai's monstrous strength. Although the axe absorbed most of the force, the blade still chopped down heavily on the man's head. Squelch! The man was split in two from top to bottom by the axe. Intestines and organs spilled everywhere, a horrifying sight. Another man stared in shock, terrified at Long Kai. How could such a pure, beautiful face now seem as terrifying as a demon? Monster! Mom, I want to go home. I don't want to play anymore. The man's words were cut short as Long Kai, wielding the axe in both hands, delivered a horizontal slash. Squelch! The man was cleaved in two at the waist, a true bisection. The bisected man didn't immediately lose consciousness, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Oh, help! Brother, save me. I don't want to die. I want to go home. Thud! The man's head was smashed by a hammer blow, blood and flesh splattering across the wall. Because Long Kai didn't use the sharp edge of the axe, but the blunt iron back. Zheng Haonan's four henchmen were brutally killed by Huafian and Long Kai in less than 10 seconds. Brutal, bloody, horrific. Everything happened too fast. No one had time to react. The scene and the group chat fell silent. Li Ming ate a grape fed by Qin Shanshan and said calmly, "Fian Kui, it took you a full 10 seconds to deal with 4 small fries. You still need improvement." Without taking their eyes off Zheng Haonan's group, Huafian and Long Kai said over their shoulders, "Sorry, Brother Ming. We'll practice more and won't let you down again." Hearing their conversation, the people in the group chat snapped out of their shock. "Group owner, are you sure this isn't a pre-recorded sci-fi movie? OMG, are Huafian and Long Kai even human? The men they killed could each take on 5 guys alone. This can't be real. Absolutely not. How could those burly men be killed like chickens by Huafian and the others? Li Ming, the gold digger, Huafian and Long Kai worked so hard, and he still complains they're too slow. If he's so capable, why doesn't he do it himself? Always hiding behind women and blabbering. I hate guys like that the most. Huafian and Long Kai are so cool. They're like Valkyries in my eyes. Too bad they followed a coward like Li Ming for a bit of supplies." Zheng Haonan and his remaining 7 henchmen looked at the scattered limbs and organs on the ground. Their stomachs churned. Watching on video was completely different from seeing it in person. Despite having witnessed the terror of zombies and gotten used to killing over the past 2 days, the bloody, visceral scene still made them retch uncontrollably. The blonde-haired man was vomiting violently, his whole body trembling with fear. "They are demons. Monsters. Run, run." Bang. Zheng Haonan punched the blonde man to the ground and cursed, "Worthless. You all brag so much, but now you're scared of these bitches." The blonde man covered his swollen face. "Brother Haonan, but they're really terrifying." Zheng Haonan forced calm. "Cowards. That was just because those guys were too careless. Are they faster than my gun? Can they withstand bullets?" Li Ming's calm voice rang out again. "Fian, I want his gun. Fian, I want his gun." Oh no, Li Ming seems to have set his sights on the gun in Zheng Haonan's hands. I somehow feel a bit of sympathy for Zheng Haonan. To be targeted by the freeloader Li Ming, how pitiful. Does he have no idea of his own strength? Without Huafian and Long Kai, Zheng Haonan would have chopped him into minced meat long ago. And he still has the nerve to covet their guns. Do they think victory is assured just because Huafian and the others have killed a few people? Zheng Haonan's group still has 9 people. Although that bitch Luo Zijuan is utterly useless. Oh, someone hurry up and send Li Ming to the afterlife. I can't stand his disgusting demeanor anymore. Brother Ming, rest assured, I will personally deliver the gun from his hands into yours," Huafian said devoutly. Huafian's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's when it locks onto its prey, staring fixedly at Zheng Haonan's figure. Zheng Haonan's mouth twitched involuntarily. What was this all about? He had clearly brought his men here to seize their supplies. Now why did he feel like the prey being hunted instead? Zheng Haonan recalled the information Luo Zijuan had given him, which said these two women were incredibly strong. He now wanted to beat Luo Zijuan to death. What the hell did she mean by incredibly strong? This was practically a Valkyrie. Zheng Haonan then thought if he could recruit these two women under his command, he could walk sideways in this neighborhood from now on. So Zheng Haonan tried to mediate. Ladies, if we keep fighting like this, we'll only end up hurting each other and benefiting others. I have a proposal. I formally invite you to join our team and cooperate for mutual benefit. As long as you're willing to join us, I guarantee you'll have the highest authority except for me. From now on, we'll have first priority on all supplies. And no one will force you to do anything you don't want to. In the apocalypse, only by sticking together can we survive. If you like that pretty boy Li Ming, you can keep him. I won't interfere. So think it over carefully. Hua Fian and Long Qi's faces instantly darkened, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Hua Fian, wielding twin blades, said angrily and coldly, "Old bastard, who are you calling a pretty boy?" Zheng Haonan was startled by the sudden terrifying aura from Hua Fian and Long Qi. "Damn, even if you disagree, you don't have to be so angry. I was just making a suggestion." Hua Fian said coldly, "Qi, cover me. They'll take this old dog's life." "Roger that, go ahead." Hua Fian's cold eyes stared straight at Zheng Haonan. At this moment, although Zheng Haonan had a gun in hand, his heart was still panicking like hell. These two female demons were no ordinary people. Look at the mess of scattered organs on the ground. Was that something humans would do? Zheng Haonan couldn't help but feel terrified. Zheng Haonan roared in panic, "Men, attack. Whoever can kill them, I'll make them second in command. And you can do whatever you want with that woman, Luo Zijuan." If Luo Zijuan were there, she would surely scream, "What does this have to do with me? Don't drag me into this." Hua Fian suddenly stomped the ground and dashed swiftly toward Zheng Haonan. Bang! In panic, Zheng Haonan immediately fired a shot at Hua Fian's figure. However, Hua Fian's figure had already vanished from his sight. Zheng Haonan looked up and saw Hua Fian hanging upside down from the 3-meter-high ceiling like a bat. Li Ming stood up excitedly. "Nice. What a feint." Fian's combat experience was truly becoming more abundant, and Li Ming thought that his days of lying flat were not far off. Hua Fian, hanging upside down from the ceiling, pushed off hard and flew like an agile swallow, quickly reaching Zheng Haonan. Hua Fian brought her twin blades down at Zheng Haonan's vital points. Swish! Zheng Haonan's right hand holding the gun was chopped off. Zheng Haonan seasoned as he was quickly moved his body under Hua Fian's fierce attack, avoiding the fatal blow. Completely ignoring the excruciating pain of his severed right hand, he immediately thrust a dagger he had prepared with his left hand toward Hua Fian's abdomen. Hua Fian reacted extremely quickly, lightly sidestepping Zheng Haonan's attack and kicking him in the chest. Zheng Haonan flew several meters, rolled on the ground a few times, and tumbled down the stairs. Seeing Zheng Haonan's hand being chopped off, Luo Zijuan was terrified. But she forced herself to calm down, and while Hua Fian and Long Qi were still fighting the other henchmen, she slunk away to the stairwell and escaped. This scene was naturally noticed by Li Ming, but since it wasn't yet time to kill her, he let her go. Just as Hua Fian was about to charge up the stairs to pursue, Li Ming's voice came from behind. "Fian, don't chase after him, he won't survive." Hua Fian turned around. Zheng Haonan's men had been mostly wiped out by Long Qi, with only that blonde-haired guy remaining. No way, just Hua Fian and Long Qi alone managed to drive Zheng Haonan away. "Brothers, did you all see that just now?" Hua Fian seemed to have jumped onto the ceiling. "Yeah, I saw it too. Is that something a human can do?" And the way she bounced from the ceiling to Zheng Haonan, that was a full 5 meters. Such jumping ability, even Olympic champions can't match it. And Long Qi, she split those 7 people into pieces with her axe, right? Is this still human? Indeed, Hua Fian and Long Qi are the Valkyries in my heart, but it's a pity that heaven made them blind to follow a scumbag like Li Ming. But taking down Zheng Haonan and his gang did us a favor. At least we won't have to worry about Zheng Haonan coming to steal our supplies for now. So infuriating that scumbag Li Ming got all the benefits. At this moment, the blonde-haired guy was trembling all over, crouching in a corner with a watermelon knife in hand, while a golden liquid slowly flowed from his crotch. "Help! Don't come near me, please, I'm so scared. We have many women, yes, many women, all the prettiest in the neighborhood. As long as you spare me, all the women will be yours." Li Ming pointed at Hua Fian and Long Qi. "Are you stupid? With them, why would I need those women?" The blonde-haired guy, sobbing, desperately thought about what else he could use to save his life. Yes, Li Ming, haven't you been looking for top-tier beauties in the group? I have one. We have a top-tier beauty captured and hidden away by me and Baldy. We haven't even had a chance to enjoy her yet. Let me go and I'll tell you where she's hidden." At this moment, Hua Fian had handed Zheng Haonan's gun to Li Ming. Li Ming carefully examined the pistol. This was the first time he had ever touched a real gun. Hearing about the top-tier beauty, he immediately aimed the gun at the blonde-haired guy's head. "Where is she?" The blonde-haired guy said cautiously. "You have to promise to let me go, then I'll tell you where she is." Bang! Li Ming jerked his neck back, frowned, and rubbed his ears. "Damn. This thing is so loud it scared me." "Oh." The blonde-haired guy, shot in the thigh, let out a miserable scream. Li Ming continued to point the gun at his head. "Who do you think you are to bargain with me? I asked you answer, got it. The blonde-haired guy clutched his wounded thigh tightly and gritted his teeth. Go ahead and kill me if you have the guts, otherwise you'll never get her whereabouts from me. He'll take someone with me even in death. Huh, you have guts. He'll grant your wish. Li Ming laughed. Fian, do you know what Ling Chi is? Slice his flesh piece by piece and don't let him die too easily. Hua Fian nodded happily. Li Ming didn't understand why she was so happy. Was this woman born bloodthirsty? Long Kai immediately took out a rope to tie up the blonde-haired guy, preventing him from committing suicide. She also stuffed a rag into his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue. Little punk, I can handle you. MPH. Hua Fian made 10 consecutive cuts on his thigh. Li Ming asked the blonde-haired guy, so are you willing to talk now? MPH. MPH. Li Ming gave a thumbs up, good for you, you're a tough guy. MPH. Hua Fian made another 10 cuts on his other thigh. The blonde-haired guy was in so much pain that sweat beaded on his forehead and tears streamed down. Li Ming asked the blonde-haired guy again, so are you willing to talk now? MPH. The blonde-haired guy kept writhing and making MPH sounds. Li Ming looked at him with an appreciative gaze. Hey, you really are a tough guy? Interesting. At this moment, Qin Shanshan came to Li Ming's side and whispered, Brother Ming, is it possible that he can't speak because his mouth is gagged? Li Ming glanced guiltily at Long Qi. Look what you've done. Everyone was instantly speechless. You did it yourself? The blonde-haired guy immediately blurted out eagerly, Room 903, in the master bedroom wardrobe of Building 7, Room 903. Please don't cut anymore, I beg you. Li Ming grinned sheepishly. If you had said that earlier, wouldn't it have been better? Then he raised the pistol and aimed it at the blonde-haired guy's head. Qin Shanshan understandingly reached out and covered Li Ming's ears. Bang! What's Li Ming playing at? Huang Ming had already confessed, yet he still struck him down. What's wrong with him? Some people just like to feel important like that. When Zheng Haonan came up earlier, he was hiding behind the women like a coward. Now that only a helpless yellow hair is left, he's suddenly so eager to kill. These people seem to have forgotten how many people the yellow hair had killed, how many women he had violated, and how much supplies he had plundered just 2 days ago in the neighborhood. Could laying down the butcher's knife truly make one a saint? Ridiculous. Hua Fian and Long Kai must be blind to trust a man like that. This Li Ming is nothing but the top-kept man in our neighborhood, and he even acts like he's in charge. What a disgrace to all men. Li Ming used Hua Fian's account to send a video in the group. In the video, Li Ming wore a smug, wicked smile and said, Thank you for the gifts, everyone. Please prepare the goods you lost. I'll come to collect them anytime. You all know my address, but it would be best if you deliver them yourselves. Boom. The group exploded again. Damn it, the counting sheet master is actually Li Ming. Group admin, how could you let Li Ming himself into the group? Group admin, I'm innocent. I didn't know it was Li Ming. The WeChat profile clearly showed a woman. Oh no, we were just bad-mouthing him in the group. Will he hold a grudge? I heard he's a very petty man. Puffed, he's just a kept man. Without Hua Fian and Long Kui, he's nothing. Don't be afraid. What's he going to do, kill us? He's not Zheng Haonan, so why be scared of him? I protest. This is cheating, insider trading. Li Ming knew Hua Fian and Long Qi's strength all along, that's why he dared to bet against all of us. Li Ming ignored the insults and protests in the group entirely. He and Hua Fian had already arrived at room 903. The door had been broken by Zheng Haonan's lackeys, so they entered the apartment with ease. As soon as they stepped inside, they saw the corpse of a boy about 10 years old, now frozen stiff. There was no sign of decay, but his face was purple, his eyes wide open, a haunting look of death that sent chills down the spine. Hua Fian turned her head away, unable to bear the sight. After all, she was a woman prone to sentimentality, and seeing children die so tragically still tugged at her heart. Following the yellow hair's last words, Li Ming and Hua Fian went to the wardrobe in the master bedroom. The person inside seemed to hear the sound of movement outside. Mistaking it for the bald head and the yellow hair coming back to get her, she kicked the wardrobe door in terror, making a thumping sound. Hua Fian pulled the wardrobe open and saw a young woman with her hands and feet bound and her mouth taped shut. Li Ming studied the college girl carefully. She was disheveled, her face smeared with dirt and slightly swollen, likely from the beatings by the bald head and the yellow hair. Her straight hair was in a mess, and she was curled up, making it impossible to see her figure. Ding! A blue system interface appeared above the woman's head. Name Yi Jiechi. Occupation college student, appearance 90 points, age 19, figure 90 points, combat power 5, overall score 88 points. Whoa. An invincible young college student. Li Ming was elated. If he had seen such a woman under normal circumstances, he would probably have mistaken her for a madwoman. Thankfully, the system revealed her true, hidden beauty. At this moment, Yi Jiechi looked at Li Ming and Hua Fian with terror, despair, and helplessness, tears streaming down her face. Hua Fian stepped forward and cut the ropes binding her hands and feet, then tore off the tape from her mouth. Freed, Yi Jiechi dared not move, trembling and curling up in the corner of the wardrobe. Whoa, who are you? Can you let me go? I'm so scared, so hungry. Li Ming said coldly, don't worry. The ones who brought you here are dead. Hearing this, Yi Jiechi relaxed a little and cautiously met Li Ming's eyes. Are the bald head and the yellow hair really dead? Are you the police? Did you come to rescue me? Do you have any water or food? I'm so hungry, so thirsty. Yi Jiechi looked at Li Ming with great hope, wishing someone would save her from this hell. Li Ming laughed scornfully. The world outside is nothing like it used to be. Don't count on the police coming to save you. Yi Jiechi's clear eyes dimmed with disappointment. Trembling, she asked warily then, "Who are you? What do you want?" Li Ming replied with a hint of pride, "Have you heard of food and drink guaranteed?" "That's me." Yi Jiechi looked at him in confusion. "Food and drink guaranteed is your name? That's such a strange name." Li Ming was surprised. Someone in this neighborhood didn't know him. He had been making such a ruckus that everyone in the neighborhood wanted to kill him. Huofian asked, "You're not from our neighborhood, are you? You don't have our WeChat group?" Yi Jiechi nodded slightly and whispered, "I don't live here. I came to tutor a child. When the blood rain fell, I was helping the kid with his summer homework. At that time the father was out. Only me, the student, and his mother were home. At first none of us were too worried because Sister Zhang, the student's mother, I call her Sister Zhang, likes to cook, so she always stocks up on a lot of ingredients." After the official announcement, Sister Zhang immediately filled all available containers with tap water. Originally we had enough supplies to last a month, and we could wait for official rescue. But that announcement threw everything into chaos. To prevent more people from turning into zombies, they made killing legal. How ridiculous. Sure enough, after 2 days of peaceful waiting, a big bald man and a man with yellow hair broke in. To survive, Sister Zhang voluntarily gave them all the food and water we had stored. But those two beasts weren't satisfied. They set their eyes on me and Sister Zhang. We fought back, but they killed Xiao Tian and said they would take Sister Zhang to their boss. As for me, they didn't want to share me with their boss, so they hid me away, saying they would come back to play with me when they had time. No wonder we only saw a child's corpse when we came in. His mother was probably in grave danger too. Li Ming thought the greed and selfishness of the bald head and the yellow hair had inadvertently done a good deed, leaving him a gem of a woman. But he had to speed up his plan to acquire top-tier beauties. As time went on, more and more people like Yi Jiechi would lose their innocence due to the collapse of order and morality. In other words, the longer it took, the smaller the chance of finding a suitable top-tier beauty. Li Ming gazed out the window at the pink snow which had already piled up to the second floor. The once beautiful world was now scarred, overrun with zombies. Li Ming said calmly, "We are not good people. If you want us to save you from here, you must accept our terms." Ding system task completed, achieving the 5th doubling. After doubling space, 3200 cubic meters, all stored supplies in the space have been doubled. Doubled body attributes. Physique 160. Strength 256. Speed 224. Agility 192. Spirit 192. Upon completing the task, you receive a special system reward, awakened a rank ability, calm composure. Upgradable. How could she survive in this apocalypse? As a college student, she had enough common sense. If Li Ming and his group left, there would be plenty of people like Baldy and Yellow Hair who would covet her body. Rather than falling into their hands, it was better to accept Li Ming now. Besides, Li Ming seemed much more reasonable than those others. At least he wouldn't force her. And he was handsome, with an excellent physique. The only thing missing was a bit of affection. It had only been a week since the apocalypse began, and the willingness of girls to offer themselves voluntarily was much higher. He recalled how much effort he had put into breaking down Huofian's psychological defenses. What was the point of holding on to something that was bound to be lost eventually? If this could exchange for water and food, most of them would be willing. After finishing a cigarette, Li Ming checked the system rewards this time. A rank ability, calm composure. System. The ability calm composure allows the host to remain in a state of calm composure for extended periods, reducing daily energy waste. In this state, the host's ability aura will be suppressed to that of a rank ability user. Outsiders cannot detect the host's true strength through instruments. The host can dispel the calm composure state at will. Li Ming smiled wryly. Such a useless ability. Suppressing his ability aura to rank level might allow him to play the fool occasionally, but it offered no help in combat. Feigning weakness could only be used once against the same enemy. The second time, everyone would know his true strength. What was the point of pretending? System. The host can also use calm composure to enter an invisible state. In the invisible state, the host's scent and aura are completely nullified. Even if the opponent possesses detection abilities, they cannot find you. Stealth can last up to 2 hours, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Other abilities cannot be used while invisible. Li Ming opened his mouth in surprise. He could enter an invisible state with his aura and scent reduced to 0. That was essentially a state of nothingness. Even more importantly, even those with specialized detection abilities could not perceive him. This was utterly ridiculous. From now on, Li Ming could face any opponent by directly entering a state of nothingness. The moment he cancelled invisibility, he could strike his enemy with the thunder ability while they were completely off guard. Who could withstand such a silent, colorless strike? Moreover, when facing a powerful foe he couldn't defeat, he could simply enter the nothingness state and leave effortlessly. This was undoubtedly a supreme skill for stealth assassination and escape. If only this skill had existed before the apocalypse, it would have been even more useful. After learning about calm composure, Li Ming continued to check the other stored supplies. The original 800 cubic meters of water had now become 12800 cubic meters. With this amount of water, daily consumption was negligible. So far, the water used from Li Ming's space was less than 10 cubic meters. The instant noodles had also increased from the original 1000 boxes to 16000 boxes. With so many better food options in his space, who would still want to eat instant noodles? Up to now, the consumption of instant noodles was 0. Li Ming hadn't eaten a single pack. The remaining 5 loyal servant pills left after Chen Shanshan's use had now become 10. As a routine procedure, Li Ming took one of the 10 loyal servant pills and handed it to Yi Jiechi. Yi Jiechi accepted the pill from Li Ming. Though she didn't know what it was, she couldn't refuse his orders, so she obediently placed it in her mouth and swallowed. As Yi Jiechi's gaze gradually grew fervent, Li Ming sent a single thought, and his body instantly entered a stealth state. Let's scare these girls to death. Huafian, Long Kai, Chen Shanshan, and Yi Jiechi finally gathered to play mahjong. Li Ming stood alone by the huge floor-to-ceiling window looking at the thick snow outside. His heart was tired, and his body even more so. Today's blizzard finally stopped, and the snow had accumulated to over 5 meters. The first and second floors of buildings were mostly buried under the snow, including the zombies on the streets, which were also covered by thick snow. But this is the most dangerous part. If you think the zombies outside have frozen to death and dare to go out, you won't live long. The unseen danger is the real danger. These zombies are extremely cold resistant. They usually lurk beneath the snow. Once prey appears, they will suddenly burst out of the snow and tear the prey to pieces. Dong dong dong. Suddenly a crisp knock on the door was heard. Li Ming couldn't help but frown. After yesterday's massacre, would anyone still dare to openly cause trouble for them? The 4 at the mahjong table also stopped their actions at the sound of the knock, but they didn't look nervous. Instead, they appeared calm. The 4 simultaneously looked at Li Ming by the window, expecting him to give the next instruction. Fian, go check who it is first. Huafian walked to the door and looked through the peephole. Brother Ming, it's a tall, thin man with glasses. He looks very weak. Alone? Yes, should be just one person. Open the door and ask him what he wants. If he's here to cause trouble, don't spare him. Huafian nodded and opened the door. The man outside had a gaunt face with a pair of black-rimmed glasses on his nose, exuding a scholarly air. Even though he was wrapped in a thick down jacket, it was easy to see his tall and thin frame, giving an impression of weak limbs. When the man saw Huafian coming out and Long Kai behind her holding an axe, his eyes immediately showed admiration and worship. Valkyrie, Huafian Berserker Long Kai, I'm so happy to meet you. My name is Xiaoyu. Huafian looked at this unkempt thin man with a puzzled expression. What, Valkyrie Berserker? What do you want from us? Xiaoyu gave a silly laugh. That's the title I gave you. Your battle yesterday was so cool, like characters stepping out of an anime. Long Kai shouted impatiently, get to the point. Startled by her shout, Xiaoyu became nervous and stammered. To ladies, I want to cooperate with you. Could you let me talk to Mr. Li Ming? Li Ming walked out of the house and said coldly, what skills do you have that would make us cooperate with you? Seeing Li Ming come out, Xiaoyu didn't know why his fear suddenly surged. He trembled and stepped back a few steps, almost falling to the ground. It's not exactly cooperation. They'll provide you with the intelligence and services you need, and you just need to give me a little living supplies. Xiaoyu quickly added nervously, I'm thin and weak, I don't eat much. Just a pack of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water a day is enough to sustain me. Mineral water and instant noodles. Li Ming thought to himself. In fact, the instant noodles and mineral water in his space were still unopened. Tell me, what ability do you have that would make us give you a pack of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water every day, eh? Xiaoyu said nervously and awkwardly. The group for yesterday's livestream was created by me, and I installed the surveillance cameras. Li Ming looked the thin glasses-wearing man up and down and suddenly sneered, huh? So it's you. I didn't expect you to dare to come to me. When did you install the surveillance camera in front of our house? Seeing Li Ming's icy smile, Xiaoyu became even more nervous, his voice trembling. A few days ago I installed it. But I didn't install this surveillance to spy on you, really. Not just the 22nd floor, but the entire building 7, even the whole neighborhood. I have installed surveillance. Of course, the surveillance is mainly concentrated on building 7. The surveillance in other buildings is far less dense than in building 7. Li Ming looked at the thin man in front of him in surprise. He had installed surveillance in the entire legitimate residential complex. Who exactly is this guy? Li Ming asked curiously. Did you install these surveillance cameras before the apocalypse? Xiaoyu glanced nervously at Li Ming. No, it was after the apocalypse, when Zheng Haonan and his group started looting, that I began installing them. I installed these surveillance mainly to guard against Zheng Haonan and his group. After all, they are ruthless and have guns. If no one can stop them, it's only a matter of time before they find my place. Since I can't fight them, can I at least hide? I installed these surveillance to always know their movements. When they come, I run. I know exactly where in the building is the safest. When they leave, I come back. A few times when they all went out to rob others, I even sneaked into their homes and stole some supplies. But I was afraid they would find out, so I didn't dare take too much. Li Ming chuckled at Xiaoyu. This guy was really a genius. He even stole from Zheng Haonan's home when they were all out. Xiao Yu actually always knew whether Zheng Haonan's home was occupied. Li Ming quickly realized the problem. That means you also installed surveillance in Zheng Haonan's home. When Luo Zijuan went to find Zheng Haonan to have him rob my supplies, you knew it immediately. No wonder the whole building knew about it, even before Zheng Haonan and his group set out, and the livestream room was set up right away. Xiao Yu smiled awkwardly. I just wanted to take the opportunity to earn some supplies from the neighbors. A fee of 1 cup of water per person, and it adds up to a lot. Indeed, he was a fucking genius. Even such an idea came to him. Li Ming asked curiously, so how did you manage to collect a cup of water from each person? Li Ming thought a genius like this must have some method he couldn't imagine to collect the admission fee. Xiao Yu's expression instantly turned disappointed, and he said awkwardly, what other way? I went door to door to ask. Li Ming's mouth formed an O shape. This was the genius idea. So how much admission fee did you collect? Xiao Yu awkwardly shook the empty water bottle in his hand. Not a single drop of water was given. Ha ha ha. Li Ming pointed at Xiao Yu and laughed heartily. They say genius and idiot are separated by a thin line. Today he had witnessed it. This Xiao Yu might indeed be a rare talent in technology, but in matters of human relations, he was like an idiot. After laughing wildly for a while, Li Ming continued to ask, then why did you come to me now? Wouldn't it be better to just keep hiding? Xiao Yu glanced cautiously at Li Ming and continued, yesterday you were in the livestream room. My identity was exposed. Even if I didn't come to you today, you would definitely not let me off. If I waited until you came to find me, I would have no chance. Besides, you killed Zheng Haonan and his group. I have no place to steal supplies to survive. I estimate I can't even last a week. This Xiao Yu was really clear-headed. Indeed, he himself had been thinking of finding this person today. A person who could install a surveillance camera at his doorstep without being noticed. Leaving him unchecked would be extreme. Li Ming said seriously, these surveillance cameras of yours are quite interesting. I can buy them outright and name your price. With these cameras, he could monitor every move of everyone in the entire building. It wasn't because he feared someone might harm them, but simply because he wanted to keep an eye on them. Xiao Yu hesitated, a troubled expression on his face, and stammered, Mr. Li Ming, I'm not looking for a one-time deal. You can consider me as your employee, your subordinate, whatever you like. A one-time deal. The supplies will eventually run out, and even if I take them, I might not be able to keep them. If he handed over the management authority of the surveillance, Xiao Yu would no longer be able to know the movements of everyone in the building. With his frail physique, he couldn't even defeat a middle-aged Andy, so he wouldn't be able to protect the supplies anyway. Li Ming said seriously, to become my subordinate, it's not just about these cameras. Xiao Yu now looked exactly like a job applicant desperately selling himself. Mr. Li Ming, actually network engineer, is just my cover identity. I have another identity. I'm an excellent hacker. Li Ming exclaimed in surprise, a hacker? You? Xiao Yu nodded earnestly. Yes, my companion and I once tried to hack into the servers of the United States White House, and we even stayed inside for 5 minutes. If given enough time, I could accomplish this alone. Mr. Li Ming, you also know how important an intelligence system is. Accurate and timely intelligence often determines the positive outcome of things. Most of the intelligence in the cities, even the nation's security network, is as easy for me as taking something out of my pocket. As long as you hire me, Mr. Li Ming, I will use all my abilities and knowledge to serve you. Li Ming certainly knew the importance of an intelligence system. Otherwise, why would great powers spare no expense in sending various spies to steal enemy intelligence? The importance was self-evident. Li Ming again looked up and down at the thin, unkempt man with glasses in surprise. Damn, he even managed to hack into the U.S. White House's servers. Wasn't he truly a top-tier hacker? If what Xiao Yu said was all true, Li Ming had really struck gold. Seeing Li Ming's silent, Xiao Yu thought Li Ming still didn't believe in his abilities. He immediately took out a pre-prepared laptop from his backpack, sat down on the floor, and started demonstrating. His fingers flew across the keyboard's strings of green code, flashing rapidly on the screen. Li Ming and Huafian, who couldn't understand it, watched Xiao Yu's operation, silently thinking it looked impressive. After a while, Xiao Yu stood up and moved the laptop screen in front of Li Ming. Mr. Li Ming, look, this is the community's management system. It contains the information of all residents, which person lives in which unit. Once you see this data, everything becomes crystal clear. Then Xiao Yu opened another interface. This is the municipal police department's management system. It can retrieve detailed information of anyone in the city. Xiao Yu opened one of the pages. This is your personal information, Mr. Li Ming. Take a look and see if it's correct. Li Ming stared at the personal data displayed on the screen. It clearly listed all his personal information, including family members, household registration, educational background, and so on. Li Ming said excitedly, can you find anyone's information? Seeing Li Ming's recognition of his abilities, Xiao Yu also smiled. As long as they are Chinese citizens, unless they are top-secret personnel, I can find them. Li Ming didn't know if Xiao Yu was exaggerating, but he indeed had real skills. Li Ming said with a smile, Fian, search him. If there's no dangerous item, let him come inside to talk. Standing at the door for a long time, Li Ming, only wearing his home clothes, was freezing. At the same time, he thought it was time to hire 2 male guards. In the future, he couldn't let the women around him do such a job as searching. After all, men and women were different. Xiao Yu, who had been searched thoroughly by Huafian several times, followed Li Ming into the house. It was truly warm and comfortable. Since the apocalypse began, he had never felt such a comfortable temperature. The fresh fruits and snacks on the table made him swallow a few times, and his stomach growled loudly. Chun Shanshan came out of the kitchen holding a steaming bowl of noodles, and on top of the noodles there was surprisingly a piece of luncheon meat and an egg. Too lavish, too extravagant. Xiao Yu thought this was Li Ming's lunch. But Chun Shanshan placed the bowl of noodles directly in front of him. Li Ming said generously, "Eat. My subordinates under Li Ming will never go hungry. As long as you can provide enough value, I promise that from now on you can eat and drink as much as they do." Xiao Yu carefully picked up the bowl of noodles. It was so fragrant, so tempting. Seeing that Li Ming and the others didn't stop him, and that the steaming noodles were indeed for him, Xiao Yu, not daring to burn his mouth, wolfed them down. In less than 10 seconds, he downed the entire bowl of noodles along with the soup. After finishing the noodles, Xiao Yu wiped his mouth with his sleeve. He quickly knelt before Li Ming, tears streaming down his face, and said emotionally, "Thank you, boss. I thought I would never be able to eat a steaming bowl of noodles again in this life. I will do my utmost to serve you, boss. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it." As the saying goes, food is the first necessity of the people. No one who has starved for a week can still maintain their former pride. They may even set aside dignity and decency. Li Ming said in a slightly annoyed tone, "Finish eating and come to work quickly." Li Ming asked Xiao Yu to project the surveillance of the entire community onto his 100-inch TV screen. Xiao Yu's 17-inch laptop screen, densely divided into dozens of tiny screens, was very uncomfortable to look at. After Xiao Yu's quick operation, Li Ming could clearly see every corner of the floors on the huge TV screen and even hear the sounds from the scene. Looking at the screen divided into dozens of small windows, Li Ming slowly asked, "Since you've been watching the surveillance, do you know where Zheng Haonan and Luo Zijuan went?" Xiao Yu immediately switched to one of the surveillance feeds, which showed the outside of an electrical shaft room on the 8th floor corridor. After Zheng Haonan was injured, he hid in this electrical shaft room. "I haven't seen him come out yet. I don't know if he died inside." Li Ming said in a deep voice, "Send his location to the group. He has killed so many people. Once his enemies know his location, someone will naturally take care of him." Xiao Yu immediately nodded, "Got it, boss." Then Xiao Yu switched the screen to Zheng Haonan's home. "Luo Zijuan is here." After Zheng Haonan and his group were defeated by Yu, Luo Zijuan couldn't wait to return to Zheng Haonan's home, intending to move the supplies away. But Luo Zijuan was not the only one who thought of Zheng Haonan's supplies immediately. The moment Zheng Haonan's defeat was confirmed, some people immediately thought of the supplies and rushed to his home. They ran into Luo Zijuan and tied her up. Everyone knew from the live stream that Luo Zijuan was Zheng Haonan's girlfriend. Some people whose families were killed by Zheng Haonan were furious and tortured Luo Zijuan. Her current condition is not good. Hearing that Luo Zijuan was in bad shape, Li Ming's mood improved greatly. In the surveillance footage, more than a dozen corpses lay scattered on the floor of Zheng Haonan's home. These people had obviously fought a fierce battle over the supplies left by Zheng Haonan. Although the incident had subsided, the survivors were all wounded. At that moment, Luo Zijuan was tied to a chair like a plucked chicken, bruised and battered with a swollen face, a pitiful sight. She muttered, "Brother, please don't hit me. I really am Li Ming's girlfriend. Let me make a phone call to Li Ming, okay?" The leading man said contemptuously, "If you are Li Ming's girlfriend, then I am the Bath Emperor." After Xiao Yu sent Zheng Haonan's hiding place to the group chat, it wasn't long before 5 middle-aged women, each wielding a kitchen knife, appeared before the electrical room on the 8th floor. One of them clasped her hands together and prayed devoutly to the heavens. "Husband, son, I'm going to kill this beast now to avenge you. After I've avenged you, I'll come down immediately to reunite with you, and our family will be together forever." The other 4 women made the same gesture, then abruptly opened the door to the electrical room and charged inside. In no time, the 5 women emerged, each holding a piece of freshly cut flesh in their hands. In Li Ming's mind, Zheng Haonan was nothing more than a mosquito that had landed on his skin. Swatting it away would leave no trace of feeling. Li Ming kept switching the surveillance feeds, most of which showed empty hallways devoid of even a fly. With the bitter cold and a shortage of water and food, no one would waste their energy going out. Until the screen switched to the first underground garage, where Li Ming noticed over a dozen people fighting zombies. These people were well-trained, forming teams of 3. The coordination between team members and among the teams was remarkably seamless. Several zombies that lunged at them were easily dispatched through their collaborative efforts. From their movements and expressions, it was clear they had plenty of experience with such tasks. One middle-aged man in a military green coat was especially swift, fierce, precise, fluid, and powerful in his zombie-killing actions. This reminded Li Ming of his past life, where he fought zombies to survive. Intrigued, he asked Xiao Yu, "Who is this man? So valiant?" Xiao Yu quickly checked the computer records. His name is Zhang Kai, a retired soldier who was the security captain of Huateng Security Company before the apocalypse. He currently lives in Building 11, which is the most orderly building in the entire neighborhood. The day after the official announcement, Zhang Kai used swift measures to extinguish all criminal activities in Building 11. Since then, he has become the leader of Building 11. Under his management, it's the only building without riots. To gather supplies, he organizes the young men of Building 11 to search the underground garage every day. Li Ming suddenly realized why the car trunks near Building 11 had all been pried open. During Xiao Ye's explanation, Zhang Kai had already killed 2 zombies and pried open a car trunk with his large blade. Seeing the supplies inside, a faint smile crossed his stern face. Lucky break. There are 3 cases of bottled water here. We found 10 cases today, which is enough for now. Brothers, move these water bottles quickly. We've made too much noise, and more zombies will come soon. Retreat now. 3 men immediately lifted the water bottles from the trunk and prepared to evacuate. Just as everyone was elated by today's bounty, a zombie suddenly leaped from under the car, sinking its sharp teeth into one man's neck. Xiao. The others cried out in alarm, grabbing their weapons and pounding the zombie's head relentlessly. Only after the zombie's head was smashed to a pulp did it release its grip on the man. After killing the zombie, everyone rushed to check the injuries of the man called Xiao. Spread out. Have you forgotten our rules? Zhang Kai's cold, stern voice thundered. If a teammate is injured or infected by a zombie, we must keep our distance immediately. Why can't you remember that? Hearing Zhang Kai's stern roar, the group quickly backed away, distancing themselves nearly 10 meters from Xiao. Damn it, how did this happen? Can't we save Xiao? Don't be naive. How many brothers have we lost? Have you ever seen anyone saved? Xiao is beyond hope. In less than 10 minutes, he'll turn into a zombie. While he's still conscious, let's say our goodbyes. Zhang Kai, gripping his large blade with a heavy and solemn expression, walked with heavy steps to Xiao's side. Xiao, do you have any last words? By now, Xiao's face was covered in bloodshot veins, his pupils were dilated, and his teeth were growing sharp and pointed. His expression was one of extreme agony, yet he struggled to control himself. Kai, go take care of my mother. After I'm gone, she'll have no one to rely on. Zhang Kai replied in a deep, firm voice. Don't worry, Xiao. As long as I have food, she'll never go hungry. Xiao smiled calmly. Thank you. Do it now. I don't want to turn into that hideous thing, and I don't want to hurt anyone. Zhang Kai raised his blade and brought it down in one swift motion. With a thud, Xiao's head was severed, spilling dark black blood. Watching the surveillance footage, Li Ming couldn't help but admire Zhang Kai. He was truly a decisive figure, acting without hesitation or delay. Given Xiao's condition, even a second's hesitation would have endangered everyone. In the apocalypse, the most unnecessary and discardable thing is emotion. Li Ming continued switching the surveillance feeds on the LCD screen, without turning around, asking Xiao, what do you know about the other buildings? Xiao stared at the data he had compiled on his computer. Aside from Building 11, all other buildings are in chaos and turmoil. Currently, only buildings 1, 3, and 9 have powerful groups like Zhenghaonans. Of course, these groups are nothing compared to the Valkyrie Huafian and the Berserker Longkoi. But the buildings without such strong groups are in even worse shape. Most of them have several mediocre factions competing against each other. To hoard all the supplies as quickly as possible, these small groups are frantically plundering defenseless residents. Even among themselves, group fights break out frequently, leading to heavy casualties. Li Ming cared nothing for the lives of these people, as none of them could threaten his safety. He recalled that Ji Yun, who met the system's requirements, was still in Building 3. Since he last replied to her message, she had gone silent. Had she been bullied by the thugs in Building 3? His storage space now held 320 cubic meters of supplies. That meant Ji Yun alone was worth 320 cubic meters of supplies, plus the system's rewards. All of this was highly enticing to Li Ming. If those thugs in Building 3 were foolish enough to harm Ji Yun, he wouldn't hesitate to wipe out the entire building. He switched the surveillance to Ji Yun's floor in Building 3. The screen showed the corridor outside the 28th floor of Building 3. Li Ming frowned as he saw several people sneaking into Ji Yun's home. Who are they? He asked Xiao in a low voice. Is there any way to see what's happening inside? Yes, Xiao replied without hesitation. Give me 2 minutes. With that, he began furiously typing on his keyboard. Li Ming didn't know how Xiao could see inside without surveillance, but seeing his confident demeanor, he didn't ask further. Gradually, the large LCD screen displayed blurry images and noisy sounds. After continuous adjustments by Xiao, the fragmented images merged into a clear picture. The dialogue inside the house became perfectly audible. Li Ming looked amazed and asked curiously, how did you do that? Did you install cameras in her home in such a short time? Xiao pushed his glasses smugly. Impossible. Installing cameras isn't that easy. I hacked into the phones, computers, and other devices of everyone in the house to control their cameras. Since each camera has a different angle, I recombined the footage to create a complete view. As for the audio, it was simpler. I just selected the device with the best and clearest sound quality. Through Xiao's meticulous setup, Li Ming could clearly see a panoramic view of Ji Yun's home on the surveillance monitor, and even hear every sound within. In room 2803 of Building 305, people were seated around a round table with a diameter of 1.5 meters. Based on the distinctive features of these individuals, Xiao Yu quickly identified their true identities. One of the pair is a middle-aged couple wearing black down jackets, and sitting closely together were none other than Ji Yun's father Ji Guohua and mother He Jinhua. Not far from the couple, a young man in a colorful down jacket with dyed rainbow-colored hair was Ji Yun's younger brother Ji Xiaoqiang. Seated across from these three, a middle-aged man in a mink coat with a thick gold chain around his neck and a square face was Feng Su, the leader of Building 3. Before the apocalypse, Feng Su operated the largest slaughterhouse in Tianhai City, known for his ruthless and merciless nature, having spent several years in prison for assault. The last man, wearing black-rimmed glasses and with sharp features, was Lin Guojin, the leader of a small faction in Building 4. Before the apocalypse, Lin Guojin ran a pet hospital near the neighborhood, and it was said he was extremely skilled in using poisons, earning him the nickname Deadly Poison Master. Li Ming exclaimed in surprise, "How can people from Building 4 go to Building 3? Aren't they afraid of the zombies in the basement?" Xiao Yu quickly pulled up the entire neighborhood's structural diagram from the computer and displayed it before Li Ming. The geographical positions of Building 3 and Building 4 are quite special. The two doors of their basements are very close to each other. As long as one runs fast enough, they can completely avoid the zombies in the basement and travel between the two buildings. Previously, when Li Ming delivered packages in Binjiang Yihao community, he had never been to the underground garage, so he knew nothing about its location. On the surveillance feed, He Jinhua's sharp and mean face lit up with excitement as she greedily said, "Brother Feng, Brother Lin, I'm not doubting you, but are you really sure you can capture Li Ming alive? You all watched the live stream yesterday, didn't you? Those two women by his side are no ordinary people. They chopped down so many people without blinking an eye." Moreover, Zheng Haonan's pistol has also fallen into Li Ming's hands. Li Ming, who was watching the surveillance, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye. He had only wanted to see what shady business these people were up to in secret. Unexpectedly, he ended up being the subject of the gossip. These people were plotting to capture him alive. Huh, how interesting. The women behind him, upon hearing the conversation on the surveillance, emitted a chilling, killing intent. Huofian said coldly, "Brother Ming, these people actually want to capture you alive. How about I go and kill them all right now?" Li Ming remained composed as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Just a bunch of ants, no need to get so worked up. Wiping them out would only take a moment, wouldn't it? Rather than killing them immediately, Li Ming was more curious about what method they would use to capture him alive. On the surveillance feed, Feng Su snorted coldly, then pulled out two pistols from his waist, saying disdainfully, "It's just a pistol, isn't it? Who doesn't have one?" Seeing the pistols in Feng Su's hands, everyone was extremely shocked, even showing signs of fear. But soon their shock and fear turned into surprise and excitement. At least in the matter of capturing Li Ming alive, Feng Su was a reliable ally. The stronger the ally, the higher the probability of success in this operation. Ji Xiaoqiang immediately put on a flattering face, rubbing his hands, and stepping forward obsequiously, saying to Feng Su, "Brother Feng really is the most capable man in our Building 3. With Brother Feng, making a move capturing Li Ming would be a piece of cake. Only a man like you, Brother Feng, is worthy of being my brother-in-law. Don't worry, once we get Li Ming's supplies, I'll definitely persuade my sister to be with you." Feng Su nodded with satisfaction, gently patting Ji Xiaoqiang's shoulder, then continued, "The skills of Huofian and Long Kai by Li Ming's side are indeed not to be underestimated. Zheng Haonan suffered a great loss and lost his life because he didn't figure out the strength of these two women. But it's good. Zheng Haonan used his own life to let us see the true capabilities of these two women. As long as we successfully subdue these two, the soft sponge King Li Ming behind them will be nothing to fear." Ji Xiaoqiang sneered, his face full of disdain. "No matter how strong they are, they're just two women. Brother Feng and Brother Lin, don't you have over 50 men? With 50 people against two, what's there to be afraid of? Besides, Brother Feng has a gun. In my opinion, once those two broads see the might of you two bosses, they'll immediately abandon that weakling Li Ming and come crying to your side." A burst of cheerful laughter erupted on the scene. Lin Guojin stood up and said slowly, "I wonder what Li Ming did to them, but they seem extremely loyal to him, following his every word. So we need to be steady and not end up like Zheng Haonan." Feng Su gently wiped the pistol in his hand and said cautiously, "So we need to take advantage of Li Ming's visit to pick up Ji Yun, set up ambushes in advance and arrange traps to ensure nothing goes wrong. And I also have this." Lin Guojin took a small bottle from his pocket and handed it to He Jinhua. This bottle contains a powerful anesthetic. Even an elephant would lose consciousness instantly after taking a single drop. When Li Ming and his group enter, you warmly welcome them, and make sure they all drink this anesthetic. If you can trick him into drinking it, we can save a lot of effort. He Jinhua took the anesthetic from Lin Guojin and asked, "What if they don't drink it?" Lin Guojin smiled cunningly, "If they don't drink it, then we'll have to release the mist we've prepared in advance. The effect of this mist isn't as strong as drinking it directly, but as long as a person inhales a tiny bit, they'll become completely weak and powerless. Huofian and Long Kai will also lose all ability to resist." Ji Xiaoqiang's eyes immediately lit up with a gleam. "Brother Lin, you mean Huofian and Long Kai will lose the ability to resist? but will still be conscious, right? Lin Guijin nodded slightly. Ji Xiaoqiang immediately shouted excitedly, "Hi, isn't that amazing? They can't resist, but are still conscious. We can do whatever we want." Ji Guohua immediately caught on to his son's idea, and his expression turned excited. "Son, there are exactly 2 of them, so we can have a mixed double match, ha." He Jinhua's face instantly darkened, and she grabbed Ji Guohua's ear. "Mixed double match? Do you think I'm dead? Or have you been hoping I'd die all along?" 3 was just joking. "Let go of me, it hurts." Ji Guohua screamed in terror. "All right, your family, quiet down. Let's finish the business first." Feng Su shouted at them impatiently, then continued to ensure nothing goes wrong, while also set up various traps in your home. After they enter your house, you guide them to sit in the positions where the traps are set. At the same time, all of our 50-plus brothers will be lying in ambush around the house. When I give the order, everyone will rush in together. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. No matter how skilled Huafian and Long Kai are, I don't believe they can take down all 50 of us. We've set up 4 lines of defense front and back. I'm sure Ming and his group won't be able to escape this time. Pleasant laughter once again echoed around the round table. In room 2202 of Building 7, after Feng Su had fully revealed his plan to capture Ming alive, Long Kai's side anesthetics, mist traps, ambushes. These guys really went to great lengths to capture our brother Ming. Huafian, Long Kai, and Chen Shanshan were all eager to take action. As long as Ming gave the order, they would immediately rush to Ji Yun's home and kill all those conspirators. Only the newly joined Yi Jiechi was full of worry. Although she had become much stronger after eating the chocolate-like black pill Ming gave her, and even her speed and reflexes had undergone a qualitative leap, she had never experienced combat and didn't know Ming's true strength. Yi Jiechi said nervously, "Brother Ming, these people are beasts, and they outnumber us, and are well prepared. Maybe we shouldn't provoke them." Ming calmly patted Yi Jiechi's head. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and schemes are just paper tigers. In room 2803 of Building 3, Feng Su and Lin Guijin had just left Ji Yun's home with their underlings. It was only then that Ji Yun walked out of the room, her face cold as ice. "What you are doing is nothing but playing with fire. Don't you realize that?" Ming is able to keep such formidable women as Huafian and Long Kui firmly under his control. Do you truly think he himself is that simple? His true strength might be even greater than Huafian and Long Kui's. If he finds out that you colluded with Feng Su and Lin Guijin to set him up, do you think he will let you off easily? Even if you manage to capture Ming alive and seize his supplies, how can you be sure that Feng Su will hand those supplies over to you obediently? If I were Feng Su, after succeeding, I would slit your throats like dogs without a second thought. Of course, I wouldn't have any good fortune either, just being passed around by them one after another. Ji Yun's tone was utterly flat, as if she were discussing matters completely unrelated to herself. Ji Zhaoqiang's face was full of disdain, unable to tolerate the way Ji Yun always looked down on him, as if she saw him as a fool. "You're the only smart one in this world, the great lawyer Ji. Let me tell you, this time we are absolutely going to win." As he spoke, Ji Xiaoqiang walked over to where Feng Su had just sat, picked up the half-empty bottle of mineral water that Feng Su had left behind, and drank from it without a thought for hygiene. "After all, I know that drinking it won't turn me into a zombie." These bottles of mineral water were brought by Feng Su himself. The Ji family's water supply had long been controlled by He Jinhua. Each person had a fixed daily ration. "What you just said, didn't Mom and Dad and I think of that? We've already analyzed this situation. I've long inquired about Ming. He never takes the initiative to kill unless someone like Zheng Haonan comes to threaten him. And even if he does, when killing Feng Su and Lin Guijin, he would never dare to lay a hand on me. Why? Because I'm your good little brother. Once you're with him, he'll be his brother-in-law. Believe me, if I slapped him across the face, he wouldn't dare utter a word. But I don't believe Ming is that strong. If he were, he would have gone on a killing spree across the entire compound. Back then, what kind of woman wouldn't he have been able to get? Likewise, if Feng Su wins, as long as you're with him, he'll still be his brother-in-law. In this world, who would let their own brother-in-law starve, let alone slaughter him like a dog? Then with Feng Su as my brother-in-law, he'll be able to walk through Building 3 and even the entire compound with impunity. Just thinking about all those poor women waiting for me to save them gets my heart itching." He Jinhua looked at Ji Xiaoqiang with a tender smile in her eyes filled with love and pride. "Our precious boy is so clever. What is Ming? What is Feng Su? They're nothing but pawns in our little treasure's hands. No matter who wins in the end, as long as we marry your sister off, we'll be the mother-in-law and brother-in-law. By then, women like Huafian and Long Kai will be scrambling to become our precious boy's women. But don't overexert yourself in the future. Too much of that will drain your vitality." Ji Yun shook her head helplessly and let out a cold laugh. "Huh. So I thought your surefire plan was something brilliant, but in the end it's still just selling me off to those men." Her mother and younger brother had bled her dry even before the apocalypse. Now that the end had come, they only knew how to obtain supplies by selling her out. Ji Xiaoqiang, who had always lived under He Jinhua's protection, had never witnessed the true cruelty of the world. Those villains couldn't care less about such things. In the face of absolute profit and power, even one's own parents can be killed, let alone countless brothers-in-law and mothers-in-law. He Jinhua looked at Ji Yun, the tenderness in her eyes vanishing, and said venomously, "How dare you talk about your brother like that? He's doing this for your own good. If I don't find you a strong man, do you think you can survive this apocalypse on your own? You are just like a dog that bites the hand that feeds you. Even a dog is better than an ungrateful wretch like you." Ji Yun seemed long accustomed to He Jinhua's baseless scolding and couldn't be bothered to argue further. She had seen through her parents' and her brother's true nature long ago. Deep down, she had already given up all hope in these so-called family members. No matter which man they eventually sold her to, she didn't care, because she had resolved to end her own life the moment she was forced to do something against her will. It would be returning this life to her heartless parents. Ji Yun's hands tightly gripped the fruit knife she had hidden in her pocket. Having left Ji Yun's home, Feng Su and Lin Guijin parted ways in the corridor, each beginning to prepare tools to capture Li Ming alive. As soon as Lin Guijin left, Feng Zu's subordinate Sun Jiu approached him and said in a low voice, "Boss, are you really planning to split the supplies with those two families? I'm afraid the brothers won't be happy." Feng Su slapped Sun Jiu on the head and flashed a sinister grin. "Haha, split. Do I look like someone who shares the meat in my mouth? They are nothing but my pawns and my prey, haha. After the deed is done, I'll kill the Su family of 3 and throw them to the zombies." That Ji Yun is indeed a rare beauty. Tell the brothers I want hog her. Once I've had my fill, shall belong to all of us. Sun Jiu was instantly thrilled at the prospect of having his way with the gorgeous Ji Yun. Although they had caught many women recently, the goods in Building 3 were far from satisfactory. The only true beauty in the entire building was the leftover spinster Ji Yun. If it weren't for her still being useful, Feng Su and his men would have already broken into Ji Yun's home and ravished her. "Thanks, boss. The brothers will give it their all. But boss, why did we have to drag Lin Guojin's crew into this? They're not as easy to deal with as the Ji family. If they don't get the supplies after the job, I'm afraid they won't let it go easily." Feng Su slapped Sun Jiu on the head again, quite irritated. "You've been with me for so long, why haven't you gotten any smarter? Lin Guijin is pretty good with poison. If he can successfully drug Li Ming and the others, the whole process will be much smoother. You've seen Huafian and Long He's combat skills. If things go wrong, someone needs to hold them off. Lin Guojin's group are the perfect cannon fodder, and they'll reduce casualties among our own brothers. After it's done, with those 10 or so guys dare to make demands, I can wipe them out with ease." Back at Building 4, Lin Guijin calmed his 3 most trusted brothers, 3 massive ferocious wolf dogs. Lin Guojin's girlfriend Ai Wei threw herself into his arms coquettishly and said with concern, "Guijin, can Feng Su really be trusted? He doesn't seem like a good person to me." Lin Guijin tossed a dying man into the dog cage and watched as the 3 wolf dogs tore into the man savagely until he stopped breathing. "In this apocalypse, no one is more reliable than my 3 brothers here, including you." Ai Wei playfully punched Lin Guojin's chest a few times. "Since Feng Su and his crew can't be trusted, why are you cooperating with them? They're not exactly saints." Lin Guojin's eyes turned malevolent. "The man I just threw into the cage was a complete villain too, wasn't he? In the end, he became dog food. Do you think I don't know what Feng Su is planning? He just wants to use us as cannon fodder. Even if we get the supplies, they won't give us a single grain of rice or a drop of water. While he sees me as prey, I see him as prey just the same. If I seize this chance to take him down and add Li Ming's supplies to the mix, he'll become the ultimate power in Buildings 3 and 4. Maybe even the strongest king in the entire compound. Great risks often herald great rewards." He could hardly wait to claim everything Feng Su owned. Watching the 3 wolf dogs ferociously devour the organs in the cage, Lin Guojin's smile grew even more sinister. Xiao Yu, using his superior technical skills, had successfully hacked into their phones, allowing Li Ming to know every word and action of them all. Li Ming was not at all surprised by the thoughts and actions of these people. In the apocalypse, such schemes, mutual exploitation, and betrayals were all too common. The relationship between hunter and prey often coexisted simultaneously. Those with ability all longed to gain more resources through such means to survive. However, they had chosen the wrong target this time. Li Ming paid no heed to the schemes of Feng Su, Lin Guijin, and the others, merely treating them as entertainment. Not to mention that every move they made was under Li Ming's surveillance. Even if he were caught off guard and ambushed by them, it would be difficult to unsettle him in the slightest. Before the crushing force of absolute power, all conspiracies and schemes were futile and utterly meaningless. Li Ming cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yu, who stood beside him, unkempt and seemingly harmless. Compared to inconsequential figures like Feng Su and Lin Guojin, the Xiao Yu before him, who had once hacked into the servers of the U.S. White House, was far more deserving of his attention. Although it was unclear whether Xiao Yu's words contained any exaggeration, the fact that he had managed to hack into all the devices in the residential compound in such a short time indicated that his words were about 80% credible. even though the security level of Feng's phones was incomparable to that of the U.S. White House server. But at least it proved that Xiao Yu had the ability to monitor everyone in the entire compound at any time. Of course, that scope of monitoring also included himself. He did not want to be under surveillance at any moment. As for Xiao Yu, either make him completely his own man or utterly destroy him. Xiao Yu felt Li Ming's gaze growing deeper as it fell upon him, and an involuntary chill ran through his entire body. Before coming, his greatest fear was that Li Ming would suspect him of having used this technology to monitor him. Although he had indeed never monitored Li Ming's every move at this moment, he could not prove his innocence. Xiao Yu spoke with a mixture of reverence and fear. "Boss, you have to believe me. I have never monitored your phone or any device around you. Not before and certainly not in the future." Li Ming did not believe a single word Xiao Yu said. He had even monitored Zheng Haonan and the entire residential compound. Oh, would such a cautious person simply omit himself? However, this was not Li Ming's concern. At the moment, Li Ming only cared whether this Xiao Yu could be of use to him. A faint smile curled at the corners of Li Ming's lips, revealing an inscrutable expression. "Do you prefer men or women?" "What a..." Xiao Yu's eyes bulged, his jaw nearly dropping in shock. What kind of bizarre question was this? Of course, he liked women. The 2 terabytes of hidden videos on his computer were proof enough. A faint smile curled at the corners of Li Ming's lips, revealing an inscrutable expression. "Do you prefer men or women?" "What a..." Xiao Yu's eyes bulged, his jaw nearly dropping in shock. What kind of bizarre question was this? Of course, he liked women. "Who wants your chastity?" "I'm asking whether you like men or women," Li Ming asked irritably. I obviously like women, so I'll never sell my chastity." Xiao Yu's words were evasive, and he dared not meet Li Ming's eyes. Li Ming covered his eyes and shook his head. It seemed Xiao Yu had misunderstood something. Since he liked women, it should be fine. He then took out a loyal servant pill from his spatial storage. This was the first time he had used the loyal servant pill on a man. He was unsure what reaction a man who took it would have toward him. He hoped it wouldn't be like Huafian and the others who constantly gazed at him with burning eyes. Beautiful women were fine, but if a man kept staring at him like that, he would rather kill Xiao Yu. He couldn't stand having a man around who always looked at him with such intense passion. Li Ming tossed the loyal servant pill to Xiao Yu. "You have 2 choices, either swallow this pill and become my subordinate or die." Xiao Yu caught the pill, which looked like a Malteser chocolate, unsure if it was poison. As he was engaged in a fierce mental struggle over whether to eat it or not, Huafian's sweet voice came from behind him. "Don't worry, this is a tonic. Only those approved by our brother Ming are qualified to take it. If brother Ming wanted to kill you, it would be effortless. He wouldn't need to go to such trouble." Xiao Yu sighed. Indeed, if Li Ming wanted to kill him, there was no need for such a despicable method as poison. With the skills of Huafian and Long Kui, a gentle slash across his neck would end his life. Although he was uncertain what reaction taking the pill would cause, Li Ming had said that as long as he swallowed it, he would become his subordinate. Hadn't he taken the risk to come here and demonstrate his abilities precisely for this purpose? Even though he had the ability to monitor the dynamics of the compound with his frail physique, he couldn't even defeat a fierce woman. Obtaining supplies on his own was as difficult as reaching the sky. Moreover, the supplies in the compound were limited and would eventually run out. Only by clinging tightly to the thigh of a strong person could he have a chance to survive. The team led by Li Ming before him was a fairly good choice. With that thought, Xiao Yu hesitated no more and swallowed the loyal servant pill in his hand. The next moment, Xiao Yu's eyes flew wide open as he felt his entire body brimming with power, a sensation he had never experienced before. At that moment, he felt as if he could contend with tigers and lions. This feeling was absolutely amazing. At the same time, Li Ming's image in his heart instantly became sublime, majestic, and radiant, radiating an aura of authority that no one could violate. Xiao Yu was deeply impressed by Li Ming's glorious image and majestic aura, kneeling humbly on one knee before Li Ming. "Xiao Yu is willing to honor you as my master, obey your commands, follow your orders, and serve you unto death." Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the reaction of men after taking the loyal servant pill was indeed different from that of women. If it had been the same as with Huafian and the others, Li Ming would have killed him without mercy. After taking the loyal servant pill, Xiao Yu could no longer tell a single lie in front of Li Ming. Li Ming asked in a deep voice, "Is it true that you hacked into the U.S. White House server?" Xiao Yu dared not raise his head and spoke cautiously, answering, "My master, it is absolutely true. In the global ranking of the most elite hacker websites, my skill can rank in the top 3. Li Ming revealed a satisfied smile. He hadn't expected such a master to be hiding in this compound. This time he had truly struck gold. From now on, if anyone wanted to deal with him, obtaining intelligence on them would be much easier. He just hadn't expected that a technical genius like Xiao Yu would also be unable to escape the fate of a 996 corporate slave in China. Li Ming continued to question Xiao Yu. "Have you really never tampered with our devices?" Xiao Yu's whole body trembled slightly, and his posture changed from a single knee kneel to a double knee prostration. "Master, I deserve 1,000 deaths. I deceived you. Since the apocalypse began, I have been monitoring your every move. I also recorded videos of you and the sisters, saved them on my computer, planning to enjoy them later. Huafi and Long Kai Chin Shan Shan and Yi Jiechi were all immediately covered in black lines. The room instantly filled with screams like those of a beaten dog. Xiao Ye's physical attributes had been enhanced tenfold by the loyal servant pill, so there was no need to worry about him being injured. After being beaten by the crowd for nearly 10 minutes, Xiao Ye's face was now bruised and battered. He knelt before the dining table, both hands raised high above his head. Li Ming sat leisurely around the table with 4 beauties, enjoying a beef hot pot. Long Kai deliberately picked up a steaming slice of fatty beef coated in exquisitely prepared sesame sauce, and with a slurp, she put it into her mouth right before Xiao Ye's eyes, the sauce trickling down the corner of her lips. Xiao Ye's mouth watered with craving. He hadn't tasted a single bite of meat in nearly 10 days, almost forgetting what beef tasted like. He was simply starving. The bowl of egg noodles that Chin Shan Shan had cooked earlier, he had gulped it down before even savoring its flavor. Long Kui revealed a teasing smile. "Wanna eat?" Xiao Yu nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. "Dream on. You dared to record my video, let me see if I can't starve you to death." She raised her hand, making a gesture as if to strike. Xiao Yu cast a pitiful look at Li Ming. "Master, I swear I've handed over all those videos to you. I would never dare to keep any secrets." He gazed at the various ingredients in the pot, unable to resist licking his lips. "Master, could I have just a sip of the soup? Just one sip?" It seemed that even a divine item like the loyalty pill could not withstand extreme hunger and thirst. Xiao Yu ultimately could not endure the torment of his cravings and begged Li Ming for food. "Want a drink?" Li Ming raised the bowl of beef soup and poured it directly onto the ground. "Drink up." Xiao Yu knew well that this was his master's punishment. Without any hesitation, he prostrated himself on the ground and extended his tongue to lap up the spilled soup. Seeing Xiao Yu licking the beef soup from the floor like a dog, the others finally felt their anger subside. Although they were all utterly loyal to Li Ming, they also possessed complete autonomy. No one could accept being monitored without consent, let alone having videos recorded of them. If it weren't for the fact that they all worked for Li Ming, they would never have forgiven Xiao Yu so easily. After the meal, Li Ming assigned Xiao Yu the responsibility of intelligence surveillance for the entire compound, as Xiao Yu was a technical expert in this field. Xiao Yu was required to report to him daily on the movements of everyone in the compound. In case of any emergencies, he had to report to Li Ming immediately. He was not afraid of ordinary human factions like those led by Feng Su and Ling Guijin. The apocalypse had struck nearly 10 days ago. Among the 20 million population of Tianhai City, at least 10 million had been infected by the zombie virus and turned into zombies. Even if the probability of an infected person awakening an ability was only 1 in 10,000, there were probably already around 1,000 ability users in Tianhai City. There might even be someone like him who possessed a system. After all, in his past life, Li Ming had awakened this system 1 month after the apocalypse began. That meant someone stronger than him could appear at any time, perhaps even within this very compound where he lived. This forced Li Ming to be on guard. Indeed, he needed to expand the Women's Legion as soon as possible to make himself stronger. This Ji Yun must be secured as soon as possible. Bang bang bang. A series of urgent knocks came from the door. Just from the sound, one could tell that the people outside were utterly rude. Li Ming frowned. "Who is it? Aren't they afraid of death?" Xiao Yu immediately got up from the ground obediently and checked the monitor to see what was happening outside. Through the surveillance, he saw 7 or 8 middle-aged and elderly women led by the neighborhood committee's Aunt Chung. Behind them were 3 young men holding up live-streaming equipment. Xiao Yu quickly checked his phone, and sure enough, everything happening here was being broadcast live by those 3 young men to everyone's mobile devices. Xiao Yu turned around cautiously and looked at Li Ming. "Master, should we block their live stream?" Li Ming gave a sinister smile. "No need. I'm not sure what scheme they're up to yet." Meanwhile, Aunt Chung continued impatiently pounding on the door, shouting loudly, "Li Ming, I know you're in there. Stop hiding and open the door right now." Li Ming snorted coldly. Hide? When had he ever hidden? Those old women. Why should he hide from them? Bang bang bang. Another round of urgent knocking. By now Li Ming was getting annoyed and gestured for Huafian to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Aunt Cheng's rapid, shrill, and aggressive voice rang out. "Are you deaf? We, your elders, have been knocking for so long, and you still didn't open the door. Are you trying to freeze us to death?" The old women behind her also joined in the scolding. "Exactly. Don't you have any manners? With so many people hiding inside, you should open the door as soon as you hear someone knocking. Don't you understand such basic common sense? TSK, they say these delivery drivers are the bottom of society. What kind of upbringing could they have? It's only natural. A mere delivery guy who stockpiled some supplies before the disaster dares to put on airs here. In this compound, everyone is a big boss worth tens of millions." The old women, still cursing, intended to push Huafian aside and barge into Li Ming's home. However, even though Aunt Cheng shoved Huafian several times with all her might, Huafian's body remained completely unmoved. Aunt Cheng's face darkened as she realized that Huafian was a warrior goddess who could easily cut down men. How could she, a woman in her 60s, possibly push her? But Aunt Chung was not afraid of this so-called warrior goddess. She believed herself to be different from scum like Zheng Haonan. She was here, as an official representative, to reason with Li Ming. What's more, those three young men were live-streaming everything to the compound's group chat. Would Li Ming dare to lay a hand on her, an official representative, in front of everyone? Aunt Chung glanced at Huafian with impunity and said arrogantly, "Get out of my way. I'm here on behalf of the authorities today with a very important matter to inform Li Ming." Bang! Long Qi slammed an axe heavily onto the ground. The old women's cursing abruptly ceased. "If you have something to say it outside. Anyone who dares to step 1 foot inside, they'll chop it off right now." Aunt Chung immediately put her hands on her hips and shouted angrily, "Who do you think you're scaring? I am an official representative. If you dare to lay a hand on us, you'll be openly opposing the organization. The organization will surely punish such behavior according to the law, without any leniency. Understand?" Though she said this, her body honestly retreated 2 steps backward. She was truly afraid that Long Kui, that fierce tigress, would actually strike. But at the same time, she desperately yearned to enter Li Ming's house, because it was so warm inside. Although the temperature in front of Li Ming's door was not as cold as outside, it was still around -10 degrees Celsius. Inside Li Ming's house, Aunt Chung could feel from outside that it was at least 20 degrees Celsius. Moreover, from the scent wafting out of Li Ming's home, there was the aroma of beef hot pot. At the smell, all the old women behind her couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Is that the smell of beef hot pot? Good heavens! Everyone in the entire compound is freezing and starving, and they still have the luxury to eat beef hot pot. It smells so good. Once we get their supplies, I want to have a taste of that beef hot pot too. And their house is so warm. They're even wearing short-sleeved home clothes inside. These people are utterly inhuman. They only care about their own enjoyment, completely ignoring the suffering of the entire compound's neighbors. The neighbors in the compound's livestream group chat, hearing the old women's statements, also began to voice their accusations. This person is so selfish. He has stockpiled so many supplies. What's the harm in sharing a little with us? Exactly. We're not asking for it for free. Can't we buy it from him at 100 times the price? He's a delivery guy. He probably won't earn that much money in his entire life, yet he doesn't know how to cherish this opportunity. As I said, he's a delivery driver. How could he have such foresight? He still thinks this disaster will go on forever. Long Kai could no longer endure the vile expressions of these old aunties and said with extreme impatience, "What do you want? If you have nothing to do, get lost immediately. Don't make a racket in front of someone else's house." Seeing Long Qi's disrespect, the old aunties instantly broke down and pointed at her, cursing, "Hey, how dare you speak to your elders like that, young lady? Don't you have any manners? One takes on the color of one's company. Indeed, the women around couriers are all of low quality. Exactly, aren't you just a whore who sells her body for food? How dare you speak to us like that?" Long Qi was instantly furious. She swung her axe and glared coldly at the 7 old aunties outside the door. At that moment, Li Ming walked slowly out of the house, stood with arms crossed inside the entrance, a sinister smile on his face. "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Seeing Li Ming, Chung Dama's face was full of sarcasm, and she said in a mocking tone, "Little Li, it's really hard to see you. Anyone who didn't know would think you were some big leader." Good heavens! She directly called Li Ming Little Li. Such a form of address is usually used by respected elders or leaders towards subordinates. By calling him that, Chung Dama directly defined Li Ming as her junior or subordinate. Chung Dama, on the other hand, put on a condescending posture. Li Ming did not acknowledge her, calmly waiting for her to continue. Seeing that Li Ming did not retort, Chung Dama continued with a smug expression, "It's been almost 10 days since the disaster struck. To respond to the spirit of mutual assistance and overcoming the disaster together, the neighborhood has decided to establish a disaster relief committee, and I will serve as its chairperson. Now my identity represents the authorities and the organization. If you refuse to comply, you will be opposing the organization, and you should know the consequences. I am now formally informing you that you must hand over all the supplies you have hoarded, and our committee will distribute them uniformly. Of course, we will allocate twice as much supplies to you every day compared to others. If you cooperate after the disaster, I will personally write to the organization to give you the due commendation. Additionally, we also need to requisition this house of yours. Many elderly people in the neighborhood cannot bear such cold, so your house must be vacated for them to live in. You are all young people able to withstand the cold. We will find another relatively better house for you to settle in. Little Li, this is a rare opportunity for you to serve the organization. You must seize it." After saying this with a proud face, Chung Dama earnestly reminded Li Ming, as if she were a big leader speaking to ordinary people. At this moment, Chung Dama was extremely excited inside. Soon she would be able to move into this warm house humming a tune while eating hot pot. The thought alone was delightful. This disaster relief committee was also a scheme she had concocted on the spot. Nearly 10 days had passed since the disaster, and there was still no news from the authorities, as she had to find a way to save herself. Ever since she learned of Li Ming's true identity as a courier, she believed that with her pre-apocalyptic status, she could easily control and torment Li Ming. After all, ordinary people like Li Ming at the bottom of society would always be humble when facing someone with any official rank. Before the apocalypse, she was merely a neighborhood committee director, yet she could make these people dare not even speak a word. Li Ming sneered, "What if I don't comply?" An old auntie who looked remarkably like Granny Fire jumped out from behind Chengdama and roared, "You dare not comply. You're just a courier, what are you so cocky about? Believe me, you'll file a complaint against you." Li Ming had a deep impression of this old auntie, who looked exactly like Granny Fire. She was the nemesis of all couriers in this area. Almost every courier had been complained about by her, and had their wages deducted. Li Ming had also delivered to her a few times, and each time she applied for a refund only on the grounds of damaged packages. Consequently, he had several months' wages deducted. Li Ming grinned. "I haven't delivered anything to you, what are you going to complain about?" Granny Fire's face turned red with anger. She pointed at Li Ming and cursed, "I don't care, I'm going to complain about you." "Complain all you want, suit yourself," Li Ming said calmly. Seeing that Li Ming didn't lose his temper even when being confronted by Granny Fire, Chengdama became even more smug inside. Before coming, she had been afraid that Li Ming would treat them the same way he treated Zheng Haonan and his gang. Without a word, just cut them all down. So she had given some benefits to the three young men operating the live streaming equipment behind her, asking them to broadcast the whole situation in the neighborhood. She didn't believe Li Ming would dare to kill a state cadre in front of everyone. She considered herself a state cadre. Of course, Chengdama was well aware that it was impossible for Li Ming to willingly hand over all his supplies and house. Her strategy was to first make an exorbitant demand, then gradually relax the terms so that Li Ming would be more receptive and eventually willing to hand over some supplies. Chengdama beamed with a sycophantic smile and said earnestly to Li Ming, "Little Li, I know you might find it hard to accept handing over all your supplies at once, but this is the organization's will. If you're willing to cooperate, Auntie Cheng will help you apply to the organization. You only need to hand over 70 of the supplies. As for your house, it's a 3-bedroom to living room unit. We'll leave one room for you to use, and you don't have to move out. The few of you squeezing into one room, won't that make it warmer? Anyway, everyone is like this. If you agree, then it's settled." Chengdama and the old aunties behind her beamed with joy, as if they thought they were giving Li Ming a great favor and that he would surely accept the terms. Li Ming let out a scornful laugh, laughing in anger. "How do you have some misunderstanding about me? What makes you think I'm an easy person to negotiate with?" Chengdama, who had expected Li Ming to agree, now shouted in exasperation, "Li Ming, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Do you really want to oppose the organization? I'm telling you, if you don't cooperate, we have the right to make you leave this neighborhood immediately." Huafian stared at Chengdama with cold eyes and said icily, "Ridiculous. I bought this house with my own money. What right do you have to drive us away? Take your chance and leave now." Granny Fire put her hands on her hips and stepped forward aggressively. "The house is yours, that's true, but this Li Ming has seriously affected the harmony and safety of our neighborhood. Besides, he's just a damned courier. What right does he have to live in the same neighborhood as us?" Binjiang, no. One community is a famous high-end residential area in Tianhai City. It's not a place where any random cat or dog can live. Moreover, we represent the authorities and the organization. We have the right to drive him away. They must be crazy still thinking of driving Li Ming out of the neighborhood. Aren't they afraid that Huafian will kill them all? Haha, how ridiculous. These old ladies still think it's before the apocalypse that everyone would indulge them as long as they throw a tantrum. Li Ming might not actually dare to harm them. After all, that Aunt Cheng is truly a public official. Killing them would be different from killing Zheng Haonan and his gang. Bullshit public official, just a street office director, at most a public institution employee. Li Ming folded his arms, revealing a harmless smile, and said calmly, "Shan, yesterday, when Zheng Haonan and his gang came, you didn't get a chance to take action. These people are for you to practice on." "Practice? Doesn't that mean he wants to kill us, just like Zheng Haonan's gang?" The three young men behind these old ladies, who were responsible for operating the live streaming equipment, reacted much faster than the old ladies. They seemed to notice that Li Ming's gaze was becoming increasingly ominous, and their hearts were filled with terror. One of the young men quickly threw away the device in his hand, his lips trembling as he said, "Li Ming, this has nothing to do with us. We just took a little benefit from Aunt Cheng. We're not accomplices." After saying that, he grabbed the other two young men and urged urgently, "Run quickly. Are you staying here to die? We've all been used by that old hag Aunt Cheng." Seeing the three of them repeatedly dropping the live streaming equipment and fleeing as if their lives depended on it, Aunt Cheng couldn't help but curse angrily. "You three cowards, give me back my payment of 6 bottles of water and 6 packs of instant noodles. We agreed that you would stream until we left safely. These young people have no integrity at all." However, the three young men had already disappeared without a trace. One of the old ladies behind Aunt Cheng seemed to sense something wrong, stepped forward and tugged at Aunt Cheng's clothes. "President, maybe we should leave first. When the organization's people arrive, we can settle accounts with them." At this moment, Aunt Cheng's heart was also terrified. Her greatest reliance was the live stream from those 3 young men. She gambled that Li Ming would not dare to lay hands on unarmed women in front of so many people. Unexpectedly, those 3 cowards even abandoned the equipment and ran away alone. As the president of the Disaster Relief Committee she had personally established, she tried her best to maintain her dignity. Charlie'll give you one more day to think. I hope you'll consider carefully and not go down a dead end. This is truly a test from the organization. I hope you can seize this great opportunity to serve the country. The old lady who had been shouting about complaining to Li Ming now spoke with a tolerant tone, gently saying, "That's right. Li Ming, you must trust the organization, trust us. We're all doing this for your own good. Maybe because of your righteous act helping the neighbors get through this crisis, the organization will remember your kindness and later give you an official position. Don't be angry either. We're just responsible for delivering the organization's spirit to your door. We have no ill intentions towards you." Although the 3 young men had thrown the live streaming equipment on the ground, and the image of Aunt Chung and the others could no longer be seen, the sounds at the scene could be heard clearly by everyone. Wow, old Ginger is indeed spicier. At a time like this, they can still say such shameless words. Is Li Ming really going to attack them? They don't even have the ability to fight back. A sponger like Li Ming, a demon, there's nothing he wouldn't do. This Aunt Chung is also naive, thinking she can control Li Ming just by setting up an official organization. No one is a fool these days. After leaving a few nice words, Aunt Chung and the others immediately turned around to flee. However, when they turned around, they realized that Qin Shanshan had somehow appeared behind them, completely blocking the escape route. The old ladies looked at the 2 gleaming boning knives tightly gripped in Qin Shanshan's hands, trembling with fear. These 2 boning knives were collected by Li Ming from the Walmart warehouse. When he asked Qin Shanshan to choose a suitable weapon, she immediately took a liking to these 2 sharp boning knives. Aunt Chung plucked up her courage, stared at Qin Shanshan, who blocked the road, and stamped her feet while cursing. "What do you think you're doing? The whole neighborhood knows we came to your place. If anything happens to us, you won't get away. Assaulting a state cadre is a capital offense. I advise you to think carefully." Granny Liuhua adjusted the 2 lumps on her chest, straightened her heavy body of over 150 Jin, and stomped forward. Who is a little bitch trying to scare with 2 knives? I've seen all kinds of big scenes. Half of the bathhouses in Tianhai City are run by me. I have connections on both sides of the law. If you had dared to talk to me like that in the past, your graves would be overgrown with weeds. Shash. Qin Shanshan, expressionless, swung the boning knife in her hand and gently slashed it across Granny Lihuo's neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain from the wound on Granny Lihuo's neck. The cut Qin Shanshan made was very shallow and would not be instantly fatal, but the carotid artery was severed. Granny Liuhua lost her ability to move, collapsed to the ground, and tightly clutched her neck. Aunt Chung and the remaining old ladies looked at Granny Liuhua collapsed on the ground, instantly horrified and panicked. For a moment, they seemed to lose the ability to speak, their eyes wide open, staring at Granny Liuhua on the ground, unable to make a sound. Granny Lihuo's blood flowed to the front of the discarded camera, and everyone watching the live stream could see the blood through the lens. Did Li Ming and his people really attack? They are just unarmed middle-aged women. How could he be so ruthless? He's simply a demon. He's slaughtering unarmed people like this. What's the difference between him and Zheng Haonan's gang? We must keep the evidence and make this demon pay the price in the future. How can it be the same? Zheng Haonan's gang actively attacked and killed neighborhood residents. If you don't provoke Li Ming, he won't bother with you. Huh. Well killed. These old hags deserve to die. Under the pretext of the neighborhood, who doesn't know they just want to embezzle Li Ming's supplies. They even dare to covet other people's houses. Really fucking shameless. Serves them right. The old ladies behind Aunt Chung snapped out of their terror. At this moment, they deeply regretted being instigated by Aunt Chung to come and cause trouble for Li Ming. Aunt Chung had repeatedly assured them that Li Ming would never dare to lay a hand on them, which is why they dared to follow. Otherwise, even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't have come. Several old ladies immediately knelt before Qin Shanshan, trembling with a crying voice as they begged for mercy. "Little girl, please spare us. It's all Aunt Cheng's fault. Everything was her idea. We were bewitched by her and foolishly followed her here. That's right. We never received any official notice about establishing a disaster management committee. It was all Aunt Cheng's idea with the aim of tricking everyone into handing over their supplies. She said that as long as they used the official name, Li Ming wouldn't dare to resist, because everyone holds fear of the authorities. Making Li Ming hand over his supplies was just the first step. As long as Li Ming submitted, other residents would not dare to disobey. For those who resist stubbornly, we make an example of them. In this way, we can collect all the supplies in the neighborhood, and then use those supplies to hire a few strong fighters to protect us." These old ladies poured out their plan in one go. Aunt Chung was furious, stomping her feet and pointing at the old ladies as she cursed. "You're talking nonsense. This was all decided by us together. You were the ones who said you'd do anything to get supplies. Now you're pushing me out. These old hags are truly despicable. I thought they only had designs on Li Ming, but in the end they didn't even spare us. Greedy and brainless, they immediately went after Li Ming, who had the most supplies. If they had fooled the timid residents in the community group, they might have gotten a little something. Such wicked and malicious people should be punished by even more evil ones. I hope they will behave themselves in their next life. They have no chance in this life, maybe in the next. Including Aunt Cheng, 8 old hags whose carotid arteries were severed by Qin Shanshan, lay on the ground writhing in agony. They clutched their necks tightly, their eyes filled with remorse and terror. Faced with the resentful, weak, and helpless gazes of these old hags, Huafian and Long Kai couldn't bear to close their eyes. As the executioner Qin Shanshan appeared remarkably calm and composed, she gripped the boning knife tightly in both hands like an emotionless robot, quietly waiting for these people to die completely. Witnessing this, Li Ming became even more certain of his inner thoughts. Such indiscriminate killing was more suited to Qin Shanshan. Although these tasks could have been assigned to Huafian and Long Kai, and they would have completed them excellently, their consciences would have ached afterward. Because years of education and peacetime had instilled in them values that forbade harming the defenseless. In contrast, Qin Shanshan felt no such pain from violating her own principles. After Li Ming rescued her from Lin Caixia and Zhou Dazui, Qin Shanshan's sense of identification with Li Ming reached its peak. Coupled with the effect of the loyal slave pill, Qin Shanshan was like a brainwashed devout believer, and Li Ming was her god. Before the apocalypse, most wars on Earth were caused by religious conflicts. Devout believers could sacrifice everything, including their lives, for the god in their hearts. The same was true for Qin Shanshan, who any command from Li Ming was divine will. Fulfilling divine will was the ultimate happiness and value for her. Such a Qin Shanshan was the perfect candidate for an assassin or killer. Only when she saw Li Ming did Qin Shanshan's cold, ruthless face return to a happy and sweet smile. Brother Ming, I didn't kill them immediately. Oh, I wanted them to die slowly in agony. You won't blame me, will you? The Ji family of 3 watched the entire live broadcast at home. He Jinhua's face was pale, and her lips trembled as she said, really killed them all. This Li Ming is too ruthless. They were just a few ignorant old women, couldn't he just give them a few scoldings? And he even resorted to such vicious means, not sparing a single one. Mrs. Huang from Building 7 was my good friend. She was just a bit greedy, not a truly evil person. This Li Ming killed her without distinction. He's a real scumbag, a demon. She had never imagined Li Ming could be so brutal. Like Aunt Cheng and the other old hags, she thought Li Ming only dared to kill Zheng Haonan and his gang out of self-defense. She never expected that Li Ming could also lay hands on defenseless women and children, and even more ruthlessly. A trace of unease gradually rose in her heart. She didn't know if joining forces with Feng Su and Lin Guijin to trap Li Ming was the right decision. Ji Xiaoqiang seemed to notice his mother's unease and quickly stepped forward to comfort her. It's just killing a few defenseless old women. What's so surprising about that? Compared to our brother Feng and brother Lin, the few people he killed don't even amount to a fraction. He's nothing in front of them. Hearing Ji Xiaoqiang's analysis, He Jinhua's ugly expression improved a little. He Jinhua thought it over and realized it was true. The combined forces of Feng Su and Lin Guijin already numbered over 60, all young and strong men. How could they possibly be afraid of Li Ming? In terms of cruelty, Li Ming wasn't even 1/10 of Feng Su and Lin Guijin. Thinking this, He Jinhua felt even more reassured. Ji Yun couldn't help but snort coldly and sneered. Is it about how many people he killed? It proves that Li Ming is not as easy to control as you imagined. Ji Xiaoqiang glanced at Ji Yun, his eyes full of contempt. Now you see what kind of person Li Ming is. Mom and I are thinking of you. If you fall into the hands of that demon Li Ming, you know what would happen to you. But this kid won't be strutting for long. Once brother Feng and brother Lin are ready, we'll kill him together and see if he still acts arrogant. However, Li Ming sure has a lot of luck with women. Huafian, Long Kai, Qin Shanshan. They are all top-tier beauties known in this community. If after dealing with Li Ming one of them could fall into his hands, that would be great. Ji Xiaoqiang began to scheme in his mind how to keep one of the 3 beauties for himself. Of course, it would be best if all 3 belonged to him. As he thought, a greedy and lecherous smile spread across his face. Ji Yun rolled her eyes at him. She didn't want to talk to Ji Xiaoqiang anymore. It was like casting pearls before swine. In the apocalypse, which of these people with a bit of power wasn't ruthless? Feng Su and Lin Guijin's reputations in the community were even worse than Li Ming's. Every day, countless women were tortured to death by them. Ji Xiaoqiang's attachment to Feng Su and Lin Guijin's group would only lead to his doom. As for Li Ming, after watching this live broadcast, she seemed to have a different impression of him. Decisive in killing, showing no mercy, even to those who slander him, even if they are defenseless. He acts without hesitation, which perfectly matches her ideal partner. Ji Yun was a very shrewd woman, but even a shrewd woman like her longed to find a strong man to protect her, especially now in the apocalypse. Moreover, from the 2 live broadcasts, it could be seen that Huafian, Long Kai, and Qin Shanshan, who followed Li Ming, not only received due respect, but also likely gained great power from following him. Ji Yun pulled up the footage of both live broadcasts from her phone. Watching the heroic figures of Huafian and Longkui, she began to envy them in her heart. She boldly imagined that if she followed Li Ming, she might become like them too. She could gain freedom, respect, and dignity. Thinking this, Ji Yun's long-dead heart seemed to grasp the dawn of hope again. She no longer wanted to be manipulated, no longer wanted to endlessly satisfy the greed of the Ji family of three. Even in the apocalypse, she wanted to live for herself once. She decided to gamble once more on her life, betting that Li Ming was the person worth relying on in this apocalypse. Ding! Li Ming received a message from Ji Yun. Mr. Li Ming, don't come to my house. More than 60 people have been ambushed near my home, and they have set up poison gas and traps. These people are determined to kill you. Ji Yun sent all the information about Feng Su and Lin Guojin's arrangements at her home to Li Ming. Seeing the message from Ji Yun, Li Ming was somewhat bewildered. What exactly was Ji Yun trying to do? That the Ji family had allied with Feng Su and Lin Guojin to ambush and capture him alive was something Li Ming had already learned through Xiao Ye's cyber surveillance. But why would Ji Yun choose this critical moment to send a warning? What was her motive? Could it be that she had taken a liking to him because of his good looks and was unwilling to collude with her family? Li Ming instructed Xiao Yu to investigate all of Ji Yun's information, wanting to see what she was really up to. Within just a minute, Xiao Yu had obtained all of Ji Yun's data. Such efficiency greatly satisfied Li Ming. Ji Yun, age 30, a graduate of the law school at the capital university. After graduation, she worked at the elite law firm in Tianhai City, specializing in economic dispute cases for the city's wealthy. Before the apocalypse, the cases she handled had a staggering 100 win rate, making her the most promising gold medal lawyer at the elite firm. At just 30, she had already become a junior partner with an annual salary of millions, not including bonuses. Unfortunately, such a prodigy had a gambling-addicted father, a mother who favored sons over daughters, and a younger brother who was always causing trouble. Over the years, despite Ji Yun's high earnings, they were never enough to fill the bottomless pit of her family's debts. These family members were like leeches clinging to her and draining her dry. With an annual salary and bonuses totaling several million, Ji Yun had not a single cent in savings before the apocalypse, and was even millions in debt. Truly a bizarre situation. Her ex-boyfriend left her because he couldn't stand her family environment. Hearing Ji Yun's story, everyone present was astonished. Who would have thought that even in the apocalypse such a melodramatic tale would emerge? Huafian asked curiously, so why did she send a message to Brother Ming at this moment? Is she trying to take revenge on her family, even if it means mutual destruction? Li Ming shook his head and said gravely, I don't think so. With her intelligence and beauty, if she wanted revenge, she could easily attach herself to a powerful man and then strike back at her family. Far more effective than mutual destruction. Just as Li Ming had taken revenge on Luo Zijuan and Guan Feng, true hatred was to watch them suffer a fate worse than death. In the apocalypse, death was merely a release. Mutual destruction was the most foolish approach. A shrewd woman like Ji Yun would never choose that path. I don't think it's impossible, Xiao Yu said in a heavy tone. Ji Yun has been utterly disappointed with her family and her life. She has long been prepared to burn everything to the ground. You mean she's already prepared to end her own life? Li Ming asked somberly. Xiao Yu scratched the back of his head and said awkwardly, actually, when I was monitoring everyone in the entire neighborhood, I had noticed this woman. Whenever she was alone, she would take out a fruit knife she had hidden and gesture at various parts of her body, as if searching for the most efficient way to commit suicide. Upon hearing this, Long Qi showed a sympathetic expression. This sister is so pitiful. Before the apocalypse, her parents and brother bled her dry, and now, even in the apocalypse, her family plans to sell her off for supplies. Maybe she truly intends to die with her family to avoid implicating our brother Ming, which is why she sent the warning, said Huafian. Yi Jiechi, who had been inconspicuous, slowly raised her hand and said nervously, can I say a few words? Everyone turned to gaze at her, waiting silently for her to continue. With everyone's consent, Yi Jiechi mustered her courage and said, I think such an intelligent person would never resort to something as foolish as mutual destruction. She is testing Brother Ming. This is her last hope, her final chance. This insight was quite unique. Sending him a message to test him. Li Ming looked at Yi Jiechi, puzzled. Test me? What does she want to test? Yi Jiechi glanced at Li Ming, hesitating, unsure if her analysis was correct. She was even a little worried that saying the wrong thing might incur Brother Ming's displeasure, but since the words were already spoken, she had to continue. When I was locked in that dark closet by Baldi and Huang Mao, although I knew the chance of being rescued was almost zero, deep down, I still hoped someone would come and save me from that darkness. It's the same for Ji Yun. Though she is now mired in a dark quagmire, physically and mentally exhausted, her heart, like ashes devoid of any ripples, she must still want to make one last struggle for her life, hoping someone can pull her out of the darkness. And Brother Ming, you are her last hope, her last chance. Long Kui laughed heartily and said, haha, this woman is so pretentious. If she wants us to save her, she could just say it outright. Instead, she sends a cryptic message for us to guess. What's that about? And she wants to test our Brother Ming. Yi Jiechi continued her analysis. Everyone is different. Ji Yun's family background makes it hard for her to trust anyone unconditionally. Moreover, she is very smart, cautious, and rational. She wouldn't believe in love without reason. So she sent a message telling Li Ming not to come to her house, and then truthfully reported Feng Su and the others' setup. Her purpose is to test whether Brother Ming is someone worthy of her trust in this apocalypse. She wants to confirm two things. First, whether Brother Ming, knowing the danger, would still insist on saving her. That is to test her importance in his heart. Second, she wants to confirm whether Brother Ming has the ability to successfully rescue her from the combined forces of Feng Su and Ling Guijin. That is to verify his strength. As everyone knows, in the apocalypse other emotions are useless. Strength is the only currency. Without it being swallowed up or eliminated is only a matter of time. This is Ji Yun's last chance, her last hope. Long Kai covered her forehead and said irritably, "These social elites are too cautious. All these twists and turns give me a headache. Why can't they be simple and direct like me?" Li Ming couldn't help but curl his lips, looking at Yi Jiechi with appreciation. He hadn't expected this shy, soft-spoken college student to have such a sharp mind. Feeling Li Ming's intense gaze, Yi Jiechi lowered her head shyly, her fingers twisting nervously, trying to hide her fluster and shyness. Li Ming stood up from the sofa, rolled his neck, and cracked his knuckles. "Since she wants to test me, I'll give her a satisfactory answer. Fian, get ready. You're coming with me." Long Kui, Qin Shan Shan, and Yi Jiechi also stood up, speaking nervously. "Brother Ming, take us along. We promise we won't hold you back. It's not a den of tigers or dragons. Fian and I are enough." At Ji Yun's home, Feng Su tossed the cigarette, but that had been burned down to the filter, onto the floor, stomped on it a few times, then draped an arm over Ji Zhaoqiang's shoulder. Cigarettes were an extremely precious commodity at this stage. Each one smoked was one less. Only someone of Feng Zu's caliber was entitled to enjoy them, so he treasured them greatly. "Xiaoqiang, you can use your sister's phone to notify Li Ming to come over. My men and Brother Lin's have surrounded this place so tightly that not even a fly can get out. Once he's here, he'll have no way to escape." He Jinhua looked at the cigarette, but Feng Su had thrown on the ground, her eyes full of disdain and dissatisfaction. This house was bought with 1 million she had taken from Ji Yun, intended as Ji Zhaoqiang's future wedding home. This house was her pride and joy. Even in the apocalypse, she insisted on polishing every tile until it sparkled, cherishing it with utmost care. As she picked up the cigarette, but from the floor, she grumbled with extreme dissatisfaction. "How can you be so uncivilized as to throw cigarette butts on the ground? How can I trust you with my daughter when you're like this? Besides, what if Li Ming sees the cigarette, but when he arrives, and becomes suspicious?" He Jinhua's scolding of Feng Su made Ji Xiaoqiang frown deeply, extremely impatient. "Mom, it's just a cigarette, but how can you talk about my brother-in-law like that?" Ji Xiaoqiang held Feng Su in high regard, and had already started calling him his brother-in-law verbally. He believed that as long as he clung to Feng Zu's coattails, he could walk around the entire neighborhood with impunity. He Jinhua too seemed to regard Feng Su as her son-in-law, and she scolded him mercilessly with her hands on her hips. "Do you have any idea how expensive all the decorations and furniture in this house are? Every single piece was carefully selected by me. Look at this imported Italian sofa, the custom-made marble dining table. They cost me a fortune. And this solid Wangwali wood door, handcrafted by a Japanese artisan. It's simply bam, 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 boom." Just as He Jinhua was proudly admiring her beloved solid Wangwali wood door handcrafted by a Japanese artisan, 3 consecutive icy blade shadows chopped the thick door into 9 pieces. Then under He Jinhua's gaze, Huafian kicked the wooden door into smithereens. "Ah, my Wangwali wood door? You damn scoundrel." He Jinhua let out a shrill scream that squeezed her fat vocal cords. Li Ming with Huafian trampled over the broken door, swaggering into Ji Yun's home like a thug with an arrogant stride, shouting loudly, "Ji Yun, I received your message. I am the man you've been waiting for." Wow. Watching Li Ming swagger in with his arrogant stride, everyone was stunned. Ji Yun was especially dumbfounded, her mind already churning with a string of profanities laden with expletives. Is this guy an idiot? She had risked everything to inform Li Ming in detail of all the ambushes and plans of Feng Su and Ling Guijin. According to her plan, Li Ming would surely use the intelligence she provided to advance step by step with careful strategy and catch Feng Su and Ling Guijin off guard. But what was this now? Not only did Li Ming completely ignore the intelligence she had provided, but he also brazenly and brutally barged in through the front door. "You barged in fine. But why did you have to shout that you received the message I sent? Are you afraid others won't know that I was the one who sent you the intelligence? Isn't that an outright betrayal of me at the first opportunity?" Faced with such a useless teammate like Li Ming, Ji Yun could only shake her head and smile bitterly. She resigned to her fate. She had finally placed her trust in the wrong person. She had wasted her hopes on someone like this. Ji Yun felt ridiculous for her own naivety. Facing Li Ming's sudden intrusion, Feng Su was also taken aback at first, then revealed a sinister smile. "Li Ming, I was worried you wouldn't dare to come. I didn't expect you to be not only cheap, but also a fool. We wasted so much effort to catch you. Without any hesitation, Feng Su raised his arm and shouted, "Brothers, attack!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sturdy steel cables shot out from their hiding places with lightning speed, binding Li Ming and Huafian tightly. Don't struggle. These steel cables can withstand 10 tons of weight. Even an elephant can't break free. Feng Su roared with excitement and arrogance. Release the poison gas. Hiss. Thick white smoke sprayed from all corners of the ceiling toward Li Ming and Huafian, completely enveloping them. The members of Feng Zus and Lin Guojin's teams, as well as the Ji family, quickly put on wet masks to avoid inhaling the poison gas. With this amount of poison gas, they should have completely lost their ability to resist, Lin Guojin said slowly. Bang, bang, bang. Feng Su raised his 2 pistols and fired continuously at Huafian's position. He did not want to follow in Zheng Haonan's footsteps, dying at the hands of this woman due to underestimation. Brother Feng, it's a pity to kill this woman just like that, Ji Xiaoqiang said regretfully. She's just a woman. When this is done, it'll find you 10. Today Huafian must die. We've been planning for so long, but I didn't expect the process to be so easy. Ha. But it's always better to be cautious. Feng Su and Lin Guojin both believed they had succeeded, revealing excited and greedy eyes. They exchanged sly glances at each other. As soon as they confirmed their plan had worked, in the next second they would immediately move to eliminate each other. The thick poison fog gradually dissipated. Everyone's eyes were full of anticipation, fantasizing about a bright future. Ji Yun's gaze became completely dim. She had still held on to a last glimmer of hope. Now that final spark of hope was utterly extinguished. At the same time, she felt ridiculous for placing her hopes on a fool like Li Ming. Is that it? Weren't you supposed to have prepared a lot for us? How disappointing. From the poison fog came Li Ming's defiant voice. Whoosh, whoosh. Streams of orange-eyed phoenix flame surged out of the poison fog like ferocious beasts. The thick white poison fog completely dissipated under the high temperature of the orange phoenix flame. Only then did everyone see Li Ming and Huafian completely unharmed. The orange-eyed phoenix flame formed a protective shield around Li Ming and Huafian, enveloping them and isolating them from everything outside. The more than 10 bullets fired by Feng Su had now turned into drops of molten steel under the high temperature of the phoenix flame, dripping onto the floor. The originally cold house rapidly heated up under the high temperature of the phoenix flame. Everyone wearing down jackets was now drenched in sweat. Although the room temperature had reached over 40 degrees Celsius, Feng Su and everyone else felt a chill in their hearts, utterly shocked. Feng Su felt a chill all over, trembling with obvious fear, staring in terror at Li Ming and Huafian. Not willing to give up, he raised his pistol again and fired several shots at Li Ming. However, as soon as the bullets touched the orange-eyed phoenix flame, they turned into molten steel under the high temperature. Feng Zu's hidden companions cried out in terror. What is this thing? Monster. They're monsters. Run. I told you it was abnormal for them to kill Zheng Haonan and more than 10 others with just 2 people. When things are abnormal, there must be a demon. I didn't expect it to be a real demon. Li Ming spread his arms and shouted with unrestrained arrogance. Don't be like that. Don't be such cowards. Come on, at least let me have some fun. Feng Su gradually regained his composure and roared calmly. Everyone, don't be afraid. There are only 2 of them. We have so many people. Charge together and hack them to death. Li Ming smirked. That's right. Come on, hee. Fian, don't let a single one escape. Huafian nodded. Her hands gradually transformed into phoenix feathers, and her body began to morph into a phoenix form. The more than 60 people hidden in the shadows rushed out, wielding machetes and charging at Huafian and Li Ming. Huafian waved her hands, and the phoenix flame wrapped around her hands shot out like fiery bullets, striking everyone. Ow! Ow! Flames instantly erupted on the bodies of the attackers, the smell of burning flesh filling the air. Oh, my crotch is on fire. Someone help me put it out. Feng Su shouted in terror, staring at his burning crotch. In an instant, his dozen or so underlings who hadn't been hit by the phoenix flame gathered around him. Boss, where's the water now? Lie down, and we'll stomp it out for you. Feng Su reluctantly lay on the ground. If he didn't put out the flame, it would cook him. Oh, ooh, oh, eh. Feng Su let out heart-wrenching screams, tears streaming from his eyes, utterly hopeless. Phoenix. She is actually a phoenix. Lin Guojin looked at Huafian with eyes full of surprise and excitement, as if he had discovered the world's greatest treasure. My genuine leather sofa. My marble dining table. My rosewood door. Jinhua's heart bled as she gazed at the shattered furniture. Feng Zu's men had exhausted themselves to extinguish the flames beneath his crotch. Now his groin emitted a pungent stench of scorched flesh, and that part would likely never function again. Witnessing this, Ji Yun's dim eye seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. Impressive, so formidable. Is this their backing? No wonder they were so audacious. Ji Yun sighed. With just a casual strike from Huafian, over half of Feng Su and Lin Guojin's 60-odd subordinates had fallen, and the rest were wounded. These men looked at Huafian, their will to fight shattered, replaced by sheer terror. Am I dreaming? How could such a monster exist in this world? She's no human, how can we possibly defeat such a creature? She's not a monster, she's a phoenix, a goddess. We were blind, please be magnanimous and spare us. Sorry we were wrong. Please don't kill us. Feng Su, enduring the searing pain in his lower body, crawled on his knees and kowtowed to Huafian repeatedly. The gap in power was too vast. Under such overwhelming force, Feng Su knew any struggle was futile. Now he only wanted to save his own life. Li Ming, I shouldn't have overestimated myself to challenge your authority. Please be lenient and spare me. From now on I'll be your dog, your minion. Anything you don't want to do we'll handle for you. With our help you can conquer the entire neighborhood, no soon the whole Tianhai city. You'll be the king of Tianhai. Seeing Feng Su groveling like a dog before Li Ming, Ji Xiaoqiang immediately swaggered with arrogance. Haha, Feng Su, you picked the wrong opponent this time. Li Ming is my brother-in-law. From now on I'm your master, and you'll obey me. Hand over all the supplies and women you've looted, and I'll ask my brother-in-law to consider sparing you. Hearing Ji Xiaoqiang's words, He Jinhua cast an approving glance at him. Her precious son was indeed quick-witted and sharp. He had turned the tide of defeat. Now Li Ming would be her son-in-law. She promptly dragged Ji Yun forward. You foolish girl, what are you standing there for? Go attend to my son-in-law properly. If he's displeased in the slightest, he'll beat you to death. Both Li Ming and Feng Su cast contemptuous mocking looks at Ji Xiaoqiang and He Jinhua. They had seen shamelessness, but never to such an extent. It was truly remarkable that Ji Yun had endured 30 years under such family. Li Ming lowered his voice to Huafian. Kill them all, leave none alive. At these words, Huafian's phoenix flame blazed even fiercer, radiating an intense pressure. Sensing her killing intent, everyone's breath quickened. Extreme fear and tension left their minds blank, standing frozen and speechless. Whoa! A whistling sound echoed through the space. Just as Huafian was about to deliver the final blow, she suddenly halted, standing in agony. Li Ming, sensing her abrupt change, cast a glance at her. Minga, my boat is out of control. Something seems to be controlling me. What was happening? Someone had actually subdued Huafian. Her ability level was far from weak. Li Ming turned his gaze to Lin Guojin, who had produced the whistle. What had this fellow done to Huafian? Lin Guojin was now staring at Huafian with ecstatic excitement, teetering on the brink of madness. Brilliant, brilliant. My ability works on you after all. Ha ha, heaven helps me to encounter you here. I am truly the chosen one. Ha ha. Whoa. Lin Guojin whistled again. 3 wolfhounds, each the size of an adult, dashed in through the gate. Huafian had wrecked, standing before Lin Guojin, baring sharp fangs at Li Ming with low growls. Lin Guojin stared at Huafian with frenzied glee, laughing maniacally. Huh? My little darling, stop struggling. Against my ability you have no chance to resist. I'm a beast tamer. Whether creatures of the sky or beasts of the earth, none escape my taming. Though you're powerful, I am your natural enemy. Ha ha ha, come submit obediently before me. Under Lin Guojin's psychic control, Huafian could no longer maintain her phoenix form, reverting to human shape and writhing in agony on the ground. In your dreams, I will only submit to Minga. Who do you think you are? Lin Guojin laughed even more deliriously. Ha ha ha, I love fierce beasts like you. Taming you gives me a true sense of accomplishment. Huh. Feng Su and the others didn't understand how Lin Guojin had suddenly gained the power to control Huafian, but he seemed incredibly formidable. They felt emboldened again. Feng Su complained to Lin Guojin. Damn it, Lin Guojin, why didn't you show this strength earlier? So many brothers died at this woman's hands. Hurry, have your dogs tear them all apart. Damn it, she dared to burn my crotch. Ji Xiaoqiang looked at Lin Guojin with renewed excitement. Brother Lin, so you're my real brother-in-law. That Li Ming is too ungrateful. Teach him a lesson and show him who's boss here. Everyone cast extremely contemptuous looks at Ji Xiaoqiang. Was this kid mentally challenged or born with a shameless physique? Lin Guojin smirked coldly, put his hands to his mouth, and whistled again. War Shadow, Thunderclap, Soaring Wind. Kill everyone. At Lin Guojin's command, the 3 wolfhounds went berserk, baring claws and fangs as they lunged at Feng Zu's group. These hounds were clearly enhanced, their speed and strength several times that of ordinary wolfhounds. Ordinary people had no chance of resisting them. Brother Lin, boss Lin, your dogs are biting the wrong people. Li Ming is over there. We're your allies. Lin Guojin sneered. I'm deliberately biting you. Do you scum think you're worthy of ordering me around? Besides, anyone who knows my ability must die. Several of Lin Guojin's own men recoiled in horror. Boss, we're your men. Are you going to kill us too? Men. You trash deserve to be my men. You're nothing but dog food I've raised. The 3 wolfhounds' claws and fangs swinging slaughtered savagely. Feng Su, unable to flee due to his groin injury, was easily snapped by one of the hounds' neck broken. The 3 members of the Ji family felt terror spreading through their bodies as they watched the indiscriminate slaughter. A wolfhound lunged at their family of 4. He Jinhua instantly shoved her husband Ji Guohua forward. Before He Jinhua and Ji Xiaoqiang's eyes, the hound tore strips of flesh from Ji Guohua's body, even crushing his skull. Terrified, Ji Xiaoqiang and He Jinhua immediately pushed Ji Yun, who was behind them, in front of the wolfhound, trying to use her body as a shield. Beast, eat her. She's tender and delicious. Ji Yun was horrified. These mother and son had reached such depths of shamelessness, offering her up to die at this moment. What did she truly mean to them? After all her years of sacrifice, was she only fit to be cannon fodder? Ji Yun no longer harbored any illusions or hope. She pulled out a fruit knife she had prepared earlier. Thud! Ji Yun plunged the knife into Ji Xiaoqiang's abdomen. The searing pain made Ji Xiaoqiang release his grip on her. She spun around and shoved the wounded Ji Xiaoqiang toward the blood-muzzled wolfhound. Crack! Oh! Ji Xiaoqiang's arm was torn off by the wolfhound, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Oh, my baby, my precious. He Jinhua wailed in terror, but dared not step forward to rescue him, intimidated by the hound's ferocity. Oh, Mom, save me, Mom. He Jinhua turned and glared venomously at Ji Yun. You slut, you harmed my baby. They'll make you pay with your life. He Jinhua dared not step forward in the face of the ferocious wolfhound. The wolfhound that had bitten off Ji Xiaoqiang's arm was now tearing at his thigh and inner thigh muscles. Oh, Mom, come save me. Why are you just standing there? My dear, I'm scared too. I can't fight this wolfhound. You hurry up and use your body to lure the wolfhound away. You're almost 60, you've lived long enough. I'm only 20. I still have to carry on the Ji family line. He Jinhua jumped up and down in desperation, glaring at Ji Yun with hatred. It's all your fault, you bitch. How dare you lay a hand on your own brother? Are you even human? You're nothing but an ungrateful wolf. I've raised you for 30 years for nothing. You go and save your brother right now, or he'll never forgive you as long as I live. As she spoke, He Jinhua reached out and grabbed Ji Yun, trying to throw her to the wolfhound in exchange for her precious son. In a moment of letting go, all things become free. From the moment He Jinhua and her son pushed her toward the wolfhound, Ji Yun had completely severed ties with this family in her heart. Ji Yun raised her foot and kicked He Jinhua's shinbone, speaking firmly, ungrateful wolf. How much blood have you sucked from me all these years? We're both your biological children, but have you ever once looked at me properly? Besides giving birth to me, what have you ever done for me? When I was little, Grandma raised me. Since high school, all my living expenses and tuition have been earned through part-time work and work study. After graduating from university, every single cent I earned, you took it all, without a second thought. The gambling debts at home, I paid them all. Every time Ji Xiaoqiang got into trouble, it was me who went to court and paid the compensation. Even the house you're living in now was bought with my money. Ironically, this house has nothing to do with me. Now that the apocalypse has come, you only want to sell me for supplies and push me out to die? Do you even deserve to be called my family? I don't owe your family anything anymore. If anything, everything you owe me. Ji Yun poured out all the anger and grievances she had endured for 30 years in one breath. Then she grabbed He Jinhua's hand forcefully and flung her toward Ji Xiaoqiang, shouting with hatred, You love your precious son so much, then go die with him. After all, He Jinhua was old and no match for Ji Yun. In an instant, Ji Yun threw her right in front of Ji Xiaoqiang. By now, Ji Xiaoqiang's lower limbs had been torn off by the wolfhound, bloody and mangled. He crawled toward He Jinhua with his last strength, weakly crying and begging, Mom, save me quickly. He Jinhua stared at the bloody mess that was Ji Xiaoqiang, her fear reaching its peak. She shouted at him, Don't come over. Don't bring that beast toward me. As she spoke, He Jinhua kicked Ji Xiaoqiang's face repeatedly, trying to push him away from her. Mom, and your treasure. Save me, I don't want to die. My dear, be good, don't come over. I'm afraid of death too. Ji Yun watched this selfish mother and son and felt utterly disgusted. In less than a minute, Feng Zu's gang and Lin Guojin's men all died miserably under the claws and fangs of the three wolfhounds. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Guojin blew a whistle with a different tone, summoning the three ferocious wolfhounds back to his side, and laughed arrogantly. Huafian Si. This is my power. Stop struggling. I am your best master. Your power is simply too strong, too perfect. No matter what, I will tame you. No matter how much you struggle, it's futile. You can never escape my abilities' control. Once you become my pet, I can lead you to conquer all of Tianhai City. From now on, the entire Tianhai City will be our domain. Ever since he realized he had awakened his ability, Lin Guojin had been waiting for an opportunity, waiting to encounter a ferocious beast capable of increasing his power several times over. He hadn't expected to see Huafian in her phoenix form here today. Her perfection far exceeded his expectations. His heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, starting to pound uncontrollably. He was determined that today, no matter what, he would completely tame the perfect Huafian. Huafian fell to her knees, glaring at Lin Guojin through gritted teeth. I would rather die than become your pet. Brother Ming, I'm sorry. It's nothing serious, I'm still here. Li Ming stepped forward slowly, gently patted Huafian's shoulder, then looked calmly at Lin Guojin. You really are a dark horse. Quietly hiding it, and you're actually an awakened one. Lin Guojin revealed a sly smile. When a beast hunts, doesn't it always hide its tracks, and sent striking the prey with a fatal blow when least expected? I am that perfect hunter. Ha ha ha. So to hide your secrets and power you killed even your own underlings. Li Ming's gaze swept over the shattered corpses on the ground. They're just dog food. With strength there are plenty of such people. Nothing to regret. Li Ming agreed completely with Lin Guojin's words. In the apocalypse human life was the cheapest thing, not even worth a bottle of water. Lin Guojin stared at Li Ming with cold sharp eyes, especially you. You are the biggest obstacle to the soul connection between me and Huafian, so you must die. Only by completely erasing you will Huafian let down her guard and become my pet completely. Now die, Shadow Thunderwind. Tear this man apart. The three wolfhounds bared their sharp fangs at Li Ming, their bodies' tense muscles bulging, emitting low growls. In the next second the three wolfhounds pushed off the ground with all their might, charging at Li Ming like cannonballs. Bang, 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 boom. Li Ming threw 3 punches at the charging wolfhounds. The massive bodies of the 3 wolfhounds flew backward, as if hit by a car speeding at 200 kilometers per hour, crashing into the wall. The wall where the wolfhounds hit instantly developed a huge spiderweb crack, and the entire building shook. Li Ming smiled calmly. You think these 3 beasts can deal with me? Are you underestimating me a bit too much? Lin Guojin looked at the 3 wolfhounds that had been sent flying, an expression of disbelief on his face. These wolfhounds were raised using his ability, and their strength and speed had reached terrifying levels. The wolfhounds weighed nearly 150 jin, about 75 kilograms, comparable to an adult man, yet Li Ming had sent them flying with a single punch. Soon Lin Guojin recovered from his shock, and the calm, confident smile gradually returned to his face, as if everything was still under his control. You are indeed an awakened one too, but a mere enhancement-type psychic dares to show off in front of me. An enhancement-type ability user. Li Ming showed that this was merely an ordinary punch of his. Having enhanced his physical attributes by 32 times, Li Ming had not even used half of his strength in that strike. Ji Yun, witnessing this, was equally astounded. She had witnessed the strength of these 3 wolfhounds firsthand. Over 30 burly men had stood no chance against them being torn apart in less than a minute. Yet Li Ming, with a single close-range punch, sent these ferocious hounds flying, even shattering the thick wall panel. One could only imagine how formidable Li Ming's power was. Ji Yun's gaze towards Li Ming shimmered with renewed radiance, and her long-dormant heart began to stir once more. Were it not for her fear of Lin Guojin's attention and the restraint of being a 30-year-old woman, she would have cheered for Li Ming. Swoosh, swoosh. Lin Guojin recalled the wolfhounds that had been sent flying. Their bodies seemed far more resilient than ordinary hounds. Even after shattering the wall, they rose unscathed. The wolfhounds gathered again beside Lin Guojin, their eyes fixed on him with grave intensity. Lin Guojin pulled a dagger from his pocket and swiftly slashed his own palm. Dark red blood instantly flowed from the wound on his palm, dripping slowly onto the ground. Eat up, you beasts. Lin Guojin's blood seemed irresistibly alluring to the beasts. The wolfhounds frenziedly lapped up the blood dripping to the ground. In an instant the wolfhounds that had consumed his blood were like stimulants, their muscles swelling visibly. Their fur stood up like steel needles, sharp fangs bared saliva dripping from their pointed canines. Their eyes were bloodshot and crimson, and low savage growls rumbled from their throats. Their limbs bent slightly, claws gripping the ground, poised to attack Li Ming at any moment. Huafian, writhing in agony, felt the savage power of these wolfhounds and shuddered. Brother Ming, be careful, these hounds are no ordinary ones. Li Ming's eyes were fixed on Lin Guojin as he said calmly, beasts are but beasts after all. Can they turn the world upside down? Slap, slap, slap. The 3 wolfhounds simultaneously bared their fangs and swiped their claws, charging at Li Ming. Bang, 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 rumble. The enraged hounds were once again sent flying by Li Ming's punch. This time their bodies slammed heavily into the wall, shattering it along with them. Li Ming rotated his wrist and sneered, enraged. Isn't it the same? What's changed? Lin Guojin's eyes bulged wide, nearly popping out, his facial muscles frozen in an unnatural contortion. After confirming that the 3 enraged wolfhounds had indeed been instantly killed by Li Ming, he quickly closed his eyes and shook his head, hoping it was all an illusion. He knew best the strength of the hounds in their enraged state after drinking his blood. They could easily lift a 2-ton car, move with lightning speed, and wield claws like sides of death. Even a heavy mechanized unit could be annihilated by them with ease. Yet such enraged hounds were killed in a single blow by Li Ming. Lin Guojin stood frozen, staring blankly at the fallen hounds, his lips trembling as he muttered, "How is this possible? This can't be real." But seeing the 3 hounds, their enraged state dissipated, lying on the ground, barely alive, he had no choice but to accept the cruel truth. The calm composure on Lin Guojin's face was finally replaced by a ferocious glare. Li Ming, I admit I underestimated you, but it's not over yet. My power is far beyond this. With those words, Lin Guojin raised his dagger again and slashed deeply across his wrist. Dark red blood gushed from the severed vein. Seeing the spurting blood, even Li Ming winced and sneered, "Ha! Your ability is self-harm. That's too painful." Li Ming, don't be so cocky. Once I use this move, you're dead for sure. Mocked by Li Ming, Lin Guijin roared madly. With that, he brought his wounded wrist to his mouth, greedily drinking his own blood. Li Ming frowned. This ability was too grotesque. He wouldn't want it even if offered. Crack, crack. Lin Guijin's bones emitted cracking sounds. His face began to contort, and a pained expression emerged. His body grew and deformed, muscles swelling and turning a ruddy hue. His fingers elongated, nails transforming into sharp claws glinting with cold light. His face also changed, nose bridge, rising mouth, protruding fangs piercing through the gums, sharp and ferocious. With a furious roar, Lin Guijin fully transformed into a massive, hideous beast man. Ha ha, Li Ming, this is my ultimate form, using my own body as a spirit beast to push my ability to its limit. In this form, my power is 10 times that of those 3 beasts. Wah! Li Ming looked at Lin Guijin's ultimate form with keen interest and smirked cunningly. So you're now a real beast. Then I won't hold back. ZZT. ZZT. Countless threads of lightning sprang from Li Ming's right palm, intertwining like a spider's web, emitting a chilling blue-white light. Under Li Ming's will these lightning threads coalesced into a 10-meter-long whip, shining like a venomous serpent. The whip crackled with electricity, sending chills down one's spine. Li Ming gave a sinister smile. Lightning God's whip. The best way to deal with beasts is to whip them to death. At the same time, Li Ming released his calm state, exuding an overwhelming pressure like Mount Tai. Lin Guijin's pupils shrank, his expression freezing instantly. The sharp, blade-like pressure of the ability made Lin Guijin's massive body tremble uncontrollably with fear. In his beastman form, he could feel the aura of death from this ability pressure even more acutely. You aren't you an enhancement-type ability user? How is it possible? How can you have such immense power? Lin Guijin roared furiously, his green beastman face becoming even more grotesque. Did I ever say I was an enhancement-type ability user? Li Ming said playfully. Impossible, absolutely impossible. With just your fist you easily sent my 3 enraged wolfhounds flying, and now you say you're not an enhancer. Lin Guijin screamed hysterically, suddenly raising his fist the size of a casserole. But before his fist could strike, his arm was already entangled by the blue-white lightning god's whip. Li Ming intoned solemnly, 10,000 volts. Oh! Lin Guijin's fur stood on end from the electricity, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. The next moment the whip released his arm. Wish! Wish! Li Ming swung the whip, continuously lashing Lin Guijin's body. Each strike left a charred mark on Lin Guijin's flesh. Only when Lin Guijin's body was a bloody mess did Li Ming stop his actions. Lin Guijin stood swaying, pale-faced, legs trembling uncontrollably. Since you have such immense power, why hide it? If I had known you were this strong, I would never have dared to attack you. Li Ming was amused and shrugged helplessly. Can you blame me? A predator must hide its strength, and aura, wasn't that your own saying? Besides, I never intended to conceal my power. It's just that my teammates were all too strong, so I never had the chance to show it. Watching the crackling thunder god's whip in Li Ming's hand, Lin Guijin's fear and despair grew like wild weeds. He deeply realized that his strength was not even on the same level as Li Ming's. If Li Ming wished, he could crush him like an ant at any moment. Under such overwhelming disparity in power, he stood no chance. Regret was futile. From how Li Ming had dealt with Aunt Chung and the other women and children, he showed no mercy even to the unarmed. Begging for mercy and expecting to be let off was nothing but wishful thinking. Woo, woo, woo. Lin Guijin whistled again. The 3 wolfhounds under his superpower control awakened and staggered to his side. Beasts, hold them off for me. Lin Guijin commanded the 3 dogs, trying to use them to block Li Ming. His remaining superpower could barely sustain his beastman form. If he could buy himself just 1 second, he could leap out the window and escape. Though this was the 28th floor, the snow outside was over 5 meters thick, and with his stout body, jumping down probably wouldn't cause too severe injuries. When the 3 wolfhounds caught sight of Li Ming again, they were instantly terrified like frightened birds or stray dogs. Despite their fear and reluctance under Lin Guijin's superpower control, they bared their fangs and lunged at Li Ming. Seizing the moment as the dogs attacked, Lin Guijin pushed off the ground with 100 leg strength, shooting toward the window. Crack! Snap! Before Lin Guijin could react, Li Ming's thunder god's whip lashed across his face. Oh! The whip struck his face, leaving a charred black wound. Bang! The force of the whip hurled Lin Guijin back into the room, slamming him against the wall. He struggled to lift his head. The 3 wolfhounds lay before Li Ming, their furs standing on end, bodies smoking, barely alive. Lin Guijin looked up at Li Ming in shock. Too strong, he was no match for him. He couldn't even escape. The fear of death slowly enveloped him. Don't run. I'm not done yet. Li Ming's voice was calm and unhurried, yet full of authority and pressure. He swung the thunder god's whip again, wrapping it tightly around Lin Guijin. 10,000 volts. Oh! Instantly black smoke rose from Lin Guijin's body, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed completely defenseless. Severely injured Ling Guijin could no longer maintain his beastman form and reverted to his normal human shape. He lay weakly on the ground struggling to stay conscious and spoke in a feeble voice. Li Ming, I know I'm no match for you, but you've seen my power. In this apocalypse, no matter how strong you are, it's futile. There will always be someone stronger. You need teammates like me with superpowers and strength, no subordinates. Give me a chance to be your lackey, they'll be absolutely loyal to you. I can even bark like a dog. Woof woof woof. Though he knew Li Ming showed no mercy, even to the unarmed, he believed he was different. A powerful subordinate would greatly benefit any team, and Li Ming wouldn't be ignorant of that. Unless Li Ming was a fool, he would surely accept his offer. He glanced at Huafian. Later, if he could find a chance to fully tame her with her strength, she would be a match for Li Ming. Then he would no longer fear Li Ming. A gentleman can bide his time for 10 years to settle a score. Moreover, he was no gentleman. With his superpower exhausted, Ling Guijin could no longer control Huafian. Freed, she stood up and glared at him angrily. Brother Ming, this dog tamer dared to attack you. They'll reduce him to ashes. Huafian's hand ignited with blazing phoenix flames, her eyes fixed coldly on Ling Guijin. Don't be impulsive. Li Ming raised his hand to stop her. A flicker of a smile appeared on Ling Guijin's face. He thought Li Ming had fallen for it. In the apocalypse, who wouldn't want to recruit powerful minions to strengthen their own forces? Li Ming grinned at Ling Guijin. You've reminded me. Keeping some pets in the apocalypse isn't a bad idea. But as a pet, you're too ugly. Those 3 dogs over there are better. Ling Guijin felt a chill run down his spine. A terrible premonition struck him. Li Ming took out 3 loyal servant pills from his space and tossed them in front of the wolfhounds. His eyes were solemn, filled with murderous intent as he stared at them. Dogs, if you don't want to die, eat these pills. The 3 wolfhounds lying on the ground, gasping for breath, turned their eyes to Li Ming. Wolfhounds are naturally intelligent, and with Ling Guijin's recent superpower feeding, they were even smarter than ordinary ones, able to understand human speech. Ling Guijin's superpower was exhausted, so he could no longer control them. They had full autonomy. The 3 wolfhounds exchanged glances, knowing clearly that if they didn't eat the pills, death awaited them. Animals have a will to survive. After a moment of hesitation, they decided to swallow the loyal servant pills. Seeing this, Ling Guijin sneered mockingly. Haha, wolfhounds are the most loyal animals. I've raised them for years, they'll only ever be loyal to me. You want to tame them? Wishful thinking. Unless you take me in too, and it'll make them serve you. The slap came swiftly. As Ling Guijin finished speaking, the 3 wolfhounds stood on their hind legs, wagging their tails and sticking out their tongues, behaving like obedient pets. Ling Guijin was stunned. He had raised these 3 wolfhounds for years, and they had never behaved like that before him. Even after he gained the Beast Tamer superpower, they had never shown such fawning. Losing to Li Ming in superpower combat was one thing, but now, even in his own expertise, beast taming, he had lost to Li Ming. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he said, Li Ming, what did you do to them? Li Ming smiled. A wise bird chooses its tree, and so do dogs. Didn't you want to join my team? Too bad you've lost your chance. After taking the loyal servant pills, the wolfhound's physical attributes increased tenfold. Now full of boundless energy, they bared their fangs and growled deeply at Ling Guijin, as if warning him not to provoke their master. Ling Guijin was so terrified by the dogs he had raised that he dared not utter a word, his body trembling. Li Ming grinned maliciously at him. I wonder how it feels to be bitten to death by your own pets. I recall your flesh has the effect of enhancing their strength, doesn't it? Doggies, what are you waiting for? Your delicious feast is right in front of you. Ling Guijin's face turned deathly pale, his lips trembling uncontrollably, emitting faint, indistinct swallowing sounds. Zhanning Lei Ting Ao Feng, it's me. I am your master. Look at me clearly, I raised you from pups. You are all my children. Growl. The wolf dogs stared coldly at Ling Guijin, their throats emitting low growls, as if recounting his crimes. The wolf dogs paid no heed to Ling Guijin's final struggles. They pounced on him, with the force of a thunderbolt, tearing his body apart with their sharp fangs. Oh! Ling Guijin let out a desperate wail, struggling frantically, but all resistance was futile against the immense power of the wolf dogs. As the wolf dogs ruthlessly tore and devoured him, Ling Guijin gradually lost consciousness, and his life force quickly faded. The scene of the wolf dogs tearing apart Ling Guijin was extremely bloody. Li Ming couldn't help but tease Huafian. Do you want some too? Huafian glanced at the messy flesh and blood being torn apart by the wolf dogs on the ground, and her stomach immediately churned with overwhelming nausea. Her brows immediately furrowed tightly, her eyes filled with reluctance, but she was afraid of displeasing Li Ming. Brother Ming, there are many ways to improve strength. I will definitely practice diligently in the future to enhance my power as soon as possible. As for this pile of flesh, forget it, I, your servant, cannot do it. Ha ha ha. Li Ming did not respond, only letting out a hearty laugh. After devouring Ling Guijin's flesh and blood, the wolf dogs' bodies began to mutate. Their bodies rapidly swelled like balloons, and long fur began to sprout all over. Gradually, thick, majestic horns grew on their heads. By the time they had gnawed Lin Guojin's corpse clean, their bodies had become as massive as a Highland yak, with an estimated weight exceeding 1 ton. The long fur all over made them look like supersized Tibetan mastiffs. Combined with the horns on their heads, they were almost like the mythical Cheonchi. However, the fur colors on each were different. One had bright red fur all over, one had yellow fur, and one had golden fur. Whoa! The well-fed and satisfied dogs let out a roar, instantly shattering all the glass in the house. The indoor temperature plummeted rapidly due to the loss of the window protection. This power startled even Li Ming. Unexpectedly, Lin Guojin's flesh and blood had such an exaggerated boost to their power. The tenfold attribute enhancement from the loyal servant pill combined with the reinforcement from Lin Guojin's flesh and blood abilities brought their power to an unprecedented peak. Even Li Ming, with all his abilities unleashed, was not confident in easily defeating them. After a roar, they sat obediently in front of Li Ming, constantly sticking out their tongues to lick the remaining blood at the corners of their mouths like 3 pets vying for affection. The size of these pets was truly too enormous. How much food would they need in a day? Li Ming walked slowly towards them, and the 3 wolf dogs immediately lowered their heads to the ground, allowing Li Ming to pet them. Doggies, from today on, I am your master. He'll give you new names. From now on, you will be called Red Fur, Yellow Fur, and Golden Fur. Whoa! The dogs howled to the sky, seeming very satisfied with the names Li Ming had given them. Li Ming collected all the corpses on the scene into his space. These were definitely high-quality dog food, absolutely not to be wasted. Those 3 massive wolf dogs. He didn't know if 1 corpse a day would be enough for them. The wolf dogs seemed to sense Li Ming's disdainful gaze, and with his action of collecting the corpses, they seemed to know what he was thinking. They immediately deactivated the Cheonchi form and returned to their original size, wagging their tails and jumping around Li Ming. After a while, their bodies visibly swelled again, transforming into the Cheonchi form. After another moment, they returned to their original size. Woof woof woof. They seemed to be telling Li Ming that they could freely control their body forms, switching between original form and Cheonchi form. Li Ming was overjoyed. The wolf dogs returning to their original size not only saved a lot of space, but also saved a lot of food. And during battle, they could freely transform into the Cheonchi form. Li Ming and Huafian brought Ji Yun and the 3 wolf dogs back to their home in Building 7. Long Kai, Chen Shanshan, and Yi Jiechi were wearing the custom battle suits Li Ming had specially made for them, waiting for Li Ming's triumphant return. Although they knew that tonight Li Ming would definitely train the newcomer Ji Yun, how could Li Ming's abilities be satisfied by just Ji Yun alone? They still longed in their hearts for Li Ming's personal guidance. Hearing the sound from outside, Long Kai eagerly opened the door and called out joyfully, "Brother Ming, I." "Oh." Long Kai, full of anticipation, was startled by the 3 wolf dogs outside the door. After all, even in their original forms, they were as large as adult men, giving off a strong sense of pressure. "Brother Ming, where did you find these wolf dogs? They're so scary." Long Kai patted her chest repeatedly. "Scary? Aren't they adorable?" Li Ming said, pointing to one of the wolf dogs. "Red Fur is yours from now on. Ooh, it will be your mount." Long Kai looked at the 3 wolf dogs, which all looked similar, with confusion. "Red Fur? Which one is Red Fur? Why is it called Red Fur? With their size, wouldn't it be too strange to ride?" Red Fur seemed to understand the conversation between Li Ming, and Long Kai immediately stepped forward, wagging its tail and fawning at Long Kai. Swoosh! Red Fur transformed its body into the Cheonchi form. Up! The Cheonchi form, with its red fur, massive body, fierce eyes, and overwhelming pressure, made Long Kai scream again. It is so majestic. I know why it's called Red Fur. Behind Red Fur stood the other 2 wolf dogs. Seeing this, Chen Shanshan and Yi Jiechi immediately stepped forward, excitedly hooking their arms around Li Ming's. "Brother Ming, can you give me a mount too?" Chen Shanshan gently blew into Li Ming's ear. "I will repay you well, Brother Ming." Li Ming laughed heartily and said, "The other 2 dogs are called Golden Fur and Yellow Fur. You can use them." The moment Li Ming returned, he sent Xiaoyu back to his own house. Having a man around was highly inappropriate, and even Li Ming felt constrained, unable to truly let loose. The red-haired, yellow-haired, and golden-haired men were stationed outside the corridor to prevent anyone from approaching their residence. Although Huafian had only joined a few days earlier than the others, she had already become the eldest sister here. She led the newcomer Ji Yun to the bathroom, scrubbing her thoroughly from head to toe, inside and out, before dressing her in Li Ming's specially made loungewear. After Ji Yun put on the loungewear, even Huafian couldn't help but marvel at her exquisite figure. Her graceful posture exuded the sharp aura of a corporate elite. Her fair skin glowed under the light with a moist luster, yet it radiated an untouchable, icy elegance. Compared to Ji Yun's figure, Huafian felt a hint of inferiority. It was truly magnificent. Huafian couldn't help but whisper, "Sister Ji, were you raised on milk? How else could you have grown like this? It's so enviable." Ji Yun glanced down at herself, her cheeks flushing crimson. "You all know my family background. How could I afford milk every day? But I do love lard, especially lard rice. I could eat 3 bowls of it, but I was afraid of gaining weight, so after college I could only indulge once a week." Huafian had heard of the folk remedy that eating lard could enhance one's figure, but she never imagined it was true, and that it could lead to such astonishing results. The two quickly grew close. Huafian thoughtfully shared Li Ming's preferences, explaining how to swiftly bring him to his peak combat state. Long Kai, overhearing their discussion from outside the bathroom, eagerly pulled Chen Shanshan and Yi Jiechi into joining them. Before Ji Yun could even marvel at the living conditions reminiscent of pre-apocalyptic times, she was already being dragged by Huafian and the others to learn various combat techniques. Ji Yun, utterly inexperienced in actual combat, felt her blood stir as the four women spoke, and she shyly lowered her head. The small bathroom echoed with occasional scuffles and laughter from the five women inside. Being with Huafian and the other three, Ji Yun felt an extraordinary sense of comfort. These women seemed to harbor no hidden agendas, treating each other with complete sincerity. She had initially believed that upon arriving here there would inevitably be some covert rivalry among them. After all, in the corporate world, women were often the source of conflict, and she had grown accustomed to that. As the women delved into various shameless topics, Ji Yun quickly let down her guard and joined the conversation. Li Ming adored this atmosphere, so he decided to treat everyone equally tonight. With a crash, Li Ming burst through the door. Ding. System mission completed. 6th doubling achieved. Doubled space 64000 cubic meters. All stored supplies within the space have been doubled. Doubled physical attributes: Constitution 320, Strength 512, Speed 448, Agility 384, Spirit 384. Special system reward for mission completion: Great ability, Fruit. Natural system, Freeze Power. Unique. Congratulations to the host. Triggered system random reward: Zombie Virus Antigen X30. While Li Ming's eyes nearly popped out, the system was incredibly generous, granting a natural system ability Fruit. With the world now frozen over, this freeze power perfectly capitalized on the celestial and terrestrial advantages. The freeze power enhanced by environmental conditions would be far more formidable than other natural system abilities of the same level. Unfortunately, it was only a grade freeze fruit. If it were a grade or higher, Li Ming would have no hesitation in using it himself. Since that wasn't the case, he decided to bestow this freeze power upon Long Kai. Li Ming retrieved the freeze fruit from his space and gently called out to Long Kai. Hearing his summons, Long Kai immediately sprang up from the bed, full of vitality. Brother Ming, are you planning an unknown duel with me? The other four women cast envious glances at Long Kai. Although Ji Yun had yet to consume the loyal servant pill, having experienced a duel herself, she found it both exhausting and exhilarating. Li Ming flashed a confident smile. A duel. I'm ready to fight you till dawn anytime. Huafian immediately raised her hand. Brother Ming, I want to join too. Chen Shanshan, Yi Jiechi, and even Ji Yun raised their hands, indicating their desire to participate in the battle. Li Ming tossed the icy blue-orange-shaped freeze fruit to Long Kai. Eat this before the duel. Remembering the phoenix fruit Huafian had consumed, Long Kai instantly realized this was also an ability fruit. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Ming, you're so good to me. Stop talking and eat it, or I'll take it back. No way, this is mine. With that, Long Kai swallowed the orangeized freeze fruit in one gulp. Li Ming wore a mischievous grin. Usually when I ask you to eat a banana, you say your mouth isn't big enough. How come you can swallow an orange whole? Long Kai's face flushed crimson as she playfully stuck out her tongue. Huafian eagerly urged, little sister, show us your ability. Long Kai nodded quickly and extended her hands. The surrounding moisture was rapidly drawn in by her power, condensing in her palms. The room's temperature plummeted sharply. The once warm space transformed into an icy cavern, bitterly cold. The moisture in Long Kai's palms instantly solidified into a long ice arrow. Everyone's clothing was thin, and they immediately felt the bone-chilling cold. Chen Shanshan could no longer bear it. Sister Qi, please stop your ability. It's too cold for us, ordinary people. Huafian had to instantly summon her phoenix flame to raise the temperature again. Li Ming flashed a sly smile. Huafian's phoenix flame combined with Long Kai's freeze power. I wonder what that experience would be like. The system announced, organisms that successfully receive the zombie virus antigen will be permanently immune to the zombie virus. Those already infected with the zombie virus before completely losing their human consciousness can have all zombie virus within their bodies cleared. Moreover, it greatly increases the probability of infected individuals awakening supernatural abilities. This is a treasure. Even if one's strength is formidable, there will inevitably be times of mishap. During battle, a single scratch from a zombie or inadvertent consumption of water contaminated with the zombie virus, regardless of how powerful one's ability or physical body, would be in vain. This zombie virus antigen perfectly compensates for this flaw. Moreover, saving those already infected with the zombie virus may yield subordinates who naturally awaken their abilities. In the future, his team will grow stronger and stronger. Immediately, Li Ming took a vial of zombie virus antigen from his spatial storage and injected it into his arm. Long Kai, still immersed in the joy of obtaining the freeze fruit, suddenly became tense. Ming, what is that liquid? Are you ill? The other beautiful women also watched Li Ming nervously, afraid that something might be wrong with his health. Li Ming was the backbone of their team. They could not let anything happen to him. Li Ming sensed his body and felt no change, unsure if it truly could resist the zombie virus. He spoke slowly, "Don't be so alarmed. This is the zombie virus antigen. Anyone who receives the injection will never be infected by the zombie virus again." Everyone's eyes widened instantly, their pupils shimmering with disbelief. With the zombie virus antigen, we no longer have to be timid when hunting zombies, afraid of getting any zombie blood on us. Long Qi's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, a sign of extreme excitement. The ability to transform into the Qiongqi, the freeze fruit, and the zombie virus antigen. Today Li Ming had given Long Qi too many surprises. With the power boost from these three treasures, her dream of venturing outside the residential area was no longer a fantasy. Trapped in this compound for so long, everyone longed to breathe fresh air outside. Only Yi Jiechi looked grim and spoke hesitantly, "Kill zombies. Why do we have to kill zombies? Can't we just stay here and wait for rescue?" It was understandable. She was just a college student, still harboring naive illusions about the world. Li Ming then realized that only Huafian and Long Qi had undergone zombie-killing training. The rest were still novices. He needed to hasten their growth. As the post-apocalyptic civilization developed, the world would become increasingly chaotic and dangerous. Hordes of zombies and territorial disputes among base forces would intensify. Binjiang Yihao compound could not be a permanent shelter. It was time to establish his own base. Li Ming took 5 vials of zombie virus antigen from his spatial storage and had all the women inject themselves, including red fur, yellow fur, golden fur, and Xiaoyu. 30 vials were reduced to 20. He would have to continue searching for suitable exceptional beauties, both to enhance strength and replenish supplies. Li Ming continued inspecting the other supplies. After feeding 1 loyalty pill each to Xiaoyu and the 3 wolfhounds, 6 remained, which doubled to 12. The water supply also increased from 12800 cubic meters to 25600 cubic meters. Even using 100 cubic meters of water per month, this supply would last over 20 years. The instant noodles increased from 1600 cases to 3200 cases, which were not yet needed, but could serve as bargaining chips for trade with other factions as resources became scarce. Li Ming checked the rest of the supplies. 6400 cubic meters of space packed to the brim. These resources gave him immense security and satisfaction in the apocalypse, for in his past life, he had truly known the terror of hunger. He took another loyalty pill from his spatial storage and handed it to Ji Yun. He had to ensure absolute loyalty from everyone around him. After a night of revelry, everyone slept until the afternoon of the next day. The women who just woke up took an especially long time in the bathroom. With only 2 bathrooms for 5 women, they had to queue. As Li Ming brought back more beauties, Huafian increasingly felt that her 140 square meter apartment was too cramped, no longer meeting their basic needs. Regarding Huafian's concern, Long Qi quickly raised her hand, straightened her back, and said proudly, "Ming, why not move to my place? My home is 200 square meters. It's much more spacious than here." Ji Yun asked curiously, "Qi, does your house also have a fireplace?" The outside temperature remained around minus 50 degrees Celsius. Without the fireplace, even with the air conditioner at maximum, it would only be around 0 degrees. No fireplace. Then it would be too cold to do anything. Would be numb from the cold. Where's the pleasure? Long Qi instantly wilted like a drooping flower, lowering her head silently. Yi Jiechi said, "I think it's fine for everyone to stay crowded in this house. It's warm and cozy. I like it here." Chen Shanshan added, "I like it too. The only problem is the bathroom shortage, but everything else is good. And sleeping together with everyone is really warm." Li Ming stood up from the sofa. He had already considered this issue when he moved into Huafian's apartment. Having gained a 64-fold power boost, he easily lifted the 100-inch LCD TV on the feature wall as if it were a piece of paper. Then he rolled up his sleeves, clenched his fist, and punched the feature wall. Boom. The solid wall shattered under Li Ming's fist like a wafer cookie. Immediately, biting cold air rushed in through the hole he had made. "I've already surveyed the apartments here. The living rooms of 2202 and the adjacent 2201 are connected. And 2201 is the largest suite in Binjiang compound, with an interior area of 400 square meters, 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms. If we connect these 2 apartments, we'll have enough space for everyone. For heating, we can install the same fireplace in 2201. One is enough, but if not, well, install 2. We have plenty of materials." Although Li Ming had long set his sights on apartment 2201, it was only today, after smashing through the wall, that he truly saw its full splendor. Upon witnessing the interior decoration and layout of 2201, even Li Ming was taken aback. The 400 square meter flat was a paragon of luxury, exuding nobility and opulence, equipped with every conceivable amenity. The owner of this residence must have spent at least several million on the decoration to achieve such an effect. Moreover, the air conditioning system was central, far superior to ordinary cabinet units in terms of heating efficiency. Of course, without the aid of a fireplace, even with the central air conditioning turned to its maximum, the temperature could only reach around 10 degrees. The house stood empty. The disaster had struck so suddenly that perhaps the owner never made it back, already transformed into a zombie. The refrigerator in the kitchen still held a considerable amount of food. Since this apartment was right next to Li Ming's own, no one had dared to lay claim to it. The task of renovating apartment 2201 naturally fell to Xiao Yu, as the others had already been assigned duties by Li Ming. Today, Li Ming decided to venture outside the residential complex. First, he needed to diversify the supplies in his space, especially weapons and medicine. Zheng Haonan's revolver had doubled twice, now amounting to 4 pieces. Feng Zhu's 2 Glock 18 pistols had also doubled due to Ji Yuan's joining, also becoming 4. Thus, Li Ming currently possessed 8 pistols, but ammunition was scarce. After 2 rounds of duplication, he only had 40 rounds. As for medicine, the Walmart warehouse had none in stock, let alone medical equipment. In the apocalypse, a simple cold or fever, if left untreated, could easily claim a life. However, these items could be gathered at any abandoned hospital. Second, he had already gathered most of the stunning beauties in the complex. To recruit more women who met his standards, he would have to seek opportunities outside. His space was currently only 6,400 cubic meters, far from ample. To establish his own base of power, this amount of space and resources was woefully insufficient. Only when his space exceeded 100 million cubic meters could Li Ming rest easy and enjoy life. This reminded him of the female police officer Nangong Ling, who had once come to trouble him. A stunning beauty with a combat power of 10, even before the apocalypse. He hoped she had managed to survive with her skills. Li Ming decided to split his team into 2 groups. Long Kai would lead Qin Shanshan, Yi Jiechi Ji Yun, and the 2 dogs Red and Yellow to the underground garage to practice killing zombies. Long Kai was already highly skilled at hunting zombies and fully capable of teaching them. After transforming into Qiongqi beasts, Red and Yellow possessed strength surpassing even Long Kai's freezing ability. With them around, the women's safety was assured. Li Ming, together with Huafian and the dog Gold, would roam around Tianhai City to see what opportunities arose. Huafian's flying ability and Gold's land mobility made outdoor excursions highly convenient. Long Kai led Qin Shanshan, Yi Jiechi Ji Yun, Red and Yellow to the underground parking lot. Before setting out, Long Kai had taught them the zombie-killing methods Li Ming had passed on to her, detailing every precaution. Compared to Huafian and Long Kai, these women were fortunate, having been injected with the zombie virus antigen, so they need not fear infection. Perhaps it was Long Kai's imagination, or maybe because it was daytime, but she felt the parking lot had far fewer zombies than before. When Li Ming had brought her and Huafian here, previously zombies had lunged at them as soon as they neared the 3rd floor staircase. Now, having reached the first underground level of the parking lot, there was still no sign of any zombies. Yi Jiechi's face was pale, clutching the long-handled scythe Li Ming had given her tightly to her chest, her breathing rapid and uneven. Sister Key, zombies are so terrifying. Please keep a close eye on me, and don't let them eat me. Long Kai glanced at Yi Jiechi, who looked on the verge of tears from fear, and shook her head helplessly. This girl was far too timid. Don't worry, these zombies are easy to kill. You've been strengthened by Brother Ming's miracle pills. Hunting them is as simple as killing a chicken. I'm just puzzled why we haven't seen a single zombie since arriving in the parking lot. Isn't it a good thing there are no zombies? That way we can head back early, Yi Jiechi said with a hint of cheer. Each of us has to kill 20 zombies. That's Brother Ming's order. If there are none in the parking lot, well, go outside. The affiliated mall of Riverside 1 Estate must have at least a few thousand zombies. There's no shortage for us to kill, Qin Shanshan said solemnly. She had been hoping to show off her skills here to earn Li Ming's praise. Boom. Roar. Roar. The narrow parking lot echoed with the ghastly howls of zombies. Great Brother Kai, we did it. We finally succeeded. There must be at least 100 zombies here. 2 more rounds like this, and we'll clear out this entire parking lot. Haha, these zombies really have no brains. They fall for the trap every time. After killing so many these past few days, haven't you figured it out? These zombies act purely on instinct with no thinking ability. But don't let your guard down, even a scratch from them could cost you your life. Hearing the commotion from the other side of the parking lot, Long Kai and her group of 4 women and 2 dogs cautiously and slowly moved toward the source of the noise. Turning a corner, they saw over 100 zombies engulfed in blazing flames, their bodies crackling as they burned. Yet the zombies felt no pain from the fires, still howling as they tirelessly lunged toward the people before them. Only when their flesh was charred to black did they finally lose the ability to move and collapse to the ground. The air was thick with the stench of burning corpses. Passing the burning zombies, Long Kai recognized the group that had set the trap. Leading them was Zhang Kai, the chief of Building 9. Zhang Kai's group also noticed the 4 women and 2 dogs approaching slowly. Zhang Kai stared at Long Kai with a grave expression, recognizing her identity. After all, the live broadcast of Zheng Haonan's killing had spread throughout the entire complex. Boss, look, isn't that Long Kai? She's even more beautiful in person than on screen, and she looks so healthy. Not like she's gone hungry at all. while there are 3 more stunning beauties behind her, just as gorgeous. Are they all women Li Ming has taken in? Isn't that obvious? Everyone in the complex knows Li Ming has the most supplies. Staying with him, how could they go hungry? TCH, what good is all that supplies to that weakling? If he doesn't go out and expand, he'll eventually run out. Zhang Kai shot a stern glare at the underling behind him. All of you rein it in. Trouble comes from careless words. Don't offend them because of loose lips. Brother Kai, it's just a few women and 2 dogs. Perhaps they've come to beg us for shelter, said Chun Jun, the second-in-command of Building 9. His gaze clung to Long Qi, shamelessly roving over her from head to toe, filled with ill-intentioned scrutiny. The underlings behind Zhang Kai began to jeer. Brother Kai, if they've come to beg for shelter, are we just going to ignore them? Brother Kai, even though you forbid us from using force against women's will, if she's willing, then you can't blame me. If all 4 of them demand to be with me, how should I choose? So conflicted. Only a fool would choose you. I want all of them. As long as our plan succeeds, supporting a few more women is a piece of cake. If their plan succeeded, each person could receive at least a year's worth of supplies. With these supplies, they could find any woman they wanted in the neighborhood. Zhang Kai's face darkened. Ordinarily, as long as they didn't cross his bottom line, he couldn't be bothered to discipline them. He knew these brothers endured immense mental pressure every day fighting zombies, which was already tough. If he didn't let them vent their inner fire, something would eventually go wrong. But his intuition told him these 4 women were no ordinary. How could normal women dare to come to this zombie-infested underground parking lot? His sharp eyes fixed on Ji Yun behind Long Kai, and his voice was low and forceful. The short-haired woman behind Long Kai is Ji Yun. Yesterday, Feng Zhu's group of over 50 people from Building 3 vanished without a trace. Not even their bodies were found. Now Ji Yun appears in Li Ming's team. This is highly suspicious. Ha ha ha, Chun Jun said with disdain and contempt. Boss, don't overthink it. Every time something happens in the neighborhood, you blame them. I've already inquired about Feng Zhu's disappearance. The culprit was Lin Guijin from Building 4. Afterward, he dumped all of Feng Zhu's bodies down to feed the zombies. As for Ji Yun showing up in Li Ming's team, what's so strange about that? Plenty of women covet Li Ming's meager supplies. Without waiting for Zhang Kai's reaction, Chun Jun strode quickly toward Long Kai. He looked at the scorched zombie corpses on the ground, as if they were his own glorious achievements. A smug grin spread across his face as he boasted to Long Kui. Long Kui, how could that useless Li Ming bear to let you come alone to this dangerous underground parking lot? Why don't you join us? We're nothing like that deadbeat Li Ming who hides behind women. You see the zombie corpses on the ground? That's our strength. In this whole neighborhood, we're the only ones who dare to fight these zombies heathen. All the supplies in the underground parking lot are ours now. If you're willing to submit to us, we'll share some food and drink with you. Chun Shanshan's 2 boning knives slid out from her sleeves. In an instant, her eyes icy cold as she said, "You scumbag dare insult our brother Ming again. He'll slice your flesh off inch by inch." Chun Jun was not intimidated by Chun Shanshan's aura. Before the apocalypse, both he and Zhang Kai worked for Huateng Security Company and were veterans of the official special forces of Hua. They had seen countless experts of all kinds. If Chun Jun and Zhang Kai had been the ones to confront Zhang Haonan, Chun Jun believed he could have dispatched Zhang Haonan's group as cleanly as Hua Fian and Long Kui did. So in his eyes, Hua Fian and Long Qi's skills were just fancy moves. Chun Jun sneered with disdain. They say Li Ming is a master of manipulating women today. I've seen it for myself. Chun Shanshan instantly erupted with killing intent, wielding her 2 boning knives as she mercilessly thrust toward Chun Jun's vital points. Chun Jun's expression turned cold. He hadn't expected Chun Shanshan to be so decisive. Clang! Chun Jun parried Chun Shanshan's thrust with his own broadsword. However, under the astonishing force of her tenfold enhancement, Chun Jun's body was still knocked back 3 meters, falling to the ground. Witnessing this, Zhang Kai and his men were utterly shocked. That woman actually knocked down Brother Jun. He's a man who could supposedly kill a tiger with his bare hands. I don't know about tigers, but I've seen him take down 3 zombies single-handedly. They say Brother Jun can take on up to 5 zombies alone. Who is that woman? That bitch caught him off guard. It was a sneak attack. He lost his balance and fell. Does she really think she's a match for Brother Jun? So that's it. I thought the woman was strong enough to knock him down. Chun Jun was terrified, only he knew the truth of that blow. It felt like being hit by a ferocious beast. His hand was still numb, the tingling sensation, a constant reminder of the power behind that strike. Fortunately, Chun Shanshan had almost no combat experience. Her attacks were full of flaws, allowing him to defend against her fierce assault. Otherwise, he would have lost his life right there. But not retaliating would be a huge loss of face. He'd never be able to hold his head up among his brothers. Feigning anger, he stood up and pointed at Chun Shanshan, cursing, "You bitch, how dare you sneak attack me?" Seeing Chun Shanshan's icy glare, Chun Jun's heart trembled, and he backed down. This crazy woman was serious, as she showed no mercy. "Since you're a woman, just apologize to me, and he'll let it slide." The younger brothers who had expected Chun Jun to knock Chun Shanshan down were stunned. "Brother Jun, shouldn't you be teaching this bitch a lesson, so she regrets attacking you? Since when did you become so chivalrous?" I remember you're not like that. Mrs. Lou from the 18th floor was almost beaten to death just for taking a sip of your water. This woman knocked you down, and she doesn't deserve to die. Qinjin wished he could kill all those who talk so easily. Why don't you try? This woman is as strong as an ox, and even an ox would bow in defeat. Qinjin cleared his throat, ahem. Brother Kai said we should try not to offend them. I'm just giving him face by sparing her for now. You think you're worthy of an apology. Chen Shanshan snorted coldly, immediately gripping her boning knife and launching another attack at Qinjin. Slap. A figure exuding immense pressure appeared before Chen Shanshan, grabbing her wrist. Chen Shanshan's wrist felt as if it were clamped in steel, unable to move. Seeing this, she swung her other hand, thrusting the boning knife at the figure. Slap. That hand was also grabbed firmly. Facing the oppressive figure, Chen Shanshan broke into a cold sweat. Seeing this, Long Qi immediately drew her axe, assuming a combat stance. Don't move, ladies. We mean no harm. Zhang Kai released Chen Shanshan's wrist, his voice deep and heavy. I'm sorry, ladies. My men insulted you. I apologize on their behalf. Zhang Kai stood nearly 190 centimeters tall, clad in a military coat, exuding an awe-inspiring aura of a soldier. Just standing there, he gave Long Qi and the others an intense sense of pressure. The fact that he could easily block Chen Shanshan, who had a tenfold attribute boost, proved his formidable strength. Before the apocalypse, Long Qi wouldn't have dared to breathe in front of such a man. Now with her tenfold attribute boost, freezing ability, and the two dogs Hong Mao and Huang Mao, she naturally wasn't afraid of Zhang Kai. But since Li Ming wasn't around, she didn't want to escalate the conflict with this man. Long Qi shot Zhang Kai a glare, then turned to Chen Shanshan and said, Shanshan, that's enough. We have a mission. Chen Shanshan also rolled her eyes at Zhang Kai. Got it, Sister Qi. As the four women and two dogs were about to leave, Zhang Kai's deep voice rang out again, ladies, please wait. Upon hearing Zhang Kai's request for them to stay, Long Qi immediately furrowed her brows, her gaze turning icy. You merely stopped Shanshan and you think you're invincible. How dare you prevent us from leaving? Zhang Ke was taken aback, realizing these young women had misunderstood his intentions, and hastily said, That's not what I meant, ladies. I have a plan and wish to collaborate with you. In that instant when he halted Chen Shanshan, he had profoundly grasped the extent of her strength. Although he appeared quite at ease, it was merely because of his stoic expression, and in truth he had exerted 100% of his power and had nearly failed to restrain her. He was astonished that this woman possessed such formidable power, unlike any he had encountered in his life. He knew Long Qi's strength was equally formidable. If all four women wielded such might, it would be terrifying. Yet if such terrifying individuals were allies, it would be an exhilarating prospect. Their plan would also proceed more smoothly. Collaborate. Long Qi looked at Zhang Ke with suspicion. Zhang Ke paused, then spoke slowly. I know Li Ming has amassed a large stockpile of supplies, so he won't worry about shortages for now. But you should sense that this catastrophe will not end soon. Even if it does, this world will never return to what it was. The supplies you have will eventually run out. At this stage, large-scale chaos hasn't erupted yet. We should seize this opportunity to gather as many supplies as possible to prepare for the changes ahead. Therefore, we made up our minds to clear all the zombies from the underground parking lot. Long Qi looked around. No wonder they hadn't encountered any zombies upon arriving. It was because they had been clearing them all along. Long Qi sneered, that paltry bit of supplies in the parking lot isn't even enough for yourselves. You intend to include us. Zhang Ke hesitated, then continued, the supplies left in the cars will only sustain us for about 10 days at most. After that, we'll be completely depleted. What we're targeting are the fresh produce stores, grain and oil shops, and convenience stores around the neighborhood. As far as I know, the supplies stockpiled in those stores are enough to sustain us survivors for a year. We must act quickly while we still have enough manpower and before others set their sights on those stores. If you're willing to cooperate with us, we'll give you 40% of all the supplies. As soon as Zhang Ke said this, a commotion erupted behind him. Brother Ku, are you crazy? Why give them 40%? We cleared the zombies in the parking lot. This was earned with our brothers' lives. We've already sacrificed so many these past few days. Giving them 40% is unacceptable. We can do it ourselves. Why drag them in? What are they? At best, they're playthings for men. Boss, if you really want a woman, I can have my wife keep you company. Shut up. Zhang Ke roared. These underlings had no idea that the strength of these women surpassed them all. If they were willing to join, it would greatly reduce their team's casualty rate. Even offering 40% was modest. If distributed according to strength, they could rightfully claim 60%. With the combat power of these four women, they could even set their sights on the neighborhood's attached shopping mall. The supermarket alone in that mall held a massive amount of supplies, not to mention the numerous restaurants upstairs. Acquiring those supplies would ensure their entire team wouldn't worry about resources for the next decade. However, the mall contained at least several thousand zombies, making it extremely difficult to obtain the supplies. We're not interested in your plan, Long Qi said calmly. She knew Li Ming's spatial storage held vast supplies. Though she didn't know the exact amount, it was surely enough to last a century or two. There was no need for them to engage in such endeavors for a pittance and get entangled with Zhang Ke's group. Zhang Ke seemed to have anticipated Long Qi's answer, and continued, if you are dissatisfied with the share, we can give you 50% of the supplies. Zhang Ke's underlings erupted again. Boss, 50% is really not acceptable. Besides our brothers, we have the orphans of our fallen comrades. With only half the supplies, they'll starve. Brother Ku, if you're really craving women, I'll capture a few for you right now. I guarantee you'll have a good time. Brother Ku, we know you're usually reserved and don't know how to pursue girls, but giving like this won't win their hearts. Wealth is meant to be shown to women, not given to them, and certainly not stuffed into their pockets like it's worthless. Those bitches are clearly gold diggers. Once we have supplies, they'll come crawling to us. Long Qi's face instantly darkened, her eyes brimming with lethal killing intent. Under the influence of her freezing ability, the surrounding temperature dropped 10 degrees. The sudden killing intent made even the battle-hardened Zhang Ke's heart tremble. Bang! Zhang Ke punched the underling who had called them gold diggers, knocking out 2 of his molars and filling his mouth with blood. I warned you to watch your tongues. If anyone dares to insult them again, don't blame me for being harsh. Long Qi knew full well that Zhang Ke was making his stance clear while also saving his doomed subordinate. Zhang Ke, for your attitude, I'll let it slide. Not even 90% of the supplies interests me, let alone 50. From now on, well, keep our distance. Don't provoke us, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. With that, the 4 women and 2 dogs headed toward the parking lot exit. The zombies in the parking lot had mostly been killed by Zhang Ke's group. Moreover, with Zhang Ke's group present, they couldn't fully display their strength. So Long Qi decided to take them outside the parking lot to hunt zombies. Zhang Ke's underlings watched the direction Long Qi's group had taken, their eyes gradually filling with shock. Brother Ku, are they heading out of the parking lot? Don't they know it's swarming with zombies outside? Damn, could they have learned of our plan and want to go solo? We can't let them beat us to it. What are you thinking? Just 4 women and 2 dogs, can they stand against hundreds of zombies? Good. Once the zombies devour them, Brother Ku will stop his foolish thoughts. Above Tianhai City, an orange-eared phoenix elegantly soared in the sky, carrying a person and a dog on its back. Fian below is the Nanshan District Police Station. Let's go see if there's any unexpected gain. In the Nanshan district of Tianhai City, the police building stood half-buried under a pink blizzard, its 5 stories looking eerily desolate. Without careful scrutiny, it was hard to recognize this as the former police station. As the blood rain fell and the zombie outbreak began, citizens who happened to be nearby rushed into this building for shelter. Yet among those who entered were not only refugees, but also carriers of the zombie virus. Unsurprisingly, the virus erupted inside the police station, turning most of its occupants into zombies that now filled every corner of the building. The police station now seemed utterly sinister and terrifying. It was hard to believe that anyone could have survived within these grim walls. After all, this was the place that maintained order in the entire Nanshan district, where criminals were detained and interrogated. Its safety measures were more than 10 times better than those of other buildings, and as a government facility, its heating system was first-rate. Over 30 people had managed to hide in the holding cells on the first floor when the outbreak began, escaping the zombie attacks and surviving. Beneath the snow, the air grew thin. The survivors huddled together in small groups, clinging to one another to prevent heat loss. Their faces were haggard, and the air was thick with fear and anxiety, oppressive to the extreme. 4 young women sat tightly together, their eyes vacant, lips cracked, and hands unconsciously rubbing their stomachs to ease the unbearable hunger. Nangong Ling has been gone so long looking for supplies. I'm starving, one of them murmured. Do you think Nangong Ling has abandoned us and gone to enjoy herself at a shelter? What's so surprising? Everyone for themselves. That Nangong Ling is just a fame seeker. Do you really think she cares about us? She saved us so eagerly just to make a name for herself after the disaster and use it as political capital. Too bad she never expected the calamity to last this long. Zhang Ming, Li Jimin, Zhao Sisi, and Tong Lia, these 4 so-called sisters, revealed their ugly true faces, gossiping without restraint. They had ended up at the police station when the disaster struck because on the subway they had imagined an old man squatting on the ground looking at his phone was secretly filming them. So they called the police, who brought them to the station for statements. A young couple huddled together tightly. The girl Yishi hugged her knees and said tearfully, Long Officer Nangong hasn't really abandoned us, has she? Can we survive this? Her boyfriend Zhang Xiaolong pulled her into his arms and comforted her. She's not your mother. It's normal if she ran away. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let you starve. Woo, but I'm about to die of hunger. Yishi burst into tears. The 4 sisters couldn't help laughing when they heard Zhang Xiaolong's words. Men's mouths are all lies, just sweet talk to fool girls. If you're so capable, go outside and find some food for your girlfriend. Exactly. Every time we distribute supplies, you eat 2/3 yourself and leave only a tiny bit for your girlfriend. You're a hypocrite, a real scumbag. Zhang Xiaolong, exposed for his shameless behavior, flew into a rage and shouted at the women, none of your damn business. Stupid bitches. Who are you calling a bitch? You lowlife. I'm calling you gold-digging pigs, fathead, and disgusting. The words fathead struck a nerve, and the women let out piercing screams that strained their vocal cords. Oh, who's fathead? Who? The six of them instantly started brawling. In this oppressive environment, they seemed to have found an outlet for their negative emotions, even forgetting their hunger. Shut the hell up. Annoying. Make one more sound, and he'll throw you out to feed the zombies. Roared Sang Biao, the criminal who had been locked in the cell. If it weren't for Officer Nangong, I'd have killed all you useless wastes of food long ago. What a bunch of trash. With Sang Biao's roar, the women and the couple immediately separated, glaring at each other defiantly. In this cell, besides Nangong Ling, they feared Sang Biao the most. If anyone made him angry, he would take real action, without any warning, beating them until they doubted their own existence. Sang Biao huddled close with the other criminals who had been locked up. Once the cell quieted down again, he lowered his voice and asked, "How's Fatty Long doing? Why is it taking so long?" Someone replied, "Brother Wei just sent word. They'll open the armory door today." Sang Biao was ecstatic. If they could get the guns from the police station's armory, they wouldn't have to be trapped here anymore. His friends outside had already conquered an entire neighborhood, living like petty kings, which made him envious. He believed this wasn't a disaster, but the dawn of their era. As long as they were ruthless enough, they could live better in the apocalypse than before, without the constant fear of ending up in prison. "Open the door. Hurry." A clear, crisp female voice came from outside. Hearing Nangong Ling's voice, everyone in the cell lit up with excited smiles. Their joy didn't come from liking her, but because her return meant their food for the day was secured. The four women quickly opened the door, trying to ingratiate themselves with Nangong Ling, so they could get first pick of the day's supplies. Although Nangong Ling would divide everything equally, every bread roll and every biscuit varied slightly in size. It wasn't much, but every little bit counted. Especially when it came to water distribution, they always poured a little extra for themselves, hoping no one would notice. However, when they opened the door, the women were stunned. Nangong Ling carried no supplies at all. In her hand was a tang horizontal sword stained with blackish blood, and she was supporting Officer Zhang Vida, who had lost an arm and was barely conscious. Nangong Ling wore a black down jacket with the scabbard of the Tang's sword on her back, and her hair tied in a high ponytail, looking valiant and heroic. But now her face was exhausted and her eyes were full of tension and anxiety. "We were ambushed by zombies on the way back. Officer Zhang lost his arm. Quickly help him inside and bandage him." Yet the women didn't step forward to help Officer Zhang. Instead, they backed away warily. He was bitten by a zombie. Will he turn into one? Oh, no. Officer Nangong, throw him out. I don't want to stay with a zombie. Upon learning that Zhang Vida had been wounded by a zombie, the eyes of everyone in the cell were filled with obvious disgust and avoidance. It was as if they wished to distance themselves as quickly as possible from this ill-mannered figure. Nangong Ling flared up with rage. "What are you doing? He is my comrade. Get out of my way immediately." Officer Zhang was injured by a zombie while searching for supplies for everyone. "Don't you have any sense of gratitude?" Zhang Ming curled her lips in disdain, covering her nose tightly with one hand, as if breathing the same air as Zhang Vida would turn her into a zombie herself. "Officer Nen, don't act so noble. Protecting us weak citizens is your duty in the first place. Besides, if you hadn't forced us to come here for those statements, would we be trapped here now? You bear an undeniable responsibility. You have an inescapable obligation." Meanwhile, Li Jiamei from Jimei also cast a contemptuous glance at the dying Zhang Vida. "I will never agree to stay in the same space as a zombie. If you insist on going your own way, he'll post your actions online and expose you." Zhao Cixi said, "If you dare let him in, I will definitely complain about you." Tong Lia added, "Do you know who my father is? After this disaster is over, I'll make sure you suffer the consequences." Nan Gongling trembled with fury, gripping the Tang cross-hilt sword tightly in her hand. Was this the reward for their daily life-risking expeditions, to find supplies for these ungrateful wretches? Originally, 7 members of their police team had survived. But facing the ferocious and overwhelming hordes of zombies every day, only she and Zhang Vida remained. Zhang Vida was the senior brother she respected most. No matter what, she wanted to protect him. At that moment, a man with a middle-parted hairstyle and a scholarly face wearing glasses stepped forward and said, "Officer Nen, may I ask how Officer Zhang was injured, and how long has it been?" This man was He Jiqing, a nearby bank clerk. Nan Gongling suppressed her anger and said reluctantly, "On the way back, Officer Zhang and I were ambushed by several zombies. As we fought desperately, a zombie suddenly leapt out from the snow and seized Officer Zhang's right hand. The instant the zombie bit Officer Zhang's right hand, I acted decisively, cutting off his right arm and slaying the zombie. It has been nearly half an hour since Officer Zhang was wounded." He Jiqing rested his chin on his hand, his eyes fixed on Zhang Vida. "Then, Officer Nan, do you remember whether you cut off Officer Zhang's arm first, or the zombie bit him first?" Zhang Ming from Jimei shouted impatiently, "Why are you asking so many questions? So wordy. Are you playing Detective Conan here?" He Jiqing shot Zhang Ming a fierce glare. "This makes a huge difference. If Officer Nen acted first, then Officer Zhang's arm was already severed before the zombie bite, so it's impossible for him to be infected with the zombie virus. If the zombie bit Officer Zhang first, and then Officer Nen cut off his arm, then Officer Zhang could still be infected with the zombie virus." Nan Gongling tried hard to recall, but finally shook her head helplessly but everything happened too suddenly, and the situation was too urgent. I can't remember clearly. Li Jiamin from Jimei immediately yelled loudly, since you can't remember, treat him as a zombie. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I don't want to stay with a zombie. He Jiqing cast another sharp look at Li Jiamin, then quickly changed to a mild tone, am not so sure. Usually people infected with the zombie virus show symptoms within 10 minutes. Officer Zhang has been like this for half an hour already. How about this? There are several separate cells in the prison. We'll place Officer Zhang inside for observation. Even if he turns into a zombie, he won't be able to harm us. Nan Gongling thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The 4 Jimei girls also agreed with He Ziqing's plan as long as it didn't harm their interests. Nan Gongling helped the nearly unconscious Zhang Vida into the cell. The young couple Yishi quickly came forward and asked Officer Nan, what about today's supplies? I'm starving. Nan Gongling suppressed the anger in her heart, took out a packet of biscuits and a bottle of mineral water from her black down jacket. That's all for today. The rest of the supplies were lost during the fight with the zombies. Please make do for now. Sang Biao moved swiftly, taking the biscuits and water from Nan Gongling's hand. Yishi stomped her foot in anger. Just this little bit of biscuits. Not even enough to feed a chicken. We're human beings, how can we be full with this? How can anyone be so stupid? When faced with danger, the first thing is to protect the supplies and run. Saving a dying burden is utterly useless. Sang Biao quickly tore open the biscuit package, stuffed a few pieces into his mouth, and then distributed the biscuits to his brothers. If you don't want them, fine. I'm not picky. Officer Nan, thank you. Sang Biao's brothers took the biscuits and quickly devoured the meager portion. The 4 Jimei girls and Yishi immediately flew into a rage, rushing forward to tug at the clothes of Sang Biao's group. Who allowed you to eat first? Those are our biscuits. Don't you know ladies first? Sang Biao slapped Yishi to the ground. Ladies first. If Officer Nan weren't here, I'd take care of all of you first. If you want biscuits, there's still a bit stuck in my teeth. Stick your tongue in and lick it. Sang Biao shamelessly opened his mouth wide toward Yishi, revealing his yellow, foul-smelling teeth. Yishi immediately felt nauseous, but unfortunately there was nothing left in her stomach to vomit. Nan Gongling ignored their scuffling and helped the unconscious Zhang Vida into a separate cell. Slap. He Jiqing gave Zhang Ming a heavy slap, sending her to the ground. He stepped on her face and pointed at her viciously. Bitch, have you lost your mind? If you want to die, don't drag me with you. Don't you see the current situation? Offending Nan Gongling means only death for us. If she abandons us, will you go out and find food for me? A bunch of brainless pigs. We should be trying to please Nan Gongling now, so she willingly serves us until death. Zhang Ming and the other Jimei girls were about to retort, but immediately felt the venomous glares from everyone else. Though foolish, they knew not to provoke the collective anger. Otherwise, they might really be thrown out to feed the zombies, which would be disastrous. In the separate cell, Nan Gongling poured half a bottle of mineral water into Zhang Vida's mouth. Choked, he finally regained consciousness. His eyes revealed boundless exhaustion, and he gave a wry smile. Junior sister, Nan, I'm done for. You are the only one left in the entire police force. Those ungrateful wolves outside aren't worth our lives to protect. You should leave. Go to the Nanshan shelter. With your abilities and the power of the Nan family, you can live, well, even in the apocalypse. Nan Gongling's lips drooped slightly. She shook her head helplessly, took out her phone from her pocket, and handed it to Zhang Vida. Zhang Tao of the Nanshan shelter has betrayed us. How could this be? The Nanshan shelter base is not only the largest disaster refuge in Tianhai City, but also a crucial tactical military base. How dare Qing Tao do this? Cough. Cough. Zhang Vida's voice was weak and hoarse, shattered by the thunderous news. Nan Gongling hurried forward to pat Zhang Vida's back, easing his cough. The Nanshan shelter base was their last remaining retreat. The only reason they had held on this long was the unwavering belief that the people from the shelter would eventually find them and rescue them from this hellish place. When did you get this news? Zhang Vida asked, his voice feeble and weary after calming down. My brother-in-law sent me this message the day before yesterday. Nan Gongling replied slowly, her tone heavy. You know the position he holds in Tianhai City. If he said something like this, it's basically confirmed. After sending this message, he went completely out of contact. I suspect he's already been killed by Qing Tao. Nan Gongling sat on the ground, hugging her knees tightly, burying her head in her lap, her body trembling with uncontrollable sobs. Zhang Vida forced a smile and tried to cheer her up. Not seeing your brother-in-law's body doesn't mean he's dead. Besides, Tianhai City has more than one official shelter. Even if Qing Tao has turned traitor, there are other shelters. You are the young lady of the prestigious Nangong family. They wouldn't dare turn you away. Nan Gongling shook her head and said calmly, it's useless. This disaster came too suddenly and too fiercely. The top brass of Huaxiao must be overwhelmed. They don't have the energy to control these shelters. These bases have completely lost control. No one knows what they've become now. Perhaps those shelters have already turned into hell on earth. Without understanding the situation, going there would be like walking into a tiger's den. Zhang Vida fell silent. He had wanted to persuade Nan Gongling not to be so pessimistic. But looking at the ungrateful wretches they had sacrificed so much to protect, he had to admit she was right. In the apocalypse, perhaps kindness itself was a mistake. Zhang Vida forced a painful smile onto his twisted face. As long as you survive one day, you'll meet someone worthy of your trust in this apocalypse. Don't bother with those ingrates anymore. Don't let them weigh on your conscience. They're not worth another ounce of your effort. Your swordsmanship is divine. Being a lone wanderer in this apocalypse roaming the world isn't such a bad choice, huh? You are the one who's a lone wanderer. Nangong Ling snorted with a laugh, glancing at Zhang Vida's missing arm. A one-armed ranger, huh? Ha ha ha. They exchanged smiles, finding joy in their misery. Others are starving, and they're still laughing so loudly. Yishi muttered as she slumped on the ground. Of course they go out every day, eat and drink their fill, and only bring back leftovers. They give us scraps and expect us to be grateful. It's goddamn disgusting. Serves them right for getting bitten by zombies. Her boyfriend Zhang Xiaolong cautiously glanced toward He Jiqing and Sang Biao, then nudged Yishi with his arm. Stop running your mouth. If they hear you, you'll get another beating. I'm not helping you. The sisters rolled their eyes at Zhang Xiaolong in unison, as if he ever stood up for her when Yishi got beaten before. That spineless bastard would always hide in the corner every time Yishi got slapped, afraid of being noticed. And Yishi was just as pathetic. She would talk back to everyone else, but wouldn't dare make a peep in front of this jerk. A classic love-struck fool. A short, groundhog-like man slunk back into the cell with a lecherous gait. He pressed his mouth to Sang Biao's ear and whispered excitedly, "Boss, it's done. The armory door is open." Hearing this, Sang Biao, who had been lying on the ground with his eyes closed, sprang up in excitement. Really? Haha, our good days are coming. Brothers, follow me. Zhang Ming's eyes were particularly sharp. She could tell Sang Biao had found something valuable. She immediately went up to grab Sang Biao's arm, her face full of fawning. Brother Biao, did you find supplies? Can you take me along? They'll just have a little bit, really, just a little. Smack. Sang Biao slapped Zhang Ming to the ground with a single blow. Get the hell out of my sight. What are you? Right now, I only have Officer Nangong on my mind. With that, Sang Biao strode out the door. Zhang Ming shouted after him. Look in the mirror, you toad. You think you're good enough for Nangong Ling. Go take a piss and see your own face. The short groundhog-like man grinned lewdly, crouching down to stroke Zhang Ming's face. Who's so smooth? If Boss Biao doesn't want you, you can come with me. He'll make sure you're fed. Zhang Ming slapped his hand away, frowning and turning her face in disgust. Who do you think you are? A toad lusting after a swan. Get lost. The groundhog didn't seem angry. Instead, his lecherous grin grew wider. Haha, I like it when you resist. You'll see what your grandpa is capable of soon enough. I promise you'll be screaming with pleasure. After saying this, the groundhog quickly hurried to catch up with Sang Biao, heading toward the armory. The zombies on the path from the cell to the armory had already been cleared by the police team, led by Nangong Ling. They had originally planned to retrieve weapons from the armory to deal with the endless horde of zombies. Unfortunately, only after clearing the zombies did they realize they didn't have the authority to open the armory door. The door was made of 20-centimeter-thick steel plates, virtually indestructible. Moreover, the entire armory wall was reinforced with steel plates, making it impossible to break through and retrieve the weapons. In the end, they had to abandon the idea and resort to the most primitive weapons, knives, to hunt zombies. However, they didn't realize that among the survivors was a master locksmith known as the lockpicking saint Fatty Long. Fatty Long's skill was legendary. He claimed there was no lock in the world he couldn't open. But he never stole money or valuables. He was only interested in women's underwear. This time he had been caught because he carelessly left his DNA on a pair of underwear in his target's home, leading to his arrest. Sang Biao strode forward with excitement, every step brimming with uncontrollable anticipation. Seeing the armory door already open, Sang Biao cupped Fatty Long's large head in both hands and planted a fierce kiss on his forehead. Haha, Fatty Long, you're a genius. You even opened the police armory. He'll credit you with a major achievement. As Sang Biao was about to enter the armory, Fatty Long grabbed his hand and stammered, BB Boss Biao, I only agreed to help you because you said it was for Officer Nangong to hunt zombies. If anything goes wrong, don't pin it on me. Though Fatty Long was a master locksmith, he was as timid as a mouse. Usually he only dared to steal underwear. If not for Sang Biao's threats and bribes, he wouldn't have dared to open the police armory door even with 10 times the courage. What are you scared of? Everyone outside is dead. Who's left to arrest you? Brothers, our time has come. Inside the armory, 10 gun safes were neatly lined up against the wall. The Hua Nation police force maintained extremely strict control over firearms. Each of these safes was connected to the internal network of the Municipal Police Bureau. Every officer had a corresponding firearm serial number, and every time a weapon was accessed, the data would be recorded in the Bureau's backend system. Now all the safes had been opened by Fei Long. Even if an alarm was triggered at the Municipal Bureau, no one would respond anymore. Each safe contained 20 slots for firearms. However, when the disaster struck, most officers had already taken their weapons and gone out on duty. Thus, among the 10 safes, they only found over 40 Type 64 pistols and more than 3,000 rounds of ammunition. In one of the safes, they also discovered 2 assault rifles and over 2,000 rifle rounds. On the shelves outside the armory, various police equipment was neatly displayed. Riot helmets, bulletproof vests, police stun batons, handcuffs, tear gas, and riot shields were all available. In addition to weapons, the armory also stored a batch of winter police uniforms and military greatcoats. Sang Biao and his men stared at the equipment and clothing their eyes wide with excitement. It felt like a mouse gaining access to a cat's tools. They couldn't wait to put on the thick winter police uniforms, disguising themselves as officers. They had been freezing badly these past days. Tubo Shu, with his short stature, looked comical and incongruous in the baggy police uniform, his lecherous face adding to the absurdity. He saluted Sang Biao and grinned. "Brother Biao, don't I look like a real cop?" A groundhog is still a groundhog. Even in a dragon robe, he won't be mistaken for a prince. "If there were really a cop like you, it would tarnish the entire image of the police force," Sang Biao mocked. He took 2 fully loaded Type 64 pistols from the safe and tucked them into his waistband, then picked up an assault rifle looking like a special forces soldier. "Brothers, pack up all the gear here. Take everything, leave nothing behind. It'll lead you to carve out our own era." His 6 comrades raised their arms in unison and cheered. "Brother Biao, you're so awesome. Much more imposing than a real cop. Brother Biao, can we have those bitches in the cell? We've had enough of their cold stares these days. Yeah, they look at us like we're murderers full of disgust. Let's make them taste what it's like to be screwed by the ones they despise most, ha. Especially that bitch Zhang Ming. If Officer Nangong hadn't been watching, I'd have fucked her long ago. And that she's a snob who looks down on everyone. They'll show her I'm way better than her boyfriend." Tubo Shu grinned lewdly. "I don't care which one of you wants to screw who. I'm gonna fuck every single one of these women." Ha! Everyone remembered that Tubo Shu was a pervert who would even go after a 70-year-old granny. Sang Biao chambered around in his assault rifle and swept his gaze sternly across the group. "You can play with those bitches outside as much as you want. Kill them if you like, since we can't take them with us. But if any of you lays a hand on Nangong Ling, don't blame me for being ruthless." The group burst into laughter. "Haha, I knew you had your eye on Officer Nangong. Who would have thought our brother Biao would get a crush at his age? True love in the apocalypse is all the more precious. Officer Nangong is sure to accept you. From now on, Officer Nangong is our big sister-in-law. How could we dare have any improper thoughts about her?" Huh. Sang Biao and his 6 brothers donned thick military greatcoats, hiding their police uniforms and weapons underneath, and slowly walked back to the cell. The 30-plus people in the cell saw the thick, warm greatcoats on Sang Biao and his men, and their eyes lit up instantly. They crowded around them, hoping to get a piece of the cloth. These days they had kept warm only with a few tattered blankets on the floor, which offered little protection. Those with experience would crumple food wrappers, waste paper, and other trash into balls and stuff them inside their clothes for a bit of insulation. A white-haired old man stepped forward, overjoyed. "Sang Biao, great job. You've done a big thing, finding so many winter police uniforms. Quickly inform Officer Nangong to distribute these supplies fairly. Unlike food, clothing should be given first to the elderly, children, and women. You young men are strong. You can endure a bit of cold." The 4 sisters, who heard priority to the elderly, children, and women, immediately categorized themselves as women and children, nodding in agreement. "Hey, take off your greatcoats right now. Don't stink up our clothes. Yeah, they reek. Probably drank their own piss out of desperation. A bunch of criminals want to wear such good clothes. Don't you have any self-awareness? You've already eaten everyone's food, so these clothes are definitely not for you. Take them off now. Strip them. We outnumber them." Officer Nangong won't side with a few convicts. A man fixed his eyes on the short Tubo Shu and strode over to grab his greatcoat, trying to yank it off. Bang! The man's head exploded in an instant, blood splattering onto everyone's face. "Outnumber us. So what? Anyone else want our coats?" Sang Biao said with a vicious glare. Everyone stared at the gun in Sang Biao's hand in terror, their faces turning pale. "A gun? How do they have a gun? Did they break into the armory? That's impossible. Oh my god. Murder. Those convicts killed someone. Someone call the police." Bang! Another head was blown off. "Who are you calling convicts? Say that one more time, I dare you." Tubo Shu pulled a pistol from his greatcoat, a lecherous grin spreading across his face as he walked up to Zhang Ming. At only 1.50 meters, he had to stand on tiptoes to reach her chin. "Hey Zhang Ming, didn't I tell you I'd make you scream? Sister rat, what are you doing?" Zhang Ming's lips trembled in fear. Tubo Shu suddenly punched her in the stomach. The sharp pain made her collapse to her knees, curling up like a shrimp. Tubo Shu grabbed her hair and dragged her to the corner. "What am I doing? I'm going to fuck you right here in front of everyone, ha. No. Someone save me. Please help me. Ow. Faced with Zhang Ming's heart-wrenching screams, everyone remained indifferent, including her so-called sisters, afraid that if they spoke up, Tubo Shu would target them. "Stop! Sang Biao, Tubo Shu, what are you doing?" Nangong Ling roared as she rushed over upon hearing the gunshots. Tubo Shu glanced at Nangong Ling, but didn't stop his actions. In fact, he even exposed himself in front of her, preparing to assault Zhang Ming. "You bastard. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Nangong Ling placed her hand on the hilt of her Tang saber, assuming a drawing stance, and gritted her teeth. Bang! Sang Biao fired a shot into the ceiling, and said coldly, "Tubo Shu officer, Nangong told you to stop. Didn't you hear?" Tubo Shu spread his hands innocently. "Brother Biao, I can stop my hands, but I can't stop my action." Nangong Ling immediately recognized the Type 64 pistol in Sang Biao's hand. It was the standard-issue sidearm of their police force. The fury in her eyes intensified as she glared at Sang Biao, grinding her teeth, and saying, "Sang Biao stealing police equipment is a capital offense." Enraged, Nangong Ling instantly drew the Tang-style saber from her waist and swung it at Sang Biao with lightning speed. Bang! 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 Sang Biao's brothers, terrified by Nangong Ling's fierce momentum, reflexively raised their Type 64 pistols and fired at her figure. Clang! 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 Nangong Ling's eyes flickered with a blue light as she swiftly swung her Tang saber to deflect the continuous barrage of bullets, then quickly leaped back. She slid backward nearly a meter before stabilizing her stance. She clenched her teeth, her face contorted in pain, her eyes fixed on Sang Biao like a hawk. Drip! Drip! Nangong Ling's left hand hung limply, blood constantly gushing from her shoulder and trickling down her arm. The distance was too close. Even though she deflected most of the bullets, her shoulder was still hit. "What the hell? Who told you to shoot?" Seeing Nangong Ling injured, Sang Biao's veins bulged as he kicked the nearest underling and roared in fury. His several henchmen looked shocked and also very aggrieved. "Biao Gu, does sister-in-law look like an ordinary woman? Can an ordinary woman block bullets at such close range? If she blocked one bullet, it might be luck, but we fired 5 simultaneously and she blocked 4 in an instant. Biao Gu, we mean well. This woman is too dangerous for even you to handle. Right, this Nangong Ling is too dangerous. We'll find you a beautiful woman later." Sang Biao swung out the assault rifle hidden in his military coat and roared angrily, "Do you think the woman I fancy can be ordinary? From now on, anyone who speaks ill of sister-in-law, I'll shoot him." He looked at Nangong Ling with pain and anxiety in his eyes and said gently, "Ling Ling, we didn't mean to. Put down the knife, let your Biao Gu check on you." Although Sang Biao said that he was extremely terrified of Nangong Ling's swordsmanship, that technique was beyond what any normal human could possess. If his brothers hadn't fired in time to stop her, he believed he would already be lying on the ground. Even if not dead, he would at least be missing an arm or leg. Nangong Ling was disgusted by Sang Biao's sudden words, her skin crawling with goosebumps. "Who are you calling Ling Ling? Say that again, and it'll tear your mouth apart. You are the ones who should put down your weapons. I'll give you one more chance, or else don't blame me for being rude." Sang Biao raised his assault rifle at Nangong Ling in terror, truly afraid she would launch another attack. That movement and aura were so terrifying, like a beast in the hunt, that Sang Biao had to be on guard. "Let us put down our weapons and continue to stay here starving for 3 days and 9 meals. Are you confident you can go out alone every day to find supplies for us? Are you willing to continue leading these ungrateful wolves? Only I understand you, only I care for you, and only I can protect you. Ling Ling, be my woman. I, Sang Biao, swear that once you are with me, I will never touch another woman, and I will listen to you from now on." Nangong Ling tore a piece of cloth from her clothes and simply bandaged the wound on her shoulder. Her gaze fixed on Sang Biao, exuding a sharp, killing intent, she said, "Who do you think you are? Just because you got a few guns you think you're invincible, and you dare to set your sights on me? That's nothing but a pipe dream. I, Nangong Ling, may not have much power, but I have enough to take you all down with me." Sang Biao involuntarily stepped back 2 paces, subconsciously distancing himself from Nangong Ling. He knew she was extraordinarily powerful, but he never expected that a single look could terrify him so much. Sang Biao aimed his gun at the 20-plus survivors, revealing a sinister grin. "It doesn't matter if you don't accept me now. Once I have you, I will conquer you sooner or later. I order you to put down your knife immediately, or I will kill 1 person every minute." As long as he took away the Tang saber in Nangong Ling's hand, she would be like a tiger, without claws and fangs, no longer a threat to him. The 20-plus survivors, upon hearing Sang Biao's words, immediately turned pale with fear. "Officer Nangong, just put down your knife. Sang Biao loves you so much he won't hurt you. Nangong Ling, I order you to put down the knife immediately. What right do you have to gamble with our lives? I knew this woman had long wanted to abandon us. She wishes we were all dead. Nangong Ling, you vicious woman, do you want to watch us get killed? Poisonous woman, so malicious, one day heaven will punish you." Watching the people they had risked their lives to protect pointing at her and cursing, Nangong Ling felt her heart being stabbed. The one who wanted to kill them was Sang Biao, so why were they so viciously blaming her? The police force had already sacrificed 5 people for them. Even Zhang Vida, who had the closest relationship with her, had lost his right arm and was now lying in a hospital bed. Bang! The gray-haired old man was shot in the head. There were no screams, only a dead silence. Everyone's fear reached its peak, unable to utter a word. He really killed someone. Everyone simultaneously turned their gaze to Nangong Ling, their eyes filled with resentment and hatred. as if Nangong Ling was the real culprit who killed them. Bitch, put down your weapon immediately. You murderer. Is it that hard for you to put down your knife? If she had a shred of compassion, she wouldn't watch us be killed. Let's grab her knife. She's a police officer. I don't believe she would dare to attack us. Right, take her knife? Would she dare to kill us? The 20-plus people gradually surrounded Nangong Ling, cautiously approaching her. Don't come any closer. Take one more step, and I won't be polite. Nangong Ling gripped her tang saber tightly, assuming an attacking stance. Not polite. Show us how impolite you can be. Everyone, don't be afraid, she won't hurt us. Nangong Ling clenched her teeth, looking at these ungrateful people with hatred. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots sounded from behind the survivors. Get out of the way. Anyone who dares to take another step toward Officer Nangong, they'll shoot him. Zhang Vida, pale-faced, weakly raised his Type 64 pistol. He staggered to Nangong Ling's side. The 20-plus survivors saw Zhang Vida's pistol and dared not advance another step. Unlike Nangong Ling, they believed Zhang Vida would indeed shoot them if pushed too far. No one wanted to be the first to risk it. Knowing he wouldn't live much longer, Zhang Vida forced a weak smile. Junior sister Nangong, don't bother with these wolves anymore. Run now, I'll cover you. Run? Do you want to fall into their hands and suffer a fate worse than death? Zhang Vida shouted with all his remaining strength at Nangong Ling. Nangong Ling's eyes reddened, a thin layer of mist glazing over them, and she bit her lower lip in reluctance. Bang! Run! Do you think you can escape? Sang Biao fired a shot at Zhang Vida's thigh. Losing his balance, Zhang Vida collapsed to his knees, blood gushing from the wound on his thigh. Sang Biao aimed his gun at Zhang Vida's head and sneered at Nangong Ling. If you dare to run, I'll slice his flesh piece by piece and let these starving wretches devour him alive. The 20-odd survivors felt not disgust, but even a hint of anticipation. They were too hungry, having forgotten how many days it had been since they last tasted meat. Even the blood pooling on the ground seemed to offer some relief for their thirst. You wouldn't dare? Nangong Ling gripped the tang horizontal saber, tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Bang! Sang Biao fired again, hitting Zhang Vida's other thigh. Oh! Zhang Vida let out a heart-wrenching scream, using his last ounce of strength to shove Nangong Ling away. Go! Leave me behind. Just go. Nangong Ling lowered her head in frustration. She wanted to run too, but she couldn't. She couldn't abandon her companion to save herself. What's more, she had nowhere left to go. She could no longer hold back her grievance and sorrow, tears streaming endlessly from her eyes. Clang! The tang saber fell to the ground, her face a mixture of stubbornness and helplessness. As you wish, I've put down the blade. I beg you, save him. He risked his own life searching for supplies for you lot. Sang Biao grinned triumphantly, striding forward to kick Nangong Ling's tang saber aside. If you'd done this from the start, things would have been easier. They'll treat you well from now on, but... Sang Biao's face twisted into a sinister smile as he stomped on Zhang Vida's wounded leg. Up! The searing pain made Zhang Vida let out another agonized scream. Bastard, what are you doing? Nangong Ling glared at Sang Biao, her voice raw with fury. Sang Biao's contorted face was hideous as he said, I can't stand any ambiguity. How could I allow my woman to have an unclear relationship with another man? So he must die today. Don't worry, in recognition of his past contributions, they'll give him a quick death, haha. Sang Biao raised his assault rifle, aiming at Zhang Vida's head. Stop! Nangong Ling lunged forward, trying to stop him. Boom! The steel prison door, as if struck by a cannonball, had a deep dent in its center. Tearing away from the wall, it crashed against the cell's masonry, raising a thick cloud of dust. Brother Ming, there seem to be many survivors here. Survivors. I wonder if there are any stunning beauties. Brother Ming, you're too strong. It's all dusty inside. Can't see clearly. I don't know if we crushed anyone. Forget about them. Is this the place where weapons are stored? Though the steel door is sturdy, it doesn't seem like it. As the dust cleared, everyone in the cell stared in shock at the man and woman outside, chatting leisurely. Who are they? How can there be living people here? Could they be official rescue teams? Great, someone finally found this place. Rescue team. But that woman is dressed so lightly. She looks even more pitiful than us. Hua Fian wore a red leather jacket, a red miniskirt, and black boots, revealing her long fair legs. Her waist-length wavy hair exuded playfulness and sexiness, full of fashion. Her outfit would have been striking even before the apocalypse. It was especially out of place in the sub-zero temperatures of 50 degrees below zero. Yet she was truly beautiful, alluring, and bold. Hua Fian, having mastered the Phoenix superpower, was protected by the Phoenix flame and felt no fear of the mere 50-degree cold. As the dust fully settled, everyone finally saw Hua Fian and Li Ming clearly. Damn, where did that beauty come from? She's so gorgeous. You'd rarely see a beauty of this level even before the disaster. I thought Nangong Ling was pretty, but next to her she pales in comparison. She's dressed so thinly. She must be a refugee from nearby. This is a police station after all. Maybe she thought she'd find protection here. Hua Fian, in her leather jacket and skirt with long legs exposed, instantly stirred the protective instincts of every man present who wished they could wrap her in their own clothes. Seeing the men's reactions, the women glanced sideways and sneered, "Slut shameless." Sang Biao's heart raced at the sight of the dazzling Huofian. He had once thought he'd be forever captivated by Nangong Ling's heroic bearing never to love another. Yet love came as fast as a whirlwind. He felt himself falling again. Compared to this beauty, Nangong Ling instantly turned dull and uninteresting, no longer sparking his interest. Huofian's appearance reignited Sang Biao's desire to conquer. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Huofian, seemingly oblivious to the ordinary man beside her. Only Nangong Ling recognized Li Ming, exclaiming in surprise, "You, the thief from the Walmart warehouse." Hearing someone call out, "Walmart thief," Li Ming gave a startled jump. After all, reverence for law enforcement was ingrained in the Chinese people. Li Ming followed the voice and saw a woman covered in blood with a haggard face and hollow eyes. Ding! A blue system interface appeared above the woman's head. Name: Nangong Ling. Occupation: police officer. Appearance: 80. Age: 22. Physique: 90. Combat power: 150. Superpower level: Clevel. Overall rating: 80. Superpower level. The system can now display a target's superpower level. Clevel means Nangong Ling has awakened a superpower. Li Ming was curious about what superpower she had awakened. He had a strong impression of Nangong Ling. Before the apocalypse, with no superpower, her combat power was already 10 stronger than his own original state. After awakening her superpower, her combat power had soared to 150. Yet she had fallen on hard times. Her face was haggard, her skin had lost its luster, and even her chest had become sunken from prolonged hunger and malnutrition. Li Ming recalled that the system had once rated Nangong Ling as a 90-point beauty. Only 10 days into the apocalypse, her overall rating had dropped to 80. No wonder he had awakened the system for 2 months in his past life, and still couldn't find a beauty meeting the requirements. Li Ming scanned the cell. The instigator was clearly the man holding the assault rifle. Sang Biao ignored Li Ming's gaze, quickly took off his military coat, and brandished his rifle and the 2 pistols at his waist, clearly showing off his strength. When a man sees a woman he likes, he instinctively displays his best side. Sang Biao generously tossed his military coat to Huofian, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "Beauty, put this coat on. Don't be shy with your brother Biao." Huofian did not take Sang Biao's military coat, letting it fall to the ground. She grinned at Sang Biao, revealing a sweet smile. That smile almost made Sang Biao's heart leap out of his chest. "Brother Biao, I have no interest in your military coat. Instead, it's the rifle in your hand. I think my brother Ming will like it very much. Can you give it to me?" Faced with the sweet, Huofian, Sang Biao almost handed over his rifle. "Wait, brother Ming. This woman wants his gun to please that man." Sang Biao then shifted his attention to Li Ming. He noticed that Li Ming's clothes were exceptionally clean, without any trace of having rolled around outside. Moreover, his complexion was rosy and his blood qi was abundant, not at all like someone who had suffered hunger. At this moment, Li Ming's attention was still fixed on Nangong Ling. Sang Biao seemed to realize something, the corners of his mouth lifting high. "Brother, it's not appropriate to stare so intently at my woman, is it?" Li Ming's face instantly turned gloomy. "Have you touched her? If she had been touched by someone else's second-hand goods, then she wouldn't meet the system's requirements. What a huge loss that would be." Li Ming would not hesitate to slice Sang Biao into pieces. Seeing Li Ming so anxious about Nangong Ling, Sang Biao's smile grew even more intense. "I haven't had time to touch her yet. I guarantee she's untouched. What I mean is, since you've taken a fancy to my woman, and I've taken a fancy to yours, why don't we swap? You must be tired of this woman by now." After seeing Huofian, Nangong Ling no longer held any interest for Sang Biao. If he could exchange an injured Nangong Ling for Huofian, it would be a great deal. Even if Huofian had surely been used by Li Ming, he didn't care. "Brother Biao, if you don't want Officer Nangong, you could let us brothers have fun with her. Why give her to this pretty boy?" Taboshu climbed off Zhang Ming's body, pulled out a pistol, and aimed at Li Ming. "We have guns in our hands, why should we fear this brat? All the women here are..." Slash. A red figure flashed before Tabasha's eyes, and in an instant his head was separated from his body. Watching Tabasha's head roll on the ground for a few turns, everyone was stunned, not knowing what had happened. Only Nangong Ling, who was also a supernatural, clearly saw Huofian's movements. Nangong Ling was shocked. So formidable, too powerful. Although her blade technique was very crude, her strength and speed far surpassed her own. Even she herself might not be able to defeat the woman before her. "Who gave you the courage to point a gun at our brother Ming?" Huofian said coldly, holding a cleaver. Everyone's gaze once again turned to Huofian. No, rather to the blood-dripping cleaver in her hand. Taboshu was killed by her. Demoness. No wonder she dares to walk around so scantily clad. She's really a fox spirit. Everyone retreated in terror, trying to distance themselves from Huofian. "Everyone, don't panic. She's probably like Nangong Ling, a martial arts master." Sang Biao roared loudly. "No matter how strong her martial arts are, can they compare to the guns in our hands?" Thinking that even Nangong Ling, who was so powerful in martial arts, had been subdued by them, they regained their courage and raised their guns at Huofian. Li Ming didn't even blink at what had just happened, walking straight up to Nangong Ling. "Yo, Officer Nangong, how did you end up in such a sorry state? Nangong Ling knelt on the ground, her head lowered, her body trembling with sobs. After a long while she slowly lifted her head to look at Li Ming, biting her lower lip, tears soaking her entire face. Help me. Please help me. They'll give you everything you want, please save me. Wah. At this moment Nangong Ling could no longer hold herself together, completely breaking down. She was just a 22-year-old girl. While she protected others, she also longed for someone to protect her. Li Ming curled his lips and reached out to stroke her crown. His gaze fell on Zhang Vida, who was lying unconscious and barely breathing before Nangong Ling. He had met Officer Zhang Vida once before, and his impression of him was quite good. To sacrifice himself to cover his comrade's escape made him a man worthy of respect. Fian, Li Ming called out calmly. Hua Fian immediately understood Li Ming's intention, and a ball of cyan yellow phoenix flame rose in her hand. The phoenix is reborn from its ashes, and its flame possesses incredible healing power. Hua Fian waved her hand, and the cyan yellow phoenix flame instantly enveloped Nangong Ling and Zhang Vida. The flame tightly wrapped around their bodies. The sudden flame startled Nangong Ling. Yet the next second her body felt an unprecedented comfort. All her pain and fatigue gradually disappeared, and even the gunshot wound on her shoulder began to slowly heal. Zhang Vida's condition was not as favorable as his injuries were too severe, but at least the phoenix flame had saved his life. Everyone was terrified by Hua Fian's display. You? See, I told you she was a demoness. A demoness like her should be killed. Sang Biao, what are you good for? Hurry up and kill this monster. These survivors seemed to have forgotten how Sang Biao had hunted them earlier, once again treating him as a lifeline. Sang Biao and his men were not fools. They could see that the two before them were extraordinary. They didn't even have the courage to point their guns at Li Ming, afraid that the seductive beauty might suddenly go berserk and kill them all. In a moment Nangong Ling's injuries were mostly healed. Li Ming glanced at the Tang Hung Dao at Sang Biao's feet. Is that your weapon? Nangong Ling nodded. A thread of blue-white lightning appeared in Li Ming's hand, instantly connecting to the blade of the Tang Hung Dao. The Tang Hung Dao at Sang Biao's feet flew into Li Ming's hand, as if pulled by the lightning. This move by Li Ming also terrified the crowd. Indeed, the man who could conquer a demoness was even more formidable. Li Ming handed the knife to Nangong Ling. A debt of blood must be paid. Go, don't hold back. Nangong Ling took the Tang Hung Dao, and all hesitation and confusion vanished from her heart, her eyes filled with determination. She gripped the Tang Hung Dao tightly in her right hand, her eyes glowing with a blue light. Her left hand slowly slid from the hilt to the tip, and wherever her palm passed, the blade instantly shone with a dazzling black cold light. Black light blade. Nangong Ling slightly bent her body into a drawing stance, radiating a fierce killing intent. Abandoning defense, channeling all supernatural power into agility and the blade's attack power. Fian, watch carefully. This is true martial arts. Hua Fian watched Nangong Ling intently, nodding slightly. Under the oppressive pressure of Nangong Ling's fierce killing intent, the air seemed to congeal. The heavy pressure made Sang Biao and his men unable to breathe, their legs feeling as if filled with lead. Sang Biao forced himself to stay calm and let out a roar. A bunch of magicians playing tricks in front of me. Can you be faster than my gun? Brothers, kill them all. In the blink of an eye, Nangong Ling's figure appeared before him like a phantom. Flash. A black cold light swept across Sang Biao's body like a crescent moon. A smooth cut appeared on Sang Biao's body, and the assault rifle in his hand split in two. Sang Biao was instantly slain. His underlings, witnessing his body split in two by Nangong Ling, trembled uncontrollably. Having eliminated Sang Biao, Nangong Ling showed no sign of stopping. Her icy blue eyes fixed on Sang Biao's lackeys, as if regarding the dead. Flash, 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 flash. Multiple crescent-shaped attacks of black cold light sliced through the cramped space. Sang Biao's underlings like tofu were cleaved into pieces by Nangong Ling. Truly formidable. Hua Fian couldn't help but exclaim. Though far inferior to Hua Fian in supernatural abilities, Nangong Ling's martial arts honed since childhood left Hua Fian in the dust. Li Ming promptly gathered all the scattered firearms into his own space, paying no heed to the gazes of others. Seeing the entire Sang Biao gang eliminated, the survivors burst into cheers. Zhang Ming rose from the ground, grabbed a stone, and viciously smashed it onto the marmot's corpse. You were so arrogant you dare to mess with me. Come on, aren't you cocky now? Only when the marmot's head was a bloody pulp did Zhang Ming collapse to the ground in exhaustion. Recalling the venom they had shown toward Nangong Ling, the other survivors, eager to demonstrate their stance, stepped forward to desecrate the corpses of Sang Biao and his crew. Officer Nangong, please don't be angry. We were merely submitting to Sang Biao's tyranny. What we said earlier might have been excessive, and we apologize here. You are magnanimous, surely you will forgive us. That's right. Our officer Nangong has always been the kindest and most generous. How could she hold a grudge over such trivial matters? Seeing no rebuttal from Nangong Ling, Yishi quickly stepped forward, tugged at Nangong Ling's sleeve, and coquettishly said, Officer Nangong, my boyfriend is starving. Could you go out and find us some food? Nangong Ling, utterly ignoring their moral blackmail, coldly pushed Yishi away with one hand. Don't touch me. You disgust me. Li Jiamin, the bestie, crossed her arms and sneered. What a pretentious act. Who was it that just agreed to be Sang Biao's woman? Shameless. If not for this handsome guy stepping in, you'd probably still be licking Sang Biao's boots. Nangong Ling's eyes fixed icily on Li Jiamin, barely suppressing her urge to kill. She had truly had enough of these people's faces. But her identity did not permit such an act. Though the authorities had collapsed, she believed the nation still stood and justice still existed. Li Jiamin quickly tidied her appearance and turned to look at Li Ming. She flashed what she believed to be a sweet smile. Handsome, you're truly amazing. Thank you for saving us. If you can escort me to the nearest rescue base, I might consider being your girlfriend. With that, she shot a provocative glance at Huafian. As if Li Ming were already a lovesick fool completely conquered by her charm. Slap. Li Jiamin's neck twisted 720 degrees on the spot. Having been enhanced 64-fold, Li Ming found it hard to control his strength. With just one slap, he ended Li Jiamin's life. Damn it. Where did this lunatic come from? She truly disgusted me. Li Ming wiped his hand that had struck Li Jiamin on his clothes in disdain. Seeing Li Jiamin's horrifying death, fear reignited in everyone. How could this man be more ruthless than Sang Biao? And with just one slap, he had taken Li Jiamin's life. Was there no law? No justice? What do you plan to do with these people, eh? Li Ming asked Nangong Ling. Nangong Ling cast a cold glance at these ingrates. I cannot kill them, but I am no longer obligated to do anything for them. Let them fend for themselves. The survivors finally panicked. If Nangong Ling abandoned them, they would surely die. They tried to grab Nangong Ling to stop her, but were frightened back by her icy stare. With no other choice, the survivors knelt before Nangong Ling. Officer Nangong, you can't just abandon us. You can't be so selfish and shirk your responsibility. You are a police officer, you have a duty to protect us. Zhang Xiaolong, who had remained silent until now, stood up calmly and said arrogantly, I had intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, but I'll drop the act. I'm coming clean. My father is Zhang Dong, the richest man in Tianhai City. My father has already arranged to rescue me. He should be here in about 2 days. If you protect me for 2 more days, I'll give each of you 100 million. No wonder Yishi didn't dare to breathe a word in front of her boyfriend. She had landed a sugar daddy. When it came to money, Nangong Ling was even less lenient. The Nangong family's status in the nation could not be measured by money. Besides, anyone with a brain knew that cash was now worth less than waste paper. Even if you offer me 100 billion, I wouldn't do it. And don't try to blackmail me with my identity as a police officer. If you truly anger me, the consequences will be too much for you to bear. With that, Nangong Ling helped the frail Zhang Vida up and left the prison cell. Li Ming grinned at the survivors. Officer Nangong is restrained by her identity, but am not a police officer. Golden Fur, a large wolfhound, rushed in from outside and obediently sat before Li Ming. These people are yours. Don't overeat. Oh woo. They'll give you 10 billion each. No, 100 billion. Please spare me. Mercy. I'm so beautiful, oh, I don't want to die. Wah wah wah. Li Ming turned a deaf ear and left the prison cell with Huafian. The next moment, agonizing screams echoed from the cell, one after another. Outside, Nangong Ling heard the roars and naturally knew what was happening. Far from feeling pity for these people, her heart began to stir with excitement. Toward Li Ming, she seemed to experience a different emotion. Seeing Li Ming and Huafian emerge from the cell, Nangong Ling stepped forward and said, You came here for the equipment in the police station's armory, didn't you? Li Ming shrugged. Though we only got a few pistols, it's still a decent haul. Nangong Ling's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Your gains are indeed more than just these pistols. You've also got me. I said that if you were willing to help me, I would offer you everything, including myself. Li Ming grew even more appreciative of Nangong Ling. He admired such straightforward women. Zhang Vida, now fully conscious, had overheard the entire conversation between Li Ming and Nangong Ling. After a moment of hesitation, he finally revealed a resolute look. Perhaps your gains are far from over, Li Ming. I know there is a cache of heavy weapons hidden in the police station. A secret I accidentally learned from a high-ranking official. Rather than leaving them here for someone with ulterior motives to seize, it's better to let you protect them. Enduring the pain in his leg, Zhang Vida trudged with Li Ming and the others to the basement level of the police station. All the furnishings and equipment here were oddly dilapidated, and in the cold environment, a musty odor hung in the air. Outsiders would find it hard to imagine that a cache of weapons was hidden in such a place. No sooner had Li Ming and the others stepped into the basement than 2 female zombies lunged at them from the corner of the wall in the silent surroundings. Zhang Vida, who had already lost his right hand, was startled and stumbled backward. Slash, slash. Huafian and Nangong Ling drew their blades simultaneously, decapitating the 2 zombies. Zhang Vida gazed at the head of one of the zombies, his heart heavy with sorrow as tears of grief streamed down his face. Xiaojing, I thought you had made it to safety, but you... Nangong Ling recognized the zombie as Zhang Vida's fiancé Wang Xiaojing. Roar, roar. Before they could console Zhang Vida, the basement echoed with the seething growls of zombies. The aura of their group and the commotion had attracted all the zombies in the basement. Nearly 30 zombies twisted their contorted bodies bearing claws and fangs as they surrounded Li Ming and the others. Nangong Ling gritted her teeth, her face etched with sorrow. These zombies were all her former colleagues. She had never imagined that even after hiding in the basement, they could not escape the fate of becoming zombies. Yet even though these zombies were her colleagues, her resolve was unshakable. She was determined to survive. Nangong Ling gripped her blade with both hands and charged at the hideous zombies with lightning speed. However, as a cranked superhuman, after swiftly slaying 10 zombies, her strength began to wane, and she gradually fell into a disadvantage. Fian, make your move. Got it, brother Ming. A blaze of orange-red phoenix flames instantly enveloped Huafian's entire body, making her as radiant as a living flame. With Huafian and Nangong Ling joining forces, the 30 zombies were annihilated in less than a minute. Zhang Vida stared in awe at the valiant and graceful Huafian and Nangong Ling. After her awakening, Nangong Ling's strength seemed to have ascended to a new level. Her blade techniques became even sharper, devoid of any hesitation. Huafian, dazzling and elegant, left Zhang Vida utterly captivated. Stop daydreaming and tell us where the weapons are hidden. Li Ming's voice reached Zhang Vida's ears. Behind that wooden door is a steel plate 20 centimeters thick. You lot should be able to open it, Zhang Vida said, pointing at an old wooden door. With a single glance from Li Ming, Huafian understood immediately. 5,000-degree phoenix flame. Huafian swept her hands forward and a torrent of scorching phoenix flames blasted toward the wooden door. Sizzle! The wooden door instantly vaporized, and the steel door behind it melted into a massive hole 3 meters in diameter. Molten steel dripped continuously around the edges of the hole. This single strike left Nangong Ling and Zhang Vida dumbfounded. They had expected to expend considerable effort to breach the refined steel door. They never imagined it would be so simple and brutal. What astonished Nangong Ling even more was the vast disparity in strength between herself and Huafian. By the time Nangong Ling and Zhang Vida snapped back to reality, Li Ming and Huafian had already entered the armory. Seeing the neatly arranged, dazzling array of weapons, a gleam flickered in Li Ming's eyes. That gleam was filled with surprise and joy. Firearms are every man's dream. On the first row of iron racks, 50 sleek, black Type 95 automatic rifles were lined up in perfect order. Behind the racks were over 10,000 rounds of ammunition. The second row of iron racks held 50 Type 81 heavy machine guns. Behind the racks were another 10,000 rounds of specialized ammunition. The third row of iron racks held 20 Type 04 automatic grenade launchers with 1,000 grenades behind them. The fourth row of iron racks held 10 Type 87 mortars backed by 500 mortar shells. Li Ming cheerfully stowed all these firearms into his spatial storage. These weapons would be immensely useful for the base he planned to build. He had to place them in his space to let them multiply infinitely. Henceforth, his space would contain an inexhaustible arsenal. On the floor of the armory lay over a dozen sturdy iron chests. Li Ming dared not let Huafian use her phoenix flame to open them. The consequences of exposing these munitions to fire were unimaginable. He retrieved a crowbar from his spatial storage. With his current strength multiplier of 64 times, he easily pried open all the chests. Li Ming's eyes lit up. The chests were filled entirely with hand grenades. With so many grenades, he naturally stowed them all, without hesitation, into his spatial storage. In the last, slightly smaller chest, Li Ming also found 3 heavy sniper rifles. Upon seeing these heavy snipers, Li Ming was ecstatic. This was exactly the equipment he had been eagerly anticipating. Given his current abilities, charging into battle with a rifle was out of the question. Those rifles could at most serve as toys or decorations for Li Ming. But heavy snipers were different. While his legion of beauties engaged the enemy in close combat, he could hang back and pick off enemies one by one with this heavy sniper. Although superhumans possessed formidable power, they still dreaded the might of heavy sniper rifles. The armory also contained ample bulletproof vests, blast helmets, and other gear enough to arm an entire platoon to the teeth. Li Ming stowed all the equipment from the entire armory into his spatial storage. This expedition had yielded Nangong Ling and these weapons a bountiful harvest. With just one doubling, he could arm 2 platoons. Another doubling, and that would be 4 platoons. Therefore, what he needed most now were top-tier beauties. Seeing Li Ming eerily empty the entire armory, Nangong Ling couldn't help but say, "So this is how you stole the supplies from the Walmart warehouse back then." Now she was certain. The culprit was undoubtedly Li Ming. Moreover, Li Ming now possessed supplies beyond anyone's imagination. Li Ming smiled calmly. "Still want to arrest me?" Nangong Ling shook her head and laughed heartily. "I just wanted to know the truth. Besides, I'm your woman now. I won't do anything to betray you." As her tension eased, Nangong Ling noticed the dull ache in her shoulder. Meanwhile, Zhang Vida, unable to bear the pain in his thigh, collapsed to his knees, drenched in cold sweat. Sensing Li Ming's confusion, Huafian explained softly, apologetically, "My phoenix flame can only heal their wounds, but the bullets remain lodged inside their bodies." As they move, the bullets inevitably tear through the surrounding muscle, so the pain is unavoidable. If we don't remove the bullets, the worst outcome is bone necrosis. Li Ming searched the entire building once more, gathering all valuable supplies into his space. These materials could later establish a security center of his own. On the way, he encountered a horde of zombies, but Li Ming and Huafian simultaneously struck them with lightning and fire, reducing them to charred corpses. Nangong Ling, her shoulder pain intensifying, had lost most of her combat capability. She could only lean on Zhang Vida as they followed Li Ming up and down. After Li Ming finished a round, Jin Mao returned, licking his tongue and stepping heavily. Jin Mao had grown a full size larger, panting heavily with his tongue out. He was clearly overstuffed. I remember the first hospital of Tianhai City is about 500 meters ahead, Li Ming said, gazing toward the hospital from the 4th floor of the building. Zhang Vida, pale and unsteady, said weakly, "That's right, but there are more than 10 times the zombies there than at the police station. We never dared to go there when scavenging for supplies." After saying this, he glanced at the charred zombie corpses on the ground and felt his words were unnecessary. Given the power Li Ming and Huafian had displayed, even 10 times more zombies were nothing to fear. Or rather, the zombies should have been the ones to steer clear of them. They were terrifyingly strong. After a round outside, Li Ming still seemed unsatisfied. "Since that's the case, they'll go check if there are any surviving doctors to help remove the bullets from your shoulders. Fian, take them back first. Jin Mao and I will go alone. Officer Zhang can stay at Xiaoye's place. It's inconvenient for a man to be at our home." Huafian immediately tensed up. "Brother Ming, my mission is to protect you. Take me along, or ill worry." Li Ming stared at her with a dark expression. This was the first time Huafian had voiced dissent since taking the loyal servant pill. Though she was genuinely concerned for his safety, Li Ming said coldly, "Fian, if you're too good to me, I might still hit you." Realizing she had spoken out of turn and defied Li Ming, she quickly knelt. "Brother Ming, I was wrong. I dare not do it again." Nangong Ling and Zhang Vida were stunned. In their eyes, Huafian's power was already monstrous. Yet before Li Ming, she was as humble as a maidservant. How powerful then was Li Ming himself? Li Ming waved his hand. "He'll note this offense. Next time you know the consequences." "Thank you, Brother Ming," Huafian said, standing up and smiling at Nangong Ling. "Sister Nangong, let me take you back first." With that, Huafian instantly transformed into her full phoenix form. Seeing her in that state, Nangong Ling and Zhang Vida were once again utterly astounded. They wondered what kind of organization they had joined. How could these people be so freakishly powerful? After Huafian escorted Nangong Ling and Zhang Vida away, Li Ming mounted Jin Mao, who had transformed into a Qiongqi form, and galloped toward the hospital. Zombies along the way, sensing the living, writhed and lunged at Li Ming. However, Jin Mao's speed was tremendous, at least 150 kilometers per hour, like a speeding car. The zombies couldn't even reach Li Ming before being left far behind. Zombies standing in the middle of the road were instantly shattered by Jin Mao's horns, scattering into piles of flesh on the pink snow. The 500-meter journey took less than a minute, and they arrived at the hospital. Like the police station, the first 2 floors of the hospital were buried under thick snow. Jin Mao's massive body crashed through a 3rd-floor window, leaping inside. In the narrow corridor, several people fighting zombies were startled by the sudden beast. What the hell is that creature? Could it be a mutant beast? That zombie was already tough enough. Now there's a mutant beast. Should we retreat? Is there someone sitting on its back? He's not here to steal our kill, is he? As long as he doesn't attack us, ignore him. That zombie is gravely wounded. We must seize this opportunity. There are 4 of us, and only 1 man with an unknown beast. We don't need to fear him. The 4 fighters cautiously glanced at Li Ming, who sat atop Jin Mao. Li Ming observed the 4 with interest. They all bore obvious injuries. Wasn't the hospital supposed to be teeming with ferocious zombies? Yet here were people fighting them. Li Ming then turned his gaze to the zombie they had mentioned as wounded. That zombie also showed a look of surprise. Wait, zombies can have expressions. That must be a mutated zombie, the kind he had heard of in his past life. They possessed greater power than ordinary zombies. In his previous life, he had been too weak to ever encounter such a creature. Li Ming studied the mutated zombie more closely. Its cyan-white face was laced with dark brown veins, its eyes murky, but clearly possessing pupils. Overall, it looked nothing like a normal zombie. It was more like a wild beast with deep gray hair, sharp fangs and claws, and a posture like a fox on all 4s. Its entire body exuded an agile and alert stance. This mutated zombie was clearly being hunted by the 4. It had suffered considerable injuries, with dark brown blood oozing from its wounds. Li Ming's sudden intrusion gave it a moment to catch its breath. The next second, it lunged at the 4 like a cheetah, taking advantage of their shock. Before the 4 could react, the mutated zombie had already sunk its teeth into one of their necks, greedily drinking the fresh blood. "Dagong!" The other 3 screamed in unison. But the man called Dagong's face instantly turned pale, his eyes cloudy. He had become a zombie. The mutated zombie grinned with amusement and released Dagong's neck. The newly turned zombie sensed the living creatures nearby and immediately lunged at the other 3. One of them shouted at the zombie, "Dagong, wake up. It's me, Xiangzi." But the zombie dogong paid no heed, charging straight at Xiangzi. A burly man instantly stomped the ground, launching himself like a cannonball in front of the zombie. With a thud, his spinning kick shattered the zombie's head, splattering dark brown blood everywhere. Xiangzi Dogong is already a zombie. There's no saving him. Don't let your guard down. That mutated zombie is still around. One slip and it'll kill you. Li Ming gazed at the burly man who had shattered the zombie's head. A red system interface appeared above the burly man's head. Class enhancement type ability user. Li Ming was astonished. Could the system now determine the level of all ability users? It hadn't shown anything when they dealt with Lin Guijin before. Probably after seizing Ji Yun, the system had also upgraded. Li Ming then looked at the other two companions of Ming Wu. A red interface appeared above each of their heads. Character Xiangzi Clevel Animal Type Ability User. Character Desha Clevel Animal Type Ability User. No wonder they dared to fight zombies in this hospital full of the undead. Oh, all three of them were ability users. Or perhaps the gang who had just turned into a zombie was also an ability user. For ability users appearing simultaneously in this abandoned hospital couldn't be for a team-building activity. They must have come for the mutant zombie in front of them. What was special about this mutant zombie? A red system interface also appeared above the mutant zombie's head. Clevel zombie. Zombies also had levels. That zombie was also Clevel. The Clevel zombie, facing three Clevel ability users attacking it together, showed no signs of being overwhelmed. Li Ming pondered as the three ability users in front of him summoned all their strength to launch an assault on the mutant zombie. However, after absorbing the blood of the man named De Gang, the zombie's wounds seemed to have healed considerably. Its speed and power surged, allowing it to effortlessly evade the combined attack of the three. Sensing the Clevel zombie's recovery and strength, Ming Wu shouted, "Everyone, don't hold back. This thing's endurance far exceeds ours. If we drag this out, it will wear us down. Go all out. If we fail, we retreat immediately. It doesn't have the power to stop all three of us." With that, Ming Wu gathered his strength, his muscles bulging with terrifying power. Meanwhile, Xiangzi transformed into a mantis, his two claws glinting with a chilling light. Desha also transformed into a dung beetle, his entire body covered in a hard, shiny carapace. Once the three were ready, Ming Wu gave orders. Desha, your carapace defense can withstand the zombie's attacks. You go and restrain its movements. My enhanced strength can increase tenfold. It'll break through its defenses. Xiangzi, once it's broken through, you deliver the final blow. Cut off its head. Li Ming was stunned. After all that preparation, the strength boost was only tenfold. Wasn't that something a loyal servant pill could easily achieve? Li Ming suddenly felt a chilling gaze prickling his back. He followed it, and saw the Clevel zombie baring its sharp pointed teeth, staring at him like a beast eyeing its prey. Clearly this Clevel zombie was unwilling to fight the three ability users at full power, and had instead set its sights on Li Ming. Li Ming locked eyes with the Clevel zombie and grinned. "I suggest you don't mess with me." The Clevel zombie seemed undeterred. It moved with lightning speed, claws raised, lunging at Li Ming. Xiangzi gritted his teeth. "TSK. This beast knows it can't beat us three, so it's going after that guy instead." Ming Wu sensed trouble and immediately sprinted toward Li Ming, shouting, "No. Stop it. If it absorbs fresh blood again, we're all done for." Seeing Li Ming standing still, Desha yelled at him angrily, "Hey, run. What are you standing there for? Looking for death?" Bang. The entire hospital building shook violently, sending snow sliding off the windowsill. Ming Wu, Xiangzi, and Desha froze in place, dumbfounded. The mutant zombie they had been fighting for so long was swatted like a fly by the strange beast in front of them, its head crushed into pieces. There was no resistance whatsoever. Was that zombie too weak? No, it was that beast that was too strong. Li Ming's expression remained calm, as if he had expected this. "Why won't you listen?" he said nonchalantly. Ming Wu was the strongest among the three. He looked at the composed Li Ming, his body trembling with fear. If even his mount was this powerful, how terrifying must the master be? With caution, Ming Wu spoke in a slightly trembling voice. "Big brother, did you come here specifically to hunt this zombie too? Since you killed it, the spoils are naturally yours. We wouldn't dare to covet them. Let's go our separate ways, no interference, how about that? Running into such a freak today, it was better to just save his own skin." If they angered this man, that beast's single slap could wipe out all three of them. The world was full of zombies, there was no need to lose their lives here. Desha was reluctant. They had sacrificed too much in this operation. Even De Gang had died. He couldn't accept handing over the spoils so easily. "Fifth brother, even though the mutant zombie was killed by that monster, it was only because we had already worn it down that they could succeed. In my opinion, we deserve a share of the spoils, otherwise we can't face the gang." Ming Wu shot Desha a harsh glare. "Shut up. You still call me fifth brother, so today, I have the final say." Was Desha really that stupid? Couldn't he see the gap in strength between them? Even with all their efforts, they might not have been able to kill that mutant zombie. Li Ming looked puzzled, pointing at the Clevel zombie's corpse. What's so special about this kind of zombie? Why were you hearing this? Ming Wu, Xiangzi, and Desha were again dumbfounded. "So you came here knowing nothing, and you still effortlessly killed the mutant zombie that nearly wiped us out." They once again felt the unfairness of the world. Some were born in Rome, others born as beasts of burden. Since he knew nothing, Ming Wu decided to make up an excuse to brush him off. But just as he was about to speak, low growls of zombies echoed from all around. Not good. The commotion seems to have drawn all the zombies in the building here, Xiangzi said. Damn it. We got nothing today and lost a brother like the gang. This is the worst luck ever, Desha said, full of resentment. Ming Wu looked at Li Ming and spoke cautiously. Big brother, we shouldn't stay here. Let's leave before the zombies gather. Li Ming glanced around at the zombies, slowly dragging their stiff bodies toward them. These were just ordinary zombies, their strength worlds apart from the clever one. But even if there were hundreds of mutant zombies, it wouldn't faze Li Ming. Ming Wu and his companions felt their scalps tingle as they saw the dense crowd of zombies closing in. They were somewhat capable, but against such a horde they had no chance. They were already preparing to flee at any moment. TSK, they're just a bunch of zombies. What's there to fear? Li Ming said calmly. Crackle, crackle. A blue-white light flashed in Li Ming's right palm, hundreds of arcs of lightning writhing in his hand. Endless power of lightning extended from his hand, radiating a terrifying pressure as if the very air around them was dancing. Lightning flash. The blue-white lightning burst from Li Ming's hand, forming beautiful arcs in the air that struck the zombies. The bodies of over 100 zombies crackled with a popping sound, eventually turning into charred corpses. This scene once again left Ming Wu and his two companions utterly astounded. Over 100 zombies. And they had been annihilated in less than the span of a single breath. Was this truly something a human could accomplish? Even if the three of them unleashed their full power simultaneously, they might not be able to escape from the clutches of over 100 zombies, let alone obliterating them in an instant. It was clear that only an even more formidable monster could command the creature that had crushed the mutant zombie with a single palm strike. Ming Wu once again felt relieved that he hadn't attempted to deceive Li Ming earlier. A man like this, regardless of whether he had other forces behind him, was someone they could not afford to offend. Ming Wu cautiously approached the head of the mutant zombie, which had been smashed to pieces by the golden-furred beast. He pulled out a small knife from his pocket, bent down, and rummaged through the brownish-black brain matter. Moments later, he fished out a crystal core the size of a longan. He quickly took out a cloth from his pocket and wiped the grime off the crystal core. Then with both hands, he respectfully offered it to Li Ming. Big brother, this is what we've been searching for. We call this a zombie crystal core. It can only be found in the brains of mutant zombies. Li Ming took the zombie crystal core from Ming Wu, pinching it between two fingers and examining it closely before his eyes. The core emitted a faint green glow. Li Ming could clearly sense the energy fluctuation within it, though it was extremely weak. This kind of crystal core should be able to enhance your superpower abilities, right? Ming Wu nodded. It's the only way for ability users to improve their power. Although we are all ability users, our strength is still far from impressive. We happened to learn that there was a mutant zombie in this hospital, so we came to try our luck. We never expected to actually encounter it. Though it was a valuable item, Li Ming was not bold enough to absorb it recklessly. What if there were side effects? Li Ming never acted rashly on anything unless it was 100% reliable, even if the chance of success was 99. Moreover, the energy emanating from this zombie crystal core was too weak. Li Ming found it utterly unappealing. After all, it was merely a class zombie crystal core, completely useless to someone like him who was already nearing the peak of a level ability. Ming Wu kept his eyes fixed on the crystal core in Li Ming's hand. After hesitating and wavering for a long time, he finally ventured cautiously. Big brother, would you be willing to sell this crystal core? Name your price. Li Ming didn't necessarily need the zombie crystal core. It was of little value to him. But once something was in his hands, he wouldn't part with it easily. Unless they had something worth trading. Tell me, what kind of price are you offering for this zombie crystal core? Li Ming said calmly. Seeing that Li Ming was open to negotiation, Ming Wu's expression turned excited. 100 cases of bottled water, 100 cases of instant noodles, plus 100 cans of beef. How about that? This price would have been quite tempting to others, but to Li Ming it was worth nothing. In his space, he had over 200 cubic meters of water, as well as tens of thousands of cases of bottled water. As for instant noodles, he had 3200 cases. Not a single one had even been opened yet. He was even considering throwing away some to free up space for collecting other supplies. Li Ming shook his head, spreading his arms to display his pristine clothes. Do I look like someone who lacks supplies? Indeed, judging by his clothing alone, Li Ming appeared far cleaner and more refreshed than they did. It was like the difference between a wealthy tycoon and a group of petty peddlers. And that was without even mentioning Li Ming's formidable strength. With that, he could obtain supplies anywhere. Ming Wu's expression dimmed again. Then what do you need, brother? Maybe I can find a way. Women. Stunningly beautiful women, Li Ming stated unequivocally. At this point, only stunningly beautiful women could pique his interest. The enhancement a single beautiful woman could bring him even surpassed that of 10,000 zombie crystal cores of this grade. Ming Wu's expression flickered. He had never expected Li Ming to make such a demand. Desha immediately grew excited. Brother Wu, isn't your sister a stunning beauty? She perfectly fits the requirement. Bang! Meng Wu slammed his fist into Desha's face, sending the man flying 3 meters away, a testament to Meng Wu's fury. He had been improving his strength precisely to protect his sister. How could he possibly sell her off for a zombie crystal core? That fool Desha had casually exposed his sister's existence. If Li Ming harbored malicious intentions, none of them would escape. Li Ming's lips twitched. He carefully observed Meng Wu's appearance. A square face with prominent cheekbones. It had nothing to do with good looks. Could his sister really be beautiful? Whether it's your sister or someone else, as long as she's a stunning beauty, he'll take her. One stunning beauty can be exchanged for one zombie crystal core of this type. No limit. These men were all ability users, so they definitely had their own sphere of influence. Within their territory, it might be possible to find a few stunning beauties. Rather than searching for them one by one himself, it was better to mobilize more people to do the searching. All he had to do was provide them with items of equivalent value. Zombie crystal cores made excellent currency. He believed that most ability users would be willing to trade stunning beauties for zombie crystal cores. Li Ming's mind suddenly opened up. From now on, he could indeed have various forces help him find stunning beauties. Meng Wu was overjoyed. Using beauties to obtain zombie crystal cores was far better than risking their lives hunting mutant zombies. In his own residential complex, he had actually protected several young and pretty women, keeping them from falling into the hands of others. But Meng Wu's expression instantly turned cautious. Big brother, may I ask what you plan to do with so many stunning beauties? Although Meng Wu craved power, he couldn't bring himself to do anything utterly inhumane. If Li Ming intended to subject these girls to particularly cruel and twisted methods, he would rather forego the zombie crystal cores. Li Ming saw Meng was concerned and said calmly, "Don't worry. I just want to make friends with them. As long as they meet my requirements, I guarantee that once they come to me, they'll be well fed and well treated. And it's entirely voluntary. I don't want any girl who is forced to come." Hearing this, Meng Wu was much more at ease. Though he had protected those girls, currently each of them could only have 1 bottle of water and 1 pack of instant noodles per day. If they were truly offered good food and good living conditions, he believed some girls would be willing to give it a try. He couldn't wait to go back and ask those girls if they were interested. "Then how should we contact you?" Meng Wu asked eagerly. Li Ming quietly took out a pen and paper from his space and wrote down his address and contact information. "If you have any goods, you can contact me through the information above. The quality must be top-notch. I have very high standards." Suddenly, the zombie crystal core in Li Ming's hand was yanked away by an unseen force slipping from his palm. "Hee-haw. Never expected to stumble upon such a fine treasure here." A sinister laugh echoed through the narrow corridor. "Things like this aren't meant for trash like you." The zombie crystal core detached from Li Ming's palm and shot swiftly toward the direction where the voice had emerged from the darkness. The man, convinced that the core was already his, revealed a sly smirk and reached out to catch it. Swish! The core, racing toward him, abruptly returned to Li Ming's hand. "Huh. Someone dares to snatch things from me." Li Ming's face lit up with a hint of excitement. He genuinely yearned to experience the thrill of striking an enemy with full force. The man stared at Li Ming in astonishment, his face clouded with confusion. What had just happened? Why had the core nearly within his grasp flown back to Li Ming? He carefully examined the ground beneath Li Ming's feet. There was no trace of movement. The man stepped out of the shadows, hands in his pockets. His handsome features were overshadowed by an air of arrogance, his gaze condescending and appraising. "Your ability is quite amusing. They'll say it again, this thing is not for trash like you. They'll give you 2 choices now. First, hand over the crystal core voluntarily. Second, they'll break all your limbs, then take the core." The aura emanating from the man filled Meng Wu, Xiangzi, and Desha with terror. They hunched slightly, ready to flee at any moment. However, along the escape route Meng Wu had planned, 2 figures slowly emerged. They completely blocked the escape path. One was a woman nearly 2 meters tall, built like a bear. The other was a slender, effeminate man with a delicate feminine air. The man before Li Ming, along with these 2, all wore the same dark gray uniform. On their chests, each wore a badge engraved with the letter N. Clearly, they belonged to the same organization. The bear-like woman let out a deep, steady sneer. "Captain, can you give me that mutant beast? Riding it on missions would be so cool." The effeminate man pinched his fingers in a delicate gesture and laughed in a shrill voice. "Haha, with your size, you'd probably crush that beast to death. But the man beside it isn't bad. He'd suit me perfectly." The bear-like woman grew indignant and gritted out, "You damned sissy." Li Ming swept his gaze over the 3 of them. Above their heads, red system interfaces appeared. Name: Kai Jian, Brank, Psychic Ability User. Name: Dai Xiaohua, Brank, Reinforcement Ability User. Name: Baiyu, Brank, Flame Ability User. Li Ming glanced at Kai Jian and said calmly, "I'm the type who doesn't listen to advice. I prefer the third choice." "Third choice?" Kai Jian frowned. "Kill you all." "Ha ha ha." Kai Jian burst into arrogant laughter. "You ignorant fool. Rules are made by the strong. I say there are no rules, so there are none." Li Ming sneered. "I completely agree. Rules are made by the strong. The atmosphere grew tense, the pressure suffocating. The auras of these people clearly surpassed those of Meng Wu and his companions. They couldn't help but feel nervous and uneasy. Desha cursed thoughtlessly, damn it. Shouldn't have messed with that bitch last night. What a rotten luck. Every guy we run into on this trip is just trampling all over us. So damn frustrating. Xiangzi nervously elbowed Desha twice, shaking his head to signal him to stop. Meng Wu forced a smile and spoke in a humble, respectful tone to Li Ming and Kai Jian. Gentlemen, the zombie crystal core has nothing to do with us. We'll take our leave now. Bang. Dai Xiaohua, weighing nearly 200 Jin, rolled like a ball to block Meng Wu's path. Kai Jian shifted his gaze to the three. Did I say you could leave? Don't push us too far. We may not be able to beat you, but if we want to leave, none of you can stop us. Desha erupted in fury, transforming into a dung beetle with a hard carapace. Since awakening his ability, he had never felt so humiliated. Bang! The veins on Dai Xiaohua's neck bulged as she punched the beetle's hard shell with all her might. Desha smiled confidently. Hey, even mutated zombies can't break through my defense, just you. Crack! Cracks spread from the center of Dai Xiaohua's fist across the sturdy shell, extending to the entire body. Desha's face twisted in terror, unable to believe what he saw. Crash! The shell shattered, scattering fragments across the ground. Desha, Meng Wu and Xiangzi roared in fury, attacking Dai Xiaohua with all their strength to save him. Bang! Bang! 2 punches. Dai Xiaohua's astonishing force sent both Meng Wu and Xiangzi crashing to the ground. Blood sprayed from their mouths. Baiyu watched the three on the ground and let out a shrill, mocking laugh. Trash is trash. Can't even withstand a single blow. You're as weak as ants. Meng Wu struggled, looking up at Kai Jian with resentment. Who are you people? We've never offended you. Why are you attacking us? Kai Jian kept his hands in his pockets, his expression filled with contempt and disdain, as if he were above them all. You know the Nanshan base, the largest official shelter in Tianhai City. Kai Jian, captain of the Nanshan base's 7th Search Squad. Official organization. Nanshan base. Search Squad. Meng Wu glared, grinding his teeth. Even if you're an official organization, you can't be so unreasonable. We're not criminals. With a fierce glare, Kai Jian's telekinetic force slammed Meng Wu's entire body to the ground. He lifted his chin, speaking with arrogance and contempt. What right do you have to reason with me? Bringing ability users back to the base is our mission. The leader's orders are to bring you back by any means necessary. And violence is the simplest, most effective method, isn't it, you ants? With that, Kai Jian intensified the telekinetic pressure on the three. PFF. Under Kai Jian's overwhelming telekinesis, Meng Wu, Xiangzi, and Desha spat blood. Kai Jian's smile turned manic. Hehehe. What a lucky day. I've found 4 ability users and a mutant beast all at once. Bringing all of you back to the base will definitely earn me the leader's commendation. Kai Jian turned to Li Ming, greed gleaming in his eyes. What thrills me most is discovering a corpse crystal core here. Do you know what level of treasure a zombie crystal core is in our base? Let me put it this way, in pre-apocalypse purchasing power, this core is worth 100 million. This core is like a hot potato in your hands. If you're smart. Where is he? He vanished. Li Ming, who had been standing right in front of Kai Jian a second ago, disappeared like a ghost. Kai Jian's expression twisted in shock. How could a living person simply vanish before his eyes? He couldn't even sense any aura. Haha, he must have been scared off by my iron fist and ran away. Dai Xiaohua said smugly. Every ability user they had encountered before had fled in panic. But this was the first time someone had slipped away silently right under their noses. Hey beast, you've been abandoned by your master. He ran off without a word. From now on, you're mine. You'll be my mount. The golden retriever glanced at the bear-like woman and gave her a look that said, are you stupid? Who said I ran away? Li Ming suddenly appeared behind Kai Jian. 100 volts lightning strike. ZZZ. Before Kai Jian could even react with terror, his body was engulfed in electricity, black smoke rising, eyes rolling back, and he collapsed to the ground. Captain, Dai Xiaohua and Baiyu cried out in disbelief, their faces pale with terror. The next second, a chilling cold ran down their spines. Li Ming, who had just struck their captain, was now standing behind them. Dai Xiaohua and Baiyu stared ahead in horror, their eyes straining to look back. They desperately hoped it was an illusion. ZZZ. Hands wreathed in lightning slammed down on their backs. With screams, their bodies were scorched black, eyes rolling back, hair singed into a mess. Black smoke billowed from them. Witnessing the instant kill of Kai Jian and his 2 companions by Li Ming, Meng Wu and his 2 men were once again struck dumb with shock. Even Dai Xiaohua alone had suppressed the 3 of them, leaving them powerless to fight back. Yet such a formidable figure still met his end at Li Ming's hands in a single blow. At this moment, they looked at Li Ming as if he were a monster of unfathomable power, filled with both worship and awe. They must firmly latch onto the leg of such a powerful figure. Didn't he want top-tier beauties? They would arrange it immediately. Meng Wu even considered that handing his sister over to Li Ming might not be a bad thing. After all, in the apocalypse, strength reigned supreme. Only someone as formidable as Li Ming was worthy of his sister. He would have to have a serious talk with his arrogant sister when he got back. Kai Jian struggled to maintain his consciousness, barely propping himself up on all fours. The slight trembling of his facial muscles betrayed the fury he was desperately suppressing. You bastard, how dare you attack me? Do you know what kind of organization the Nanshan base really is? Within the base there are plenty of monsters far stronger than you. If you kneel before me now and admit your mistake, I might plead for mercy on your behalf to the leader. Otherwise, Nanshan base. So what? The moment you attacked me, you were already a dead man. He's yours, Jin Mao. A woo. Jin Mao in his Qiongqi form let out a long roar, seemingly very satisfied with Li Ming's arrangement. Jin Mao stared at Kai Jian, saliva constantly secreting from its mouth, dripping down the corners of its lips. Kai Jian finally panicked. Wait. Our leader values talent. I will recommend you to become our captain. Once you become a captain of the Nanshan base, you will have boundless power, wealth, and women. Please, I was wrong. Spare me. Jin Mao paid no heed to Kai Jian's wails, lunging straight onto him and tearing off his right arm in one bite. Oh, no, I don't want to die. Please let me go. I have hoarded plenty of supplies and women who I can give them all to you. If you kill me, you will face relentless pursuit from the Nanshan base forever. You can't escape. The real monsters in the base are those few individuals. They are the most terrifying existence. Transformed into the Qiongqi, Jin Mao had an enormous appetite and devoured at an incredible speed. In less than a minute, Jin Mao had swallowed Kai Jian's entire body. Perhaps it was an illusion, but it seemed that the corpses of these ability users had a strengthening effect on Jin Mao. After consuming Kai Jian's corpse, Jin Mao's massive body expanded another size. By now, Jin Mao's body was as large as a small car. Sensing that these ability users' corpses were highly beneficial to it, Jin Mao immediately pounced on the bodies of Dai Xiaohua, and Bai Yu voraciously tearing into them with large bites. After devouring the bodies of Dai Xiaohua and Bai Yu, Jin Mao's body had now become the size of a large SUV. Its weight was estimated to exceed 2 tons. A red system interface appeared above Jin Mao's head. Named Jin Mao Peak Rank Mutant Beast. Li Ming was delighted his Jin Mao had already become a peak rank mutant beast. The power of mutant beasts was far more savage than that of humans. A peak rank mutant beast could even rival a rank ability user in combat. It could be said that at this moment Jin Mao was invincible against any opponent below a rank. Meng Wu and his 2 men, watching Jin Mao's soaring power, were once again struck dumb with terror. Trembling, they stared at the ever-expanding Jin Mao, terrified that it would still be unsatisfied and devour them as well. Thankfully, after consuming the bodies of 3 ability users in one go, Jin Mao let out a satisfied loud burp. Li Ming glanced at Meng Wu and his men, who were sitting on the ground with panicked expressions. You can leave. Go back and find me top-tier beauties. 1 beauty for 1 zombie crystal core. The price remains unchanged. Meng Wu and his men, as if they had snatched their lives back from the Grim Reaper, breathed a profound sigh of relief. The events of today also taught them a lesson. Although they had all awakened their abilities, their strength was far too weak. They were decent enough against ordinary people, but when facing a true powerhouse like Kai Jian, they were nothing but fish on the chopping block. Let alone encountering a freak like Li Ming. If they didn't firmly latch onto a thick leg, they would have a hard time surviving in this dog-eat-dog apocalyptic world. Exchanging glances, Meng Wu, Xiangzi, and Dasha decisively knelt before Li Ming. Big brother, thank you. From now on, you are our big brother. We are willing to follow your orders. Seeing their sincere eyes, Li Ming initially thought of having them wander around the hospital to see if they could find anything useful. But on second thought, he decided against it. These 3 were too weak. A single zombie horde could end their lives. It was better to let them leave first. Li Ming wandered around the hospital with Jin Mao, who had returned to its original form. In its Qiongqi form, Jin Mao was simply too massive, almost filling the entire corridor. Moreover, it greatly obstructed Li Ming's line of sight, so he had to let it revert to its original form. The hospital was filled with equipment, or Li Ming didn't know which were useful and which were not, so he collected everything into his space. His space quickly became full, because it was already full from the start. Every time it doubled, the supplies within remained full. To free up enough space for these medical instruments, Li Ming deliberately discarded 500 cases of instant noodles from his space. These 500 cases of instant noodles would be a considerable asset to any faction. Now they were dumped in the hospital like trash. Who knew what bloody storm would erupt when the 500 cases of instant noodles were discovered in the hospital later? Electrocardiographs, ventilators, hemodialysis machines, ultrasonic diagnostic devices, X-ray equipment, CT scanners, endoscopes, ductile forceps. Whether they would be useful or not, he would collect them all first. On the way, he encountered many zombies, but as soon as any zombie showed its head before Li Ming, it was instantly electrocuted into a charred corpse. Soon the entire hospital building was filled with a thick, burnt odor. Unfortunately, among these zombies, he never found another mutated zombie like the one with gray-white hair. He remembered Kai Jian had said that such a zombie crystal core was worth 100 million. If he could find a few more after multiple doublings, perhaps he could soon become the richest person in the apocalypse. Arriving on the first floor, which was covered in snow, Li Ming finally found the pharmacy as he wished. The pharmacy of Tianhai City First Hospital contained tens of thousands of types of medicine, and Li Ming could not distinguish them at all. Without caring about that, he proceeded to loot the pharmacy wholesale. The space freed up by discarding 500 cases of instant noodles was quickly filled again with these medicines. With no other choice, Li Ming discarded another 200 cases of instant noodles from his space. At this point, his space still contained 2500 unopened cases of instant noodles. They couldn't eat them all, not by a long shot. Not until he had collected all the medicines from the pharmacy into his space did Li Ming leave the pharmacy with satisfaction. As he passed by a medical room with its door tightly shut, Jean Mao suddenly stopped. It stretched its nose close to the door of the medical room, sniffing intensely to detect the scent inside. Woof, woof, woof. Jean Mao excitedly alerted Li Ming that there was something inside. Li Ming immediately focused all his attention on the medical room. Soon he sensed a very faint, tense, and disordered breathing sound from within. A living person. Li Ming cautiously pushed the door of the infirmary. The door was not only locked from the inside, but there was also a heavy storage cabinet behind it, firmly wedged against the door. The people inside seemed to sense the commotion outside, and their breathing became noticeably more rapid and anxious. Since it couldn't be opened smoothly, they had to resort to force. Oh, whoa. Jean Mao instantly transformed into its Qiongqi state. Jean Mao, take it easy. Don't accidentally kill everyone inside. After absorbing the power of the three people from the Nanshan base, Jean Mao's full force strike could level the entire room. Receiving Li Ming's command, Jean Mao actually raised its paw and made an okay gesture. Well, it seemed Jean Mao had not only increased its strength, but also its intelligence. Tap, tap. Jean Mao slid its hind legs on the ground a couple of times, assuming a charging posture. Are you human out there? Are you a rescue team? Sob, sob, sob. Great, finally someone's here. A faint female voice came from inside the room, asking tentatively. Li Ming glanced at Jean Mao, who immediately understood and transformed back into its wolf dog form. One person and one dog. Li Ming replied to the door. There was a sound of dragging heavy objects from inside, followed by the infirmary door opening a tiny crack. Two pairs of eyes peered out from the crack. After seeing Li Ming and Jean Mao outside, the expectation and surprise in the eyes instantly turned to disappointment. It's just you. Isn't there a rescue team? One of them asked softly. The other pair of eyes focused on Jean Mao, glinting with a sharp light. Handsome, do you have any food? That dog of yours, is it edible? The owner of the eyes asked tentatively. Woof, woof, woof. Hearing this, Jean Mao bared its teeth and barked fiercely at the owner. Li Ming pulled out 2 cans of beef from his space and curled his lips. I have plenty of food, but it depends on whether you are worth feeding. Their first instinct was to buy it with money, but they knew clearly that money was now just worthless paper. 2 pairs of eyes stared intently at the beef cans in Li Ming's hand. They had forgotten how long it had been since they last saw real food. They both swallowed saliva. I'm a doctor. I'm a nurse. The doctor continued. Are you sick? I can treat you. I am one of the top 10 outstanding young female doctors in the country. As long as it's not terminal cancer, I can cure you. The nurse, the one who had just intended to eat Jean Mao, was racking her brains to think of her own strengths. My injection skills are excellent, or I can give you shots. I'm not sick and I don't need shots, Li Ming said teasingly. Since you have no value, we'll be going now. No, handsome, you can give me a shot, the nurse said anxiously. The beef cans in Li Ming's hand were too tempting. When the zombie outbreak occurred, they happened to be in this tiny infirmary, taking inventory of supplies, and had avoided the disaster. Although there was no food or water in the infirmary, there was plenty of glucose and saline solution. For the past 10+ days, they had survived by injecting glucose and saline. Though glucose and saline could sustain life, they did nothing to relieve hunger. During this time, they had long been starving to the point of blurred vision and had developed other symptoms of malnutrition. Tormented by hunger, they had mentally prepared themselves to do anything for anyone who would bring them food. Haha, I'm not that easy. For me to give you shots, you'll have to prove your worth. The smile on Li Ming's face grew wider. Having been used to fine fare, he had no interest in ordinary goods. The 2 pairs of eyes peered left and right through the crack, confirming there were no zombies outside, then slowly opened the infirmary door. How did you get here? What about the zombies outside? The doctor asked as Li Ming entered the infirmary. Zombies. All dead. The 2 exchanged glances, looking incredulous. They had just heard the terrifying growls of a large group of zombies. How could they all be dead? Stepping into the infirmary, Li Ming finally got a clear look at them. They were wrapped in thick quilts, apparently 2 or 3 layers stacked together. Both were very beautiful, though their facial skin appeared dry and gaunt from hunger and thirst. It still couldn't conceal the elegant aura emanating from their delicate features. The female doctor's delicate face had a somewhat cold and elegant look, with shoulder-length hair that made her appear capable and intelligent. The female nurse's lively eyes sparkled with vitality, and her high ponytail gave a hint of playfulness. Jean Mao, who had followed Li Ming into the infirmary, stared fixedly at the young nurse with a fierce glint in its eyes. A blue system interface appeared above both of their heads. Name Sangyu. Occupation surgeon. Appearance 85. Age 29. Figure 90. Combat power 6. Overall rating 85. Name Lin 1. Occupation intern nurse. Appearance 80. Age 21. Figure 80. Combat power 5. Overall rating 80. What a stroke of luck. I didn't expect to find two top-tier beauties still alive here. They were probably like Nangong Ling, having suffered from starvation, which caused their system ratings to drop. If brought back and nurtured for a few days, their system ratings likely had plenty of room for improvement. As Li Ming entered the infirmary, the nurse Lin Wen immediately poked her head out the door to look around. Really no zombies. Are they really all dead? Before Li Ming could answer Lin Wen's question, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a pungent foul odor that nearly choked him. Seeing Li Ming frown and cover his nose with a look of disgust, Lin Wen and Sang Yu's faces instantly turned as red as pig liver. They immediately realized the problem. 10 plus days. Do you know how they had survived these 10 plus days? For the past 10 days, all their eating, drinking, and excreting had been confined to this tiny infirmary. Having been indoors for so long, they had naturally become accustomed to the smell of their own waste. Even the quilts wrapped around them gave off a foul odor. Indeed, even beautiful women's excrement was no different from ordinary people's. Sang Yu reached out to take the beefkin from Li Ming's hand and asked cautiously, "You said the zombies outside are all dead. Has the disaster ended?" Li Ming shook his head. "When I said outside, I meant only this hospital building. Outside, the world is still full of zombies everywhere." Sang Yu's expression darkened, and she shook her head helplessly. "Is there really no hope for this world?" She immediately opened the beefkin in her hand, scooped out a piece of beef with her hand, and stuffed it into her mouth. At least before dying, she could taste beef one more time. Lin Wen was also terrified, her face turning pale as she burst into tears. "What? I don't want to die yet, and my wonderful life has just begun." Li Ming comforted them. "Don't be too worried. Since I'm here, I naturally have a way to take you to a safe place." Sang Yu had already finished the entire can of beef and said in surprise, "Really? As long as you can take us to a safe place, I'll do anything for you, including giving you everything I have." Lin Wen also immediately stopped crying and raised her right hand like a student. "And me, I can do anything." Li Ming showed a satisfied smile, not expecting to have won over the doctor and nurse so easily. Indeed, only those who have endured the torment of the apocalypse can understand its survival rules.